Nan Qingran lay on the cold, unyielding wooden bed, her eyes filled with despair as she stared at the patched, rain-leaking roof above, silently cursing the heavens in her. She had once believed that saving a single life was said to be more meritorious than raising a 70-year pagoda. In the apocalypse, she had fought and labored, saving so many people that she could no longer count them, yet this was all the blessing she received in return. Yes, Nan Qingran had struggled through 3 long years in the apocalypse, finally joining forces with numerous ability users and advanced weaponry to drive back the zombies. She had been flying a helicopter with confident ease, carrying her vast estate with her as she toured the world, when a sudden tornado struck, hurling the aircraft into the sea and turning her journey into a catastrophic crash. Yes, she had died. And yet she lived again, awakening in an ancient era, though not in any historical world she had known. The place she now found herself in was a fictional continent that had never appeared in any history, divided into 4 main nations: Dongsheng in the east, Xiqin in the west, Nanjiang in the south, and Beima, where she now resides. She had crossed into the body of a girl from Taoyuan Village in Taoyuan Town, Yuzhou. Within Beima, a family, sharing her surname Nan, and the original owner of the body, even bore the same given name. Yet Taoyuan Village was nothing like the idyllic paradise described by Tao Yuanming. As she looked again at the shabby, rain-leaking roof, Nan Qingran let out a long, weary sigh. Starting out directly in hell mode, "This is really making things hard for you, Sister Nan," she muttered inwardly. Still, she was alive while that poor girl was not. Nan Qingran's eyes narrowed slightly as she whispered to herself, "Rest easy. Since I have taken over your body, I will avenge you." The original girl whose body she now inhabited had been pitiable indeed. As a child, a high fever had gone untreated because the family lacked money, leaving her mind damaged and her wits dulled. Yet the Nan family were kind and honest folk. They had never treated her poorly for being a girl or for failing to understand things. Instead, every member of the household cherished her, even the younger brother. Thinking of this, Nan Qingran's heart softened. "Do not worry," she promised inwardly. "Your kin are now my kin. I will care for them and ensure they live good lives." In that instant, Nan Qingran felt the last trace of discomfort between herself and this body fade away, as she merged with it wholly, as if it were hers from the beginning. Nan Qingran let out a genuine laugh from her heart, then her gaze toward the distance sharpened at once. She had always been the sort to repay grudges, as they came, never one to swallow anger overnight. Her personal creed was simple: delaying vengeance against an enemy by even a single minute was a form of disrespect, and she had always considered herself a well-mannered, civilized child. How could she possibly be disrespectful? She pushed open the rickety wooden door and vanished from sight in a blur too swift for the naked eye to catch. Guided by the original owner's memories, Nan Qingran found the Qin family's house. She made a small hole in the window of Qin Xiangxiang and Qin Lianlian's room, slipped her finger through, and from its tip poured forth a stream of green cotton-like blossoms of kapok. She looked at the 2 figures sleeping soundly inside, and remembered how that poor girl had endured their bullying since childhood, only to be pushed into the river by them in the end. She murmured softly, "This is a fine gift. I don't bestow it lightly. Enjoy it well. I'm eager to see what astonishing changes it will bring to you." From deep within her memory, she drew out a heavy recollection. In the first year of the apocalypse, under the extremes of drought and famine, humanity had been put to a brutal test. A man had handed over his own wife and underage daughter to a notorious ability user for his amusement, simply in exchange for food. But that ability user possessed no such mercy. After tormenting them, he returned the battered mother and daughter to that cowardly man, who ultimately treated them as food himself. At that time, Nan Qingran had not yet awakened her abilities, and could only watch helplessly as they died in despair. When she encountered that man again later, her spatial storage was filled with advanced weapons, and her wood-based power had grown formidable. By then, hardened by harsh realities, she unleashed a technique on that man that she had never used before. Under the control of her kapok, he remained conscious and terrified, forced to cut his own flesh piece by piece until he finally died, when his blood ran dry, his terror consuming him. The ability user met no better end. She watched as zombies tore him apart piece by piece. At her fingertips now, the drifting green lights seemed to sense their master's sorrow. The kapok-like little flowers danced gently, as though trying to cheer her up. She let out a quiet laugh, and under the tender moonlight her yellowed, thin face took on a faint veil of ethereal beauty. "I once disliked you for not being a powerful offensive ability like lightning," she mused. "But now I think you may have been born precisely for my journey through time." The green lights leapt even more lively, as if delighted by their master's praise. Then, as some thought crossed her mind, Nan Qingran's face suddenly fell. "But my space," she thought, "my vast luxurious estate, and all my planes, cannons, and weapons, everything is gone." When she woke after crossing over and found her ability still with her, she had followed her arm upward to look. Yet the familiar spatial mark was nowhere to be seen, and the shock struck her like a thunderbolt. From that moment on, milk tea, hamburgers, hot pot barbecue, all the delights of the world seemed forever severed from her life. How could her heart not ache? Yet even heartache could not forever resist the lure of sleep. Lying on the cold hard wooden bed, Nan Qingran slowly drifted off, a single thought floating in her mind. If tomorrow my parents and grandparents learn that I am no longer dull-witted, they will surely be very happy, she thought, too exhausted to notice the faint childish voice calling to her in the background. The next morning, after a long and satisfying sleep, Nan Qingran woke to the blinding glare of sunlight. When she opened the door, she saw a short, thin little boy standing just outside. The moment he saw her, his eyes lit up with sudden brightness. Before Nan Qingran could call out to him, she saw him dash toward the main house in high spirits, shouting excitedly as he ran. In an instant, before Nan Qingran could gather her thoughts, the whole family had surrounded her. Lin Shi, her mother, grabbed her into a tight embrace and burst into loud tears, crying, "My poor daughter, how could you have suffered so much?" Nan Qiyuan did not weep as openly as Lin Shi, yet he secretly wiped away his tears and asked with concern, "Ranran, are you feeling better? If there is still any discomfort, I will ask Dr. Yang to examine you again." The relatives around them all nodded in agreement, showing not the slightest hint of reluctance to spend money on her health. Her aunt spoke up, "Yes, Ranran, if anything is wrong, you must tell us." Though they knew they were unlikely to get clear answers from the girl, they thought they knew their concern could not be held back. Finally, grandfather Nan gave his decision. "Second son, go and invite Dr. Yang once more to examine Ranran." Nan Qiyuan immediately agreed and prepared to leave. Just as Nan Qiyuan turned to go, Nan Qingran instinctively opened her mouth to stop him. "Father, don't go. I am fine," she said. Nan Qingran looked at the shocked expressions of her family and smiled gently. "Grandpa and grandma, father and mother, uncle and aunt, brothers and sisters, Ranran is back." Lin Shi stared at Nan Qingran, still a bit unable to comprehend, muttering, Ranran is back, my Ranran is back." Nan Qingran said nothing, allowing them a moment to process. Finally, it was Elder Nan with tears in his eyes who asked, "Ranran, have you really regained your senses?" Nan Qingran nodded vigorously. "Grandpa, I really am back. It's as if I hit a rock in the river, and after waking up, I slowly remembered everything." Feng Shi looked at Nan Qingran, who was now clear-headed, and wiped her tears, comforting Lin Shi. "Don't cry, the second branch. This is a blessing in disguise for Ranran. It's a great thing." Lin Shi wanted to ask more, but was interrupted by a commotion outside. The family moved towards the door with Lin Shi tightly holding her daughter's hand, fearing she might disappear, while Nan Qingran also held her hand firmly. As the family stepped outside, they saw Qin Xiangxiang and Qin Lianyan kneeling on the ground, crawling forward, continuously muttering, I was wrong. The family exchanged glances, bewildered by the situation. A glint flashed in Nan Qingran's lowered gaze as she quietly murmured, "Is this it?" As she spoke, the two sisters rushed to Nan Qingran's feet, banging their heads on the ground and crying loudly. "I was wrong, we were wrong, we shouldn't have bullied you, we shouldn't have pushed you into the river. Oh my, it turns out these two sisters are the murderers. I never expected that the old Qin family is indeed not a good family, but I also never thought they would raise such murderous children." An elderly woman spat at the two kneeling girls. "We shouldn't have shown pity on that family and let them into our Taoyuan village in the first place." The Nan family was enraged. Lin Shi, who was usually gentle, stepped forward and slapped the two sisters several times. "How can you be so cruel? I think you are the cruel ones, forcing my child to kneel and bang her head. Have you no humanity? How will my daughter get married like this?" Zhang Shi from the second branch of the Qin family rushed up and pushed Lin Shi, trying to pull her two disgraceful daughters up. But they refused to rise, continuing to bang their heads and repeatedly apologizing. Nan Qingran watched as Lin Shi was bullied and stepped in front of her, speaking coldly. "We did not make things difficult for your daughter. She committed a vile act herself and came begging for mercy. The villagers can testify." The surrounding people immediately chimed in. "Yes, it was your daughter who rushed to apologize. I've never seen an adult like you, truly a spectacle. It seems you have inherited the rotten roots of your Qin family, doing all kinds of heinous deeds." This was said by a widow with a daughter, recalling how the eldest son of the Qin family, after losing his wife, tried to force himself on someone else's daughter and ended up beaten nearly to death by the girl's brothers, still bettered into this day. In the end, it was the second branch of the Qin family, and Zhang Shi, who pulled the two disgraceful girls back. The aunt, seeing Nan Qingran normal, tentatively asked, "Is Ranran no longer confused?" Lin Shi nodded excitedly. "Yes, Aunt Fan, my Ranran is back." After hearing the villagers' congratulations, the family returned indoors to attend to their own matters. At the Qin family, the matriarch glared at the kneeling Qin sisters with a twisted face. "You two wretched girls, was this intentional? Don't you know your uncle has passed the imperial exam? Are you trying to find trouble for him on purpose?" She whipped the two sisters sharply, while Qin Shou impatiently looked at his two nieces. "Enough, mother, don't beat them anymore. Just don't let them embarrass themselves again in the future." The old matriarch looked at her youngest son and immediately smiled. "All right, mother will listen to you." She then turned to Qin Er and Zhang Shi. "Didn't you hear your third brother? Take them away." The two rushed outside, looking at their still kneeling daughters with faces full of impatience. "These two girls seem really crazy, let's just keep them locked up." Zhang Shi nodded, as she never cared about her daughters being a financial burden as long as the boys were fine. Qin Xiangxiang and Qin Lianyan were gagged and locked in a dark room, and until the last light disappeared their minds became exceptionally clear. They would be tortured in their instinctive apologies and their insane hatred for the world driven mad until death would finally grant them relief. The one with Wu-based healing powers would never find it easy to die. After resting for a few days, Nan Qingran finally went to the back mountain to find some food with her family's consent. Sister Nan said, this truly is a sweet burden. In these few days, she had gathered an understanding of what this country was like from her family's words. It wasn't that her family was poor after years of disasters and wars at the borders. The entire nation was suffering, which is why her family wouldn't allow her to go out and forage for wild vegetables. Nan Qingran looked around, of course not intending to dig for wild vegetables. With her Wu-based powers, she could cause plants to grow in an instant. This time, she entered the mountains to hunt for something to enrich her family's diet. However, some mushrooms and wood ears couldn't be lacking, but she didn't need to search for them intentionally. Once she pinpointed the vegetable plants, they obediently entered Nan Qingran's small basket. After wandering for about half an hour, Nan Qingran successfully caught 2 wild rabbits and 3 wild chickens, also packing the eggs to take home. Carrying the heavy basket, she thought of her space and felt, oh my precious space, if you were here, I wouldn't have to carry such heavy things. How could you bear to abandon your poor mother? As soon as she finished speaking, the weight on Nan Qingran's back disappeared, and a childish voice echoed again. You finally remembered your baby. As someone who had experienced the apocalypse and possessed abilities, Nan Qingran instinctively controlled the surrounding plants to attack the source of the sound. Bang! The tree where the green light fell instantly withered, and at that moment Nan Qingran became more cautious, furrowing her brows. The uninvited guest in the shadows could not be underestimated. Bad master. Baby doesn't like you anymore. Nan Qingran's gaze hardened as she sternly said, come out, stop playing tricks. As Nan Qingran mobilized the surrounding plants ready to deliver a fatal blow, she didn't want to expose herself, as someone else would have to die. The space spirit, realizing that its master was serious, quickly emerged and admitted defeat. Master baby, and you are on the same side. I am your space spirit. Nan Qingran fixed her gaze intently upon the battered tree, when from behind its gnarled trunk a tiny white creature emerged hesitantly, a soft downy orb, with 2 delicate translucent wings shimmering faintly, like fireflies, its voice sweet and plaintive. Master, it's me, your little one. The lethal aura radiating from Nan Qingran vanished instantly, her eyes brightening as she gazed upon the adorable little being, formless yet tender as a wisp of cloud. No one knew that during the apocalyptic era Nan Qingran had witnessed countless grotesque and bewildering life forms, so jarring they seared the eyes. This petite luminous white orb truly cleansed her vision. Yet vigilance remained essential, even if this being was not quite human. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, you may explain yourself. Granted, for your sheer, irresistible cuteness. The spatial spirit gleefully drifted closer to Nan Qingran, its tone meltingly soft and endearing. Master, I am your spatial spirit. You may call me little one. Nan Qingran, charmed by its dazed, innocent expression, nearly pulled it into her arms for an affectionate squeeze. She carefully masked her mischievous grin. Since you call yourself little one, I shall name you Nan Baobao, bearing my surname, as befits my loyal companion. Yes, master. Little one will obey you entirely. Henceforth, I am Nan Baobao. As Nan Qingran watched the little orb bounce with delight, a crucial memory suddenly surfaced in her mind. Nan Baobao, what did you just say? You are a spatial spirit. Then that means... Nan Baobao nodded earnestly. Indeed, master. The space you once possessed has accompanied you. Nan Qingran frowned faintly. Where is it? My arm bears no spatial mark whatsoever. Nan Baobao spoke with serene confidence, a hint of pride in its voice. Master, your space has undergone advanced evolution due to temporal spatial transmigration. Henceforth, entry requires no physical imprint, merely a focused thought, and you shall step inside instantly. And moreover, you may also. With a silent flash, Nan Qingran's mere intention triggered instantaneous displacement. She and Nan Baobao vanished from sight. Even the gravely wounded man standing afar, whose countenance remained unshaken, could not suppress a flicker of astonishment at the sight. Nan Qingran rushed through the familiar Grand Manor's entrance. She had saved the wife of a billionaire during the apocalypse. In gratitude, he had gifted her this estate. Though she'd feigned reluctant acceptance, in truth, she'd yielded without protest, while shedding tears of profound, heartfelt thanks. She inspected every corner, scrutinizing shelves and cabinets, determined not to overlook any precious treasure. Nan Baobao trailed behind her, quietly observant, yet obedient. Just as Nan Qingran turned toward the basement stairs, Nan Baobao finally spoke, gently halting her steps. Master, rest assured. Everything within your space remains intact. As its guardian, I know every inch of it intimately. There is no need to search further. Ask me anything, and I shall answer. Nan Qingran paused, but her gaze instinctively drifted toward the weapons vault beneath the basement. Nan Baobao instantly grasped her master's unspoken intent. Fear not, master. Your fighter jet's artillery and Type 98 rifles remain perfectly preserved. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up. She scooped Nan Baobao into her arms and planted a quick affectionate kiss upon its soft surface. My dearest treasure, you understand me so well. Nan Baobao shyly ducked away, its snowy white form flushing faintly rose-pink. Then allow me to introduce your space's current state. Nan Qingran leaned forward eagerly. Yes, do tell. Nan Baobao instantly assumed an air of solemn professionalism, like a meticulous tour guide delivering a precise briefing. Firstly, all pre-existing items remain unchanged, and remarkably replication functionality has been added. Nan Qingran burst forth exhilarated. Does this mean I may retrieve any item from the space at will? Nan Baobao nodded matter-of-factly. Certainly, every resource you gathered in that era may now be replicated infinitely. Then, Nan Baobao anticipated the question before it left her lips, including your fighter jet's artillery and Type 98 rifles. Nan Qingran rubbed her nose, sheepishly smiling faintly. How could she be blamed? After all, those very tools alongside her wood element ability had sustained her through the apocalypse. Nan Baobao continued, beyond these existing assets your space has undergone additional transformations. Nan Qingran glanced left and right, then dashed toward a newly appeared well. Disappointment edged her voice as she turned to Nan Baobao. That's it. Master, do not underestimate this well. It is none other than. Nan Qingran interjected coolly. Surely it's spirit spring water. Nan Baobao's eyes widened in shock. How did you know, Master? Nan Qingran rolled her eyes. Nan Jia was after all a devoted connoisseur of cultivation novels. Such tropes were ancient relics. She'd even written them herself. Yet revealing such knowledge to her little companion. Impossible. Instead she adopted an air of enigmatic authority. As your master, naturally I possess greater insight than you. Nan Baobao's eyes sparkled with starlight, brimming with reverent awe. Wow. Master is truly extraordinary. Nan Qingran fell silent, suddenly gripped by a faint pang of guilt as though she'd just misled a trusting child. She steered the conversation back on course. This spirit spring seems rather redundant. I possess innate abilities. Why would I need spirit spring water? Nan Baobao sighed softly. Master, though you wield abilities, your loved ones cannot endure repeated exposure to their overwhelming force. This spirit spring water is the supreme elixir for nurturing and restoration, and it also dramatically enhances crop vitality. Its benefits are manifold. Moreover, it purifies meridians and refines the flesh, granting true rebirth of body and soul. Nan Qingran suspected Nan Baobao might be embellishing, but still nodded thoughtfully. For indeed it was true. Nan Baobao continued, Master, you have also gained a shopping system. Desired items may be acquired anytime, anywhere, though they cannot be replicated and must be purchased using merit points. Merit points? Nan Qingran asked, brow furrowed. Nan Baobao affirmed, yes. Earned solely through virtuous deeds and saving lives. Nan Qingran's expression grew pensive. Perhaps years of slaying zombies had dulled her memory. She'd nearly forgotten her identity as a healer. She felt no resistance toward this path. To survive and gain such a rare boon was itself an immense stroke of fortune. She refused to incur debts. This system offered a noble way to cultivate virtue and accumulate karmic blessings. Once skeptical of such concepts, she could no longer deny them. Not after experiencing transcendental phenomena like inter-realm transmigration. Very well, I understand. It grows late, I shall depart now. She had lingered far too long. Her family would surely worry, especially since none had approved of her mountain ascent. Nan Baobao gently restrained her. Master, time flows at different rates between your space and the outside world. Barely 10 minutes have elapsed beyond. Nan Qingran's eyes blazed anew with wonder. Truly astonishing. Time itself bends to your will. Nan Baobao felt a touch of grievance that wanted its master to linger a little longer. Besides, I haven't finished yet. Nan Qingran noticed the little dumpling's disappointment and scooped it into her arms. Then your master will stay a while longer. What else do you want to say? Nan Baobao was placated in an instant and continued speaking. The shop sometimes drops surprises at random. Nan Qingran looked at Nan Baobao with eager eyes, but the little dumpling left her disappointed. Baobao doesn't know either. That would no longer be a surprise. Nan Qingran nodded without pressing further. She buried herself in the soft sofa, sorting through these matters and murmuring absent-mindedly. Nan Baobao, why do I possess these things? Nan Baobao asked in puzzlement, aren't they good? Nan Qingran gave a wry smile. Of course they were good. Such fortune might be unattainable for others in a lifetime. It's just that you feel uneasy about gains and losses. Nan Baobao fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a solemn baby voice. Perhaps it is to compensate you. You are a person of great merit. In that era you saved so many lives. These things may be both compensation and reward for you. Nan Qingran remained silent for a long while before saying, perhaps. Madame Lin slapped her thigh, standing at the doorway and anxiously scanning about. It's my fault, though I should not have agreed to let Ran go up the mountain. How could the family be lacking that one mouthful to eat? She's not back yet, could it be? Madame Qin hurried to reassure her sister-in-law, don't think the worst, she may return soon. Ran is a lucky child who nothing bad will happen. Nan Qingran ceased to worry. She packed the flour, rice, and meats from the space into her back basket, then strolled on at an unhurried pace. She was troubled by another matter before. She had no means, but now with the space's provisions there was no reason to let her family continue to suffer. But how to explain these goods was a delicate problem. Bao, what should I say? Nan Bao dismissed the concern. Tell them you met an immortal who taught you these arts. From what Bao knows, people of this world deeply believe in immortals. Nan Qingran nodded. Indeed, that is a lasting and convenient solution. After all, I am not the original owner. If they sense anything, I can still fabricate a plausible excuse. She muttered, then furrowed her brow in bewilderment. But where would I find a master for myself? Or one of those immortals? Rest assured, master, I'll leave this to Bao. It's trivial. Nan Qingran pondered a moment and nodded. The space spirit must be rather capable. The shock Nan Qingran had suffered that day left her unfocused, and she failed to notice that someone had been watching her without taking their eyes off her. Perhaps it was because Mo Jingyan was gravely wounded and breathing so faintly. Mo Jingyan, struggling for breath, watched Nan Qingran's retreating figure. It was not that he did not want to beg help from this extreme. Yet from the way she treated that strange little thing, he understood that if she discovered he had witnessed her secret, his death would be hastened. He would not accept dying in the wilderness like this. If those people learned of it, they would gloat and grow brazen. His blurred gaze fixed on the distance. His elder brother and parents still waited for him. He did not want to die. Halfway along, Nan Qingran suddenly recalled that she might have done something that damaged the natural order. His blurred gaze fixed on the distance. His elder brother and parents still waited for him. He did not want to die. Halfway along, Nan Qingran suddenly recalled that she might have done something that damaged the natural order. A little embarrassed, she rubbed her nose. With a twist of her wrist, a pure green radiance traced the path she had taken and came before the tree that had lost all life. Watching the roadside wildflowers and grasses sway lightly, revived by the passing of arcane power, Nan Qingran smiled and walked toward the village. Mo Jingyan, unwilling to wait for death, glimpsed the shadow of the green light and instinctively shrank behind the tree. He held his breath with great difficulty. Only after some time, without sensing a human breath, did he cautiously peer out. He witnessed a startling sight. The shimmering green light enveloped the shattered tree. In moments, roots sprouted fallen branches and leaves regrew, and the tree burst back into life. Weak though he was, Mo Jingyan narrowed his eyes with sharpened resolve. He was certain he could survive. Summoning all his strength, he crawled toward the green light, even rousing his internal energy to quicken his pace. His face faltered, and he spat a mouthful of blood, but without hesitation he pressed on. It was his sole hope for survival. He could not surrender. The moment he leaned against that tree, he knew his gamble had paid off. The wood affinity power enveloped him lavishly. He felt his body mend at once, and even his foundational internal energy return. Fatigue of body and spirit still overcame him, and he fainted. As he closed his eyes, the image of a young woman in coarse cloth, yet impossible to hide her grace, smiled before him. Nan Qingran had not expected to have inadvertently saved a life, let alone to become someone's dream. If Sister Nan found out, she would undoubtedly scold and give him a hard time for it. Just as Nan Qingran descended the mountain, she saw Madame Zhang, the wife of Qin family's second son, and old Madame Qin. She had no desire to associate with such people, but she did not want to be disgusted, so she quickened her pace. Yet shamelessness could not be restrained. Old Madame Qin, seeing Nan Qingran's restrained temper, immediately found an outlet and began to hurl curses. You little wretch, you wake and bring only trouble. You should have remained stupid so you could be rid of the world. Madame Zhang echoed her mother-in-law with a face full of rancor. Yes, mother is right. It is you who harmed our Xiang and Lian. Why weren't you drowned in the river back then? Old Madame Qin cared not for those two girls' fates. She feared only for her younger son's reputation. Nan Qingran was genuinely taken aback by these two viragos. She had not heard such insolence in years. She gave a quiet laugh, came to herself, and regarded them with eyes both fierce and disdainful. Her calm tone was as lethal as a verdict. She said, "Tell me, if I were to silence your mouths that bark like dogs here in this forsaken place, would anyone ever know?" The Qin matriarch and Zhang Shi were terrified by the aura emanating from Nan Qingran, yet they still trembled and spoke arrogantly. "You little wretch, dare to threaten me. They'll beat you to death." The Qin matriarch swung her empty basket forcefully towards Nan Qingran's head. Huh. Nan Qingran sidestepped, gripping the Qin matriarch's wrist and twisting it, then pushing her forward, sending her tumbling onto the ground. Oh dear. The Qin matriarch's shrill scream echoed in the quiet mountains. Nan Qingran frowned, raised her hand to rub her ear, and yelled back. "Can you stop screaming, old hag? It's so annoying. Oh, you little wench, is this how the Nan family teaches you? I won't let this go." Nan Qingran rolled her eyes, as she had no intention of adhering to any respect for the elderly and love for the young nonsense. Did they think they could moralize her? Not in this lifetime. Nan Qingran then remembered Zhang Shi, turned around and stared at her intently, noticing the large stone in her hand, and smiled. You seem quite filial. Are you hoping to share hardships with your mother-in-law? I wouldn't mind fulfilling that for you. Zhang Shi instantly shook her head and dropped her weapon as she had seen how badly that old hag fell and didn't want to be next. Nan Qingran walked over to her and gently patted her saying, Auntie, you're perceptive, but my eyesight isn't very good, so you all might as well suffer together. Zhang Shi felt as if Nan Qingran's slap could dislocate her waist. Nan Qingran coldly observed the two wicked old women memories of how they bullied the Nan family surfacing in her mind. Karma is coming, your carefree days in Taoyuan Village are about to end. Nan Qingran walked to a populated area, took out her backpack from her space, and slung it over her shoulder as she headed home. As Nan Qingran approached, she saw Lin Shi anxiously waiting for her at the door, a warm current flowing through her heart. It had been a long time since she experienced someone caring about her. It was both unfamiliar and comforting. She waved her hand vigorously and shouted, Mother, I'm back. Lin Shi hurriedly ran up to take the backpack off her shoulder, but Nan Qingran stopped her. Mother, I can carry it, or we're almost home. Ran, why are you back so late? Nan Qingran wore a pure joyful smile. Mother, I'll tell you when I get home. Nan Qingran placed the backpack in the kitchen and was pushed into the room by Lin Shi. Ran, hurry inside, and rest, I'll call you when it's time to eat. Nan Qingran nodded. Ew, she had sweated all over and couldn't bear not taking a shower in her space. Heavens! Feng Shi was startled by her eldest daughter-in-law's voice and furrowed her brow as she walked towards the kitchen. Eldest daughter-in-law, what's all the fuss about? Qin Shi stared intently at the backpack, fearing it would suddenly disappear. She turned to her mother-in-law saying, Mother, it's not that the daughter-in-law is making a fuss, you should see what this is. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi walked over, looked into the backpack, and quickly covered the contents with wild vegetables as she realized what it contained. Eldest daughter-in-law, pretend you didn't see anything. Qin Shi firmly nodded at her mother-in-law's attitude, saying, Mother, don't worry, I don't know anything. They exchanged a glance, and their expressions were filled with complex emotions. Nan Qingran emerged from her space after taking a shower and drying her hair. She had long planned to cook today, firstly to show her family her skills, and secondly, she really wasn't accustomed to her aunt and mother's cooking, though they had done their utmost to provide her with the best. The family sat at the table, nervously gazing at the delicious dishes before them, yet no one reached for the food. Nan Hoen, being young, couldn't resist the temptation of meat that the family rarely got to eat. However, the adults clearly had their eyes elsewhere. Father, I want to eat meat. Before Nan Qingran could respond, she placed a piece of chicken into Nan Huen's bowl. Hoen, eat up. But seeing that none of the elders moved their chopsticks, Nan Hoen hesitated and only looked on hopefully. Nan Qingran sighed. Looks like I need to clarify things to everyone now, otherwise we might not even be able to enjoy our meal. Feel free to ask anything you want. Looking left and right, it was finally the elder Nan who spoke as the head of the family. Ran, where did all these things come from? The chicken and duck don't taste like the game from the mountains, and this noodles and white rice you mentioned. These are rare items that even wealthy families haven't seen. Feng Shi's expression also turned serious. When she was young, she was a young lady, but after her family perished during a famine, she was saved by the elder Nan, and they married. She had never seen such plump white rice, and she had never even heard of noodles. Nan Qingran spoke earnestly. Grandparents, father and mother, uncle, and aunt, this matter is complicated. I don't know if you will believe me, but we are family, and I don't want to hide anything from you. Ran, don't worry. Every word you say today will not be leaked. The people at the table nodded in agreement. I didn't become foolish from falling into the river during my coma. An old immortal taught me all sorts of skills, and before leaving, he gifted me a space container filled with various treasures and food inexhaustible and bound. Nan Qiyuan asked, then where is that old immortal now? Nan Qingran forced out a few tears, her voice tinged with sobs. My master has ascended. To honor our bond as master and disciple, he left me such a miraculous treasure. Lin Shi hurriedly went to comfort her, saying, Ran, don't be sad. The old immortal must be very happy to know you are healthy again. Nan Qingran nodded, adjusting her emotions. Grandparents, father and mother, uncle and aunt, in the past we had no means, but now that Ran has such fortune, I cannot let my family continue to suffer. Elder Nan furrowed his brows. This was both a blessing and a challenge for the Nan family. Elder Nan was educated. How could he not know the principle of a commoner has no guilt while carrying a heavy burden? Nan Qingran, seeing the conflicted expressions on everyone's faces, took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Otherwise, no matter how miraculous this treasure is, it is just a dead thing. I believe my master wouldn't want to. Only by putting it to good use can we honor my master's intentions. Elder Nan pondered and was ultimately persuaded, nodding his head. Yes, what Ran said makes sense. I lack her ambition and vision. Nan Qingran revealed a relaxed smile, finally gaining their trust. Elder Nan's sharp gaze swept across the family, warning them. I will say this only once. Ran trusts her family and doesn't want anyone to suffer. If she chose not to share this miraculous encounter, it would be understandable, but she trusts us. If even a word of today's conversation leaks out, don't blame this old man for being rude. Everyone quickly assured father and mother, don't worry, our family won't have such people. We will all remember to take good care of Ran. The two brothers supported each other since childhood with brotherly love and respect, and both daughters-in-law were gentle and virtuous. However, necessary warnings could not be overlooked. Nan Qingran couldn't help but laugh at the greedy expression on Nan Huan's face, nearly drooling. Then let's eat quickly. It will be bad if it gets cold. Nan Qiuyang picked up a large bowl and slurped a mouthful of noodles, his mouth stuffed full. With a hearty smile, he said, Ran, with these delicious noodles, even if it gets cold, Uncle can still eat 10 bowls. The family all laughed, and then began to savor the dishes made by Nan Qingran. Qin looked at Nan Qingran in surprise. Ran, how can the flavor of this chicken be so rich? Nan Qingran nodded. Yes, Aunt, this chicken is specifically for eating and has been seasoned with a lot of rich spices. Of course it tastes good. Can Ran teach Aunt how to make it? Nan Qingran chuckled. It was indeed a case of someone dozing off and someone offering a pillow. Sure, Aunt, I've placed all those spices in the kitchen. I'll teach you how to use them tomorrow. Old Master Nan sighed as he looked at the bowl of white rice. Nan Qingran asked Grandpa, what's wrong? Is it not tasty? Old Master Nan shook his head. Of course not. I was just thinking that if it weren't for your fortuitous encounter, the grain harvested this year would probably not even be enough for us to eat. Your family has good fortune, but what about so many families in the village? What will they do? Nan Qingran's eyes twinkled. She had plenty of various grain seeds in her space. She grinned at Old Master Nan. Grandpa, I have a way to make our grain yield 10,000 pounds per moo. Her words brought a shock greater than her space. After all, they were farmers for generations, and they cared most about their small piece of land. Old Master Nan spoke anxiously. Ran, you can't speak carelessly about grain matters. Nan Qingran calculated carefully in her mind. The technological power of her previous life had long reached unimaginable heights, and this was also true for food crops. A single seed contained the hard work of countless agricultural scientists, but she had never paid attention to this knowledge. After all, who would have thought she would one day come to farm? With such powerful seeds plus the soaking in spiritual spring water, saying it could yield millions of pounds might be conservative. Nan Qingran gestured for them to lower their heads. What I mean is the yield of this rice and wheat. I'm definitely not exaggerating. It will only be more, not less. Moreover, wheat can be made into various types of noodles and can also be brewed into liquor. In short, there are many benefits. Spring will come in a few days if we plant a few moo well now. Finally, it was still the farming experts, Nan Qiuyang and Nan Qiyuan, who spoke. Father, I think Ran makes a good point that we can try it at home first. After all, even if we fail, Ran won't let us go hungry. Besides, I think that treasure of Ran's is so miraculous, achieving a yield of 10,000 pounds per moo might not be impossible. Nan Qingran cast an appreciative glance at her father and uncle. Good vision. Old Master Nan nodded. Then we'll listen to you. Old Master Nan looked at Nan Qingran, unsure how to start, his face flushing. Nan Qingran saw through it at a glance. Is Grandpa worried about the villagers? Old Master Nan shyly nodded. Yes, the people in our village are struggling. Aside from the Qin family causing trouble, Taoyuan Village is a good village known for its unity and friendliness. Nan Qingran hoped her family would live well, but she didn't plan to take risks of being suspected for this. Grandpa, my family believes in me because they know my abilities. If I say this outside, people might think I'm joking. Old Master Nan wanted to say more, but was glared at by phone. You old fool, want to be a bodhisattva? Don't drag my granddaughter into this. Ran can't have any more mishaps. Nan Qingran smiled gently at phone, then turned to look at her grandfather. Grandpa, I understand your feelings, and am willing to help, but I must make it clear in advance that I can't do good deeds and end up suffering. Old Master Nan nodded, his eyes slightly red. Don't worry, Ran. Grandpa promises you that everyone in Taoyuan Village is grateful and good-hearted. There won't be any filthy matters. Nan Qingran nodded. She never casually offered kindness. But having come to a new world, she was willing to make some changes to benefit the local people. Nan Qingran narrowed her eyes, but if those incidents were to happen again, she wouldn't mind stepping in to teach those ungrateful people how to behave. Just as Nan Qingran returned to her room, she heard a series of unpleasant shouts coming from outside the door. She smirked. Already here? Let that little wretch of yours come out. I'm going to tear her apart. Qin, the old woman, struggled to walk forward, her face twisted with malice, looking extremely ugly. Nan Qingran released Lin's hand, walked up to her, looking down at her, while glancing at the tall, thin man beside her. So this is the upbringing of the Qin family, using the word wretch so casually. It's rare that such a family education could raise a scholar. To strike at the enemy, one must hit where it hurts the most. This hypocritical scholar was probably the lifeblood of the entire Qin family. Qin Shou's face stiffened. As the only scholar in Taoyuan Village, he was usually revered and respected. He had never been treated like this. Yet he still maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, speaking gently. Miss, Nan, how could you speak to an elder like this? Don't you have any manners or upbringing as a young lady? Nan Qingran's eyes widened, and she didn't miss the fleeting shadow in Qin Shou's eyes. She initially thought he was just a hypocritical petty person, but it turned out he was a male green tea. How could Nan allow such a creature to act so arrogantly in front of her? This beastly scholar has no right to comment on my upbringing, and I never explain manners to animals that don't understand human language. After all, with her limited intellect, she probably wouldn't understand. Moreover, is this the cultivation of a scholar? Recklessly commenting on a young lad's upbringing. Beastly scholar, I think we can go to the government office to thoroughly discuss the topic of a scholar's moral cultivation. Cold sweat broke out on Qinshuo's forehead. He usually scared people with such official talk, and no one dared to refute him. If this really escalated to the government office, it would be him who'd lose face. Seeing Nan Qingran's calm demeanor, he regretted accompanying his mother to create this scene. He shot a glance at the old woman, and she instantly understood her son's intentions. What are you talking about, you little wretch? I'm here to make you pay for what you did. Anyone who hurts someone has to pay. If this goes to the government office, I am in the right. The members of the Nan family looked at Nan Qingran with worry, only to see her smile gently. Where exactly did I hit you? My frail body is visible to everyone in the village. You must be so weighed down by your excess flesh that you can barely move. If you had thrown a punch at me, it would have likely smashed me into the wall. How can you lie so brazenly in broad daylight? Old Mrs. Qin rolled up her sleeves for everyone to see. Look at me, you've beaten me to this state with injuries all over. Which blind person can't see that? At this the crowd immediately began to chatter. You old woman coming here with your bulk to bully a young girl, you really have no shame. It was Aunt Fan from that day who spoke. Yes, there's nothing here. Except for all that fat. Qinshuo looked at his mother with a grim expression, wondering what she was trying to do. You little brat, it must be you. Just, old Mrs. Qin, though in immense pain, found no marks on her body, her eyes filled with disbelief. Enough. A powerful male voice rang out from behind the crowd. Nan Qingran knew it was Lu Gunming, the village chief of Taoyuan Village, a good official. He stepped forward quickly and scolded old Mrs. Qin, if you keep stirring up trouble, I will expel your family from here. Old Mrs. Qin immediately fell silent, slinking away with a glare at Nan Qingran. Nan Qingran raised an eyebrow, unbothered, as she was ready to entertain herself to the end. Nan Qingran turned to Lu Gunming, smiling faintly. Thank you, Uncle Village Chief. Otherwise we wouldn't have known how to handle this old woman causing a ruckus at our doorstep. Lu Jinming felt a bit embarrassed by her words. Qingran, if I hadn't mistakenly let your family into our Taoyuan village, would we have to deal with such distressing matters? Nan Qingran smiled and refrained from commenting. Uncle, could you please come in and have a meal? Lu Jinming didn't stand on ceremony, as their families had always had a good relationship, so there was no need. As soon as Lu Jinming entered the house, he was drawn in by the delicious aroma from the dining table, and his stomach instinctively began to growl. The old man felt a bit embarrassed, and I've made a fool of myself. The Nan family laughed along, urging him to take a seat quickly. Lu Jinming looked at the table filled with delicious dishes, unsure of where to start, especially the noodles he didn't recognize. This was something he couldn't even get during the New Year. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jinming stood up. Uncle Nan, how can I eat this? Save it for the children. He was about to leave. Nan Qingran quickly stopped him, feeling satisfied with the village chief's lack of greed. Uncle Village Chief, please sit down and eat. There's plenty here. Unable to resist the warmth of the Nan family's hospitality, Lu Jinming lifted his chopsticks and enjoyed a hearty meal. Nan Qingran exchanged a glance with old man, and knowing this was a good opportunity, Nan Qingran looked at Lu Jinming seriously. Uncle Village Chief, I wonder if you would like everyone in Taoyuan Village to have access to such white rice and noodles. Lu Jinming looked up in shock. Qingran, you can't be joking, right? Nan Qingran smiled silently, watching him quietly. Old man then interjected, Jinming, my daughter isn't lying. The best evidence is what you just ate. After a moment of thought, Lu Jinming nodded firmly. As a village chief, how could he not want his village to live well? Nan Qingran had figured out this era in the past few days. This dynasty did not have wheat crops, and the rice yield was low, barely enough for the royal family and nobles. Calmly she spoke, Uncle Village Chief, what I mean is the wheat for making noodles, and the high-yield rice that can be grown. You just tasted that the noodles can fill you up even more than rice. There are countless types of noodles that can be made from wheat. What do you think? Lu Jinming nodded hesitantly, asking, what are the yields of these two crops? After all, this was still the most concerning issue for him. It didn't have to be that good. Oh, as long as there was enough food, they wouldn't go hungry. In truth, Nan Qingran wasn't too sure about that. But in her previous life, the harvest of crops was typically tens of thousands of pounds per acre, and in ancient times, it should be between 8,000 to 20,000 pounds. What? Lu Jinming was so shocked, he nearly fell to the ground. Nan Qingran innocently nodded. She wasn't lying, and those figures were conservative. Lu Jinming was so overjoyed, he was in tears. If we could produce such grain, how could the people of Taoyuan Village not live well? Nan Qingran revealed a mysterious smile. Uncle Village Chief, the villagers might not believe this, so we can't force it. Our family has already decided to plant the new crops in our fields today. Lu Jinming realized that this young girl was testing his intentions. He had not expected that this silly girl, after returning to normal, was quite clever. Could it be that extreme intelligence brings harm? Uncle Village Chief, what about you? Seeing Nan Qingran's relaxed smile, Lu Jinming's determination solidified instantly. Qingran, I trust you. I will follow you. What does it mean to follow? It's all for the villagers to live well. I currently have some seeds for new crops that I can sell to the villagers. Whether they plant them is up to them. Alright, then you reserve a portion for me. I want both kinds. Of how much do you want? Lu Jinming slapped his thigh. Nan Qingran casually mentioned a price, as she wasn't counting on making money from this, if she just wanted people to know she wasn't someone to be taken advantage of. Lu Jinming took 2 bags of seeds from Nan Qingran and returned home. Nan Qingran then took out 2 manuals on planting wheat and high-yield rice from her storage room to give to her father and uncle, as professional matters should be handled by professionals. Even though the two already knew that their daughter-niece had treasures, they were still shocked by her ability to conjure things out of thin air. Mother, later I will teach you how to make some noodles. Otherwise, when the people come to buy seeds tomorrow, they might not believe us just talking. Lin and Qin nodded, following Nan Qingran to the kitchen. At midnight, the bright moon hung high. Nan Qingran made her way in the dark to the highest peak in Taoyuan Village, where there was a river behind it. The crops in Taoyuan Village were irrigated from that river. Baby, are you there? Nan Qingran whispered. I'm here. I'm here. Baby, can the spiritual spring water be used to extract space in large quantities? Yes, it can, but it will consume more of your energy. Baby nodded. Nan Qingran didn't mind. Energy could be regained with a good sleep. If worst came to worst, she had her wood-type abilities. Although she had great confidence in the power of technology, the hardware conditions of the soil still needed improvement. Nan Qingran spent most of the night pouring a large amount of spiritual spring water into the river, and also infused some wood-based abilities into several large trees at the source to ensure the nourishment of the. Over time, the villagers of Taoyuan Village appeared healthier than those in other villages, and the women were fair and beautiful, but that was a matter for later. Watching the swaying branches, Nan Qingran raised her hand to play with them, yawning repeatedly. You are happy, but Sister Nan is so sleepy. Nan Qingran couldn't remember how she got back. Once she returned, she fell asleep, immediately too exhausted to even wash up in her space. The next day, after washing up in her space, Nan Qingran planned to go out to cook. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Qin Shi's figure. She first skillfully poured some diluted spiritual spring water into the water tank. Aunt, let me do it. Qin Shi smiled and said, Aunt will do it. It's just right to practice what you taught me yesterday. How can I let you, a young girl, cook every day? It's better to sleep a little longer. Nan Qingran felt warmth in her heart. Ever since she came here, she had always been comforted by her family's love. Without any conditions or ulterior motives, she could never resist. Nan Qingran didn't say anything more. After all, she really had things to do today. During meals, Nan's uncle and her father excitedly praised the agricultural book to her. Nan Qingran obediently picked at her food. If she hadn't known better, she would have thought it was some divine book. After finishing her meal, she said she wanted to go to the town, and Feng Shi chatted with her for quite a while. In the end, unable to win over her, they agreed that Nan Hezhou would accompany her. Taoyuan Town. Brother, does our Taoyuan Town have any pawn shops? Nan Hezhou pointed ahead. Ran, that is the largest store in our Taoyuan Town. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up. Yin Pawn, what a good name. Brother, let's hurry. Nan Hezhou scratched his head. What are we going there for? Nan Qingran smiled brightly, her lips curving upwards as she strode forward. To exchange for money. Nan Hezhou scratched his head in confusion. What is that? Nan Qingran chuckled softly, as she had come to understand the personalities of her siblings during these days. Her elder brother was just a handsome but naive young man. Yin Pawn. Welcome, distinguished guests. What are you here to pawn? The clerk at the front desk approached respectfully and did not look down on the poorly dressed siblings. Nan Qingran looked around and nodded in satisfaction. With integrity like orchids, clear and serene, it's truly worthy of the name Yin Pawn. What the young lady said is good. A handsome man dressed in a light blue brocade robe walked in from the back door. In Nan Qingran's eyes, this man was a bit too good-looking. However, fanning himself in such a mild weather was a rather vulgar behavior that did not match his stunning appearance. A bit pretentious. She chose to take back her words. If Luigi knew that this slender girl was secretly calling him pretentious, he would probably rather not do business than let her stay. Miss, are you here to pawn something? Nan Qingran looked at him calmly. Yes, I have an item ID like you to appraise. Luigi closed his fan, not overly excited. He had seen countless treasures. Moreover, he felt that this young girl wouldn't be able to present anything that would amaze him, but it was reasonable to take on any business that came his way. Furthermore, her words were pleasing to him, while that group of friends would only criticize him for being full of the smell of copper. Nan Hezhou on the side was anxious about what they would pawn since they hadn't brought anything. Nan Qingran gave him a reassuring glance, reaching into the backpack behind him. She took out a wooden box and placed it in front of Luigi. Please take a look. Luigi casually opened the box and was instantly shocked. Is this glass? After speaking, Luigi shook his head. No way, I've only seen glass from a distance once. It was never this crystal clear. Luigi raised his hand to pick it up, but Nan Qingran quickly closed the box. Boss, how much do you think these 3 glass cups are worth? Luigi muttered, they are called glass. Nan Qingran found him a bit slow and impatiently asked, are you buying or not? Luigi seemed to finally regain his senses. Yes. As for the price, how about 1,500 taels? Nan Qingran's expression remained unchanged, making it hard to tell if she was satisfied or dissatisfied. Nan Huzhou was utterly shocked. He had never heard of such a large sum of silver in his life. In fact, Luigi also casually mentioned a price since this item had only been seen as a tribute a few times, and there was no market price. What's more, it was better than any tribute. He would be willing to pay more. Miss, how about? Good deal. Nan Qingran was a bit stunned earlier. She didn't expect these Bitewojetna-free glass cups to be worth so much money. With payment and delivery completed, Nan Qingran walked out with her still shocked elder brother. Miss, if you have good items, they'll offer you a good price. Ran. Well, you just. No way, elder brother, this is just a small amount of money. We will become wealthier and wealthier. How can you be frightened by this little amount? After saying this, Nan Qingran ruthlessly abandoned her elder brother, who was anxiously clutching the 1,500 taels of silver, and strolled down the street. They bought several new sets of clothes and shoes for their family. They didn't buy blankets from the store. The silk quilt from her space was much lighter and warmer, better than these. Nan Qingran bought some embroidery threads and fabrics for her cousin, Nan Qingyi, knowing that her gentle cousin had excellent embroidery skills. She also bought some writing supplies for Nan Hoen, as she had long thought about sending her younger brother to school. Previously the family was struggling, but now there could be no further delays. The two of them walked back with large and small bags, and in the end they caught a ride on a bullock cart belonging to the villagers along the way. Thank you, Aunt Fan. Nan Qingran knew that this was Aunt Fan who had spoken up for her family. Oh dear. You girl, we are neighbors. Oh, what's the big deal about taking a ride? Nan Qingran was taken aback. She truly didn't know this aunt was their neighbor. You are quite lucky. Now that you finally woke up, your mother can rest assured. Nan Qingran nodded as she could feel that this unfamiliar aunt genuinely cared for her. Aunt, this is for you. I take it home for the children. Nan Qingran handed a portion of the pastries she bought to Aunt Fan. Oh my, how can such a precious thing be given away casually? You should take it back. Nan Qingran now understood why her grandfather so firmly believed in the villagers. Taoyuan Village, although living modestly, truly nurtured simple and kind-hearted people. Just take it. Otherwise I will feel bad. In the end, Aunt Fan could not refuse and accepted it. Come by when you have time, and I will cook something delicious for you. Nan Qingran nodded and headed home with her elder brother. As she approached, a crowd gathered before her family's gate. Likely villagers come to inquire about the new grain seeds. Someone spotted Nan Qingran and shouted. All eyes instantly turned toward her. Young miss, Nan has returned. Child, is it true what your father and uncle claimed? Can you truly yield such abundant harvests? Child. Nan Qingran frowned. The clamor throbbed painfully behind her temples. She strode forward calmly and faced the villagers. Fellow villagers, I do possess these new grain seeds, yield surpassing previous varieties manyfold. Those willing to trial them may purchase quantities at our preset price. What if your seeds fail? Can a mere girl like you possibly understand agriculture? A burly man in his 30s spoke, his gaze dripping with disdain. Nan Qingran recognized him instantly. Qing's eldest brother, the vile brute who had attempted to assault another man's daughter. She did not deign him even a glance, continuing instead to explain cultivation precautions for the new seeds. Incensed by her contemptuous silence, the man lunged forward and knocked over several seed sacks on the table. Hey, what the devil are you doing? The voice belonged to the village widow, a woman whose fiery spirit flared brightest wherever the Qings appeared. Nan Qingran stepped swiftly forward, steadying the sack with one hand. Then she turned her gaze icy and piercing as she seized Qing's eldest brother's arm, and with a single sharp motion hurled the 150-pound man sprawling onto the ground. She planted her foot firmly upon his chest, and spoke calm, yet commanding. I never said you were permitted to remain silent, or move freely, while I speak. These seeds alone cost more than you could ever repay, even if you sold everything you own. Have you learned nothing? The crowd, stunned by her authority, fell into hushed stillness. Yet seeing Qing's eldest brother crash so hard, he'd likely lie bedridden for weeks. Nan Qingran had long planned this, a demonstration, swift, decisive, and unforgettable. He had delivered himself right into her. Let me reiterate, our family discovered these superior grain seeds. Uncle Village Chief, ever upright and compassionate, chose to share them with all of you. Fellow villagers bound by kinship and shared heart. Those wishing to try may purchase as much, or as little, as they please. Whether or not to buy remains entirely your own decision, made behind closed doors. Moreover, our Nan family will plant only these new seeds this year, so choose wisely. Those interested may line up here to purchase. Those uninterested are free to depart. Only then did Nan Qingran recall the man still beneath her foot. Her gaze swept the assembly, serene yet razor-sharp. But there is one condition: should anyone sell our seeds to the Qing family, I shall have no choice but to apologize to every uncle, aunt, elder brother, and elder sister present. As she spoke, she pressed down harder, eliciting a sharp cry from Qing's eldest brother. Ah, young Miss Ran, I trust your Nan family. I'll take some. Better to wager with you than starve under the magistrate's levy. Sun Bin, the village carpenter, was known for skillful, honest work, and for his unfailing kindness. His goodwill ran deep throughout the village. Hearing his resolve, more villagers joined the queue, each thinking the same: if starvation loomed, either way, why not seize this chance? And if the Nans planted the same seeds themselves, surely they would not betray their own kin. Yet affordability remained the chief draw. Young Miss Ran, I'll take some too. Wheat and high-yield rice. I'll have both. One last gamble beats certain death. Enthusiasm surged. Everyone bought something, however modest. Good heavens, I hadn't expected such demand. Barely any seeds remain. Lu Jinxing stared at the empty sacks, elation lighting his face. Salvation, Peach Spring Village is saved. In that moment, Nan Qingran felt it again. The profound, quiet resonance of being needed in a dying world. It filled her, not with pride but purpose, and stirred within her a sincere, unwavering desire to lift these humble, steadfast souls from poverty. Her expression softened. Rest assured, fellow villagers, having chosen to place your trust in our Nan family, we shall honor that trust without fail. My father and elder uncle will instruct you personally in cultivation methods, and should questions arise, you need only ask. We've also prepared steamed buns, rice, and wheat-based noodles for everyone to take home. Tasting them will deepen your confidence and help you understand how these new grains transform. Nan Xiaoyang and Nan Xiaoyuan distributed food beside her. Auntie, your household has many mouths. Here, two more for you. The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with tears. A widowed, and without male labor, hers was among the hardest lives in the village. Thank you, young Master Nan. Thank you. Praise rang out all around. Nan Qingran's resolve hardened anew. The Nan family's daughter has truly come into her own. Perhaps those years of seeming folly were merely her destined awakening. Now she ushers prosperity to the entire village. Should yields match her promise, she'll be Peach Spring Village's savior. Harmony reigned, until discord erupted. You wretched girl, release my son. At the cry, Nan Qingran flicked her ankle sharply. A heavy stone flew straight toward Qin matriarch. Old woman, did I not warn you? Keep that foul mouth sealed in my presence. Ouched. Lawlessness reigns. We're being murdered in broad daylight. You plump old crone, why abandon your precious scholar son at home to stir trouble here? Precisely. They've made plain their disdain, yet you insist on provoking them. Seeing no support, Qin matriarch abandoned pretense and struggled upright. Overhearing murmurs, she nearly choked with fury. Why must this old woman perform so incessantly? That blow left not a trace. What prey is she feigning? What dark, underhanded art does this wretch wield, striking with such force, yet leaving no mark? She rounded furiously on bystanders. Beware her deception. After decades of farming, who dreams of such yields? Not even in delirium. Nan Qingran watched her sow division, and gave a cold, derisive laugh. Then let us wager, should yields meet my claim, your entire family shall exile yourselves from Peach Spring Village. And if you fail, you'll kneel and kowtow before me, and your Nan kin shall depart in disgrace. Nan Qingran paused, certain of success yet unwilling to bind her family to such a solemn vow without their consent. To do so would be a betrayal of their dignity. Qin matriarch interpreting her silence as fear swelled with triumph. You cowardly wretch, I knew you'd shrink from it. See how she deceives you all. I accept. Should Nan Qingran fail in her pledge to our people, I, her grandfather, shall lead our entire family into exile from Peach Spring Village. Grandfather Nan's unwavering declaration brought instant tears to Nan Qingran's eyes. Never, not even in her former life, had she been enveloped by such unconditional trust, such radiant warmth. With solemn reverence she nodded. Grandfather, rest easy. I will not let you down. She kicked Qin's eldest brother backward, sending him crashing beside his mother. Take your disobedient son and leave. Return, and you will regret it. Old Lady Qin wanted to say something more, but was intimidated into silence by village chief Lu. Qin Su, if you continue to incite discord and stir up trouble among neighbors, I will have old Qin deal with you himself. Watching the two troublemakers leave, everyone else dispersed as well. Nan Qingran closed the door and placed the silver she had earned on the table, and the expressions on everyone's faces were no less than that of her elder brother. Nan Qingran smiled helplessly. Grandpa, this silver is what I exchanged for some items, a total of 1,500 taels, 1 share for you, and Grandma 1 share for Uncle and Aunt, and 1 share for my parents. Aunt Qin quickly waved her hands in refusal. Ran, this is your money, we cannot accept it. Uncle nodded in agreement. Yes, how can I take your money? Nan Qingran pretended to be displeased, her voice becoming a bit colder. Uncle and Aunt clearly know my situation. Oh, life will get better and better. Am I supposed to enjoy the good life while watching my family? Uncle and Aunt were at a loss for words in response. Nan Qingran softened her tone. Uncle, Aunt, we are family, we should share blessings and bear hardships together. There should be no division among us. Lin took Qin's hand and encouraged her. What Ran said makes sense. Big sister has always taken care of our family. If you truly feel bad about it, just save some jewelry for Ran to add to her dowry when she gets married. Nan Qingran. The old man spoke up. Since Ran has said it, you don't need to be polite. Nan Qingran saw that the money was divided and began to discuss serious matters. Grandpa, I want to buy land. Our current land is not enough for planting, and I will have more seeds in the future, so we won't be able to plant everything. Old Master Nan did not oppose it. Ever since Ran confided about her space, he knew that this child who had been foolish for half her life was about to shine her own light. Alright, I have something to say as well. Everyone at the table looked at him attentively. Everyone knows our family situation. I would like Ran to be in charge from now on. I believe she will lead the Nan family to greater heights. Nan Qingran was momentarily stunned, as she never expected her grandfather to make such a decision. Grandpa, do you have any objections? Old Master Nan saw that everyone had voted in favor, and he felt happy. Nan Qingran looked at the expectant expressions on everyone's faces and promised. I, Nan Qingran, promise once again that I will lead the Nan family to greater and greater success. For a long time afterward, the Nan family became renowned far and wide, and every member of the Nan family remembered this promise. Nan Qingran took action immediately and went to find the village chief to buy land. On the day she went to water the spiritual spring, she had already observed the terrain of Taoyuan Village. Her house was conveniently located by the river and the mountain, and she was particularly fond of the entire barren mountain behind her. She could already imagine planting peach trees, fruit trees, grapes, strawberries, and watermelons. She could also spare some land for vegetables, since vegetables were scarce in this era. She couldn't always rely on the space to provide. Since she wanted to live in this era, she needed to make it a place where she could settle down and enjoy life, ensuring that her right to enjoy life was not compromised. At the village chief's house. Hey, girl Ran, why do you want to buy that barren mountain? Nan Qingran smiled. I haven't thought it through yet, but it will definitely be useful. I might even ask the villagers for help. Ooh, I won't let anyone be treated unfairly. Hearing this, the village chief was delighted. Great. I will have your brother Dakian help you with the work. Nan Qingran asked, when can I take care of the paperwork? Village Chief Lu replied, the paperwork is simple. Oh, I can help you with it. No one has ever bought this barren mountain, so it's much cheaper than the fertile fields and wasteland you bought. Nan Qingran nodded. Then please help me look into it quickly. Oh, I want to buy it as soon as possible. Alright. On the way back, Nan Qingran realized she definitely didn't have enough money. She directly used her abilities in the space to cultivate 1,000-year-old Ganoderma and 100-year-old ginseng planting to take them to town the next day. After returning home, Nan Qingran hurriedly took out the gifts to distribute to everyone. These clothes are 3 sets for each person. The shoes are the same. And there are the embroidered threads and fabrics for my cousin, as well as Xiao Wen's brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Nan Qingyi smiled gently and shyly, saying softly, thank you, Ran. Nan Qingran grinned, pleased as she liked this cousin at first sight. Who wouldn't love a gentle beauty? Her protective instinct was overwhelming. When Sister Nan said this, she seemed more like a man than her own. Nan Qingran went from room to room, giving her family members the silk quilts from her space. Finally, she quietly brought the womenfolk to her room. Ran, what are you going to show us? Nan Qingran smiled mysteriously and took out several sets of suitable underwear and feminine products from her space. This made everyone young and old blush. Wearing this type of underwear is better for your body, more comfortable, and will also provide better support. The last remark made everyone blush, especially her cousin, who seemed as if she would be roasted. You girl, how can you say such things? How will you get married later? Nan Qingran puffed up her cheeks. She didn't refute, but also wouldn't agree with their ancient views on marriage. If she were lucky enough to find a good partner to grow old with, that would be best. But if not, she would never. Nan Qingran spent quite some time explaining the usage of underwear and sanitary pads, which again made everyone blush. Lin returned to her room, and Nan Shiyuan casually asked, why is your face so red? Lin shot him an annoyed glance, and coupled with the effect of the new underwear, Nan Shiyuan suddenly felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Wife. Nan Qingran was definitely not eavesdropping on her parents, it was just that the soundproofing was too poor. Before falling asleep, she drowsily thought, when we build houses we must add more soundproofing materials. Oh, we also need more rooms, who knows if we might have a little brother or sister popping up later. The next morning, Nan Qingran got up and saw her cousin brushing her teeth, with a willow branch quickly rushing over to stop her. Sister, use this is toothpaste, and this is a toothbrush, ooh, just use it like this. After Nan Qingyi finished brushing her teeth, she felt an unprecedented freshness in her mouth, and looked at her in surprise. Ran, this thing is too useful. I bet the high officials and nobles don't have anything as good as this. Oh. Lu Yizhi did not mind Nan Qingran's aloof attitude to him. She was a great noble now. After all, a young girl who could even win over Liuli must possess extraordinary talents. What mattered was that her Liuli successfully helped the Lu family solve the problem of the noble's birthday gift. Miss, what good things have you brought this time? Lu Yizhi chuckled, but his demeanor did not come off as frivolous. Nan Qingran raised an eyebrow, not expecting to encounter this charming gentleman again. Little did she know that Lu Yizhi had been eagerly anticipating her arrival these days, and he had quickly grasped her whereabouts. Nan Qingran nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I came to exchange some items, Nan Qingran said as she turned to leave without a moment's pause. She did not want to take advantage of this naive big spender. After all, the items she had this time were not suitable for him. Luigi sprang in front of Nan Qingran, afraid that she would escape, even employing lightness skills. Miss, please wait. Nan Qingran's eyes sparkled. Though she was already quite powerful, the ancient lightness skills and martial arts truly intrigued her. Miss, come directly to our Yin Trading Company for exchanges. I assure you we will offer a fair and reasonable price. What do you think? Nan Qingran felt a stir in her heart, but her conscience prevailed, and she reluctantly rejected the golden spending big spender before her. No, I need to find a medicine hall for these medicinal materials. Lu Yixi's eyes lit up even more. It truly was a case of asking for what one desires. The person inside was in dire need of these precious medicinal materials. How coincidental. Luigi was unaware that his current demeanor appeared to Nan Qingran as, like a wicked uncle wanting to abduct a child wearing a face that said, I'm a good person, come with me. Nan Qingran shivered at the thought and turned to leave. Miss, our Yin Trading Company also buys medicinal materials. To be honest, no other medicine hall in this town can offer a higher price than us. Moreover, high-quality medicinal materials are always rare. How could we not accept them? 10 minutes later, Nan Qingran had successfully been led into the Yin Trading Company. She quickly took out the spiritual mushrooms and ginseng, aiming to conduct business swiftly and accurately, eager to pocket some money. Her space had everything, but she didn't store much gold or silver, as these things were not particularly useful in the apocalypse. Boss, please give me a price. Luigi looked at the 1,000-year-old spiritual mushrooms and ginseng, realizing that his long wait had not been in vain. He swallowed hard. Even with his vast experience, he needed a moment to compose himself. Well, miss, how about this price for these 2 medicinal materials? Nan Qingran was a bit surprised by the amount he gestured, but showed no signs of displeasure. After all, these items were treasures to others, but she could create them in no time. To her, they were no different from cabbages. However, 1,500 taels, which was as expensive as 2 or 3 cups, was indeed a perplexing price. Luigi anxiously observed Nan Qingran's expression, fearing she would turn around and leave if she was unsatisfied. He quickly raised the price, saying, I know that this treasure of yours is priceless. How about I add another 5,000 taels, making it 20,000 taels? I also have someone at home who needs precious medicinal materials for health maintenance. Oh, what do you think? Nan Qingran was stunned by the offer of 20,000 taels, her eyes wide open. 20,000 taels. Seeing Luigi nod, she quickly and earnestly pushed the 2 medicinal materials toward him, afraid he would change his mind. Deal? Please help me with 5,000 taels and change. Luigi was amused by the girl's reaction. Did she not know that these 2 items could fetch 100,000 taels in the cash? Perhaps feeling that he had let this girl gain too much, he thought for a moment, and then said, Miss, my surname is Lu, and my name is Iji. If you need any help in this Taoyuan town, feel free to look for me. Nan Qingran readily agreed, thinking that having a friend with financial prowess was not something to delay. All right, young Master Lu, I am Nan Qingran. If you don't mind, you can call me Qingran. Luigi was taken aback. He had never seen such a carefree woman before, as her previously aloof demeanor seemed to vanish in an instant. He couldn't help but think with a hint of vanity, could it be that this young master is so charming that, if Nan Qingran knew what was going through Lu Yixi's mind, she would definitely nod in agreement. Yes, your financial prowess truly captivates me. Nan Qingran placed the beautiful little money into her backpack, but in fact it was sent into her space. After some small talk, Nan Qingran headed straight for the exit, only to turn and see a stunningly beautiful figure. Nan Qingran's face-gone attribute instantly surfaced, with sharp brows and bright eyes, distinct features, an elegant, yet sharp gaze, and a perfect figure that looked good both dressed and undressed. Nan Qingran screamed internally, but maintained a calm facade, immovable as a mountain. Actually, her mind had already started fantasizing about the handsome man. Had it not been for her strong willpower, Nan Qingran might have shamelessly asked the handsome guy for his contact information, preferably to add him on WeChat. Obsessed with the handsome man's divine face, Nan Qingran overlooked the astonished shock in Mo Jingyan's eyes. Luigi tapped the fan handle, lost in thought, as he glanced at his brother. This is Qingran, a friend of mine. You should take good care of her when you meet her in the future. Mo Jingyan frowned instinctively at Lu Yixi's words. Yet he did not refuse. After all, it was only right. Miss Qingran, I am Mo Zissou. Nan Qingran nodded, her experiences in the apocalypse filled with strange and bizarre creatures, making her want to clear her eyes in front of this handsome man. She leaned a bit closer, her body slightly forward, her big watery eyes appearing in front of Mo Jingyan, wanting to get a closer look at this Gajavan, absolutely stunning beauty, blessed by Nuwa. Mo Jingyan's heart raced, and his pupils constricted. He had not expected this woman to be so bold, with Lu Yiji still present. Moreover, he felt that Nan Qingran was somehow different from the girl he had met that day. The waxy yellow complexion faded, replaced by fair skin, and a rosy complexion so plump and alluring that he felt like biting into it. Her hair was exceptionally smooth, and she exuded a tempting fragrance that he knew was not from any perfume. Nan Qingran confirmed that this man truly had a divine face, and even up close he had no blackheads or pimples. She nodded saying, "Hello Zissou, I am Nan Qingran." As Nan Qingran withdrew her body, her gaze shifted, and when she looked up again her eyes no longer held any infatuation, offering a mysterious smile. "Young Master Mo, it seems you carry my scent." Lu Yi looked at Nan Qingran in astonishment. He never expected this little girl would dare to tease his brother. Meanwhile, Mo Jingyan felt a jolt in his spirit and quickly concealed his aura. His expression remained unchanged, but his ears involuntarily turned slightly red, feeling somewhat hesitant to meet her gaze. "Miss, please do not speak recklessly, but tarnishes your reputation." Nan Qingran was amused by the man's bashfulness, her brows arched playfully. "What this gentleman says is true." She leaned in slightly, and sensing no trace of wood-type abilities felt she was over. However, the feeling of teasing a pure-hearted young man was quite delightful. The marketplace reminds you that someone needs the master's assistance. The marketplace reminds you that someone needs the master's assistance. The marketplace reminds you that someone needs the master's assistance. The electronic voice in her head gave Nan Qingran a headache, and her brows knitted tighter. With a cold expression, she walked outside, still communicating with Nan Bao. "Baby, can I request to cancel the instruction that repeats this important matter 3 times? It really is quite annoying." Nan Bao's soft, adorable voice chimed in. "Alright, I'll help the master modify the settings right now." While speaking, Nan Qingran had already entered the crowded area. An elderly man lay on the ground struggling to breathe, looking as if he might pass at any moment. With just a glance, Nan Qingran recognized he was having an asthma attack, a condition that had no cure in ancient times. She stepped forward and raised her hand to administer medicine to the elderly man. After all, one could not afford to delay such matters concerning human lives. However, she was stopped by those around her. "What are you doing, little girl? This is the mayor's father." "Exactly. How can we trust a child? What if something goes wrong?" Nan Qingran interrupted his nonsensical rambling with an icy expression. "If you don't let me treat him, he won't have a chance to face any other problems." The man was also a well-known doctor, and unable to bear losing face to a little girl, he spoke angrily. "I have practiced medicine for decades. How could I not know of such a method to save a life? What if you can't save old Master Zhao?" Nan Qingran shot him a cold glance, never one to hold back against trouble that came knocking. "What do you want? Besides, I am confident that if I cannot save him, no one can." This statement resonated strongly, leaving the surroundings in silence. In the end, the mayor struggled to make a decision, feeling that this calm little girl would not disappoint him. "Please, miss, lend your hand to save my father. The Zhao family is willing to offer 100 taels of silver as a reward." Nan Qingran quickly took out a spray and administered it to the old man. Watching his breathing stabilize, she turned to look at the old doctor. There was not a hint of fluctuation in her eyes, and her words could indeed infuriate someone. "You do not know, your ignorance is evident. However, to flaunt your ignorance is simply foolish." In the next moment, the familiar electronic voice rang in her mind. "Congratulations, master, you have earned 30 points. A mysterious gift package has dropped." Nan Qingran smiled lightly, leaving the medicine behind, and instructed Mayor Zhao, "Administer this twice a day, and your father will recover soon." Mayor Zhao looked at his father, who was breathing steadily, overjoyed, and filled with gratitude toward Nan Qingran. "This young lady, I am Zhao Chuanfeng, the mayor of Taoyuan Town. Thank you for saving my father's life. I will deliver the consultation fee immediately." Nan Qingran shook her head. She knew that this mayor was a good official who cared for the people. Moreover, compared to the consultation fee, she hoped to build a good relationship with this county magistrate. Whether an official was high or low, they were all still officials. Building connections with them would never be detrimental. "Mayor, you need not worry about the money. If your father has any problems, feel free to find me. I am Nan Qingran from Taoyuan." At this moment, old Master Zhao had also recovered and looked at the little girl with affection. "Little girl, you saved my life, we cannot let you suffer any loss." Nan Qingran's eyes sparkled mischievously. "If Mayor Zhao truly feels indebted, I will be coming to the town in a few days to handle the procedures for buying a mountain. Could you offer me some discount?" Mayor Zhao nodded decisively. After all, those barren mountains were of no real use. Nan Qingran felt elated for saving a sum of silver and walked home with a noticeable smile. She waved her sleeve and floated away, no longer paying attention to the troublesome old doctor, completely unaware of the shock she left on those present. Asthma was typically a fatal condition. Usually one could only manage it carefully. Now there was someone who could cure asthma, and she was just a little girl. With every exchanged word, Nan Qingran was directly labeled as a divine doctor. Even Lu Yi and Mo Jingyan, who had followed Nan Qingran outside, were astonished. The two exchanged glances, both eyes shining with fervor. Nan Qingran had no idea that she had already caught someone's attention. Right now she simply wanted to rush home to see what mysterious gift package the marketplace had dropped. "Ran, come here for dinner." Nan Qingran's expression drooped. She was itching to open the gift package, but could only quietly eat with her mother. The ingredients and seasonings for the meal at home were quite complete, making the dishes naturally delicious. Even Nan Qingran, who was usually picky, had to admit, "Mother, aunt, your cooking is truly amazing." The two smiled and covered their faces. You are out there busy with important matters, and we can only ensure you get a warm meal. It's nothing remarkable. Nan Qingran disagreed with this view. Mother Aunt, you are the source of our family's motivation. Just thinking about the delicious food waiting at home makes me more motivated to work. Grandma Feng also added yes. Both the eldest and second daughters-in-law are excellent, who our family cannot do without you. Nan Xiaoyang and Nan Xiuyuan echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. After dinner, Nan Qingran discussed the matter of growing vegetables in greenhouses with her family. After all, if we are to eat such fresh vegetables, we should have some background, right? After receiving unanimous agreement from the family, Nan Qingran returned to her room to find some books on greenhouse construction and vegetable planting to send to her uncle and father. Uncle, father, please finish reading this theoretical knowledge. I will take care of the materials for the greenhouse. Nan Qingran locked the door and directly entered the space. After taking a hot shower, she walked into the study wearing silk pajamas. Everything in the space was functioning normally with the internet and electricity always available. Looking at the model of the vegetable greenhouse on the holographic screen, Nan Qingran felt a bit troubled. She had an abundance of resources in her space, but where could she find a greenhouse from the pre-apocalypse era? Master, you have finally returned. Bao Bao missed you so dearly. Nan Qingran hugged the chubby Nan Bao Bao to her chest and inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. What a release. It felt as if her very soul had been set free. Nan Qingran snapped her head up, suddenly remembering them all. How could she have forgotten? She turned to ask Nan Bao Bao. Nan Bao Bao answered with pride, of course. The mall contains nothing you cannot imagine and nothing you cannot buy. Only, master, you will need 70 points to make the purchase. Nan Qingran nodded thoughtfully. It was still a little cold now, so she could wait, and meanwhile earn a few more points. Oh, and master, your surprise gift pack is still unopened. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up as she looked at her little companion. Hurry, I'm too excited to wait. A prompt asked whether the master wished to open the gift pack now. Yes. The Xioshan embroidery art has been delivered. Please confirm receipt, master. Nan Qingran froze. Is something not quite right? The mall wouldn't send the wrong delivery, would it? She looked at Nan Bao Bao with eager eyes, only to be met with an evasive glance. Nan Bao Bao reassured her master the mall does not make mistakes. Nan Qingran looked up at the golden radiance above her head and felt a little overwhelmed. Sister Nan had fired laser guns and flown fighter jets, but she had never wielded a delicate weapon like an embroidery needle. Bao Bao, can I exchange the gift pack for another? Nan Bao Bao regarded her with an expression that plainly said, Master, what nonsense are you speaking? Of course you cannot. Nan Qingran sighed, then her eyes brightened. There is no rule that says I must be the one to use this technique, is there? Nan Bao Bao shook his head in confusion. If the master does not use it herself, then what should be done? Nan Qingran draped her arms casually and struck an air of nonchalance. Sister Nan is already so powerful, of course, she does not need such an item to arm herself further. It is not that Sister Nan cannot control it. Moreover, now that the family believes they rely on me because of this treasure that may be harmless in the short term, but over time, my eldest uncle's household might grow uncomfortable. Therefore, the whole family must advance together. No one may fall behind. I have already decided how this skill should be used. Nan Qingran's eyes narrowed as she popped a piece of snow cake into her mouth and displayed a look of pure enjoyment. Suddenly, there was a knock. Is that mother? Nan Qingji's gentle voice came from inside. Cousin, it's me, Ran. Nan Qingyi hurriedly opened the door and pulled Nan Qingran into the room. It's chilly at night. Can't this wait until morning? You're dressed so lightly. Nan Qingran chuckled. It is nothing. It's so close there's no way you'll catch a cold. Oh, even so you should take care. Seeing her cousin about to scold further, Nan Qingran quickly changed the subject. Cousin, were you embroidering just now? Nan Qingyi nodded. If sold in town, it could bring some income. Though her technique was rusty, it would help the household. Nan Qingran looked at the twin lotus stitched so vividly, it seemed to step right out of the cloth, feeling a mix of admiration and exasperation. Cousin, such low-key boasting will get you in trouble. Nan Qingran gazed at the embroidery and felt her resolve harden. She explained the whole matter to Nan Qingyi and awaited her response. She did not mention the mall, merely attributing the effect to the treasure's mysterious power. Nan Qingyi thought for a moment, then shook her head and declined. Ran, this is yours. I cannot claim it for myself. And if our family lives better now, it is because of your opportunity. If. Nan Qingran held Nan Qingji's hand firmly as she spoke. Cousin, there is no if. The treasure's surprise packs are not fixed. This time it yielded an embroidery skill, but in the future it might grant cooking, farming, or all manner of other talents. I alone cannot possibly do all these things at once, but it is far more important that everyone excels in what they are best at. Besides, to be blunt, I could stealthily apply this to you, cousin, but that would be disrespectful, and I am not willing to do that. Do you understand? Furthermore, if other skills appear later, I will give them to the family members most suited to them. I have always believed that our entire household should rise together, each person contributing their share. This is the truest balance and state. Nan Qingyi froze as she found it difficult to absorb Nan Qingran's forward modern way of thinking. Her mother had privately urged her to be grateful to her younger cousin, and she had always tried to live by that. Yet at that moment, she felt a fierce warmth surge from within her heart. She felt her younger cousin's words ushering her into a new world. She bowed her head and pondered for a long time. When she looked up again, Nan Qingran sensed a new softness about her cousin, and that faint wavering timidity seemed to have vanished completely. Ranran, I will accept your proposal, but you must promise me that every penny I earn from embroidery will be shared equally with you. Nan Qingran nodded. She refused nothing, for this was the best arrangement. Bao Bao, grant the Shoshin embroidery art to cousin Nan Qingyi. Very well, master. The Shoshin embroidery art is about to be conferred to user Nan Qingyi. Please confirm. Confirmed. Nan Qingyi felt as if her head might explode. A deluge of knowledge poured into her mind, and she fainted utterly. When the skill transfer concluded, Nan Qingran knew this was a normal reaction and was not overly worried. She wiped the sweating Nan Qingyi, helped her to bed, closed the door, and returned to her own room. This is unbearable. Receiving a skill feels like dying and coming back. Nan Qingran frowned and complained. There is a gentle mode, master. Nan Qingran glared. Then why not use the gentle mode? You, master, did not select it. Then why did you not tell me? Master would not let me tell you. Nan Qingran clenched her fists to suppress her anger, muttering to herself under her breath. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Even if you scold, she is still your child. Your own child. In an intense internal struggle, Nan Qingran gradually drifted off to sleep. At dawn's pale light, Nan Qingran, wearing deep dark circles under her eyes, was dragged into the main room. A plea from her: can't we not hold family meetings so early in the morning? Seeing the family's complicated expressions and Nan Qingyi's bowed head, Nan Qingran knew their nighttime conspiracy had been revealed. Good morning, grandparents, eldest uncle, eldest aunt, father, and Madame Qing's eyes were a mixture of complexity and gratitude. She saw her daughter's embroidery and recalled how her mother-in-law had praised such work as surpassing even imperial pieces. Ranranyu. Nan Qingran, unwilling to yawn through sentimentality, took the initiative and pleaded coquettishly, eldest aunt, today I crave xylongbeo. Could you please make some for me? Madame Qing lifted a hand to wipe her tears, at a loss for words, and could only nod repeatedly. Oh, eldest aunt will make them for you right away. With that, Madame Lin and Madame Qing went into the kitchen together. Nan Xiaoyang was a man, yet he couldn't help but shed tears, feeling moved that his daughter had such fortune, and her future would surely be a smooth path ahead. Ranran, my dear uncle, is clumsy with words and doesn't know how to thank you, so he'll do as Qingyi suggested. Nan Qingran nodded slightly. Uncle, there's no need for such formalities. We are family. We are family. Old master Nan interrupted Nan Xiaoyang's actions. Enough. What does it look like for a grown man to cry in front of his niece? You all go out first, or I have something to discuss with Ranran. Old master Nan looked at the graceful girl before him, filled with emotion. Ranran, with you at the helm of the Nan family, the future will surely be bright and prosperous. Nan Qingran smiled gently, not denying it, as she was confident she could achieve this. To her it was indeed a small matter. Ranran, rest assured, no matter how far you go, your family will always be here. Just as you said, we will progress together, forever standing behind you. Nan Qingran's eyes glistened with emotion. The elder before her understood her true intentions. She didn't want to lose her hard-earned family, and was willing to exchange external possessions for this understanding, which was truly not in vain. Grandfather, don't worry, I will make it happen. Although no one spoke it aloud, they all understood it. Nan Qingran carried a basket and walked into Lu Village Head's house, pushing the door open. Uncle, are you there? Lu Village Head, with a beaming smile, handed the land deed to Nan Qingran. Here, Ranran, this is the land deed, keep it safe. Nan Qingran was a bit surprised. Uncle, why are you giving me the land deed without me paying? Lu Village Head scratched his head. I don't know either. The county magistrate just handed me the deed directly, and didn't even charge a fee. Nan Qingran revealed a knowing smile. Then could you please take this money to the town for me? Lu Village Head had never seen so much shiny silver, it trembled in his hands. Nan Qingran smiled. I trust Uncle Village Head. In a few days my family will be constructing a greenhouse, and I truly won't have the time to handle this myself. Alright, they'll take care of it. Lu Village Head nodded. But I wonder what kind of greenhouse you mean, Ranran. Nan Qingran simply explained, it's like a transparent house for vegetables, allowing sunlight to fill it, so that vegetables can grow even in winter. Since there are still a few days until the weather warms up, I want to grow more vegetables. People need a balanced diet. Lu Village Head nodded, somewhat understanding, even if he didn't grasp the concept of balanced nutrition. A smile still grated. Ranran, your family is truly lucky to have you as their blessing. Nan Qingran smiled silently and handed over the items she held. Uncle, here are some tomatoes and eggplants. Take them home and let Annie cook some. Tomatoes can be stir-fried or eaten raw, and there are many ways to prepare eggplants. Lu Village Head looked at the unfamiliar vegetables in his hands, not asking further. Watching Nan Qingran walk away, he casually reminded her, Ranran, if you need help, come find me. I learned a bit about building houses years ago, and I guarantee your greenhouse will be built solidly. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up upon hearing Lu village head's words. Her steps quickened, and she didn't forget to thank him. All right, thank you, uncle. Zhao Shi watched Nan Qingran's retreating figure and hurriedly came out of the house looking at the shiny silver ingots in Lu village head's hands with envy. Old man, where did that girl from the Nan family get so many strange ideas? Growing vegetables in winter is unheard of. Lu village head glanced at her, his tone serious. Why ask so much? Just hurry up and cook. I'm going to deliver the land payment to Ran. Zhao Shi mumbled displeased. I was just asking. Lu village had walked away with a sigh. The Nan family had gained a fortune, so why should they worry about such trivial matters? Aunt Mom, I have some things to attend to, so don't call me for dinner today. Nan Qingran hurriedly ran into her room and instantly entered her space. This child, she doesn't have an ounce of a proper girl's demeanor. Lin Shi said this, but her face was filled with affectionate smiles. Qin Shi laughed beside her. Sister-in-law Ran is capable of handling big matters. She doesn't care about these little things. Lin Shi nodded in agreement, as this had become the consensus of the family since old master Nan relinquished control. Meanwhile, hiding in the shadows, the flower protector watched the girl rush home, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his cold face. However, sensing the sudden disappearance of energy from the room, Mo Jingyan's eyes darkened. Qingran. Baby, I've thought of a great idea. Nan Baobao floated over, allowing her master to bury herself in his embrace. Nan Qingran exclaimed, this is amazing. Baby is simply my healing treasure. Nan Baobao's body blushed, slightly shyly speaking. Master, what great idea did you think of? I can forego the greenhouse and just build a glass sunroom instead. This way I won't have to worry about inclement weather, and with a coded lock the security will be incredibly high and my mother won't have to worry about anyone stealing vegetables anymore. Nan Baobao was thoroughly supportive, being her master's little fan. All right. Master is so clever. And most importantly, I have a glass processing workshop from the apocalyptic era in my space. It's simply perfect. Nan Qingran despised trouble. With ready-made materials, she didn't want to do an extra bit of work. As for the concern about whether a glass sunroom would bring misfortune in ancient times, that was not within Nan Qingran's consideration. If anyone came looking for trouble, they should first inquire if her 98K and submachine gun would be effective. If she had special abilities and vast resources, yet lived in hiding feeling constrained, Nan Qingran would consider herself a pure gold fool. Oh, she might as well have perished in that plane crash. Oh, what about the points? Nan Qingran looked at her little baby with an expression of a fool. Silly points can definitely be saved up. In the future they might come in handy. Undoubtedly Nan Qingran was a person of great wisdom. She was a true prophet. Grandfather, uncle, father, this is my idea. The cost-performance ratio is so much higher than building a greenhouse. Nan Qingran excitedly discussed development strategies with her family. Old master Nan nodded in agreement, and naturally no one would oppose. Ran, both your father and uncle are listening to you. Alright, then let's get started. We just might need to recruit some villagers. Nan Shiyuan nodded. Okay, I'll handle this. But how many people are suitable? Nan Qingran pondered for a moment, and then looked up to speak. Let's start with 30 people. But they must be attentive. Glass is fragile and easily broken, so the installation process must be done with utmost care. Alright. Nan Qingran pondered for a moment. We don't need to build too much at home. 2 glass houses should be enough. One for growing vegetables, and the other for fruits. I've already drawn up the blueprints, we just need to follow them to build. It's not too difficult. As for the workers' wages, it will be 30 won a day with meals provided for lunch and dinner. Nan Qingran blinked her large eyes and inquired, Dad, uncle, do you think this is feasible? After all, she knew nothing about the labor and monetary values of ancient times. She sold her glass cup and premium medicinal materials at what she thought was a reasonable price, which ended up giving Lu Yizhi quite a bargain. It was actually 2 times. She treated him like a foolish big investor, and he didn't think she was very clever either. In his eyes, she was just a pitiable and lovable naive girl. Back to the main topic, deciding on wages still needed to be discussed with the locals. Nan Xiaoyang and Nan Shiyuan exchanged glances, wondering how to explain to this foolish daughter niece that an ordinary person might not even earn 30 won in a month. Old Master Nan spoke calmly. Ran, you manage the household, and if you think it's okay, then it's fine. These matters you will have to learn to handle yourself in the future. Alright, it's settled then. Within 10 days I want to see the finished product, and then we'll start planting the seeds. Seeds soaked in the spiritual spring water should be fine in half a month. If not, we can use a bit of wood elemental ability. After a month, there will be a variety of fruits and vegetables. Outside the house, Mo Jingyan, after being healed by the wood elemental ability, found his physical condition and martial skills to be more sensitive. However, his imagination was still lacking and he looked confused. He couldn't figure out how to grow those delicate vegetables that even the royal family couldn't find in winter. Unfortunately, no one satisfied his curiosity, so he could only act like a pitiful little dog guarding his savior outside the house, even though his benefactor faced no danger and didn't even know he existed. The recruitment went smoothly and the land deed was successfully obtained. Nan Qingran felt reassured by the orderly progress of everything. Lying on her bed, she smiled, looking at the ceiling and muttering, I still need to keep busy. If I just lie around like I did in my past life, it probably won't suit my hard-working nature. The land has been prepared. I must quickly build the house. I can't be the only one enjoying a large room and a soft bed while my family sleeps in a dangerous house. Feeling a bit guilty, but not too much, Nan Qingran smiled and fell asleep. She happily dreamed, but outside the house there was a worried guardian waiting anxiously. However, even if he spontaneously combusted, Nan Jie didn't care. After all, in this vast world, sleeping was the most important. Nan Qingran was awakened by the noisy sounds from outside the space, and had to wash up before coming. A rather fierce-looking rough man looked at Nan Qingran as she came out, and gently asked, Ran girl, I heard that you are in charge of your household now. Is what your father and uncle said true? Nan Qingran felt a strange charm in the man's demeanor. He was unexpectedly quite adorable. Yes, we are going to build 2 sunny glass houses, and are looking for some people in the village. It's not for nothing. The pay will be just as my father and uncle said. Alright, count me in. Me too, 31. You might not even earn that in a month. Yeah, with this money I can buy some eggs for my kid. Everyone don't rush, come to my father to line up for registration. Even if you can't get in this time, it's okay. You all must know that my family is going to clear land for farming. The demand for labor will only increase, so no one needs to worry. As long as you work hard, I can't guarantee anything else, but at the very least you'll have enough to eat, and some silver to earn. Nan Qingran caught a glimpse of Qin Shou's disdainful gaze as he passed by, but since they weren't causing trouble, she didn't want to bother with him. Isn't it better to sleep during that time? Why waste precious time on that green tea man? But she hoped that their family of miscreants wouldn't interfere with her business, so otherwise she would definitely reward them with 100 or 80 big slaps. Thinking this, Nan Qingran finished her speech and left as she planned to stroll around the town today. Ran, wait a moment. Nan Qingran paused, as she hadn't seen her cousin in days since she went out to eat. She couldn't help but stop. Cousin, what's up? Nan Qingyi looked a bit shy, but more confident as she pulled her into the room, showing her the clothes rack. Look at this. Nan Qingran was instantly shocked. She could only express her simple admiration due to her lack of education. This is too cool. It's simply miraculous. At this moment, Nan Qingran realized just how powerful the mysterious gift from the mall was. The phoenix on the embroidered fabric spread its wings and soared so lifelike that even its gaze held a hint of majesty, as if it could break free from the constraints of the fabric and fly out. My sister, you are my goddess. Various designs flashed through Nan Qingran's mind from her past life. Superhero underpants, pink little pigs, yellow little sponges. If these could be made, it would probably monopolize the market for infants in Beima Kingdom. Not to mention the exquisite hanfu and handmade wedding dresses from her past life. They are all small treasures. Nan Qingyi smiled faintly, although she didn't react as strongly as Nan Qingran. It was clear she was satisfied. I saw a young lattice wedding dress in town once. Ever since you gave me that skill, it seems like I can recreate everything I have seen in my mind, and so finely crafted. It's just that the fabric and thread don't quite match the phoenix. Nan Qingran chuckled. Then cousin, let's go to town together today. Let's buy some high-quality embroidery threads and fabrics. With your excellent skills, you must shine brightly and contribute to the traditional craft of embroidery in Beima Kingdom. Nan Qingyi felt her heart warm at her words, but then she poured a bucket of cold water on herself. I have no money. No worry, small treasures are right in front of us. Peach Blossom Town. Ran, can we really sell this? Ever since they left, Nan Qingyi had asked Nan Qingran this question 7 times. Nan Qingran glanced left and right, patiently nodding. Don't worry, cousin, you know it in your heart. This was indeed true. Nan Qingyi had a good sense of things, but she was prone to getting nervous. Here, this is the one. In and out in less than 15 minutes, Nan Qingyi suddenly felt very capable. Ran, I suddenly feel so impressive. Nan Qingran felt a bit tired from walking. Sister, let's find a place to eat. Let's talk while we eat. Before Nan Qingyi could respond, she heard someone calling her sister. Qingran. Nan Qingran turned around upon hearing the voice, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a handsome young man. Zisu. Xianwei Fang. Nan Qingran and her cousin took a seat, watching Mo Zisu and Lu Yiji. Do you have anything you want to eat? I was too busy ordering for myself just now. Don't worry, today, I'm treating you 2 handsome guys. Feel free to eat. Lu Yiji maintained his elegant demeanor while waving a fan, smiling as he said, Qingran, this Xianwei Fang is Zisu's establishment. How can we let you treat us? Mo Jingyan looked at Nan Qingran with warm eyes, smiling gently. Qingran, there's no reason for a lady to treat guests. Nan Qingran shot him a sidelong glance, a smile dancing at the corners of her mouth. Oh, I didn't expect Zisu to be so patriarchal. Why can't we ladies treat guests? This remark instantly chilled the atmosphere at the table. Mo Jingyan seemed a bit at a loss, blinking his eyes at Nan Qingran like a well-trained pet scolded by its owner. Qingran, what I mean is... Mo Jingyan stammered, unsure how to explain, having been taught such etiquette since childhood. Even when going out with aides and friends, it was the same. Ladies just... he hadn't even gone out with ladies before. Seeing the handsome guy's pitiful expression, Nan Qingran didn't take it to heart anymore. She was indeed a bit emotional. In her past life, being a woman did not afford her any privileges in that era, rather it made her life more arduous than that of men. Naturally, Nan Qingran was reluctant to hear such words. "Oh, I was just saying that casually. Don't take it to heart. Since it's your place, I certainly don't want to be a fool." Seeing that Nan Qingran was genuinely no longer angry, Mo Jingyan felt relieved. Meanwhile, Nan Qingyi watched her younger sister interact with an obviously wealthy young man feeling anxious. Lu Yizhi noticed her discomfort and was thinking of finding a topic to ease the atmosphere. "Qingran, who is this?" Nan Qingran slapped her forehead, her sister complex fully revealed. "Look at my memory. I forgot to introduce you. This beautiful and gentle little fairy is my cousin named Nan Qingyi." Nan Qingyi blushed at Nan Qingran's teasing and still got up to greet Lu Yizhi and Mo Jingyan. "Greetings, gentlemen. No need for formalities. You are Qingran's sister, so you are naturally our friend. No need to be too reserved." Nan Qingyi nodded. This young Master Lu was fine, but she felt that young Master Mo exuded a noble aura that made her feel pressured just to look at him. However, Mo Jingyan's eyes were solely focused on Nan Qingran, disregarding everything else. "By the way, Qingran, what good things have you brought this time?" Mo Jingyan looked at her with eager anticipation, recalling how well his brother had used the spiritual herbs and ginseng she brought last time. Nan Qingran, oblivious to their gazes, casually replied, "Oh, you came too late this time." Lu Yizhi and Mo Jingyan simultaneously showed expressions of disappointment. This time Nan Qingran couldn't ignore it, mainly because that stuff doesn't really match with your Xianyun dad. Lu Yizhi chuckled and shook his head. How could Qingran's products be anything less than good? Nan Qingran smiled happily, revealing her perfect 8 pearly white teeth. Who doesn't love being praised? You do have a point. Lu Yizhi. Mo Jingyan. Even Nan Qingyi shyly covered her face. "My sister. Isn't it better to be modest? But this isn't really mine, oh, it's my cousin's. I can't decide anything." Upon hearing this, Mo Jingyan instantly lost interest while Lu Yizhi became more intrigued. "Qingran's treasures are exquisite. I believe Miss Nan's items won't be lacking either." Yes. "I must say, my brother, you have a keen eye. My cousin's embroidery is simply unparalleled in the world." Nan Qingyi couldn't hold back anymore, and quickly covered Nan Qingran's chattering mouth with her hand. Nan Qingran blinked innocently at her. Whether Nan Qingyi's heart softened, Mo Jingyan's heart, however, melted like water. "My little sister is too exaggerated, please don't mind it, gentlemen." Lu Yizhi wasn't very interested. After all, he had seen many exquisite embroidered products in the capital. He just wanted to give his brother more opportunities to interact with the lovely lady. "Then I wonder if I will have a chance to appreciate the fine products." Mo Jingyan looked at him, instantly understanding his meaning. A blush crept onto his face, but he didn't refute. He quietly added, "Yes, I would like to see too." Nan Qingran was overjoyed to see someone recognizing her cousin's worth. With a wave of her hand, she declared, "All right. After we finish eating, we will go." Nan Qingran turned around, looking sweetly at her sister with her big sparkling eyes. "Is that okay, sister?" Nan Qingyi sighed softly. "How could I say no?" Nan Qingran hugged her sister's arm affectionately. "You're the best sister." "Nan Qingyi, what can I do with a spoiled little sister?" Mo Jingyan. "If Qingran spoke to me like this, I would agree to anything." Lu Yizhi. "This Miss Nan appears gentle and delicate, but she can actually tame Qingran. Master, your dishes are ready." The owner personally attended to the 4 distinguished guests, fearing even a slight neglect. Mo Jingyan spoke. "Okay, you can leave now. Don't let anyone disturb us." "Yes. I heard this Xianwei Fong is the best restaurant in town. Oh, I want to have a good taste." Nan Qingran put a bite of food in her mouth, turning to look at her cousin. Sure enough, everyone had a complex expression. What is this terrible thing? It's so bad." Nan Qingyi forced herself to swallow it, recalling that in the past, they might not have had such unpalatable delicacies for an entire year. But since Qingran woke up, they truly hadn't eaten anything so terrible. Lu Yizhi and Mo Jingyan, being sharp individuals, could hardly miss their little actions. However, after they took a bite, it was not as exquisite and refreshing as the capital's, but it shouldn't be so hard to swallow. "Is it not good, eh?" Nan Qingran nodded her little head repeatedly, throwing a big curveball. It's really not good." Mo Jingyan instantly felt a bit embarrassed, thinking that Qingran hadn't enjoyed it. Negative review. Nan Qingran thought Mo Jingyan was upset by her words, her eyes lighting up. "Isn't this a business opportunity? Zizou, how about we collaborate? I can help you provide some ingredients and recipes for Xianwei Fong, and you can share the profits with me. What do you think? What is a profit share?" Mo Jingyan didn't even consider the option of not cooperating. As long as Nan Qingran spoke, it seemed the entire Xianwei Fong could be hers. After all, she was a life-saving benefactor. Nan Qingran pondered for a moment. "Well, it's like I invest with these items, and at the end of the year I receive a fixed profit. For example, if we earn 10,000 taels of silver by the end of the year, we will split it 70-30, and you must give me 3,000 taels. Of course, I will only provide this type of seasoning to your Xianwei house exclusively, and there will be new dishes introduced every month. That's about it." If you want to cooperate, I will draft a specific contract for you later. Mo Jingyan pondered for a while, remaining silent. Nan Qingran thought he was unwilling after all. Her proposal sounded like a scheme with empty hands. However, Mo Jingyan was just troubled, wondering if the 70-30 split was too unfair to Qingran. I promise I am not exaggerating. How about this? In a couple of days you can come to my house as guests, and I will cook a meal for you to prove it. Good. The four of them ate a little unwillingly, and then headed outside. The shopkeeper quickly approached to greet them, but was met with Mo Jingyan's indifferent glare, which was quite intimidating. Watching the four figures walk away, what happened to the master? Could it be that I didn't serve properly? This is the place, the Jinxiu house. We sell the embroidered products here. We should be able to take a look. Nan Qingran said tentatively. Of course, this Jinxiu house is a property of my Lu family. Feel free to enter. Nan Qingran looked at the backs of Lu Yizhi and Mo Jingyan becoming friends for the 1:60h time with two wealthy individuals. The shopkeeper, seeing Lu Yizi's figure, hurriedly approached with excitement, ignoring Nan Qingran's presence. Master, a big customer has come to the shop today. Lu Yizhi understood immediately, his expression brightening with interest. Take this young master to have a look. Upon entering the inner room, he paused, and even Mo Jingyan was drawn to his dazed. Just a glance captured all attention. The divine phoenix's nirvana, the vivid state of rebirth from the flames, can actually be embroidered on fabric. Unbelievable. I told you my sister's craftsmanship surpasses even the finest quality. At this moment the two looked at Nan Qingyi with a newfound, genuine admiration. Miss Nan's embroidery skill truly deserves the phrase peerless in the world, unmatched under heaven. Miss Nan need not be so humble. Nan Qingran observed their amiable interactions and felt quite reassured. Cousin, please pick out some embroidery threads and fabrics while I inquire about the academy, and I will come back to find you. Nan Qingyi nodded. You can go without worry. Cousin is not a child anymore. Nan Qingran smiled mischievously. I just worry that my sister is too charming. Seeing Nan Qingyi's face turn red from being teased, Nan Qingran left the shop. After walking for a while, Nan Qingran noticed someone following her from behind. She squinted her eyes, turned around, and relaxed when she saw who it was. Zisu, what brings you here? Mo Jingyan took a few big strides to walk alongside Nan Qingran. Are you looking for the academy? My younger brother has reached the age for school. There is a Mingyuan academy in town where the teachers are all of scholar level, suitable for young children to begin their education. Nan Qingran's eyes brightened. Can you take me to have a look? Mo Jingyan nodded. He secretly admired the girl's smiling face, his mood unexpectedly brightening. But then he thought of Nan Qingran's mysterious side, and couldn't help but worry about her. Could it be that Qingran is a spirit creature? Otherwise, how could she disappear out of thin air? What kind of spirit could she be? A flower spirit? A tree spirit? Or a fox spirit? If Nan Qingran knew his thoughts, she would definitely go crazy dissing him. You can praise me for being smart, beautiful, and generous, but there's really no need to use such terms. But how could a spirit creature be so kind, understanding that all things have spirits, rescuing people, even saving a tree? Mo Jingyan was in a dilemma, and he didn't even hear Nan Qingran calling him. Mo Jingyan looked down at her. What's wrong? Nan Qingran's clear eyes gazed at him. What are you thinking about so intently? It's nothing, just thinking about my parents and elder brother at home. Oh, I was just asking you how you ended up in Taoyuan town. You and young Master Lu don't seem like people from here. To seek medicine for my elder brother. He didn't mention the matters of being chased, fearing it would scare her. Nan Qingran nodded, not probing further. After all, they weren't too familiar yet, and it was best to maintain a good balance in their conversation. Mo Jingyan looked down at Nan Qingran, feeling fortunate to see her hair whirl, which was quite adorable. He didn't mention that the ginseng and lingji she sent over had significantly improved his elder brother's condition. After all, treasures like those would not be easy for her to obtain. In the space, Nan Baby looked at the pile of medicinal herbs in the garden and sighed. The master might as well get some tomatoes to eat. They are sweet and sour. These are hardly worth comparing to big cabbages, and they're terribly precious. We have arrived, it's just ahead. With Mo Jingyan around, everything became much easier. The two entered the dean's study directly. Dean, I would like to send my younger brother here for his education. I wonder if it's convenient. The dean nodded earnestly. Oh, with that person present, he would accept not just 1, but even 10 students. It's fine, but the annual tuition for the academy is 30 taels, and students must prepare their own living items with a break to return home every half month. Nan Qingran nodded. Without further ado, she handed over the money. Then I will bring my younger brother to meet the dean next time. On their way back, the two discussed the collaboration further. Anyway, you are coming to be a guest in a few days. I will bring the contract for you then, and you can consider whether to collaborate or not. Mo Jingyan nodded. He was eager for more opportunities to interact with Nan Qingran. Collaboration was definitely not off the table. Nan Qingran returned to pick up the two sisters Nan Qingyi and bought some miscellaneous items before leaving. Lu Yizhi observed his absent-minded demeanor and couldn't help but tease him. Qingran has already left, and her shadow has disappeared. Are you still watching? Mo Jingyan ignored him, maintaining a cold demeanor. Luigi didn't need his response, and continued talking to himself. Hey, some people are just overly infatuated trying to find conversation with a girl yet treating their brothers with silence. What a waste of my sincere heart for you. Mo Jingyan frowned, a layer of coldness appearing on his face. Do not speak such words, but is detrimental to Qingran's reputation. Luigi was even more convinced that he was smitten. When had this free-spirited master ever cared about a woman's reputation? The number of noble girls from the capital who had been entangled with him and were brushed off by his guards was countless. He had never shown concern for any girl's reputation. The next day, Nan Qingran had everything prepared for Nan Hoen to start school and sent him to the academy. She had soaked vegetable and fruit seeds in spiritual spring water for over a week, just waiting to be planted. Looking at the increasingly formed glass house, Nan Qingran's mood became even more delightful. In the palace, a richly dressed lady gazed into the distance with a troubled expression. Though a beauty now in her twilight years, one could still imagine how stunning she was in her youth. Is there still no news from His Majesty regarding Yan? Zhao Mama shook her head, gently offering words of comfort. Your Highness need not worry. A prince, Yan, being of noble birth, is surely under the... No matter how precious he is still immortal and cannot guard against the treachery of scoundrels. Si Qianqian scoffed coldly. Zhao Mama looked at her mistress with concern. She had served the young lady since childhood, and now seated in this most coveted position among all women in the realm. It was a pity that her lineage had been so fraught with difficulties. The crown prince had been frail in his youth, barely surviving with ginseng soup, while the eldest princess was still quite young. Prince Yin had also failed to return after seeking medicine. If Zhao Mama shook her head, unwilling to think further. Your Highness, no news is the best news. Please remain at ease. Si Qianqian's eyes were filled with frost. If anything were to happen to my son, I would ensure that the Prime Minister's household pays a heavy price to the point of extinction. Zhao Mama remained silent. Her mistress had fought on the battlefield before entering the palace, having been conferred the title of female general by the late emperor. The Duke of the Protectorate was a family of martial generals, making it as easy as crushing an ant to deal with a half-hearted Prime Minister's household. Tell my father and brother to keep an eye on the movements of Consort Li and the Prime Minister's household. With my son away, I will protect the court and the rituals. Si Qianqian's gaze was resolute, clearly not the type of woman who would merely engage in petty intrigues within the harem. Her mind was occupied with the court and the borders. Consort Li's tricks had never caught her eye, they were merely repulsive. However, everyone knew that the Emperor of Beima cherished his wife dearly, having married young and supported each other. The Emperor of Beima had never selected concubines. It was only after the crown prince was schemed against by the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household during his comingafage banquet that the second prince was born. Soon after, the Empress was discovered to be pregnant with the third prince. A joyous occasion that should have been celebrated, yet after that night the Emperor was furious, and ultimately at the Empress' urging, he cast her into the harem to fend for herself. Little did he expect that she would bear a son, but the Emperor never returned to her palace again. The eldest prince was crowned as the crown prince upon birth, enjoying favor even in poor health, while the third prince was bestowed the title of Prince Yin, and the daughter was named Princess Yunlap. It was a pity that the second prince, affected by his maternal family, remained just a prince to this day. Si Qianqian raised her hand to rub her temples and spoke softly. Have someone deliver a bowl of ginseng soup to the Emperor. Even if there are many memorials, he should not overwork himself. Zhao Mama smiled, knowing her mistress had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Yes, Your Highness. A cheerful voice came from outside the room. No need to send it, I have arrived. Si Qianqian stood to greet him, saying, I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Mo Lingxin quickly walked to her side, taking her hand to lift her up, his eyes filled with tenderness. Qianqian, you need not be so formal. Are you worried about me? Si Qianqian's expression remained calm, devoid of other emotions, as she withdrew her hand. Your Majesty, why do you say such things? It is my duty as the Empress to worry for you. A hint of disappointment flickered in Mo Lingxin's eyes. No matter how many cold glances he received from her, he would feel that same disappointment as the first time. Qianqian, do not say such things, that saddens me. Si Qianqian furrowed her brow tighter, turning away, unable to bear looking at his pitiful expression, one that had overwhelmed her since her youth, and still did. Yet he had been using this tactic to manipulate her for 20 years. She could only coldly refuse him time and again, hurting both him and herself. Your Majesty, be cautious with your words. Mo Lingxin had long since become accustomed to it, knowing that her concern for him could bring him joy for a long time. Qianqian, Yin sent a letter. Si Qianqian, upon hearing news of her son, disregarded everything else and turned to grasp Mo Lingxin's hand. Is what you say true, Your Majesty? Mo Lingxin enjoyed the rare opportunity to be close to her, nodding. Yes, Yin said he might have found a way to treat Li. We need not worry. Si Qianqian nodded, saying good, as long as Yin is fine. She then released Mo Lingxin's hand, her gaze returning to its previous calmness, as she performed a deep bow. Your Majesty, I must once again speak out of turn. If anything were to happen to my son, I would make Consort Li and her child pay a price worse than death. If you wish to hold me accountable for failing to protect the royal heir, I will have no— Mo Lingxin looked at her with deep pain in his eyes as he helped her to her feet. Qianqian, you will always know how to strike at the heart of my pain. You know well that in my heart there are only 3 children, Li Yin and Sang. Why must you say such things? The two looked at each other in silence, as Mo Lingxin stepped out, not forgetting to instruct Zhao Mama. Take good care of the Empress, I will return another day. Zhao Mama felt uneasy watching the two of them, yet there was nothing she could do. Your Highness, you clearly care about the Emperor. How has it come to this? Si Qianqian remained lost in thought, gazing at the direction where Mo Lingxin had vanished, murmuring to herself. Indeed, how has it come to this? I clearly do not wish for this. In Taoyuan Village, Nan Qingran distributed vegetable and fruit seeds to the villagers for them to plant together. Ran girl, what are we going to plant in this good house? Aunt Fan curiously asked, unable to imagine that such a bright and exquisite house would be used for vegetables, feeling a bit heartbroken. Nan Qingran gently explained, mainly some cold-resistant vegetables and fruits to keep at home for daily consumption. Aunt Fan smiled and casually remarked, in this day and age, being able to eat precious vegetables is not easy. If taken out to sell, they would likely be even more expensive. Nan Qingran instantly thought of the collaboration with Mo Jingyan, as small coins seemed to flutter before her eyes. And I plan to see how the results turn out. If good, I might consider building more greenhouses to supply fresh vegetables to the town. Aunt Fan clapped her hands in delight, saying, that sounds wonderful. I will come to cook for your family then. Nan Qingran nodded, pondering this issue on her way back. Let's first check the situation over at Zissou before deciding. We must conduct some market research. If we really need to supply vegetables, then we should build fully automatic greenhouses. After all, if the weather is warm, we cannot let them take up space when not in use. Never mind, let's set this aside for now. Clearing land and building houses is more important. Nan Qingran once again held a grand recruitment ceremony in the village. This time, everything went smoothly, no one suspected a thing. After all, they were villagers familiar with the Nan family's provisions, and even without wages they were willing. Having resolved that major problem, Nan Qingran calmly set about drafting the designs for her new home. It was, after all, the place she intended to live long-term, and it must be made perfect. She planned a modest 3-story house, the first floor for her grandparents with a kitchen and a bathroom, the second for her parents and her elder uncle and aunt with 2 master bedrooms, the third simply fitted with several bedrooms for visiting guests. As for her eldest brother, her cousin, her younger brother, and herself, their rooms would be separated from the main house. After all, who among the young does not yearn for a private little space? To improve their quality of life, Nan Qingran intended to buy a solar generator from the marketplace. She envisioned a modern kitchen, convenient and hygienic, with several smart washing machines. The bathroom would be upgraded as well. A shower and a smart toilet were indispensable. The mere thought of the family's old dry latrine filled her with despair. Apart from the first time, she had been using her space to relieve herself whenever possible. The windows should be made of bulletproof glass. After all, in a traditional setting, extra protection was prudent. The overall style would harmonize ancient and modern elements, so it would not appear jarring. Her own room would follow the bedroom style stored in her space. Nan Qingran looked down and then up at the tiny house taking shape on the light brain. A profound sense of fulfillment and contentment swelled within her. Muttering as she revised the plan, she said, the outer buildings should retain an ancient style and lights must be installed. My cousin's eyes will be strained if she embroiders by lamplight. It would be lovely to have a small garden. The estate already has all manner of flowers. She pinched her nose and complained, if the house ends up too big, we'll have to bring a few people back to staff it. Oh my, so many things, how vexing. After dinner, Nan Qingran showed the printed designs to her family. Grandmother, spring is coming. When the rainy season arrives, our old house may not hold up. I think we should build the house before sowing so everyone can farm in peace. Nan Old Master hesitated. Qingran, building a house is fine, but such a dwelling will cost a considerable sum, won't it? Nan Qingran smiled. It's all right, I certainly have enough silver, and many items come from the treasures in my space, so the cost is minor. The old man nodded in reassurance. Very well. If you are confident, go ahead. Grandfather supports you. Yes, Qingran, rest assured, the family supports you. After the meal, Nan Qingran went to inspect the glass house. She fitted an intelligent lock and installed a pinhole camera. She trusted the villagers' simple nature, but that did not preclude prudence. Better safe than sorry. Who could say whether some deranged attacker might strike? 10 busy days passed, and Nan Qingran planned to go into town to see her younger brother. It was his first time away from home, and the family worried. She planned to invite Mo Zissou and Lu Yiji to dinner to prove she had not run off. Taoyuan Town. Nan Qingran bought a pile of snacks and daily necessities to deliver to Nan Hoen, fearful her brother might be mistreated. Thank you, sister. I'm doing well, my classmates are kind to me. Nan Qingran ruffled his hair and produced several treats and candies from her space that children liked. Since they treat you well, Hoen must learn to share. Give some of these to them. Nan Hoen nodded vigorously, though he was a little shy at his sister's fond gesture. All right, sister. By the way, there is a classmate who is very kind to me and likes the toiletries I use. May I lend them to him? Nan Qingran waved it off and nodded. Of course, but don't share toothbrushes. Next time you come home, he'll bring more for you. Hoen nodded happily. After a short chat, Nan Qingran sent him on his way and wandered the streets to Jinxiufeng to deliver her cousin's finished embroidery. They agreed to cooperate, the phoenix piece hampered by inferior fabric and thread sold for only 300 taels. However, they secured an additional arrangement to supply Jinxiufeng with 5 embroidered pieces each month for 30 taels, and Nan Qingran even negotiated a commission for her cousin. Nan Qingran strolled toward Yinyundang. A few steps away, a familiar electronic chime sounded in her mind. Marketplace alert, someone requires the owner's assistance. Her eyes lit up, as if handed a pillow the moment she began to nod off. She had not yet figured out how to amass the points needed for the generator. She had rescued a few people here and there and accumulated just over 300 points, utterly negligible compared to what the generator required. The closer she drew to Yinyundang, the more insistent the chime grew. Nan Qingran frowned. She had no time to ask Nan Baobao why the alert was increasing instead of fading. No matter how eager she was to rack up points, she would not allow her friends to be harmed. She quickened her pace and shoved open the heavy door of Yinyundang. In an instant, the occupants inside drew blades and lunged toward her, their gazes merciless, as if sizing up a corpse. Nan Qingran paid no mind to their belligerence. In this era, even without martial training, she was not someone to be trifled with. Her voice was calm, firm, and commanding. I am a friend of Lu Yizhi and Mo Zissou. Has one of them been injured? I can save them. Nan Qingran's expression darkened. The incessant alert in her mind nearly burst her nerves. Feng Xian appraised her several times and lowered his sword. This must be the woman. The young master Lu spoke of, the one he could not forget. Are you Nan Qingran? Yes. Who is hurt? They'll heal him at once. Otherwise this ceaseless alert will drive me mad. Worry creased Feng Xian's impassive face, and urgency colored his voice. It is our master. We heard you are a miraculous healer. Please lend your aid. Nan Qingran was speechless, but hurried inside. First, who exactly is your master? Say his name. How am I to know? Second, miraculous healer. Let us not spread or believe idle rumors. Such flattery can be fatal. Third, at least show me the way. Unable to restrain herself, she shouted the last line aloud. Feng Xian flinched, then quickly recovered. Very well, Miss Nan, this way. She pushed open the door and saw Lu Yizhi dressing Mo Zissou's wounds with a technique so unprofessional any medical student would recoil. Lu Yizhi looked at the figure of Nan Qingran with a joyful expression. Qingran, what brings you here? Never mind, it's not important. Zissou is injured, can you take a look at him? My medical skills are lacking. Nan Qingran approached and examined Mo Zissou's pale face, saying coldly, I can see it's indeed not good. If you continue like this, he might miss the best opportunity for treatment. Lu Yizhi felt a bit awkward. Can't the young girl use a little more eloquence? Her bluntness was suffocating. Nan Qingran frowned tighter as she looked at the bloody wound on Mo Zissou. Why didn't you find a doctor for him? Anyone with medical knowledge would be better than you. If we just bandage it up like this, it will definitely get infected. Lu Yizhi helplessly replied, Zissou won't allow it. There's nothing I can do about it. Nan Qingran stopped asking, probably because it involved some personal matters. You go out first, I'll help him treat his injuries. Don't let anyone in without my permission. All right. Lu Yizhi turned and pulled Feng Xian's arm to head outside. Feng Xian hesitated. Young Master Lu, how is my master? Lu Yizhi urged, come on, hurry up. The longer you stay, the more Zissou will suffer. After Lu Yizhi forcefully dragged him out, Nan Qingran quickly administered an anesthetic to Mo Zissou and transported him into her space. She used her mind to move Mo Zissou onto the bed in the medical room of her space. You really are lucky, my dear sister's space has never had anyone come in before. Just as she laid him down comfortably, Nan Qingran heard her little darling's voice. Master baby misses you so much. Nan Qingran slightly lifted the corners of her mouth. This little one was indeed a master at being cute, obviously playing with her every night. Baby, I miss you too. The entire little figure was surrounded by a joyful atmosphere. Upon seeing Mo Zissou, she exclaimed in surprise. Master, how did you bring him in? Nan Qingran raised her eyebrows, her hands never slowing down, wondering what she was thinking at that moment. She meticulously cleaned Mo Zissou's wound, but didn't apply much medicine, instead stitching up his abdominal injury with sheep gut thread. Ever since she learned about the miraculous effects of spiritual spring water, she had replaced all the water in her space with it, so now the flowers in her garden were thriving better than elsewhere. Thus Mo Zissou's wound and the toxins in his body would soon be purified by the spiritual spring water. She looked at Mo Zissou's handsome pale face, and her little hand immediately became restless. Nan Qingran sent the little one away, planning to do something not so aboveboard. Her slender fingers caressed Mo Zissou's exquisite face. Wow. His skin is so smooth, just like a peeled egg. The touch is amazing. And his eyelashes are so long. His nose is so straight as well. Suddenly remembering something, Nan Qingran withdrew her hand from Mo Zissou's face, her cheeks flushing. They say that those with particularly straight noses. Well, they are also particularly good at that certain aspect. I wonder if it's true. Nan Qingran's mind was uncontrollably filled with inappropriate thoughts until her gaze returned to that astonishingly beautiful face. Nan Qingran slapped her forehead hard, feeling guilty. Can you be a little more awake? If he wakes up, he could accuse you of harassment. Young Master Lu, how could you leave the master alone inside? Feng Xian's cold face showed signs of anxiety as he stared intently at the door, ready to charge in at the slightest noise. Lu Yizhi glanced at him and lazily leaned against the table, saying, "This young lady is a divine physician. She can even cure wheezing. Your master's injury is a piece of cake." Feng Xian's face showed shock. She can actually cure such a serious condition. Lu Yizhi raised an eyebrow. Yes, I and your master witnessed her healing someone, and they regained consciousness on the spot. Then wouldn't that mean? Lu Yizi's expression turned serious, his voice deep. Zissou has his own plans. Do not speak recklessly. Feng Xian suddenly lowered his head. Yes, I misspoke. Lu Yizi's face returned to its carefree demeanor as he lightly waved his fan. If your master knew, he would be so happy. Feng Xian appeared puzzled. Lu Yizhi sighed lightly. Feng Xian, your skills are all focused on training to kill. How will you win a wife with such a wooden head? Feng Xian completely ignored his teasing. I live my life only for my master. Just as Nan Qingran opened the door, she heard Feng Xian's declaration, which was akin to a confession, her eyes widening like saucers. Feng Xian hurriedly approached. Miss Nan, how is my master? Looking at his worried expression, Nan Qingran felt more certain of her thoughts. He's fine now, you should go check on him quickly. Saying this, she cleared the way for the main person. Nan Qingran looked up at the sky, feeling speechless. Same-sex marriage was legal in the 25th century. It seems that even in ancient times, excellent male comrades were internalized. Nan Qingran felt she needed more time to process the impact she had received. Who is the top and who is the bottom in their relationship? They both seemed to be of similar height, but in ancient times their status appeared quite different. Could it be a cold, aloof bodyguard as the top versus a beautiful prince as the bottom? Nan Qingran's heart raced, and she began composing an 800,000-word long epic in her mind. But then she snapped back to reality, breaking into a cold sweat as she silently apologized to Feng Xian. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have teased your wife. With that thought, Nan Qingran gave her little paw a hard slap. Lu Yizhi was left bewildered by her actions. Qingran. Nan Qingran was startled, feeling guilty for thinking such lewd thoughts in broad daylight. What happened? Why are you so scared? Nan Qingran feigned mystery, shaking her head. Buddha says it cannot be spoken. Did she really want to admit that she was mentally weak and teasing someone else's beautiful wife, saying it might just get her killed? Lu Yizhi saw her evasive demeanor and didn't press further, instead asking, what brings you here today? Could it be? Nan Qingran shook her head. After all, she had made her first friend in ancient times, and she couldn't treat him like a fool anymore. Moreover, now that her family was wealthy, she didn't plan to act like a fool. I brought some things for my brother, and thought that since I promised you all, I wanted to invite you over for a meal. Lu Yizhi nodded knowingly. What a coincidence. Once Zissou recovers, we will definitely come to visit. Nan Qingran nodded slightly, and took her leave. Lu Yizhi wanted to keep his brother company for a while, but without an excuse he did not stop her. Young Master Lu, the master has awakened. Feng Xian's joyful shout came from inside the room, and he hurried in without further thought. Lu Yizhi noticed that Feng Xian's expression had relaxed significantly, and joy appeared on his face. Indeed, it is the medical skill of Qingran that is truly remarkable. Mo Jingyan finally showed some reaction, eagerly looking outside. Lu Yizhi sat down nearby, and commented sarcastically, don't look anymore, she's already gone. Mo Jingyan frowned, his voice still somewhat hoarse. How could Qingran come here? When did she leave? Why didn't you keep her here? It's unsafe for her to go back alone at this late hour. Mo Jingyan was filled with worry, completely ignoring the fact that he was the one in greater danger. Lu Yizhi looked at him helplessly. Which question do you want me to answer first? Answer them all. She invited us to her home for dinner, and I happened to see you were injured, so I helped a bit. Mo Jingyan nodded in disappointment. What a pity Qingran made a trip for nothing. Lu Yizhi cleared his throat, and thought for a moment, but still did not tell him that she only came to see her brother, and to inform him. This should make him feel a bit better, right? Mo Jingyan glanced at the table, and saw a piece of paper. What is that? Feng Xian picked it up, and handed it to his master. Zissou, I have taken care of your injury, no need for any special medicine. Just make sure to replenish your nutrition. The stitches do not need to be removed, as they will dissolve in your body, without harm. It just changed the bandage. P.S. I placed the bandages on the table for you. Mo Jingyan's face lit up with joy as he held the piece of paper, as if he were cradling a precious treasure. However, Lu Yizhi and Feng Xian were clearly not as oblivious as this person blinded by favor. Zissa, doesn't this paper and ink look familiar? Feng Xian nodded. Yes, such pure white paper is not even found in the royal palace, and this font is actually in blue. Lu Yizi's merchant instincts flared up, his eyes shining. Zissou, if our Baima kingdom could have such paper, we would surely. Mo Jingyan shot him a glare, and tucked the note into his clothes. Do not entertain any thoughts about Qingran. Lu Yizhi was taken aback and retorted, how do you know Qingran wouldn't be willing? This is a money-making opportunity, who wouldn't be interested? Qingran's integrity is as pure as orchids, how could she be so vulgar, as you only favoring gold and silver? Nan Qingran scratched her head. Big brother, you really overestimate me. Ooh, I am unworthy. Lu Yizhi, not wanting to argue with an unreasonable little fan, spoke seriously. How could you be attacked? Was it from that side? Mo Jingyan shook his head with a sullen face. No, it was from the Qizhou prefecture. Lu Yizhi let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not from the capital, it's fine. We still have time from Qizhou. Right now finding medicine for Jingyan is the urgent matter. Mo Jingyan nodded affirmatively. Naturally, my brother's matter is the most important. Lu Yizhi's gaze shifted. Zisu, are you really not planning to ask Qingran for help? Her ability to possess 1,000-year-old Ganoderma and 100-year-old ginseng already proves her remarkable skills, if only. No way, those things aren't easy to find. That would just put Qingran in a difficult position. Furthermore, he would rather help conceal her mysteriousness than put her in danger. The master said that the medicinal material is right here. I will definitely find it. Seeing him so determined, Lu Yizhi could only relent. Taoyuan Village. Cousin, here's 15 taels for you. Nan Qingran handed the silver she earned from selling her embroidery in town to Nan Qingyi. Thank you, Ranran. We are family, why mention thanks? You will definitely earn more silver in the future. Nan Qingyi laughed heartily, and only then did Nan Qingran return to her space. Baby, hurry, and tell me how many more points I need to buy a solar power generator. Reporting to the master. The solar power generator requires 2,000 points. You still need 200 more. What did you say? Nan Qingran was utterly shocked. Yes, master, the people you saved today earned you 1,500 points. Master, don't be too shocked. The points are based on the other party's status and contribution to the country. Nan Qingran came back to her senses, and her eyes brightened with a bold idea. Baby, if I could catch the emperor or the crown prince and treat them a few times, would I become a billionaire? Nan, baby. Master, I think this matter might not be too legal. Nan Qingran pondered for a moment and nodded. You have a point, after all, you can't just treat someone who isn't sick. Even if they are sick, you can't just grab a sheep to fleece it. Nan baby awkwardly agreed. Yes. As long as she could dispel the unclear thoughts, it was fine. By the way, is there no surprise gift bag this time? Nan baby nodded vigorously. Yes. Please select whether to open the gift bag. Nan Qingran smiled excitedly. Open it. I wonder if this time it will be some chef skills. The weather forecast skill has been delivered. Please sign for it, master. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up. It can't be what I think it is. Once the master signs for it, won't you know? Sign for it. The weather forecast skill has been fully distributed. Baby, quickly introduce it to me. Alright, master. As the name implies, with this skill you will know the weather of any place on this continent for the next 1 to 3 years. It is an essential skill for farming and becoming wealthy. Nan Qingran was very satisfied. In the 25th century, even the most advanced technology could only predict weather for half a year. This was simply fantastic. I carry the flag for them all. Nan baby proudly declared. Master, don't think this is all. This skill can also retrieve the climate and suitable crops for each region. In short, there are many benefits. Master should explore it well. Nan Qingran took a deep breath. As expected from the system, it must be a premium product. Although she could also find relevant information on the light brain, it was still somewhat lacking. This skill's implementation location was all on the ancient continent, saving her a lot of trouble. She was in a very good mood, savoring a glass of red wine and enjoying a warm bath. Following the guidance of the Duke of Zhou, she slowly closed her eyes. The next morning, a commotion woke Nan Qingran up. Ever since coming to the ancient times, she hadn't had many good nights' sleep, and her morning temper was already at its limit. Ranran, hurry, and come out as something has happened. Nan Qingran, with a face full of sleepiness, opened the door and yawned. Mother, what's wrong? Lin's face was filled with anxiety. Ranran. Something happened to our glass greenhouse. Hurry, and take a look, your father and uncle are there. Nan Qingran instantly became alert, furrowing her brows as she headed towards the glass house. This is made of laser-proof glass material from the future. I don't believe they have any tricks up their sleeves. As Nan Qingran approached, she saw a circle of people surrounding the area, and spoke loudly. Everyone please make way. Upon getting closer, she saw her uncle and father looking disheartened. Ranran, your father is useless. I didn't take good care of the vegetable house. Nan Xiaoyang also hung his head, appearing very upset. Nan Qingran scanned the area. The glass was not broken, and she had only hoped the workers would be a bit more meticulous in their tasks. However, the glass was covered in all sorts of filthy substances, completely obscuring the vegetables inside. This time Ranran's efforts were in vain. Indeed, it's all smeared. If we try to clean it off, we'll definitely ruin that precious thing, lamented a worker. Who could be so malicious to do this? How did such a wicked person arise in Taoyuan Village? Village head Lu also wore a cold expression. He had previously guaranteed everything, yet now such a disaster had occurred. This was a slap in his face. Ranran, don't worry. If we find out who did this, I will not let him go unpunished. Nan Qingran nodded slightly at him, then glared at the crowd with a cold expression, and sure enough, she spotted the Qin family, lurking, their eyes filled with glee. A smirk appeared on Nan Qingran's lips. She hadn't expected her preparations would indeed come in handy. Since they had troubled sister, then they shouldn't expect to return unscathed this time. A clear voice rang out, "Thank you, Uncle Village Head, for seeking justice for me. I would like to ask, if I find out who attacked my family's vegetable greenhouse, what should I do?" Village Head Lu pondered for a moment. Naturally, we would report it to the authorities for the county magistrate to adjudicate. Furthermore, our Taoyuan village cannot harbor such a heartless individual who would ruin the village's reputation. If the evidence is true, we will expel them from Taoyuan Village. In the crowd, the second son of the Qin family and Zhang looked at each other, a flash of fear in their eyes. As everyone knows, I used to be foolish, but later, after receiving some guidance from a deity, I was fortunate enough to regain my senses. Thinking it's not easy to live a clear-headed life, I wanted to lead everyone to a better life, but sadly some people— Nan Qingran's tone lingered, her exquisite brows raised— are just being ungrateful. Yes, our Taoyuan village is blessed to have a child like Ranran. This is our fortune in Taoyuan Village. If it weren't for Ranran introducing us to new seeds, we would have faced another year of famine. Speaking of this, they had to thank Nan Baobao. She originally wanted her family to believe her narrative, but unexpectedly the entire village, except for the Qin family, gradually began to believe the dream that the deity had cured Nan Qingran and provided her with opportunities. Zhang could not bear to hear Nan Qingran being praised and shouted sharply, "You've all been deceived by this little vixen. What will you do when you can't grow crops and starve?" Village Head Lu shot her a glare. "You, the second son of the Qin family, if you stir up trouble again and disrupt the peace, I will send you to see the authorities." Zhang immediately shrank back in silence. Even the village head made her fearful, let alone herself. Nan Qingran chuckled softly and glanced at her. "Let's cut the nonsense, you. I hope that the wicked one can still have the face to continue spouting nonsense here. Baobao, bring up the surveillance from the greenhouse and project it into the air." "All right, master." Nan Baobao had long wanted to teach that malicious old witch a lesson for bullying her master. A huge image was projected clearly into the sky, and every frame was crystal clear. The second son of the Qin family and Zhang were seen causing trouble under the instruction of their mother during the night. In the image, Zhang complained unwillingly, "Mother, you really favor us. We end up doing everything and receive no benefits." The second son of Qin felt the same way, but he was always weak and incapable of changing anything. "Stop complaining, it's annoying. Hurry up and smash this thing so we can go back to sleep." Zhang instantly became energized, her entire demeanor perked up. "This time we'll definitely make that little vixen suffer a huge loss." The two in the image first picked up a rock and threw it, but after several attempts the glass showed no signs of cracking. Qin's second son gasped, "Hey, this really is like hitting a wall." After realizing they couldn't cause any damage, they resorted to a foolish method, working all night to mess up the two greenhouses. As the image disappeared, the surrounding discussions immediately became chaotic. So it was the Qin family who did it. They are truly heartless. Indeed, if it weren't for Ranran having such a magical artifact, they would have definitely suffered a loss. The topic gradually shifted. This thing was too incredible. It could even record every movement better than a painter. This novel item must belong only to our Ranran. After all, she has the fortune of being favored by a deity. Nan Qingran felt a rush of joy. This was perfect. She had found herself a valid excuse. "Uncle Village Head, now that everything is clear, shouldn't we proceed according to the rules?" Upon hearing this, the second son of the Qin family and his companion turned to flee. The contrastingly cute, burly man tripped both of them, causing them to kneel on the ground. Thinking you can run after doing something bad is truly disgusting. This inherited wickedness should not be allowed to enter our Taoyuan Village. Old Madam Qin and Old Man Qin rushed over upon seeing the scene, immediately starting to argue with the speaker. "You old widow dare to look down on us. Our Qin family has produced a scholar. Soon my son will become a high official and will have you all arrested." Nan Qingran didn't have time to waste with her and said blandly, "Since the instigator is also here, let's act as Uncle Village Head suggested and report it to the authorities." Old Madam Qin glared at Nan Qingran with fierce eyes, trying to intimidate her. "On what grounds will you report to the authorities? What you did is sorcery. When the high official comes, you'll be the first to be arrested." "Good. I'm looking forward to seeing if anyone dares to arrest me. However, if it becomes known that scholars from such families are morally corrupt, then—" The scholar identity of Qin Shou was the most important matter for the Qin family, and Old Man Qin's gaze towards her grew increasingly sinister. Nan Qingran instantly understood. With a mother like this, Qin Shou wasn't a mindless hothead, but rather a male green tea. It turned out it really ran in the family. Qin Shou is the lifeline of Old Lady Qin, and her imposing aura instantly softened. Nan Qingran didn't take this threat seriously, but she thought of a better solution. "If you choose not to report to the authorities, we can settle this privately. Just pay my family 50 taels of silver, and this matter will be resolved without you having to leave Taoyuan Village." This is not out of kindness from Nan Qingran, she simply wants them to leave Taoyuan Village in a glorious manner during the harvest. That scene will definitely be very interesting. Old Lady Qin shouted with her shrill voice, her gaze fixed on Nan Qingran, as if she wanted to devour her. 50 taels. Huh, is this worthless thing even worth 50 taels? Nan Qingran scoffed lightly, her words flowing out effortlessly. If you don't agree, then I'll report you. Let everyone know what kind of trash the scholar's parents and brother are. Hey, you little brat, I'll beat you to death. Nan Qingran dodged, causing Old Lady Qin to miss her target completely. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground. Laughter erupted around, and Nan Qingran couldn't help but smile. Auntie, please don't kneel before me. With a childish fox-like demeanor, she was truly infuriating. Even if you kneel, I won't give you a discount. Old Master Qin ignored the old lady who couldn't get up and looked at Nan Qingran with an air of negotiation, seemingly unfazed by her insolent words. Miss Nan, 50 taels is simply too much. Could we negotiate for a smaller amount, so we can have some money left for living? The implication was that if she insisted on that amount, she was pushing their family to the brink of death. Nan Qingran raised an eyebrow at him. She was quite familiar with moral coercion. After observing Old Master Qin for a moment, she uttered a nonsensical remark. Uncle, your scholar son is really your biological child. You two look so alike. A standard model of a male green tea. Old Master Qin frowned. He did not understand what male green tea meant, but it did not sound like a negative comment. He chuckled modestly, yes. Nan Qingran burst into laughter, completely losing her composure to the point of shedding a tear. All right. Uncle, you are too amusing. Since you made me so happy, I'll give you a lucky discount. Not 50 taels, just 14.99 will do. Only 14.99. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Old Master Qin's eyes widened, struggling to maintain his hypocritical facade. He wanted to say more, but Nan Qingran interrupted him. Uncle, there's no need to be polite with me. Although your family is despicable, shameless, and excessively hypocritical, I will uphold the good virtues of Taoyuan Village and repay malice with kindness. So no need to thank me, it would make me feel embarrassed. After saying this, a half-smile appeared on Nan Qingran's face. However, if the discount cannot be compensated, then we will have to see the authorities. Oh, by the way, you have 3 days to prepare the silver. No need to thank me, who told me to be so kind. Nan Qingran turned to leave, mumbling to herself. Hey, I wonder how a scholar with a tainted reputation can hold an official position. I'm really curious. Old Master Qin's face turned pale, and he turned to leave. Once the main character left, everyone else dispersed. Nan family. I must say our Ran is truly impressive. She vented her anger thoroughly. When Nan Qingran heard her uncle's praise, she felt a bit embarrassed. There weren't that many thoughts. The Qin family was just a source of amusement in her eyes. If they truly posed a threat to her, she might even be able to recreate the situation. Nan Qingran turned around to see her father looking worried, and asked Dad what's wrong. Nan Shiyuan sighed. Even if we find the true culprit and get compensation, our glass house is still gone. Nan Qingran smiled. What was the big deal? When the high-pressure water gun comes into play, everything will be fine. Dad, don't worry. I have a solution. As night fell and the moonlight shimmered, Nan Qingran secretly snuck into the sunroom after everyone had fallen asleep. She took out the high-pressure water gun from her space and sprayed for over an hour before heading home to sleep. The next day, Nan Qingran finally had the chance to sleep, while waking up feeling invigorated. Upon reaching the main house, she saw 3 handsome men, and her eyes lit up. Seeing handsome men in the morning sets a good mood for the day. What brings you all here? Have you recovered from your injuries? The latter was directed at Imo Zissou. Imo Zissou's eyes flashed with joy as he looked at Nan Qingran and nodded. Thank you, Miss Nan. Nan Qingran was taken aback. She glanced between Imo Zissou and Feng Xian and smiled. This was getting interesting. With Feng Xian present, it was clear he was avoiding suspicion. A good man who understands boundaries deserves love. Lin Sure looked a bit uneasy and said, Ran, they said they are your friends here to visit you. As Nan Qingran spoke until her throat felt dry, Imo Zissou handed her a cup of tea. Qingran, drink some water to moisten your throat. Nan Qingran smiled and accepted it, saying, thank you. Meanwhile, Lu Yixi's gaze was focused on the pristine contract paper, occasionally glancing at the neutral pen in Nan Qingran's hand. Nan Qingran summarized a few points, looking at Imo Zissou with bright eyes. That should be about it. Do you have anything to add? Imo Zissou appeared unfazed, but internally, he was astonished by the meticulous logic and novel thinking of the girl before him. With a calm yet gentle tone, he replied, Qingran's plan is excellent. I have no complaints. Nan Qingran clapped her small hands together, saying, okay, then let's sign. After that, she boldly signed her name with 3 flamboyant characters. Alright, it's your turn. Imo Zissou calmly took the neutral pen from Nan Qingran. He didn't want to appear unlearned in front of her, so he mimicked her and signed. Lu Yiji immediately leaned closer, bursting into laughter at Imo Zissou's handwriting. Zissou, your handwriting is probably worse than a 3-year-old's. A flush of embarrassment rose on Mo Zeiss's face, not because Lu Yixi's words struck him, but mainly because he didn't want to lose face in front of Nan Qingran. Qingran, how about I? Nan Qingran smiled gently. It's alright I use this because I'm not good with a brush. I'm sure Zeiss's penmanship is exceptional. Lu Yixi, having finished teasing his brother, chimed in. What Qingran said is true, Zeiss's writing is indeed a rare treasure. Nan Qingran wore a cheerful smile, while internally, she was curiously wondering what kind of fool would pay a fortune for a piece of writing. The interests of refined individuals are truly beyond common understanding. Seeing Mo Zissou looking regretful, Nan Qingran couldn't help but want to comfort him, as such a young boy was still just a child in her past life, her words laced with affection. Zissou will bring you some paper and pens later. You're so smart, you'll surely learn quickly. I want some too, Qingran. You can't favor one over the other. Nan Qingran smiled kindly at him, saying, Don't worry, you will all have some, and Feng Xian will too. Feng Xian was taken aback, and the coldness on his face softened a bit. The master was benevolent, but there were clear hierarchies in their treatment. It was the first time someone had shown such indiscriminate kindness to the shadow guards. Upon seeing his master's gaze, Feng Xian quickly averted it. Thank you, Miss Nan, but I can't accept such fine things, there's no need to waste them. It's nothing but just some paper and pens. I can get as much as I want, it's no trouble. Mo Zissou and Lu Yixi exchanged glances. To their eyes, these items were rare treasures, and while they knew she might not lack them, they were surprised to hear she could have as many as she wanted. Mo Zissou was fine. He had long known about Nan Qingran's peculiarities, but Lu Yixi couldn't suppress his excitement, his hands trembling. Before he could speak, a gentle female voice called out, Qingran, it's time to eat. Nan Qingran didn't expect they had chatted for so long, but it was already noon, and her stomach instinctively growled. Hurry up and eat. You must try the dishes at my home to prove that Sister Nan is not exaggerating. Lu Yixi frowned, saying, It's just a meal. Why run so fast? Nan Qingran's clear voice echoed. If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your thinking. Mo Zissou. Lu Yixi. Nan Qingran chuckled lightly. Qingran has a lively personality, please don't mind, gentlemen. As Mo Zissou and Lu Yixi sat at the dining table constantly swallowing their saliva, they finally understood the profound truth in Nan Qingran's words. The dishes on the table were visually enticing and aromatic, with many they had never seen before. It seemed no one could enjoy gourmet delicacies more than they did, and now they felt their appetites were truly awakened in this rustic courtyard. Seeing Feng Xian still standing there in a daze, Nan Qingran beckoned for him to sit down. Brother Feng, hurry and sit down to eat. What are you waiting for? Feng Xian was momentarily taken aback. Miss Nanai. Mo Zissou lightly coughed, signaling him to sit down. Sit down? Today let's not adhere to those mundane formalities. He had long noticed that Qingran was frank and generous, treating others without regard for their status, merely judging their character. He naturally couldn't be so rigid, otherwise he would surely displease Qingran. Old Master, Nan as the head of the family raised a cup to toast the three of them. Today, with the three gentlemen gracing my humble abode, I apologize for the lack of proper hospitality. All I can offer is coarse tea and simple meals. Please bear with me. Old Master, you're too kind. It's us juniors who intrude, please don't hold it against us. After speaking, the three raised their cups, took a gentle sip, and silently exchanged glances. Don't be polite, eat quickly, or it will cool down. During the lunch, everyone enjoyed themselves thoroughly. At first the three maintained their gentlemanly demeanor, but by the end, even Feng Xian silently joined the competition for the last piece of cola chicken wings. When Mo Zissou put down his chopsticks, the first thought that crossed his mind was that his immortal flavor workshop would probably become famous. Seeing that the meal was finished and the cooperation was settled, Nan Qingran packed some pastries made by the Lin family for the three of them before sending them off. Feng Xian followed closely behind Mo Zissou, and upon seeing a shadow flash nearby, he immediately became alert. Master, be careful. Nan Qingran, what? She looked at Feng Xian, who was staring at the direction of the sunroom, and sighed in relief, thinking her guard had fallen to such an absurd level. Brother Feng, don't worry, it's not an assassin. That's just the vegetable room at my home. It was merely the shadow that flickered earlier. Mo Zeiss's interest was instantly piqued. He had heard the Nan family discussing this, but had not expected it to take shape so soon. He gently inquired, Qingran, can we go take a look? He saw Nan Qingran's momentary surprise, and immediately felt a bit regretful. I was being presumptuous, if Qingran is unwilling. Nan Qingran laughed brightly. What's there to see? It's just a quick look. I'm just a bit surprised that you who look like you come from a wealthy family would be interested in growing vegetables. Mo Zissou let out a sigh of relief and firmly stated, I am very interested, extremely interested. Lu Yixi nodded along. He indeed had no interest in farming, but he was intrigued by the extraordinary Nan Qingran, who could produce such marvelous items. Alright then, let's go take a look. There's a path leading out of the village over there. The three approached, their eyes filled with astonishment, marveling at how the vegetables were covered with such crystal-clear glass. Mo Zissou had never seen those 3 glass cups, and was deeply impacted by the scene before him. Was Qingran perhaps richer than the national treasury? Nan Qingran gave them enough time to digest before she began to explain. This is a sunshine glass house where sunlight can fully shine on the plants even in winter, keeping it very warm inside. It also has automatic watering and insect-repelling functions. Then why build two? Are there that many vegetables to grow? Nan Qingran shook her head. Of course, not just one is enough for my family to grow and consume. The other one is for various kinds of fruits. Nan Qingran chuckled and turned to look at them. It won't be long before we can eat them. I will bring some to you then. Zissis suddenly had a flash of inspiration and spoke up. Ran, I wonder if we could discuss another business deal. Nan Qingran smiled knowingly. Are you suggesting providing Xianwei Fong with fresh vegetables? Zissis nodded yes. If Qingran is willing, I can give you an additional 10%. Nan Qingran's mind stirred, and she smiled at Zissis. Collaboration is certainly possible, but since we are at it, let's go big this time. I want to sell a type of food that has never appeared in the entire Beima Kingdom. Moreover, this time, I want a 50-50 split. You will be responsible for providing store staff and management, while I will only provide the recipe and all the ingredients. Zissis inexplicably trusted her and nodded accordingly. Since Qingran has this confidence, I naturally trust you too. Nan Qingran looked at him with a knowing gaze. Rest assured you won't regret it. As for the contract we just signed, it will remain the same. I will hand over the recipe and spices to the person who comes to collect the goods tomorrow, and thereafter it will be delivered once a month. As for the vegetables from Xianwei Fong, consider it a gift from me, since my family can't consume that much anyway. After discussing everything, Nan Qingran sent the three off and returned home as she had important matters to attend to tomorrow. In the smoke and clouds, Zissis and Lu Yizhi sat opposite each other, both deeply moved by today's events, struggling to digest them. Zissis, what do you think Qingran really is? She doesn't seem like an ordinary farmer's daughter at all. Zissis' expression darkened, yet he appeared calm and composed. Where is she not? However, Qingran is exceptionally clever. Others truly cannot compare to her. Lu Yizhi persisted. She has snow white paper, a magical pen, and so many dishes that neither you nor I have ever seen. Most importantly, she possesses such exquisite glass, judging by her words, she must have countless pieces. Zissis put down his teacup and turned to look at Lu Yizhi with keen eyes, speaking lightly. So what do you want to do? Lu Yizhi was taken aback, then immediately flared up. Jingyan, you heartless scoundrel. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have stayed in this godforsaken place for months. Now you've developed murderous intent over a... Zissis frowned at him. Don't speak nonsense. Lu Yizi's expression softened slightly, but there was still a hint of grievance in his voice. That's different. If others hear it, it would tarnish Qingran's reputation. Your stupid second brother isn't much better. Lu Yizi's face darkened, desperately suppressing his anger, repeatedly telling himself in his heart, I mustn't get angry, I mustn't deceive the king. I could get beheaded. Zissis also felt that his reaction might have been a bit excessive and comforted him. Yizhi, you should know that no matter how remarkable Qingran is, she has never intended to harm us, and has helped us quite a bit. We cannot betray her trust. Lu Yizhi, seeing Zissis' soothing words, also eased up. I don't doubt Qingran. I just think you assume everyone shares your curiosity about so many new things. It's not just about Qingran. Zissis frowned. You shouldn't. Lu Yizhi waved his hand dismissively. I know, don't speak nonsense to avoid tarnishing your Qingran's reputation. Zissis' brow remained furrowed. Lu Yizhi was wrong. He too felt curious and shocked, but having seen Nan Qingran disappear into thin air, he was somewhat prepared. The two sat for a while, and Zissis returned to his room and called out Feng Xian. After a while, Zissis frowned again and shouted, Feng Xian, at your service. Feng Xian hurried over, almost choking on himself with a bit of cream still on the corner of his mouth. This pastry, called millefeuille, is too delicious. Feng Xian had never experienced such a situation, and Zissis found it a bit strange. What's wrong? Feng Xian stood frozen in place, unsure how to start. It would be too shameful to admit that he was just greedy for the last bite of cake. I'm just... Zissis waved his hand. It's nothing serious, just send a message to the capital discreetly. Yes. Zissis sighed. I know it's tough for you two to be separated, but once I return to the palace, I will officiate your marriage. Feng Xian's usually stern face flushed slightly, and he spoke in a stammer. Thank you, my lord. However, Jean, you still... Zissis felt an inexplicable secret pleasure in seeing him like this. It's only fair that no one should be able to marry. Forget it. Whenever you two settle your matters, come and ask me for the marriage. I'll reward you with more silver when I return to the palace. For the first time, Feng Xian did not directly obey Zissis' words, his face showing an unusual hint of innocence. My lord, I don't want silver. You have always disliked sweet food. Could you give me the pastries you brought back today? Zissis raised an eyebrow at him, instantly knowing why his subordinate hadn't come at the first moment. It was because he was trapped by a sweet treat. Feng Xian, one must not be greedy for food. Feng Xian instantly admitted his mistake. Yes, thank you for your guidance, my lord. All right, you may go. Zissis originally wanted to reward him, but the moment he thought that it was given to him by Nan Qingran, he was unwilling. The treats handled by Ran must be delicious. Mo Zissou opened the box, and after silently finishing an entire piece of cake, had to admit. It melted in the mouth, rich in milk fragrance, and left a lingering taste. Any cake handled by anyone would taste great. Mo Zissou was thankful for the 100th time that he hadn't rewarded Feng Xian, or he wouldn't have been able to taste such delicacies. A bit regretful. I should have kept Feng Xian's as well. Feng Xian. At the entrance of the Nan family, many people gathered as usual. Nan Qingran delivered her motivational speech announcing that her family was about to reclaim the land. Everyone knows that my family has purchased a lot of land, which will be sown with new grain seeds a month from now. Today I would like to ask all the villagers to help reclaim the land. The daily wage is 35 won, and the wasteland is difficult to cultivate. Just like last time, 2 meals will be provided. Those interested can sign up with my father with priority given to those who weren't chosen. I want to sign up. Me too. Me too. I also want to join you. I wasn't chosen last time. Nan Qingran observed the villagers' excitement and felt a surge of determination within her. She made a decision in her heart. Girl, just tell us, Aunt will definitely follow you. I'm willing to. Qingran has never deceived us. The working conditions are even better than those in town. Nan Qingran smiled sincerely. Thank you for your trust, everyone. What I want to say can actually bring benefits to our Taoyuan Village. I have signed a collaboration with the Xianwei workshop in town to provide vegetables, and we will also open a new store that offers a variety of fresh vegetables. We can't do this alone, so I want to ask if everyone is willing to engage in this business. Aunt Fan sighed and said, Girl, it's not that I don't want to, but my house doesn't have a greenhouse, so we can't grow vegetables. Yes, girl. Village Chief Lu also sighed regretfully. I know you want to help the villagers, but Nan Qingran spoke up, you all don't need to worry about that. I will provide the greenhouses, you just need to have them installed like mine. However, the seeds for various vegetables need to be purchased uniformly from my house at the set price. The price for each type of vegetable seed is 30 won per gene, and there are a total of 10 types. Everyone can choose according to their ability. The vegetables grown must be delivered to the buyer as per the regulations, but the remainder can be consumed at home. However, no selling to others is allowed. This is a matter of integrity, and I cannot relax on. Seeing Nan Qingran's serious attitude and the money involved, some people hesitated. Nan Qingran remained calm and spoke. Of course, one thing I can guarantee is that the vegetables you grow will not be available in our country for the next 2 years. Village Chief Liu's expression brightened. Girl, do you mean? Nan Qingran nodded. Yes, so we will be the only source of supply for our buyer, and there's no reason for them not to sell. Then give me 5 types. If I had more land, I would have wanted 10. I've tasted the vegetables you mentioned, and I'm sure it will be profitable. Aunt Fan hesitated for a moment, and finally made up her mind saying, I'll take 3 types. The girl is definitely right. Nan Qingran felt embarrassed and, blindly following is not advisable. I'll take 2 types too. I'll take 3 types. This new venture is sure to be profitable. Well, I'll take 1 type. Of my family has no men, so just 1 will do. Nan Qingran nodded. Everyone can come to my father to register in a few days, and he will inform you about the planting methods and characteristics of each type of seed. But there's one more thing I need to clarify for management convenience, and to avoid taking up land for grain cultivation, I can have the greenhouses built adjacent to my house, but the land cost will need to be covered by everyone. As soon as this was said, the scene immediately became chaotic. What? We have to buy land too. Yes, we've bought seeds, so why do we need to buy land? Are you trying to scam? Nan Qingran followed the gaze, and saw a somewhat unruly figure. After a glance, she withdrew her gaze, and calmly spoke. Everyone, you don't need to overthink. Our family will never deceive you out of your hard-earned money. I will provide the greenhouses. Of course, everyone has to pay for the land, but you can pay after receiving the payment for the goods. But what if we don't make any money? Nan Qingran shot a glance at her, but was not angry, as she understood that feeling. Then I will bear all the consequences myself. The land costs are the same, the seed costs can also be refunded to everyone. So those who want to plant can register with my father, and we can start building the greenhouses. With more hands, we aim to finish in 5 days, and sell next month. Immediately there were voices of celebration, but some were still questioning. Can it really be planted that quickly? Nan Qingran was a bit helpless this time. The greenhouse was already set up to provide the best conditions for plant growth, and the seeds produced were top-notch, so it was nearly impossible to be slow. Nan Qingran finished instructing the upcoming matters, and left planning to check on her little wasteland. She intended to conduct a field investigation to ensure that every inch of land was used wisely to plant various fruit trees that Sister Nan loved to eat. It should be about time. The strawberries and watermelons will probably be ready for picking in a few days, but as she spoke, Nan Qingran's gaze suddenly sharpened as she looked ahead and walked forward, quickly muttering to herself. Seriously, don't they ask if the mountain has an owner before causing trouble? So annoying. I don't want to see blood. As she spoke, a small silenced laser gun appeared in Nan Qingran's hand, her eyes filled with excited interest. But why did you have to touch Sister Nan's trees? With that, Nan Qingran climbed swiftly onto a large tree and finally saw the thrilling scene of 1 against 10. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Bullying the weak with numbers, that's just too low class. Nan Qingran's conflicted gaze was fixed on the lone fighter. She completely ignored the others who had already become nothing but corpses in her eyes, and corpses didn't need any attention. Sigh, should I save him? He has a handsome face and a tall stature. He looks like an ambitious young man, valuable, the kind that can earn points. The little Nan in the space expressed confusion. Master, how can you tell if a person is valuable just by their looks? Nan Qingran retorted. Then tell me, is he valuable? The little Nan shook his head obediently. Baby doesn't know the mall doesn't have that function. Nan Qingran nodded and continued along her line of thought. Ambitious young people are valuable. Saving him might just get me enough points for the generator. But he harmed Sister Nan's tree. Just as Nan Qingran was deeply conflicted, an arrow shot towards her with a fierce wind. Instinctively, she controlled the vines around her to intercept the arrow. Monster. She is a tree demon. She is a monster. Nan Qingran's brows furrowed tighter, her expression increasingly grim. She pulled out another gun, firing both simultaneously as dozens of men in black were instantly struck down by a wave of lasers collapsing to the ground. Nan Qingran turned around, intrigued to see the expression of the ambitious young man, only to find her lips curling down. Dizzy. Sigh. Who told Sister Nan to be kind? Let's consider this a good deed for today. It was definitely not, because the solar power generator was calling out to her. Nan Qingran, just in case, administered a dose of anesthetic before tossing the person into the space, and after cleaning the battlefield, she floated away from the spot. Since you don't understand the importance of cherishing nature, let's leave you here to provide nourishment for the trees. At least it's a form of repayment for the sins committed in life, so it's not a wasted existence. As the person left and the wind rose, it seemed as if no trace had ever been left behind. The trees continued to sway gracefully, and all the bloodstains were concealed in the vibrant greenery. On her way home, Nan Qingran began to fret. Baby, we can't just keep this person in the space forever. Master, the space has preservation functions. Whatever he is put in, as is, he will remain the same. When taken out, you don't need to worry. Nan Qingran furrowed her brow, clearly disagreeing with this statement. It's inconvenient. It's tough being a good person. I need to change this habit of always wanting to help others. Nan Baobao was speechless. Master, if I don't expose you, do you really think no one knows you saved him? Her daily life was mostly managed within the space, and suddenly having a stranger around was quite unsettling for her. Mo Jingyan said, this king is also unsettled. Hey. It's tough being a good person. I need to change this habit of always wanting to help others. Nan Baobao was speechless. Master, if I don't expose you, do you really think no one knows you saved him for the points? After returning home, Nan Qingran went into the space to treat the wounds of that aspirational youth. Although there was a utilitarian aspect to it, she would never forget her duty as a healer. When Nan Qingran placed the person on the operating table, she realized just how severe his injuries were, and a surge of admiration welled up within her. His body was covered in knife wounds, and on his back 2 gaping wounds, even exposed white bone. The external injuries were manageable, but the most concerning was that he had been shot in the heart. Even she couldn't discern whether the vital area had been harmed. After using sophisticated equipment to examine him, Nan Qingran breathed a sigh of relief, but this high-intensity surgery had indeed drained a lot of her energy. After the surgery, she casually settled him in a guest room and went to sleep in her own room. Nan Qingran slept for 4 hours, and upon waking, her first instinct was to check on that aspirational youth. It looks like he should be able to survive. Nan Jie's efforts weren't in vain. Nan Qingran spent quite a while in the garden, finally cutting a few blooming flowers to place in vases in the living room and bedroom. She had always enjoyed tending to flowers and plants in her past life, but back then even living was a source of anxiety, let alone nurturing flowers. Being here while busy was the first time she felt such leisure. Nan Qingran lowered her head to sniff the fragrance of the flowers, exclaiming in delight, this is how life should be lived. It must be lived this way to have flavor. Master, come quickly. Nan Qingran sauntered outside, completely unconcerned about her little bundle getting into any danger. She was more at ease in the space than she was herself. Baby, what's wrong? Master, there's a notification on the weather forecast screen. Nan Qingran became interested and quickly walked forward, her eyes lighting up upon seeing the content on the screen. Indeed, when it rains, a mother must marry, and nothing can stop it. Weather forecast notification: over the next month, the weather will warm up with temperatures significantly higher than in previous years, aligning with the majority of grain sowing times. Nan Baobao, seeing her owner happy, also became excited, but then her tone drooped again. Master, isn't the glass house we were going to build now useless? Nan Qingran looked at her with an expression of "you just don't get it" smiling, as she replied. Grain seeds and vegetable seeds cannot be compared. The latter is many times more delicate than the former. How could it not be useful? Nan Baobao nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Master is so smart, you understand all this, unlike me being so silly and unable to help the master at all. This pitiful little appearance made Nan Qingran's heart ache. She pulled her little bundle into her embrace and affectionately comforted her for a while before exiting the space. Once Nan Qingran left, Nan Baobao immediately transformed the obedient little pitiful look, vanishing without a trace. This trick works well. The master's embrace is still sweet and soft. Today the scheming little Nan is online seeking hugs. Is there anything wrong? Our baby just wants the master's affection. Nan Qingran eagerly brought up the matter of sowing during today's family meeting after dinner. The seeds in the space had already been soaked in diluted spirit spring water for a month. Everything is ready, we just lack the seeds to be planted. Nan Xiaoyang and Nan Xiaoyuan, the two brothers, unusually voted against it. Ran, this is not something that can be decided casually. Farming relies on the heavens. It's too cold for the seeds to be planted yet. Nan Qingran spoke mysteriously to her family. Uncle Dad, this is my master's will. Last night he appeared in my dream and told me that now is the best time for the seeds to be planted, and that starting this month the weather would gradually warm up. Therefore we must plant the seeds without delay. Feng spoke up. Since Ran said it's the will of the immortal, we should follow it. The immortal has already cured our Ran. How could they deceive us farmers? Qin and Lin also chimed in. Yes, since Ran has communicated with the immortals, well, how could she be mistaken? Nan Qingran didn't expect that the women in the family would support her decision. First her eyes filled. Grandma is right, I hope you all believe in Ran. Ran will keep her promises. In the end, unsurprisingly, the whole family decided to plant immediately, not delaying even a day. However, Nan Qingran didn't expect the villagers to cooperate, so while showing no dissent and rolling up their sleeves to follow the Nan family in sowing the fields. Ran has never deceived them. Whatever profitable method she thinks of, she considers them. Besides, our own family is also planting, so what do they have to worry about? Nan Qingran nodded knowingly. Regardless of how it turned out, the result was good. Taoyuan Town. After finishing planting at home, the fruits in the greenhouse had just ripened. Nan Qingran picked some fruits and vegetables to send to Mo Zissou and Lu Yiji. After all, one cannot go empty-handed when asking others for favors. After thinking it over, Nan Qingran felt that Mo Zissou and Lu Yiji were the most suitable place to take in that aspirational youth. Nan Qingran looked at the two men in front of her with a complex expression. Their faces were clearly not good. What's wrong? Do you know him? Given their somewhat complicated yet relieved expressions, could they be enemies? Or perhaps comrades in arms? Or maybe rivals in love? But how could they be rivals in love for just one person? Baby is curious, but baby won't say. As Nan Qingran was eager to ask something, she saw Mo Zissou turn around and bow to her. Startled, she quickly dodged. Big brother, this is unacceptable. Mo Zissou looked up at her with a complicated expression. Did you really take me as your brother? Nan Qingran was taken aback, contemplating his possible attributes, then quickly responded with a sly question. Would you feel more comfortable if I referred to you as a sister instead, eh? Mo Zissou's expression darkened further, his face slightly flushed from the teasing. He turned away, fearing that this mischievous girl might drive him to madness. Lu Yiji watched with great interest, appearing unconcerned about his brother's embarrassment. Qingran Zissou is expressing his gratitude to you. He pointed at the ambitious young man lying on the bed. This is Zissou's cousin. They grew up together and share a strong bond. Mo Zissou turned to her, nodding earnestly. Thank you, Qingran, for your rescue. Otherwise my brother's life would have been in danger. This is a great favor. Nan Qingran scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Could she admit that she had only intended to watch the fun, and her decision to save him was merely due to his handsome and resolute face? Of course not. Nan Qingran feigned camaraderie, attempting to pat Mo Zissou on the shoulder, only to realize that at her petite height, she couldn't even reach the shoulder of the tall, 188 centimeters handsome guy. Courageous Nan Qingran, undeterred by difficulties, stood on her tiptoes to pat Mo Zissou's shoulder. It's just a small matter, no need to be polite. In the martial world, one relies on friends. Both men present laughed at her antics, and even from the bed came a weak chuckle, instantly drawing the attention of the three. Mo Zissou approached, asking with concern, Cousin, are you alright? Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Seeing the noticeably more spirited individual, Lu Yiji teased him. Yes, Zeikai, if you have any injuries, just say so. Our little miracle doctor is here. You won't find another opportunity like this. Zeikai ignored him, looking earnestly at Nan Qingran and cupping his fists in gratitude. Thank you, miss, for saving my life. Zeikai is injured and unable to bow properly. I apologize for my rudeness. If one day you need my assistance, Zeikai will certainly not refuse. Nan Qingran grinned, appreciating his gratitude. She liked straightforward people and didn't want to be formal. Sure, if I need help from young Master C, I won't hold back. Besides, you are Zissou's brother. That makes us connected. No need for formality, just call me Qingran, as they do. What's with all this mistalk? It sounds so awkward. Mainly Nan Qingran felt like it was a bit of a disadvantage. Zeikai was taken aback. Although he had seen straightforward women in the capital, he didn't dare to directly address her by her given name. With too many eyes watching the Duke's residence, he didn't dare to make a wrong move, fearing trouble for his aunt and father. He nodded knowingly. Then I must be too old-fashioned. I won't be formal with my aunt. Qingran then. Nan Qingran laughed brightly. Exactly. We're friends, so no need to be so formal. Come on, Nan Qingran is the undisputed social butterfly. She turned to look at Mo Zissou, her face beaming with good humor. Now I really don't have to worry about how to take care of this little handsome guy. Remember to take good care of him. Zai Kai, a young man in his prime, suddenly turned bright red at Nan Qingran's teasing. Qingran, you. How can you a girl? Stammering Zai Kai couldn't quite articulate his thoughts. Nan Qingran scolded herself, internally wondering why she couldn't change her habit of teasing handsome guys. With her past lives experience, she could easily be his elder. How shameless. Nan Qingran knew that these young men from ancient times were all quite innocent, and she smiled apologetically. Zai Kai, don't take offense. I usually speak without a filter. If I've offended you, I apologize. Before Zai Kai could respond, Mo Zissou, who was radiating cold energy, spoke up. Qingran understands well, a man should not focus solely on appearances. Furthermore, cousin already has a fiancé. You must not let my future sister-in-law hear this. Nan Qingran scolded herself again in her mind, deciding that it was better to break a temple than to destroy a marriage. If she were to ruin someone's fate, she would truly deserve punishment. Nan Qingran silently blamed herself, completely oblivious to Mo Zissou's strange attitude. When teasing him, he had never reacted this strongly, yet he suddenly became protective of his cousin. Zai Kai sat quietly on the bed, watching his cousin seriously fabricating nonsense. If he weren't the subject of this discussion, he might have thought he owed some debt of fate. Feeling guilty, Nan Qingran decided to leave quickly. You all take good care of the patient, make sure he rests well. I'm already relieved that Zai Kai has recovered. He must be well taken care of, and if anything arises, come find. After finishing, Nan Qingran intended to exit as she hadn't completed her business for today. By the way, I've put the fruits and vegetables I brought you in the shop out front. The instructions for eating them are inside with a note. I'll bring more when I come to town in a few days. Thank you, Qingran. Nan Qingran didn't look back, waving her hand as she walked out. Mo Zissou furrowed his brow, stepping out immediately, completely disregarding the curious gazes of the two remaining. Lu Yizhi looked at the still somewhat weak Zai Kai with concern. Your martial arts, who could have injured you like this? Zai Kai scoffed. That old scoundrel of a prime minister hired assassins from the Xiaoyao pavilion to deal with me. All 10 assassins took action. That really is flattering of me. At this point, Zai Kai realized something was amiss and questioned. Before I fainted, there were clearly a few assassins left. Could it be? Lu Yixi's eyes sparkled with emotion. Yes, it's just as you think. After a moment, Zai Kai finally spoke. Qingran is truly a remarkable woman. That goes without saying. If it weren't so, our prince, Yin, would not regard her so highly. Zai Kai chuckled lightly. This is not just a matter of high regard. Clearly both pairs of eyes were glued to that girl. Ha ha ha. Mo Jingyan had no idea how these two were conspiring against him, but wouldn't care even if he did. So Qingran is looking for craftsmen to build a house. Nan Qingran nodded dejectedly. She had asked several people, but they all said they couldn't manage such a complex design. Yet she didn't want to settle for a place to live, so she could only make several trips and try her luck. Mo Zissou could imagine that what she brought out must be extraordinary. If Qingran trusts me, how about I recommend someone to you? I have yet to see anyone better at building houses than him. Nan Qingran's drooping head instantly lifted. That's wonderful. If he can really build a house I want, I will definitely leave a guest room for you, Zissou. Mo Zissou felt somewhat uneasy, but did not show it. After spending so much time together, he had realized that this girl, who was clearly still young, spoke with an unexpected maturity. He certainly did not want to be treated like a child. Then I thank you, Qingran. After parting ways with Nan Qingran, he took a stroll around the street, and unexpectedly found Joy. She held the notice in her hand, feeling extremely excited. It had been a long time since she had opened a surprise package. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Hey, what trouble are you causing, girl? How can you joke about the strange illness of the Luo family's young lady? Quickly put the notice back. Yeah. If you ask me, this reckless little girl will definitely be chased out by the Luo family. Nan Qingran was indifferent, walking towards the address on the notice, but her tightly furrowed brows indeed indicated that she was not in a good mood. Are all of you so eager to play the teacher? Probably just bored out of your minds. Nan Qingran stopped, raising her head to look at the large plaque. Luo Mansion, it should be here. No wonder they can offer a price of 1,000 gold. It truly is magnificent. A not fully formed plan flashed through Nan Qingran's mind. Without overthinking, she stepped forward to knock on the door. The person who answered did not regard her age as a reason to dismiss her, but instead respectfully invited her into the hall. Please wait a moment, young healer. I will go fetch the young master right away. Upon hearing someone had come with the notice, Luo Hua Feng rushed out excitedly. His younger sister's strange illness had always been a source of pain for him, and as her brother, he was even more worried. Now that there was hope, how could he not be excited? When he saw Nan Qingran in the hall, Luo Hua Feng's heart skipped a beat. His good upbringing prevented him from showing it, but his anticipation vanished in an instant. Is this young healer the one who posted our notice? Nan Qingran glanced at the paper in her hand and spoke. Well, isn't it obvious? Luo Hua Feng was taken aback. Does the healer have a way to cure my sister's illness? Nan Qingran looked at him with a face that seemed to say, "What nonsense are you talking about? Young Master Luo, do you think doctors are gods? How can one determine if a patient can be cured without seeing them?" Luo Huafeng was momentarily speechless. "Then please, young healer, follow me." As Nan Qingran followed Luo Huafeng to the door of the young lady, she smelled a strange odor and immediately understood what the illness was. "I know what Miss Luo's ailment is and I can treat it." Luo Huafeng was taken aback, confused. Didn't the young healer say that one must see the patient first? Nan Qingran, in a subtle display of confidence, pretended to be profound. "That is the case for ordinary healers. My medical skills are exceptional and naturally differ from others. Can't young Master Luo understand such a simple principle?" Luo Huafeng was at a loss for words, wondering what however he felt happy. Among all the healers who had come, she was the first to say she could cure his sister. He wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Before he could speak, a gentle and melodious female voice came from the room. "Brother, please let this young healer in." Nan Qingran's eyes lit up as she could tell from the voice that it was a gentle young lady. When Nan Qingran pushed open the door and saw the young lady's stunning beauty, her infatuated nature instantly piqued. However, she still maintained her composure and did not drool in front of the beautiful young. Luo Huali gently covered her face, raising her hand with a smile, displaying the graceful elegance of a noble young lady. Nan Qingran was internally screaming, "Sister, please kill me." At that moment, Luo Huali was also carefully examining the little girl in front of her. At around 13 or 14 years of age, slender and fair, given time, she would undoubtedly become a breathtaking. However, what captivated her most was Nan Qingran's pair of sparkling doe-like eyes. When you looked into them, it felt as if the whole world favored you. Luo Huali and Nan Qingran stared at each other openly, without any pretense, ultimately bursting into laughter together, leaving Luo Huafeng, a grown man, looking utterly bewildered. "Brother, I want to have a chat with this young healer." Luo Huafeng, sensing the situation, left the space for the two and closed the door as he walked out. Can the young healer truly cure my embarrassing illness? Although she had gone through many disappointments, it was still evident that Luo Huali was looking forward to her affirmative answer. Nan Qingran nodded firmly. "Miss Luo's ailment is merely a common case of body odor. There's no need for surgery. With the right medication, I guarantee it will be cured in a month." By the 25th century, this ailment, which was once difficult to treat, had long been resolved, and there were now special medications available without the need for surgery. Luo Huali's eyes instantly filled with tears. This embarrassing illness had tormented her for so long. While other girls mingled and made plans, she had never dared to respond. By the time she reached the age for matchmaking, she had already lost hope for her future husband. After all, who could endure the foul odor from someone sharing the same bed? Nan Qingran's words undoubtedly gave her immense confidence. "If what the young healer says is true, then my Luo family will certainly reward you with a fortune." Nan Qingran's eyes sparkled even more. Although she wasn't short on money, who wouldn't love a domineering sister who said, "I'll give you $1 million, but you must spend it all today?" Anyway, Sister Nan indicated that she couldn't do that. "Don't worry, I never tell lies. Miss Luo can send someone to Yenyun Tang to collect the medicine later, and I will conduct a follow-up examination in half a month." Luo Huali nodded. "Then thank you, young healer." Nan Qingran smiled. "Miss Luo, my surname is Nan. My name is Qingran. If you don't mind, you can call me Qingran." Luo Huali sincerely smiled. "To meet Qingran is my fortune in 3 lifetimes, otherwise I wouldn't know how to go through the days ahead." "Then can I call you Sister Luo?" No one could refuse the charming Nan Qingran. "Of course, that's great. It's getting a bit late. Hey, let me have someone fetch your medical fee and send you home." Nan Qingran shook her head in refusal. If someone followed her, how would the medicine be delivered to Yenyun Tang? Besides, she didn't want to befriend the Luo family just for that small fee. "I want charge for the medical fee, but I do have a business proposition to discuss with the Luo family. I wonder if Sister can give me this opportunity." Luo Hualai was taken aback, not expecting that the seemingly simple girl before him harbored such grand ambitions. In the hierarchy of society, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the latter were always regarded as the lowest class. Back then, it was his brother's own disinterest in an official career that led their parents to let him take over the family business, yet she had not been deeply involved in the family's enterprises. Luo Hualai spoke truthfully, yet also gave Nan Qingran a promise. "Rest assured, Qingran, if I can fully recover, my brother will certainly repay you." Nan Qingran lightly raised the corners of her mouth, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable emotion, and gently shook her head. "Sister has misunderstood my intentions." Luo Hualai furrowed her brows in confusion. "Then what does Qingran mean?" "What I mean is that this collaboration is only between you and me, Sister Luo, and has nothing to do with your brother. But I have never engaged in business, and I..." At this point, Luo Hualai lowered her head in self-deprecation. Nan Qingran reached out to pat her, offering comfort. "Since Sister Luo trusts me, then you need not worry unnecessarily. In a month's time, I guarantee you will be free of this ailment." Luo Hualai looked at Nan Qingran's confident demeanor and unconsciously nodded. "I naturally believe in Qingran. Nan Qingran smiled, brightly radiating a sense of confidence that instinctively attracted Luo Hualai. Since sister has agreed, then consider whether you want to collaborate with me or not. Luo Hualai steadied her mind. Having witnessed her brother conduct business, she was quite methodical in her inquiry. Nan Qingran answered each question earnestly. One had to say she was more than satisfactory her meticulousness, making her quite suitable to be her big manager. So what you mean is you provide the goods and I manage and supply the shop. The profits we split 50-50. Yes, Sister Luo, you are correct. But do you not know that business does not favor emotion? From what it seems now, it looks like I am at a disadvantage. Luo Hualai maintained a calm and generous demeanor, and Nan Qingran did not bother to be modest. She was never good at such virtuous traits. I can assure Sister Luo that even with a 50-50 split you would still earn half of the Luo family's profits for an entire year. This time Luo Hualai was genuinely astonished, appearing somewhat conflicted, as if she did not want to hurt her. Do you know how much money the Luo family earns in a year? Nan Qingran confidently nodded. Oh, of course. She did not know. But did that matter? Not at all. Luo Hualai looked at her with a complex expression, unsure of what she was thinking. Nan Qingran painted a grand picture for her. If Sister Luo has time, when you go to fetch the medicine, you can let someone go to Yanyan Hall to bring back some of my products to try out the effects before making any considerations. How does that sound? Luo Hualai nodded, accepting it. Sister Luo, rest assured I will definitely cure your illness and return you to the splendid life you deserve. Upon hearing this, Luo Hualai's brows instantly lifted in a smile. Though she appeared as a cold beauty with an icy demeanor, there was an unmistakable charm and delight of a girl in her prime beneath. Nan Qingran was thrilled to encounter someone she could connect with so easily, and being a beautiful young lady, her words flowed freely. After discussing business for a while and chatting extensively, they parted ways as the sun set. Yanyan Hall. When Nan Qingran arrived, she saw a young boy. The three others were not present. Not wishing to disturb them, she set her things down and intended to leave. However, the boy was quite clever, quickly running to the back courtyard and knocking on the door urgently. Come in. Upon entering, the boy bowed, and then spoke breathlessly. Masters, that Miss Nan has arrived. Lu Yizhi and Shizukai exchanged puzzled glances. When they came to their senses, they found that Mo Jingyan's figure had already vanished. Seeing Mo Zeiss's speed that could be described as a flash, Nan Qingran couldn't help but find it amusing. This little boy that Yizhi recruited is a bit too clever. I didn't mean to disturb you all. Mo Zissou was instead thinking about how much bonus he should give this little boy. Nanran's arrival doesn't count as a disturbance. As soon as these words were spoken, both men were momentarily taken aback. Mo Jingyan felt a flash of regret in his heart, realizing too late that he had inadvertently blurted out Qingran's nickname. Would she think he was being too reckless? Nan Qingran felt a bit awkward, but it was only for a moment. A mere nickname couldn't cause her to lose her composure. It was just a casual jest. So Zissou has been calling me that in his heart all along. Mo Jingyan was able to control his expression well in response to her playful teasing, but his ears still flushed with a hint of red. Nan Qingran found it amusing, but also knew when to stop. Is there something that brought you here at this hour, Nanran? Mo Jingyan noticed that Nan Qingran did not seem to feel offended, so he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to deepen their relationship. Even if Nan Qingran did not sense it. She briefly explained the situation, leaning against the wall, tilting her head with a smile as she looked at him. I should be able to leave some things here without needing to pay a deposit, right? Of course not. Qingran can leave anything here. Lu Yizi's voice came from behind, and he did not know when they had arrived, wearing a smile that resembled that of an aunt watching over her children. Nan Qingran instinctively shivered and said goodbye as she walked out. Mo Jingyan turned with an expression of resentment, looking at the two light bulbs. Lu Yizhi with his thick skin was completely unbothered, while Shizukai felt a bit uneasy about interrupting his brother's good fortune. Ahem, it's late, Qingran. It's not safe for a girl like you to be out alone. Oh, let Zissou escort you home. Yes. No. Before Nan Qingran could finish her sentence, she was ushered out by the two. She stood outside the door, bewildered, exchanging glances with Mo Zissou. Mo Jingyan felt a bit awkward. He knew that Lu Yizhi was creating an opportunity for him, and now even his cousin thought so. But what about him? Did he truly have feelings for Nanran, or was it merely the effect of a life-saving grace? Mo Jingyan had never dealt with matters of the heart, but he understood that such things needed careful consideration. They could not be taken lightly. Just as Granny Zhao had said about his parents in their youth, true love requires mutual affection and heartfelt connection. It was just a pity. As he thought of this, a surge of killing intent flowed through Mo Jingyan. Having survived numerous zombie waves and gunfire, Nan Qingran immediately sensed Mo Zeiss's unusual behavior. She tentatively called out, Zissou. Mo Jingyan snapped back to reality, regaining his harmless demeanor in front of her, feeling annoyed that he had not concealed his emotions well. Do not be afraid, Nanran. Nan Qingran was carefree, completely oblivious to the careful heart of a young boy. Mo Jingyan pondered the scene in his mind and nodded in understanding. Indeed, Ranran was a transformed spirit, so how could she be easily frightened by mere mortals? Thinking of this, he instinctively asked, "Did Ran see anyone else when she saved my brother?" Nan Qingran recalled those who called her a tree spirit, and her beautiful willow-like brows furrowed, but she still sincerely nodded. "Yes, I did. Why?" Mo Zissou was cautiously probing Nan Qingran. "And what about them?" They have returned to nature free and unrestrained." Mo Zissou was perplexed. How so? Suddenly the girl in front turned around and approached Mo Jingyan. The two locked eyes merely inches apart, feeling each other's breath. Nan Qingran's typically light voice took on a hint of inexplicable eeriness. "Returning to nature means having no form, no soul. They will turn into soil and nourishment, nurturing my green woods to repay their disrespect towards nature and life." After speaking, Nan Qingran carefully observed every expression on Mo Zissou's face, missing not a single moment. Seeing his furrowed brows, she felt a strange emptiness in her heart. Wanting to distance herself from him awkwardly, her body instinctively recoiled, only to be stopped by a pair of warm hands. "Ran, you don't have to do that anymore. Your hands shouldn't touch such filthy things." Nan Qingran's heart jolted, as if a frosted layer of ice was being broken by a powerful, yet gentle hammer, revealing a timid and tender side. Nan Qingran found herself embraced by the tall man in front of her, and this upward gaze made her suddenly realize that the boy she had always considered a child was actually a tall and upright man. She watched the sunset glow cast upon Mo Zissou's chiseled face, and in that instant, she distinctly felt an extraordinary emotion, her face instantly flushing with shyness. It was infatuation. She slightly wriggled free from Mo Zissou's embrace, turned, and continued walking forward, mumbling something under her breath. "I'm not that weak. Don't underestimate me." Mo Zissou looked at her with a face full of affection, quickly catching up to walk alongside her, his words brimming with sincerity. "I don't think Ran is weak. Oh, I just hope she won't encounter such things again, as they would dirty your hands." Seeing his honest demeanor, Nan Qingran thought that if she harbored any notion of he is manipulating me, it would surely be a desecration of the person before her. Secretly setting aside her small thoughts, she replied, "Oh, now I understand. Let's see if you can actually do it. If you can, it wouldn't be impossible for Nan Jia to protect you." Faced with the temptation of beauty, Nan Qingran was consciously sinking deeper, accepting the grand promises he painted for her. Oh, Nan Jia loves him so much. As Mo Zissou escorted her home, his face was full of regret for leaving too soon. But he could only reluctantly bid farewell. "Ran, you should go in now." Nan Qingran felt a bit shy about meeting his gaze, but couldn't help but ask, Aren't you coming in to sit for a while?" Nan Qingran watched as Mo Zissou poured another cup of tea and finally could not help but speak up. If you're not thirsty, then don't drink it. Otherwise I will have to go out and brew another pot for you." Mo Jingyan felt a bit awkward and hurriedly put down the teacup, looking at Nan Qingran with a reserved expression. Ran, perhaps I should just go back." He stared at Nan Qingran, unsure where to appropriately direct his gaze. "This isn't good for your reputation." Nan Qingran nodded in agreement, but felt a bit reckless for speaking so openly. And looking at how adorably nervous Mo Zissou was in front of him, she was afraid she might end up laughing, which would not be good. "Then let me walk you home." Mo Jingyan did not refuse. He indeed wanted to spend more time with her. "Ran, the people who will build the house should be arriving tomorrow. I will have them come direct." Upon hearing this good news, Nan Qingran's eyes curved in joy, clearly very happy. "Then thank you, Zissou." Mo Jingyan pursed his lips, his expression darkening. He did not want to hear Nan Qingran speak such formal words. "Ran doesn't need to be so polite with me. Moreover, didn't you promise to leave a room for me?" Nan Qingran turned to look at his innocent expression, and a mischievous thought arose in her heart. She leaned closer to him, her warm breath gently brushing against the exposed skin of Mo Jingyan's neck. "So Zissou really cares about that room, huh? How about this? Once my house is built, you can come and live with me." Nan Qingran deliberately teased him, her tone soft and alluring, igniting a surge of desire within Mo Jingyan. Seeing him blush, she couldn't help but grin, feeling triumphant. Although sister Nan had never pursued a man, handling such an innocent boy was still a piece of cake. Nan Qingran felt like a little wild cat who had successfully stolen a fish, wanting to run after causing trouble. Mo Jingyan seized her wrist, and Nan Qingran instinctively looked up, immediately meeting his eyes, which were now tinged with intense desire. At that moment, Nan Qingran felt an unprecedented sense of danger and instinctively wanted to break free and escape. Unfortunately, Mo Jingyan did not give her that chance. He gently lifted her delicate chin, and a smile that was both playful and dangerous curled at the corners of his lips. "Ran, you really are not behaving." Nan Qingran felt a bead of cold sweat break out on her forehead, her mind racing with one thought: barbecue. This is a disaster. But Nan Qingran was the kind of person who would argue to the end, refusing to concede easily. Besides, she was confident that the man before her would not harm her. "Am not behaving. Then show me how to behave." Nan Qingran leaned in closer, her lips parting to speak. "Like this." Her enticing red lips opened and closed before Mo Jingyan, making him want to seal them with a kiss. Mo Jingyan's veins bulged with tension. It was clear he was using all his willpower to suppress himself. Unfortunately for him, Nan Qingran was determined to see this restrained noble young man succumb to desire. In a teasing tone she said, "Zissou, your face is flushed again. How adorable." Suddenly Mo Jingyan felt as though the string of restraint in his mind had snapped broken by this deliberately provocative girl. He disregarded everything and forcefully pressed his lips against hers. He intended to teach this clueless girl a lesson, showing her just how dangerous it was to deliberately entice a man with impure intentions. At this moment Mo Jingyan had abandoned all decorum, acting like a dominant predator, savoring the sweetness of Nan Qingran's mouth bit by bit. Nan Qingran was momentarily stunned, but then she quickly reacted. Watching Mo Zissou's aggressive actions, her competitive spirit surged to its peak. She wanted to regain control, but unfortunately she was still defeated by their vastly different strength. What should have been a sweet tender kiss turned into a battle between the two. When their lips finally parted, both were panting heavily as they looked at each other, both of them just inexperienced rookies. Mo Jingyan gazed at the girl before him, her misty eyes blinking, her cheeks flushed, and her lips slightly swollen, clearly having been cherished. In that instant he understood his feelings for her were not merely gratitude for saving his life, but rather genuine affection. She was the dream girl he had fallen for at first sight. Nan Qingran was already feeling disgruntled from being at a disadvantage, and seeing him act so fussy only ignited her irritation, causing her to voice her thoughts without thinking. Mo Zissou, your kissing skills are really awful. Mo Jingyan's face turned red from her bold remark, followed by a frown. No man could accept such a critique from the woman he loved after a kiss. Ran, please don't despise me. I have no experience, and am naturally clumsy. With practice I will surely satisfy you. Nan Qingran was momentarily stunned. She did not expect Mo Zissou to say this. Since he had already gone this far, she could not be stingy. "Oh, so who do you plan to practice with?" Nan Qingran's tone sounded indifferent, but her sharp gaze was fixed on Mo Zissou, as if to say that if he slipped up even a little she would send him straight to hell. Mo Jingyan smiled indulgently at her adorable expression. "Of course I will practice with Ran. I will take responsibility for you." Nan Qingran immediately performed a disappearing smile act, her tone turning icy in an instant. "Mo Zissou, do you think I, Nan Qingran, would give myself to you over a kiss? I'm not interested in your sense of responsibility." Mo Zissou had somewhat understood Nan Qingran's temperament, and instantly realized where he had gone wrong, quickly blocking her path. Ran, I didn't mean it that way. My kiss was just an expression of my feelings, a spontaneous gesture. I never intended to belittle you. Ran is my treasure. She deserves to be cherished and loved." Nan Qingran's face flushed, revealing a hint of shyness. "Oh, how do I know you're not just sweet-talking? If you draw, I sincerely cherish you, Ran, and will treasure and love you in this life. Will you accept me?" After a long wait without receiving a response from Nan Qingran, his voice carried a hint of disappointment. "If Ran is unwilling, I accept." Sister Nan was momentarily infatuated, ready to bite into the big pie he had drawn. Thinking of this, Nan Qingran yanked down Mo Zissou's collar and planted a heavy kiss on him, not forgetting to warn him in a fierce tone. "Mo Zissou, I am a person who holds grudges and is ruthless. I won't tolerate any nonsense. I don't care what your status is. If we part ways in the future, we can each live happily. But if you deceive me, I will surely make you pay dearly." "No way." Nan Qingran was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Mo Jingyan looked at her with unwavering determination. "I and Ran are destined to share the same bed in life and death. We will not part ways, only live joyfully together." Nan Qingran curled her lips and complained, "You sure have a silver tongue. I wonder where you learned that." Yet despite her words, the smile in her eyes did not fade at all. Mo Zissou said earnestly, "Seeing Ran stirs my heart. It is not just sweet talk to make her happy." Nan Qingran chuckled, realizing that this was the first time she understood the joys of romance. It was truly fascinating. Nan Qingran cleared her throat lightly. "Then we need to establish some rules." Mo Zissou wore an expression that implied he would agree to anything, making it easy for Nan Qingran to become infatuated with him, so she turned her face away to avoid looking at him. "First, there must never be a third person between us. I believe in a love that lasts a lifetime for a pair of souls. If you cannot do this, then let's not discuss it." Mo Jingyan tightly grasped Nan Qingran's hand in his palm and spoke earnestly, "What you wish for I also wish for. Second, before I turn 18, we cannot engage in any physical relationship." Mo Jingyan in this matter was not as composed as Nan Qingran and awkwardly asked, "Ran, a girl comes of age at 16. Nan Qingran briefly educated him on the dangers of intimacy and pregnancy for a mother before 18, leaving him terrified and wishing he could vow never to have children in this lifetime. "Is that all?" Mo Zissou shook his head. If childbirth was this dangerous, he would rather remain childless. After all, his elder brother would inherit the throne, and he could always have more children later to pass on to them. Mo Jingli, "You rascal. Third, our relationship must remain a secret until I come of age after all." "No." Mo Zissou looked at her expressionlessly, but for some reason, she could feel his sense of grievance. Then what do you think? Mo Zissou pulled Nan Qingran closer, enveloping her in his embrace from behind. Why must we hide from everyone? Do you think Ranran is ashamed that I cannot show you off? Nan Qingran felt he was being overly dramatic, but had no evidence. We just got together, and our relationship is still unstable if. Nan Qingran looked at Mo Zissou's increasingly sullen expression and retracted her words. Then how about we let nature take its course? We won't announce it to the world, nor will we hide it. How about that? Mo Zissou nodded, appreciatively understanding when to stop while he was ahead. Nan Qingran nodded in satisfaction and extended her hand towards him. Then, boyfriend, please take care of me. Mo Jingyan understood the meaning of boyfriend and gracefully grasped her delicate hand. Girlfriend, nice to meet you. Nan Qingran happily pinched his remarkably nice-looking face. My boyfriend is so clever. The shimmering moonlight seemed to cast a layer of hazy beauty around the two lovers, yet their intense, bright, and passionate feelings ignited in that moment. Love surged like a tide, enduring and unyielding. Lovers in the throes of passion always had countless things to discuss, holding each other intimately. Mainly Nan Qingran wanted to cling to her boyfriend, a creature that had never appeared in her life before, with fervor. Mo Jingyan wanted it even more than she did, but there was already one irrational being. If he also ignited with passion, it would truly be dangerous. Nan Qingran was so overly excited that she could not fall asleep, draping herself in a silk nightgown and heading to her study to revise her design plans. She mainly added a guest room to her yard, choosing both hard and soft furnishings in the calm color palette that Mo Zissou would undoubtedly like. However, there were some warm-colored accents that made the room feel much cozier. Nan Qingran raised the second cup of milk sent by Nan Baobao and took a sip, but regrettably, she had no desire to sleep at all. She sighed. Indeed, love makes one irrational. Nan Baobao ran over, chattering with curiosity. Master, have you found a male master for Baobao? Nan Qingran was taken aback. She indeed had not mentioned her background and space to Mo Zissou. But thinking that they would be so close in the future, she could not hide it, so she decided to let it be. She had never hidden her uniqueness and planned to act freely in the future, because she had already become strong enough to protect herself. Yes, he is very handsome, Nan Qingran said, looking at Nan Baobao with anticipation. Since I can't sleep anyway, let's count the points. Nan Baobao diligently reported, and Nan Qingran's mood instantly brightened tenfold as she looked at the little coins in front of her. Master, this is how it goes. The people you saved this time received 1,000 and 300 points respectively. After purchasing the solar power generator, you will have an additional 1,000 points. Do you want to buy related home appliances? Nan Qingran silently shook her head. Her space was filled with countless supplies and could replicate, so she did not want to be taken advantage of. Would you like to open a surprise gift package, Master? Of course. These are all precious treasures. Does the Master choose to accept the surprise gift package? Yes, I accept. Okay, the seeds of the ice crystal Yinya medicinal material have been distributed. Nan Qingran was momentarily bewildered, pulling her baby into her arms and rubbing him. Baby, what is this? Nan Baobao cleared his throat and replied seriously, the ice crystal Yinya is a treasure among medicinal materials. It is a blend of weather elements, water and wind. My dear baby, can you speak in a way your master can understand? Nan Baobao's eyes spun. In short, as long as ice crystal Yinya is used in medicine, it can cure all diseases in the world. Nan Qingran, being from a medical background, could not help but be curious. After all, even in the advanced technology of the 25th century, there were no such miraculous medicinal materials. Is it really so miraculous? Yes. Anything produced in the space must be of high quality. Nan Qingran smiled at his proud and slightly boastful demeanor. So how does this ice crystal Yinya compare to my wood-based healing abilities? Nan Baobao hesitated a bit, speaking softly. Master, haven't you noticed that your wood-based abilities have gradually transformed into stronger offensive abilities? Nan Qingran was taken aback. She had rarely used her abilities since coming here, mainly because no one needed them. She thought she had merely upgraded her abilities. Will my healing abilities disappear in the future? Don't worry, that won't happen, but it's just that the healing abilities are not as powerful as in your past life. Nan Qingran felt no dissatisfaction. After all, in this ancient world, having strong offensive abilities gave her a greater sense of security. After toiling for a long time, she planted the 2 seeds well, and then returned to sleep peacefully. Nan Qingran had a long, satisfying sleep, and woke up feeling refreshed. Another day full of anticipation. She quickly washed up in the bathroom, and went out to scoop up her baby, taking a baby, be sure to guard the house well. The owner is going out to pursue a career. With that, she vanished, leaving Nan Baobao to sigh at the empty room. This must be the magic of love in romantic novels. The owner actually got up half an hour earlier than usual without any mood swings. Good morning, Grandpa and Grandma, parents, and Uncle and Aunt. Nan Qingran's cheerful voice could be heard from outside, making the old man then glance awkwardly at the man sitting in the main room. My granddaughter is a bit mischievous, please forgive her, young master. Old man Nan felt pleased to hear his precious granddaughter being praised, but the next moment he felt a bit uncomfortable. How could a young girl be called by her nickname like that by a man? Young Master Imo, what are you doing here? Upon seeing the person in the room, Nan Qingran's voice carried obvious delight, her eyes instantly sparkling with brilliance. I came to bring a person for Qingran. With that, Imo Jingyan shot a glance at the person beside him. The person respectfully nodded, then bowed to Nan Qingran, his eyes filled with evident respect and excitement. My name is Qinghui, pleased to meet you, Miss Nan. Nan Qingran smiled kindly and stepped forward to pat his shoulder firmly as a gesture of friendliness. No need to be so polite, after all it's our family requesting your help to build a house. Qinghui broke out in a cold sweat, already feeling the sharp gaze from his master. He sidestepped a bit, feeling quite wronged. Who would have thought that the future princess would be so carefree? Moreover, he was genuinely curious as to why this future princess was so strong. His shoulder was hurting from the pat. Boo-hoo. Imo Jingyan withdrew his gaze, focusing all his attention on his girlfriend, ensuring no one else got a look. Besides Qinghui, no one present knew that this young couple was exchanging affectionate glances in front of everyone. Old man Nan let out a long sigh of relief, lifting his cup of tea and taking a sip, inadvertently missing this scene. Indeed, Qingran was just a bit lively and straightforward. I had thought too much. Alright, let's go, we need to talk over there. Qinghui did not move, quietly observing his master's intentions, and felt that his future princess was indeed an unconventional woman. Nan Qingran looked at Imo Zaisa's frowning and awkward expression, unable to help but laugh a little. But she didn't explain much. Let's hurry. I have things to do later. Although Imo Jingyan felt awkward inside, he did not refute, merely giving Qinghui a look to let him figure it out himself. Qinghui felt wronged, but he didn't express it. Why was he the one hurt, while still having to endure the dog food? The moment Nan Qingran opened the door, he instinctively lowered his head, afraid to see anything he shouldn't. Imo Jingyan had come in a rush last night, feeling even more nervous. He hadn't dared to glance around, so he completely missed how much Nan Qingran's room had changed since their last visit. He couldn't tell where the bed had been moved to. The room only had the most basic amenities, and there was a small table in one corner, making it look entirely like a study rather than a young girl's bedroom. Since their last visit, Nan Qingran had considered this point. She couldn't let trivial matters affect her business dealings with the opposite sex. After all, she didn't live here, so she just made some casual changes. Nan Qingran looked at Imo Jingyan, with her large watery eyes filled with teasing mirth. Imo Jingyan cleared his throat, trying to mask his embarrassment, and then instructed Qinghui, look up. Qinghui kept his head down, stubbornly not lifting it at all. If he did, he would probably miss the sunrise tomorrow. Thinking of this, Qinghui lowered his head, even more refusing to look up. Nan Qingran found it amusing and silently teased Imo Jingyan. Little jealous one. Imo Jingyan felt both shy and angry, a hint of red creeping to his ears as he looked at her with a glint of punishment in his gaze. The moment Nan Qingran took out the blueprint, both the master and servant across from her were astonished. No wonder, such an exquisite design was indeed beyond the abilities of an ordinary carpenter. Qinghui became excited, constantly asking questions. How can the restroom be built inside the house? How can it automatically provide water? How does the water flow out? Nan Qingran was a bit overwhelmed by his curiosity, but answered each question one by one. Finally, she asked the soul-searching question, Qinghui, can it be built? Qinghui thought for a moment and cautiously replied, it can be built, but it might often require Miss Nan's guidance. Nan Qingran nodded in satisfaction. As long as it could be built. Thank you then, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Nan Qingran looked at the small boy opposite her, smiling widely, and suddenly felt the adorable charm of a little puppy, her eyes filled with maternal affection. Humph. Imo Jingyan's voice simultaneously attracted the attention of both Nan Qingran and Qinghui. Qinghui understood that this was a sign of his master's anger, and promptly took the blueprint and slipped away. Young master, miss, then I must take my leave. This blueprint is too intricate and complex, and I need to ponder over it. In the confined space, only a visibly regretful Nan Qingran and a jealous Imo Jingyan remained. Nan Qingran felt a bit embarrassed. She noticed that no matter the type, the handsome boy's eyes seemed to have a mind of their own, wanting to steal a few more glances. Unfortunately, she had forgotten that she was already taken. Sigh. From now on, she'd have to steal glances secretly. Nan Qingran reflected on her actions, stepping forward to tug at Imo Jingyan's sleeve. Zissou. No response. Boyfriend. Still no response. Little jealous one. Odd. The moment Nan Qingran finished speaking, she was pulled into his arms by Imo Qingran. Don't call me that. His gritted teeth held a strong warning tone. But Nan Qingran completely ignored it, and leaned in to bite his ear, which was turning red like it was bleeding. Her breath light and teasing hooked at Imo Jingyan's already restless heart. Did you just ask for it? His voice carried a hint of huskiness after emotional turmoil, making Nan Qingran's heart race wildly. After all, a man consumed by desire is not someone to provoke. Nan Qingran smiled brightly, and leaned her weight on Imo Jingyan's shoulder. No more calling, no more calling. After all, you can't hear me calling you in my heart. Jingyan sighed, helplessly unaware that her mischievous thoughts were clearly written on her face. He lifted Nan Qingran's small head and leaned down, sniffing her scent with a resigned expression. I truly admire you. Jingyan was fidgeting, unwilling to put down the small trinket on him, yet he was very measured about it. Nan Qingran boldly teased him, taking full advantage of their agreement. Ranran stopped moving. Nan Qingran looked innocent, but her mischievous little hands showed no signs of restraint. Who wouldn't be tempted by their boyfriend's abs? Nan Qingran expressed her inability to resist, and thinking this poked him even harder. Jingyan had no choice but to use force to keep the little girl in his arms from moving. Ranran, what did you send to the shop yesterday? That guy Luigi is just too curious. Actually, I am also very curious, but I don't want to appear unstable in front of Ranran. Luigi. Huh, this is what men are like. Nan Qingran jumped on him, sitting on a nearby chair. What's wrong? Was something taken away? Jingyan was not pleased with the little girl's departure, but seeing her concerned expression, he could only suppress his feelings. It was someone from the Luo family who took it. How could Ranran have had contact with them? Nan Qingran tapped the table and spoke casually. They posted a notice seeking medical help, so I went and told them it was inconvenient for me to go, so I let them take it from Yin Yuntang themselves. At this point, Nan Qingran's mind stirred as she observed Jingyan's expression. There was a flaw in her statement, as she didn't know what illness the patient had when she examined them, so how could she have left the appropriate medicine at Yin Yuntang? She was waiting for him to ask, as he was the lover she wanted to keep walking with, and she didn't mind gradually revealing some things to him. Jingyan had not considered this aspect, knowing Ranran's mysterious identity. He raised his hand to rub her small head, trying to draw closer to her again. Can Ranran cure it? Nan Qingran proudly replied. Who is Nan Jia? Even if a patient steps into the gates of the underworld, I can still bring them back. Hearing this, Jingyan instinctively thought of his ailing elder brother. However, the Taoist had said that without that miraculous herb his brother's condition was hopeless. If he were to rashly bring this up, it might lead to complications, and in the end it would all be for naught. Most importantly, Ranran's identity was not accepted by the world. He absolutely could not gamble with her. Zissou. Huh. Jingyan was momentarily lost in thought, and turned to look at Nan Qingran. What's wrong with Ranran? I wanted to ask if you all ate the dishes I sent. Were they good? Jingyan chuckled lightly, knowing that although his Ranran might already be over 100 years old, her temperament was still that of a cute little girl. They were delicious, especially with the seasonings Ranran brought. Every meal has been so flavorful since. The fruits were also very tasty. Watermelons and grapes are rare treats. Thanks to Ranran, we have enjoyed great food. Nan Qingran smiled, her mood shifting quickly. Then what do you like to eat? Next time I'll send more of what you like. She knew that Zissou was showing her respect through his actions. Her abnormalities had never been hidden, yet he had never questioned or pried. He never asked why she had crystal clear glass, nor questioned where she got vegetables and fruits that even the royal family could not have, nor did he ask why she had such strange paper and pens. He didn't even allow others to ask. Jingyan pondered for a moment before answering seriously. I like tomatoes and cucumbers, and Zissou. Nan Qingran called him earnestly. Him here. Just that one sentence made Nan Qingran's heart soften instantly, and even brought a hint of bitterness. Zissou, I have some secrets that I don't want to deceive you about, but I will tell you in the future so. Jingyan pulled her into his embrace, gently soothing her. Ranran, I never wanted to force you. You can say what you want whenever you want, and even whether you say it or not, I don't care. I just want you by my side. As long as we are together, nothing else matters that much. So don't worry, don't panic. I will always respect you and protect you. Nan Qingran buried herself in his arms, playfully hitting him a few times. Ugh, you're doing this on purpose, you scheming boy. Are you trying to make Nan Jia cry and take embarrassing photos of her? Nan Jia won't let you succeed. Jingyan didn't understand, but it didn't stop him from comforting his little lover. Whatever Nan Jia says is right. Nan Qingran giggled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But she still feigned fierceness and extended her little claws towards Jingyan. Forget everything that just happened. Then she tempted him. At that time the whole mountain of fruits will belong to you. Nan Qingran imagined taking Jingyan to her mountain, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, proudly saying to him, look, this orchard is the territory that Nan Jia has established for you. Jingyan showed a hint of suspicion. The whole mountain. Nan Qingran came back to her senses and revealed a bright smile. Yes. It's the mountain where I saved my cousin, or I bought it a long time ago, and I just happened to rescue my cousin while inspecting it. Jingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a faint smile. Good, Ranran has already started calling my cousin. Wouldn't it be too wasteful to plant fruit trees all over the mountain? It'll help Ranran transplant a few beautiful flowering trees. The scenery will surely be splendid then. Nan Qingran nodded in agreement, but still firmly rejected him. Zissou, I may not have the mood to admire flowers every day, but I do have the desire to eat fruits. Therefore planting flowers and trees would be a waste, and there are so many types of fruits in this world. I can only choose to plant those that I and my family love to eat. Of course now I have to add you to the list. Mo Jingyan found his little girl's thought process quite strange, yet he also felt a miraculous sense of reason in it. Then he'll have Feng Xian convey the message back home to plant more fruit trees that you like. Nan Qingran felt her cheeks flush slightly, as she muttered, "Who are you calling our family?" After saying that, thoughts of Feng Xian made her feel even more guilty towards Mo Zissou. But what really happened? It all started that day on the street. Nan Qingran watched as Feng Xian approached to greet him, and was surprised to see a hint of a naive yet sweet smile on the ice-cold young man's face. Something felt off. Feng Xian. Hearing the voice, Feng Xian quickly turned around to see his master's beloved. "I've met Miss Nan." Nan Qingran waved her hand, thinking it was harmless to gossip a bit for her mental health. "No need to be polite, what brings you here?" While this question made the person in front of her blush deeply as he stammered, "I came back this time to express my feelings to my beloved, hoping she would be willing to marry me." Saying this, Feng Xian feared she might misunderstand, so he added, "It was approved by my master, but IU is still unwilling and thinks it's against the rules." Only then did Nan Qingran realize she had made a huge misunderstanding. Thinking back on it, she felt like she had lost her mind. Moreover, even if things were as they seemed, her Zissou could not possibly be the one beneath that. She estimated that her two big eyes at that time must have looked like mere ornaments. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nan Qingran recalled what Feng Xian had said and glanced at Mo Jingyan. "Zissou, Feng Xian told me last time that he likes that dessert. I'll ask my mother to make a few more flavors for you to take back to enjoy together." Mo Jingyan, feeling a bit jealous, said, "Why is Nan so concerned about him?" Halfway through he remembered how Nan Qingran addressed him and swallowed his words. Nan Qingran noticed his jealousy and tiptoed to kiss him all in one smooth motion without any hesitation. "Zissou, don't be jealous, I care about you the most. But even if you are a little jealous, I like it." After saying that, Nan Qingran quickly ran out, leaving no space for anyone to react. Qing Hui stayed behind to build the house, so Mo Jingyan had to walk by himself. With all the packages hanging on him, he had no free hands, while Nan Qingran thought to herself that whoever has a boyfriend like this must be doted on. "Grandpa, I'll go see off young Master Mo." Go ahead. Once they walked a bit further away, Nan Qingran wanted to take the things from his hands, but was stopped. "It's enough for you to walk with me, you don't need to do these things." Without letting him say anything, Nan Qingran took the items from his left hand and replaced them with her own small hand. Looking at his dazed expression, Nan Qingran spoke lightly. "The first rule of being a couple is that unless the occasion is inappropriate, we walk together. In all other settings, and you must hold my hand first." Mo Jingyan felt his heart soften. He had never heard of such a relationship model among engaged couples, but he liked it. Then, thinking of something, a hint of worry gathered between his brows. "Will Nan feel wronged?" Nan Qingran was taken aback. What? Seeing her naive and innocent demeanor, Mo Jingyan inwardly criticized himself, thinking she must have read her classics for nothing. Yet he did not let go of Nan Qingran's hand at all. "Even unmarried couples who are engaged cannot be so intimate. Moreover, I cannot give you a title, fearing it might wrong you. If others find out, it would surely harm your reputation." It seems Nan was hiding this back then. Nan Qingran was indeed taken aback by Mo Jingyan's pure-hearted statements, but seeing his words drifting off course, she decided to pull him back. "Zissou, I don't care about that. We are a couple, you can hold my hand, hug me, kiss me, and if I come of age, wanting to be more intimate with you is not wrong at all." Mo Jingyan suddenly looked up, his face flushed. Nan Qingran continued holding his face, and said, "At first, I didn't want to tell others, because I'm still young, and didn't want my family to worry. Also, I felt our relationship was still unstable. I absolutely have no intention of being worried about my reputation. Do you understand?" Mo Jingyan nodded. The little girl before him was even more free-spirited and caring than he had imagined. "Zissou, there may be many clashes of thought between us. I don't expect you to fully agree with me, but when we have disagreements, I hope you can tell me directly. Just like this time, didn't we resolve it quite well? If we don't communicate, I won't know that you care about these things that I don't care about at all, and then neither of us will be happy." Mo Jingyan nodded, feeling that Nan was too mature, and that he was unable to shield her from the wind and rain, instead bringing her troubles. Nan Qingran sighed in relief at his expression, as she didn't want futile thoughts to hinder her love life. If there was nothing, so be it. Having such a handsome and tragically perfect boyfriend, not being able to enjoy his youthful and beautiful physique was already hard enough. If even kisses and hugs were forbidden, just kill her. Mo Jingyan, feeling relaxed, casually swept his gaze over the land beside him and curiously asked, Nan, have you noticed that the common people seem to be planting their crops especially early this year? There's already a hint of green. The people should be able to eat well this year." Thinking of this, he smiled knowingly, although that position had nothing to do with him. Just thinking that his people could be well fed made him happy. Nan Qingran had to interrupt his pleasant thoughts. That might not be the case. Mo Jingyan turned to look at her. "Didn't I tell you that we planted new grain varieties in Taoyuan Village?" Mo Jingyan shook his head in confusion. Nan has not mentioned it." Nan Qingran briefly explained this matter to him. "About 8 to 10,000 jin per mu. When he heard the yield per mu Mo Jingyan was utterly astonished and instinctively made a request. Can this method be popularized nationwide to benefit the common people? Nan Qingran nodded, as she had this idea to ensure that all of Baima Nation could eat well. Yes, this country gave her a new life, as she had family who loved and cared for her, seemingly finding a lifelong partner and made a few like-minded friends. She would do her utmost to benefit this country. However, we still need to wait for our villagers to harvest the grain, then people from other places will follow suit, and it will be easy to promote. Mo Jingyan naturally understood this principle and nodded in agreement. Seeing that they had almost finished sending him off, Nan Qingran turned back. Her most important task now was to hurry and build the house. Be careful on the road. After turning around and walking a few steps, Nan Qingran suddenly thought of something and turned back to give Mo Jingyan a bear hug. If it weren't for Mo Jingyan's steady stance, they probably would have fallen to the ground. Even so, Mo Jingyan was startled and broke out in a cold sweat, disregarding the rules, as he firmly held Nan Qingran's little bottom, fearing that he might drop her. Nan, never do this again. Nan Qingran ignored that and directly planted a heavy kiss on Mo Jingyan's lips. Before he could respond, she quickly retreated. Before leaving, she leaned in close to Mo Jingyan's ear and whispered, "Zissou is a gentleman and fears ruining my reputation, yet when kissing me, he is anything but modest." Clearly, Zissou isn't as serious as he claims. After saying that, Nan Qingran didn't forget to tease him with a little whisper. Mo Jingyan returned to Yan Yundang with a slightly flushed, handsome face. "What?" Mo Jingyan shot him a disinterested glance. "Lu Yizhi, don't always overreact." Although Shizukai didn't stand up and slammed the table, the shock in his eyes was hard to conceal. "If it's truly as Qingran said, I fear I'll have to report this to my uncle." Mo Jingyan did not object to his words, as such matters concerning the people's livelihood indeed required the emperor's decision. "Let's wait a moment. Ruan hopes to wait until good seeds are produced before discussing this, as it would be even more persuasive." Lu Yizhi laughed, looking at his brother. "Your Highness, if Qing Ruan can truly cultivate good seeds, it would be a significant benefit to the country and the people, and the Emperor and Empress would certainly not mind Qing Ruan's status." Mo Jingyan cast him a glance. "I am resolute about Ruan, and no one else can separate us, not even the Emperor and Empress." The two present finally understood the determination of the person before them, and in their hearts Nan Qingran gained an additional layer of significance. Shizukai reassured him, "Anne has long wanted you to marry. A woman as extraordinary as Qingran is well suited for you. I believe Aunt will have no objections." Mo Jingyan nodded. His father and mother should have been a devoted couple for life, but their lives had been disrupted by that malicious woman. Naturally, she would not want her son to repeat the same mistakes. However, thinking of Ruan's current lack of interest in marriage, he couldn't help but feel a hint of worry on his brow. Taoyuan Village. "Ruan girl, are you home?" Nan Qingran lightly tugged at the corners of her mouth. Indeed, regardless of the era, everyone holds a fervent enthusiasm for receiving their wages. She walked out holding the silver. "Good morning, villagers." The man walking ahead scratched his head with a silly grin. "Isn't this the day we agreed to receive our silver? The wives at home are urging us." Someone teased, "Hey Li Lao Air, your cowardly nature of fearing your wife will never change in this lifetime." The scene erupted into laughter. The man appeared honest and made no rebuttals, instead laughing along with everyone. Nan Qingran glanced at the list and recognized who he was. From the old Li family at the eastern end of the village, he had been to war, but had a good temperament. After returning home, he relied on hunting for a living and had married a girl from the neighboring village. Now, they had 2 chubby sons. Nan Qingran checked the account book and handed him his share of the money. "Lida Good, this is your salary for growing vegetables. Take it home and buy something nutritious for your wife and children." Li Lao Air looked at the silver in his hands, trembling as he held it, fearing it might drop. He asked Nan Qingran in shock, "Why is there so much silver?" Nan Qingran smiled. "You harvested a lot, submitted a lot, and thus received a lot. It all follows the contract we signed at that time." Li Lao Air nodded. He understood what a contract was. At that time, Nan Xiu Liang and Nan Xiu Yuan had given this assurance, saying that if they deceived anyone, they could take this to the authorities for a gain. He couldn't write back then, so he just used his thumbprint. The people behind watched as Nan Qingran distributed the silver so straightforwardly and began to urge her anxiously. "Li Lao Air, after you receive your share, hurry to the side. Everyone is waiting." "Odd." He revealed that honest smile again and turned to walk out. Nan Qingran suddenly called out to him, "Li Da Good, taking care of your wife isn't a bad thing. Don't be shy." This was enough to make Li Lao Air's already dark face turn an additional shade of red. He almost tripped as he stepped outside. With the silver distributed, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Nan Qingran stretched her waist, feeling a bit tired. This job wasn't supposed to be hers. It was taken over from her father, as everyone felt secure on the first payday, and it seemed to be going well. Unfortunately, some people were always unwilling to live peacefully. Bang! Nan Qingran turned at the sound and saw her wooden door kicked down. Nan Qingran coldly stared at the tall man with a full beard before her. In the next moment her icy gaze shifted to the chubby man beside him, who was out of breath. Hearing the commotion outside, the people in the house all came out, with the old master then stepping forward to speak. "May I ask which family you gentlemen belong to? My Nan family likely has no deep connections with you." The chubby man's gaze seemed to be glued to Nan Qingran. At that moment, she understood the intense desire to harm someone. Nan Huzhou moved to shield his sister, blocking that disgusting gaze. The chubby man clearly looked furious and turned to look at the old master. "Nan, you don't even know who I am. I am Zhao Tinkai and my father is the town head. You say you've offended which deity?" Nan Qingran's expression paused, her brows raised. "The town head, huh? What a big authority." Zhao Tinkai looked at Nan Qingran, his gaze increasingly unrestrained, lewdly eyeing her. This little beauty indeed has some insight. Nan Qingran didn't even glance at him and turned to leave. Zhao Tinkai attempted to follow, but was playfully pulled back by the woman beside him. "Young master, weren't you here to help me get back at her?" Zhao Tinkai pretended to soothe her while thinking about how to capture the little beauty, who made his heart race. "All right, young master agrees." Then he turned to glance at the guard beside him, giving him a look. That man stepped forward and kicked Nan Huzhou, causing chaos all around, and was about to barge into the house. Nan Qingran swiftly dodged and kicked that man hard, causing both her and Zhao Tinkai to crash against the wall. Her eyes were fierce. "Who gave you the guts to threaten my family?" The people opposite were intimidated by her fierce aura. That kick strength clearly showed she was a martial artist. Their guards, upon seeing this, ran away in fear. Nan Qingran turned and helped her older brother up, glancing back at them. "Did I tell you to leave?" The crowd suddenly fell silent, not daring to make any moves. Nan Qingran took a step closer to the woman, gripping her chin tightly and lifting it to force her to look at her. "I remember you, Qin Malian. One of the women who bullied the original owner before leaving Taoyuan Village together with the two sisters of the Qin family. Tell me, why can't your Qin family learn to behave? Isn't it better to live honestly without causing trouble? Why must you spice up your life with chaos?" Qin Malian trembled, unable to articulate her words. I am the wife of the Zhao family. You can't touch me." Nan Qingran chuckled lightly, releasing her chin and making a wiping gesture. "Someone like you is too dirty for South Sister to even touch. You who have harmed a legitimate wife have no right to be called a wife simply because you climbed into bed." A flicker of fear flashed across Qin Malian's eyes. How do you know?" Zhao Tinkai, supporting his guard, stood up, his face filled with ferocity as he approached Nan Qingran. "You little bitch, it's your fortune that I fancy you, and you dare to hit me." With that, a wind-laden slap landed heavily on his face, and no one around saw how she struck. "If you can't speak properly, shut up and stop coming to South Sister for trouble. I am not your mother. I have no obligation to spoil you." In the distance, as Zhao Tinkai's words fell, Zhao Quanfeng felt a chill from the person beside him, as if he wanted to kill him. Zhao Quanfeng wiped his sweat and was about to follow the nobleman forward when he was stopped by two others. "Gentlemen, do you have any advice?" Lu Yizhi casually tapped his shoulder with the fan handle. "The village chief Lu teaches well." After saying this, the two walked away without even a glance. "You guys go ahead, let me handle it. With my father backing me, who dares to stop me?" After saying this, Zhao Quanfeng quickly approached him and slapped him hard. "Unfilial son, what wicked thing are you doing?" After saying this, he bowed to Nan Qingran and apologized. "Miss Nan, it's my failure as a parent. You can vent your anger however you wish today." Nan Qingran was always fair and did not give the village chief any special treatment. "Since Zhao village chief has said this, I won't be polite anymore. Just consider it a return gift for saving old master. Zhao, you hand over your son to me, and I won't ask any further." Zhao Quanfeng felt a bit conflicted. Although his son was useless, he was still his own flesh and blood. Zhao Tinkai was now anxious and shouted loudly. "Father, you can't give me to her, or she will kill me. Miss Nan, please look." Nan Qingran lightly shook her head. "Village Chief Zhao, since we can't come to an agreement, I won't pursue it any further. However, I, Nan Qingran, am not someone who seeks to be wronged. Whoever insults me, I will retaliate. I will beat them until they cry and beg for mercy. If I can relieve my anger, then I will let him go. If not, I will torment him until I feel better, but I can guarantee he will be alive. After all, someone like him isn't worth my effort." Zhao Quanfeng was still thinking about how to say something nice to this unfilial son when he heard footsteps behind him. He suddenly felt a chill. How could he forget about this big Buddha? Nan Qingran looked towards the footsteps as well, and a smile appeared on her face. "Why are you here?" "I told Qinghui not to tell you. I can handle this little matter." Mo Jingyan leaned close, gently pinching her hand, while hiding behind her, silently standing as her support. Nan Qingran's heart softened, and she looked at Zhao Quanfeng with more patience. "Village Chief, Zhao, have you made your decision?" Zhao Quanfeng took a deep breath as if he had made a significant decision. "Miss Nan, if I resign from this position as village chief, can we put an end to my son's offense against you?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tinkai was the first to object. "Father, what are you afraid of with such a lowly person? You can't just resign. You unfilial son, shut your mouth." Zhao Quanfeng was so angry that his head hurt. Mo Jingyan glanced at him, as if he were a dead man, coldly speaking. "Feng Xian." "Yes." Feng Xian quickly appeared, dislocating Zhao Tingkai's jaw and arms, then swiftly disappeared, without giving anyone a chance to react. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up as she gently nudged Mo Jingyan. I have a chance to teach you. Zhao Quanfeng looked at his son slumped on the ground, and felt a slight sense of relief. Miss Nan, may I take this ungrateful child home? Nan Qingran did not answer, but said, that's good, this mouth won't pollute the environment anymore, which counts as a contribution to nature. Zhao Quanfeng took his son who was slumped on the ground and headed out. I will immediately resign from my position as village chief. Thank you for letting my son off the hook. Nan Qingran watched the two figures disappear and murmured, indeed parents love their children and plan deeply for them. It's just a pity to have such a useless child. Qin Melian beside her had no idea why she wanted to vent for her family, but in the end she could only follow along with her head down. Mo Jingyan comforted her, no need to feel regret, such a village chief who spoils his son is not fit for the position. Nan Qingran nodded in understanding, and then called over Shizukai and Lu Yizhi. Don't leave yet, come eat at my house later. Alright. Shizukai was clearly confused. Why was the young master of the Lu family so excited over this meal that he nearly threw his fan away? Even his cousin looked expectantly. Nan Qingran quickly settled her family, and was about to head outside. There should be a reckoning before enjoying the feast. I will be back soon. Lu Yizhi looked confused, glancing left and right. Aren't we eating? Nan Qingran smiled mysteriously. Yes, it's a grand feast. Mrs. Lin had hosted them a few times, and felt less restrained. I prepared some desserts for you gentlemen, oh please don't hesitate to try. Shizukai politely nodded, and stood up, noticing the two people across from him had already started eating. He was taken aback, and following their example took a fork to scoop a piece, his eyes brightening. Then he joined the team of diners who didn't lift their heads or open their eyes. Mrs. Lin brought them several cups of milk tea and juice. Seeing that people liked what she made, she was extremely happy. Don't be polite, if it's not enough I will make some more. Shizukai looked at the colorful drinks in front of him, and picked up a cup of bubble tea. Sure enough, it was really delicious. Auntie Lin, your skills are great. Lu Yizhi also nodded, and this was definitely not just flattery. Mrs. Lin laughed, and started chatting with the young people. These recipes are all taught to me by Ran. Oh, I never thought there would be so many varieties of pastries and drinks. It also helps pass the time. Shizukai calmed his mind, this sister-in-law of his seemed truly impressive. Thinking this, he picked up a piece of strawberry mousse. No one knew that the little general from the Guo family loved sweets the most. While thinking this, he realized his cousin had already disappeared. Nan Qingran sat on the rooftop of the Qin family for quite a while, completely unbothered by hiding from others, but she still hadn't figured out how to deal with this family. However, she definitely needed to start with the beastly scholar. It was his bad luck. Mo Jingyan watched her lazily lying on the rooftop, and couldn't help but laugh. Oh, Ran was indeed pure and adorable. He leapt up with lightness, carrying the abducted girl away, and Nan Qingran did not resist. She nestled in her boyfriend's arms, rubbing and nudging, until she found a comfortable spot to stop. Mo Jingyan rubbed her little head. Leave this to me. Nan Qingran nodded, but I still want to take care of that chubby one myself. Mo Jingyan thought for a moment, and nodded. Alright, then let's go home for dinner. Lin Shi hurriedly welcomed her daughter back, her face full of concern. Ran, are you hurt? Nan Qingran smiled reassuringly. Mother, I'm fine. Lin Shi nodded with relief. That's good. She turned and frowned, cursing. Bah. The Qin family is all a bunch of wicked people. Nan Qingran's eyes slightly narrowed, a layer of inscrutable smile appearing on her face. And we aren't cooking today. Nan Qingran quickly entered the kitchen, and pulled down her aunt, who was eager to showcase her culinary skills. Qin Shi protested. How can we not cook? We must properly entertain our guests. She warned them not to lose their manners in front of others. This was advice from her father-in-law, who took the opportunity while Qingran was not home to remind them. After all, they couldn't let their child down. Nan Qingran hurriedly explained, Father and Uncle will be back from the field soon. It's too late to cook now. Let's try something different today, and you can take a break. Qin Shi nodded and left the kitchen to Nan Qingran. Nan Qingran clapped her hands and smiled lightly. Moving on our own will be more efficient. As she spoke, plates of hot pot ingredients quickly filled the small kitchen table. Nan Qingran frowned. It seems I need to hurry things up. Let's quickly move this to the new house. It's inconvenient to arrange the dishes like this. It's been over half a month, there should be some progress by now. Thinking of this, she called for Qing Wei to come over. With too many dishes, Nan Qingran could only carry some dishes into the house, and requested assistance midway. Can someone help me? Mo Jingyan quickly took the plates of ingredients from her hands. Come on, hold this. There's more. Before long, Nan Qingran brought out various kinds of meat and meatballs. She thought for a moment, and decided not to take out the electric stove. After all, opening a hot pot restaurant in ancient times would require a fire stove. As for upgrading later, that could wait until she had enough points. Everyone looked at the steaming hot pot base in front of them, swallowing their saliva intermittently. It was Lu Yizhi who asked first, Qingran, can this dish be eaten raw? Or do we eat it with this fragrant soup? The people at the table looked at her in confusion. This was indeed something new. Nan Qingran smiled. Let me introduce this to everyone. This way of eating is called hot pot. What young Master Lu just mentioned is also correct. However, the ingredients need to be placed in the pot to cook. Once they're done, we can eat them. I prepared 2 pots today, one with clear broth and one mildly spicy. You can choose according to your taste, and you can also mix in some of your favorite seasonings. Everyone suddenly understood, following Nan Qingran's example, to mix some seasonings, dropping in some ingredients, while Mo Jingyan meticulously replicated her recipes. Nan Qingran raised the corner of her mouth at him. You can choose what you love to eat. If Ranran loves it, then I love it. It must be said Nan Qingran enjoyed such subtle displays of affection. The love-struck Mo Jingyan made her feel he was adorable enough to want to hug and kiss him. Then add some tripe, but super delicious. After tasting a bite, everyone fell silent, quickly savoring the food in their bowls, so no one noticed the little couple's affectionate exchange. The hot pot feast brought joy to both hosts and guests. Nan Qingran timely spoke. The hot pot restaurant I plan to open with Zissou is just like this. What do you all think? Will it be profitable? Lu Yiji, amidst his busy schedule, managed to squeeze out a sentence, still chewing on some meat. Qingran, if your hot pot opens next to the Xianwei Pavilion, it would be a major disruption. It might even bankrupt Zissou. The term disruption was something he learned from Nan Qingran and fit perfectly. Nan Qingran lightly snorted, looking gently at Mo Jingyan. What's with this commercial competition? Isn't it better for everyone to work together for mutual benefit? If the two of you really become a couple, wouldn't that make them all family? But for now, it's important to clarify something. Zissou, I've said even if I only take 50%, I won't let you lose, so don't worry. Mo Jingyan's gaze held evident tenderness. Of course I believe in Ranran. Nan Qingran's face lit up with a smile as she slightly turned her head and saw her mother staring at her, instantly stunned. Turning her head, she raised her hand and patted Mo Jingyan's shoulder vigorously, laughing grandly. Of course, as partners we value trust. Don't worry, as long as you follow sister, then there will be meat to eat. Everyone was taken aback by her exaggerated actions, while Lin Shi felt relieved and lowered her head to eat from her bowl. Mo Jingyan's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. Though he hid it well, Nan Qingran still noticed. Old Master Nan was happy today, and even drank a few more cups of wine. Receiving a disapproving look from Feng Shi, Nan Qingran smiled. Grandmother, just let Grandpa drink a little, it's no big deal. Now the entire Nan family had been subtly nurtured to be very healthy by the spiritual spring water, and a cup or two of wine had no effect. Old Master chuckled. Yes, Ranran has said so. Feng Shi turned away, no longer paying attention to him, while Old Master Nan continued chatting with Nan Qingran. Ranran, the vegetables grown by the villagers are sold to young Master Mo. Mo Jingyan nodded. Yes, Grandpa, I opened a store with Ranran and plan to sell hot pot, so we need a lot of vegetable supplies. Old Master Nan sighed. It's all thanks to you young people. Young Master Mo has helped our Taoyuan Village quite a bit. Grandpa, you're joking. This is all Ranran's credit. Ew, I wouldn't dare take the credit. Nan Qingran, seeing that they had finished speaking, excitedly patted her thigh and stood up, pulling Mo Jingyan towards the exit. Grandpa, you all continue. I'll take young Master Mo to inspect our vegetable base. Ew, I need to put his mind at ease. Old Master Nan nodded, waving his hand. You two go quickly, don't delay. Important. At this time, every household was eating, and there was no one on the road. Nan Qingran held Mo Jingyan's hand and ran, entering the sunroom after the fingerprint identification. Mo Jingyan had originally wanted to ask something, but in an instant he was captivated by the various high-tech items in front of him. Next was the time for Qingran's mini-class. Ranran, why does that lock open just by touching it? That's a fingerprint lock. Only designated fingerprints can unlock it. How does it water automatically? Because there's a fully automated control center that handles watering, fertilizing, weeding, and pest control completely. Then, Nan Qingran, taking advantage of his distraction, pushed him against the glass and forcefully pinned him in her embrace. If one ignores that sister Nan was trying to tiptoe to reach the nearly 190 centimeters tall figure, this scene was beautiful and harmonious. Stop asking about these things at this moment, it's just the two of us. Don't you want to do something else? Mo Jingyan did not respond, pulling the person into his embrace and letting her legs wrap around his waist. Nan Qingran flashed a cheeky smile. Little handsome guy, you're quite straightforward. Mo Jingyan was puzzled, but spoke honestly. I'm just worried that Ranran might hurt her waist by stretching on tiptoe. From now on, don't do that. I will lower myself for you. Nan Qingran's eyes nearly popped out as she took a deep breath, fearing she might choke on her own breath. Stretch your waist. Stretch my ass. I was trying to pin you against the wall. You don't understand, do you? Big straight man. Mo Jingyan chuckled lightly, and Nan Qingran felt the warm breath near her ear, her face flushing. What are you laughing at? It's a nice laugh. Do you think I want you that much? Wanting to pull me aside for some intimacy during the feast? Nan Qingran shivered and was about to jump down, but unfortunately she was firmly trapped in Mo Jingyan's embrace and couldn't move. You liar. I clearly just wanted to comfort you because you looked so pitiful earlier and you turned around and accused me of being a little rascal. I wasted my sympathy on you. Mo Jingyan's heart softened, and the anger he had felt earlier dissipated. The furious little girl in front of him was so attentive to his emotions, awkwardly trying to comfort him. How are you planning to comfort me, Ran Ran? Nan Qingran gave him a sarcastic eye roll. I was going to give you a kiss, a hug, and a surprise gift, but now you just... Mo Jingyan couldn't hold back any longer, and directly captured her soft lips, savoring the moment. Mo. Nan Qingran pushed him away with force, their hurried breaths echoing in the quiet space. Still acting like a gentleman. You're not following the rules. I never claimed to be a gentleman. Ran Ran. Lin watched the children happily eating, bringing out several plates of desserts, double-skin milk tiramisu chocolate cake. As soon as they were served, they were quickly devoured. Thank you, Aunt Lin. If Aunt Lin opened a dessert shop in the capital, she would definitely make a fortune. Aunt Lin blushed and smiled. You children just know how to flatter me. You all eat first, Aunt Lin will make more for you. Later take some home, and whenever you want to eat, just let Ran Ran bring you back for a meal. Mo Jingyan was the first to nod, seizing the chance with his wife. Meanwhile, Sizakai's eyes lit up at the colorful desserts, feeling he could eat 10 more little cakes. Ignoring his manners, he quickly selected the one with the most cream and placed it in front of himself. Mo Jingyi watched this scene with a smile, inexplicably finding this boy she had never met somewhat cute like a child, completely unbothered by the fact that an adult man could love sweets so much. She had always been skilled with both embroidery and skills combined, achieving a kind of divine craftsmanship at a young age. When she first saw these desserts, she found them beautiful and delicious, mastering them with a bit of practice. However, her family knew she needed to take care of her hands for embroidery, so no one let her make them. But at this moment she felt a different kind of sensation. The joy of seeing her food so beloved and cherished was indeed wonderful. No wonder her mother and second aunt loved making food. Sizakai had long known someone was watching him, but paid no attention. Nothing other than the little cake attracted him. It was only when he reluctantly swallowed the last bite of the cake that he raised his head, following the gaze. It was a graceful girl with snow-white skin and red lips who exuded a captivating beauty, her gentle eyes softening her allure, making her appear kind and approachable. The Nan family was doing well, and the two sisters Nan Qingran and Nan Qingyi showed signs of extraordinary beauty even at a young age. However, due to their harsh living conditions before, they had no thoughts of beautifying themselves. After nourished by the spirit spring water combined with the cosmetics piled up by Nan Qingran, it was hard to look on. He froze for a while, realizing his rudeness. It was indeed disrespectful to openly scrutinize a woman's appearance. He had heard mention that this was Qingran's cousin, whose embroidery skills were exceptional. He had seen the embroidered robes from the embroidery workshop, and the phoenix on them was more lifelike than his own aunt's phoenix robe. Sizakai thought to himself, so it turns out it was crafted by such a girl. Just as he was pondering what to do, Nan Qingyi quietly looked away, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps in the past Nan Qingyi would have been a bit shy, but influenced by her younger sister, her entire demeanor and mindset had undergone a tremendous change. She accepted her own strengths, gracefully welcomed compliments and criticisms from others, and of course, she wouldn't let anyone bully her if they acted provocatively. Thus Nan Qingyi was completely unaware that someone was anxiously pondering over this trivial matter that didn't even matter to her. Ranran's back. Nan Qingyi looked at her lips, full of concern. Ranran, you aren't allergic, are you? Nan Qingran hurriedly waved her hand. What? Allergic? Nan Qingran closed her eyes, desperately wanting to escape from this embarrassing scene. This can't be a joke. Quickly go find a doctor. Saying this, Nan Shiyuan started to walk out, and Mo Jingyan, unsure of what was going on, anxiously followed. Nan Qingran glared at him fiercely. No, I'm not allergic to chili, I just ate too much and my body is reacting a bit. I'll stop eating for now. Everyone relaxed completely. That's good, that's good. Sizakai looked a bit puzzled. What does allergic mean? Nan Qingyi turned to him and explained. It means some people can have special reactions to things that others have no reaction to, and in severe cases it can lead to death. Sizakai was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Thank you, Miss Nan, you are exceptionally wise and I have learned from you. Nan Qingyi smiled shyly. You flatter me, it's something Ranran taught me. Sizakai suddenly felt a bit out of place and returned to his seat. Mo Jingyan understood everything now. A faint blush appeared on his face, realizing he indeed couldn't control himself. Nan Qingran was irritated by his demeanor. This guy seemed pure on the outside, but his interior was completely dark. If he weren't involved, one would think the person being pinned against the wall was him. Due to Little Mo's excessively bad behavior, Nan Qingran didn't even see them off when they left. Men shouldn't be spoiled, they should reflect on themselves. Nan Qingran went to the town early this morning to send her younger brother to school, and she also needed to give Luo Huali a follow-up examination. Nan Qingran shivered, and kept murmuring, Love-struck, I need to focus on my career. I heard you were coming, so I hurriedly had some pastries prepared for you. Let me know if you like them. Luo Huali personally welcomed her at the door, and a smile appeared at the corner of Nan Qingran's mouth. It seems that Sister Luo has recovered quite well. She approached hardly detecting any foul odors, and today a maid accompanied her indicating she was no longer averse to contact. I owe it all to Qingran's miraculous medicine. If it weren't for Qingran, I fear I still wouldn't have had the courage to step out of this prison. Nan Qingran graciously accepted her thanks. Although she had her own motives, she was genuinely happy to help such a beautiful sister. So what are your thoughts on our business collaboration, sister? Upon mentioning this, Luo Huali's face lit up with excitement. The toiletries you sent Renran are truly excellent. After using that shampoo, my hair is still soft and shiny. And that body wash, it can't be compared to any bath beads. It leaves me smelling delightful all over. The toothpaste and toothbrush are also extremely useful. Nan Qingran watched her eagerly trying to recommend these products, and felt a bit amused, quickly stopping her from continuing. So would Sister Luo be willing to collaborate with me? I can assure you that we have more products that are just as effective. Luo Huali calmed herself. May I ask Qingran a question? Nan Qingran nodded. Any concerns, sister, as we can discuss them. Since Qingran has such excellent products, why not partner with my brother instead of just seeking me out? Nan Qingran smiled. Sister Luo has hit the nail on the head. To be honest, the shop I plan to open will mainly serve women, so I need partners who are meticulous and careful, making it easier to promote the products to customers. It's more convenient for women to handle this. Luo Huali nodded decisively. Then I will collaborate with Qingran. Nan Qingran beamed and placed the contract on the table. Let's sign the contract immediately. On her way back, Nan Qingran was in high spirits. Her commercial empire was about to take its first step, and how could she not be excited? As she took 2 steps forward, Nan Qingran suddenly halted. Frowning, she walked toward the source of a clearly audible commotion. Master, hurry. Nan Qingran's eyes narrowed. It's Feng Xian. Zisu. Nan Qingran pulled a motorcycle out of her space and sped toward the front. Anyone who bullies my man shall not survive. When Nan Qingran arrived, the situation was worse than she had imagined. The 4 people who had jovially eaten hot pot yesterday were now lying on the ground covered in wounds. Oh, there's a woman too. What is that? Is it a mount? Is it a horse? You won't get the chance to find out. The sound of gunfire echoed throughout the area. Nan Qingran simply wanted to vent her anger. It wouldn't be satisfying without a little noise. She packed the 4 individuals into her space, which was efficient. No need for even anesthetics. After Nan Qingran left, a single shot ended their lives, and the scene of corpses scattered about was instantly consumed by the rising vines, leaving no trace behind. Due to an unexpected incident, Nan Qingran bypassed her return home and headed straight back to town, to the Yanyan Marsh. Inside the spatial realm, Nan Baobao focused intently. As its master tossed in 4 more people, curious, it circled them slowly. Nan Qingran entered to find precisely this scene. Baobao, please transport them directly to the infirmary. Understood, master. Nan Qingran donned surgical attire and conducted thorough examinations, one after another, until she finally exhaled faintly in relief, though her brow remained deeply furrowed. Lu Yizhi and the other 2 sustained only superficial injuries. She cleansed each wound with spirit spring water before sending them out. Mo Jingyan's injuries, however, ran far deeper than mere surface wounds, leaving her both helpless and heart-wrenched. My boyfriend, have you become a magnet for lethal toxins? Who dared strike you down so ruthlessly? A flash of cold fury lit Nan Qingran's eyes. If that perpetrator ever fell into her hands, she would flay him alive to vent her rage on behalf of her lover. With utmost care, Nan Qingran cleansed Mo Jingyan's wounds, bandaged them meticulously, then administered an intravenous infusion of spirit spring water infused with a trace of wood elemental ability, fearing any lingering complications. Once finished, she carried him out of the spatial realm and laid him gently upon the bed, pressing a tender lingering kiss upon his forehead, the softest she had ever been. Zisu, rest well. Nan Qingran estimated the 3 outside would soon awaken, deeming it inefficient to fetch food anew. She simply conjured a pot of congee and light side dishes with it. She sat quietly waiting, her expression placid, yet radiating an ominous stillness like storm clouds gathering before thunder. Shizukai awoke to see her silhouette and urgently asked, Qingran, where is Zisu? Nan Qingran did not answer, only gazed at him calmly. Who exactly provoked you, and why? Shizukai remained silent, evading her question without uttering another word. Zisu must be unharmed. Otherwise Qingran would never appear so composed. Seeing his uncooperative stance, Nan Qingran felt no anger, only spoke, voice quiet. This is not the first time I've watched him bleed. I will not allow it to happen again. I am not prying into your secrets. I am securing the safety of the man I love. Shizukai froze, unprepared for such words from her. He knew his younger brother had already declared his feelings, but he hadn't expected Nan Qingran to claim him so openly, as her beloved. Yet upon reflection it seemed only natural. If anyone could speak so boldly, it was her. He pressed his lips together. Qingran, our adversaries are extraordinary, and retrieving the medicinal herb remains our sole objective. We must avoid provoking major upheaval. That is all I may disclose. Nan Qingran nodded. Then was this total collapse of your quartet merely bait, a decoy centered on the herb? If you trusted that intelligence, your network is truly abysmal, perhaps even compromised by a traitor. We know full well, but even the slimmest chance must be seized. Someone waits with dwindling time. Nan Qingran fell silent. She understood perfectly. Her earlier judgment had been spoken from comfort, not compassion. Very well, rest well. The others are unharmed. I've kept the kanji warm. Eat when you wake. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. The moment those words left her lips, Nan Qingran vanished from the room, suddenly recalling a personal grievance left unresolved at the Zhao residence. Guided by instinct, she located the most opulent chamber, crept close, and pierced a tiny hole in the window pane, peering and listening intently. Zhao Tinkai lay half paralyzed upon the bed, his body lacerated, yet still writhing with curses against Nan Qingran. Zhao Melian knelt trembling on the floor, shrinking inward, terrified the madman opposite would turn his wrath upon her. Or, if I ever get my hands on you, I'll tear you limb from limb. You cost my father his post as town magistrate, and dared assault me. Wretched hag. Nan Qingran watched the bedridden wretch with glacial indifference, immediately recognizing the half-paralytic state as Mo Jingyan's handiwork. A soft, knowing laugh escaped her lips, warmth blooming across her face. To be fiercely protected, that feeling was exquisite. Unexpectedly, her urge to torment dissolved entirely, replaced by quiet contentment. Since that mouth serves only to spew filth, it might be kinder to render it speechless altogether. Nan Qingran took several steps, then paused as if struck by a sudden thought. Truly, turning such vermin into broken husks may well be an act of mercy, for the world's sake. Her wrist turned lightly, emerald motes surged from her raised fingertip toward Zhao Ting. Ah! A shriek of unbearable agony tore through the chamber, shattering the sky like thunder. Nan Qingran winced, rubbing her ear with mild disdain. Pathetic. Can't even endure this much pain. Well, simultaneous severance of both tongue and vital essence. That hardly qualifies as this much pain. Not by any linguistic. Unmoved, Nan Qingran vanished from the Zhao residence and delivered a note to the Sun residence, the maternal home of Zhao Tinkai's lawful wife. That day she'd merely doubted such a woman could ever rise to legitimate consortship, and casually tested her suspicion. She hadn't expected the bluff to yield tangible results. Such petty underlings. Surely senior sister Nan needn't sully her own hands. Nan Qingran surmised Mo Jingyan might have awakened. She decided to check on him before returning home, especially since coming days promised relentless demands. Moreover, there were questions she truly wished to ask him. Just as she raised her hand to knock, a furious rebuke erupted from within, Mo Jingyan's voice. Outrageous. Nan Qingran instinctively halted mid-step. Inside, Lu Yizhi knelt solemnly on one knee. Your servant admits his words were ill-considered, but we must prepare for the gravest contingency. Should the Crown Prince fail to receive us, your Highness remains Northmo's sole hope. Mo Jingyan choked violently, his chest convulsing with rage. Nan Qingran nearly burst through the door, then forcibly restrained herself. She couldn't presume he wished her privy to such Enough, Yizhi, rise. A long silence followed, before Mo Jingyan's voice emerged resolute and unwavering. This prince shall retrieve the spirit herb, restoring his majesty's health fully as though he were born whole and hale. Nan Qingran unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, lost in thought. Zakai's brow nodded. Zisu, you must recover first. The search for the herb falls to me. I came expressly at Uncle's behest to aid you. Let me undertake the quest. That old chancellor watches you both relentlessly. My movements will draw less scrutiny. Do not forget Qingran. Would she ever rest easy, knowing you persist in risking your life again and again? He's in no condition to risk his life again. Do you truly expect me to let the person I painstakingly saved march straight back to certain death? Nan Qingran hadn't intended to intervene, but she could no longer bear watching the three inside the room once more sacrifice themselves with heart-wrenching, foolhardy devotion. She had an instinctive certainty Mo Jingyan wouldn't mind her learning his true identity. Perhaps like herself, he bore burdens too delicate to disclose. Though she often teased and coaxed him like a spoiled younger sister when matters of principle arose, she never blurred the line between right and wrong, and would never throw a tantrum over such things. The three inside stared at her, identical expressions of stunned disbelief etched across their faces, so intensely that Nan Qingran felt a faint prickle of unease crawl up her spine. She cleared her throat lightly. Maintaining composure was essential. Even if outnumbered 3-10, she utterly dominated the room with sheer presence. Qingran. Ran. Nan Qingran seized the initiative, striking first with a smile that hovered just shy of amusement as she appraised the three young men before her. Truly honored. Each of you is a hidden powerhouse operating at peak mastery. And here I am merely a fledgling novice. Zakai and Lu Yizhi instinctively lowered their heads, guilt flickered. Mo Jingyan misread her expression as anger over his concealed identity, and panic surging nearly leapt from his bed to seize her hand. That single motion ignited Nan Qingran's fury. She snapped, voice sharp and commanding. Mo Zisu, you stay still? If you tear your wound open again, don't expect me to tend to you a second time. Mo Jingyan froze instantly, obediently sinking back against the pillows, yet his gaze remained locked upon Nan Qingran, unwavering and intense. Ran, I can explain. Nan Qingran straightened from where she'd leaned against the doorframe, closed it softly behind her and nodded, gracefully accepting the opening he'd offered. Very well, please enlighten me, Your Highness. Hearing her address him thus, Mo Jingyan felt an unexpected warmth bloom across his cheeks. I am Mo Jingyan, third prince of the northern Mo kingdom. This is my cousin, the young general of the Guardian State Marquisate, and this is the heir of the same Marquisate. Nan Qingran nodded thoughtfully. She wasn't startled. She'd already pieced together much of it from earlier. Indeed, they were all formidable figures. No wonder greatness gravitated only toward greatness. Shizukai stepped forward on behalf of his cousin. We concealed our identities solely to procure medicine for our elder cousin, the crown prince of northern Mo, not out of any intent to deceive Qingran. Luigi quickly added, indeed, should Qingran feel slighted, we offer our deepest apologies. It was unforgivable neglect of courtesy. You welcomed us as true friends and confidants, yet we withheld the truth, acting less than honorably. Nan Qingran nodded. She understood perfectly. No one announced royal status openly. Doing so would invite trouble from every quarter. Yes, I understand. Yet understanding did not preclude indulgence. So, who are your enemies? Those who've dogged your steps repeatedly. Was it they who wounded Zissou last time? Shizukai shot Mo Jingyan a tense questioning glance. Zissou? Luigi swiftly interjected. It's water under the bridge. Qingran's extraordinary skill restored Zissou to health. Mo Jingyan gave Nan Qingran a solemn nod. True. I've endured countless ambushes launched by the Chancellor's mansion since departing the capital. Nan Qingran's expression hardened. The three words lingered on her tongue like cold iron. The Chancellor's mansion. As if reading her thoughts, Mo Jingyan fixed her with grave, unblinking eyes. Qingran, the Chancellor's mansion wields immense power. And presently we hold the weaker position. Any rash action would be catastrophic. Without hesitation, Nan Qingran nodded, her demeanor radiating quiet compliance, yet Mo Jingyan found himself unsettled by the complexity of emotions stirring within him. Good. She lifted a cup of water to her lips. By the way, what exactly is this medicinal herb you seek? Sounds extraordinarily rare. Bingjing Fanyi. Cough, cough, cough. Nan Qingran ignored the choking fit. Her ears must surely be deceiving her. What did you say? The herb we seek is Bingjing Fanyi, indispensable as a catalyst. Yet Bingjing Fanyi is a celestial rarity. None have ever laid eyes upon it, and few even know its name. So you walked knowingly into a trap. The three exchanged weary sighs. We cannot afford to abandon even the slimmest chance. Might there possibly be? Nan Qingran murmured softly, almost to herself, a chance that I actually possess Bingjing Fanyi. Her words ignited three pairs of blazing, desperate eyes. Mo Jingyan's own lashes glistened faintly with unshed tears. Is Ranran speaking truth? Nan Qingran rubbed her nose and cleared her throat. I do possess it, but for now it's as good as non-existent. Luigi couldn't suppress his question, so, do you or don't you? She nodded firmly. I truly do. Then with gentle but unflinching honesty she continued, though I only have its seeds, currently planted. When, or whether, they'll mature enough for medicinal use remains uncertain. Nor can I guarantee whether His Highness will survive long enough to await their harvest. Silence fell, thick and heavy, until Mo Jingyan finally broke it, his voice raw and hoarse. Nan Qingran had never seen Mo Jingyan so vulnerable. Her heart softened. His elder brother must mean everything to him. I'll help you. With impeccable timing the other two withdrew, shutting the door quietly behind them, leaving the pair alone in tender, unspoken intimacy. Nan Qingran moved beside him. Mo Jingyan relaxed, fully resting his forehead gently against her waist. Ran, thank you. You've given me my final hope. He'd known from the outset this journey might yield nothing, yet he could not forsake his elder brother. Even the faintest glimmer of possibility demanded every ounce of his strength and resolve. If His Highness truly cannot endure. No one wished to hear what followed. Nan Qingran simply held him, softly, steadily, until he drifted into exhausted sleep, then entrusted him to the other's care before stepping away. Watching Nan Qingran's retreating figure, the two men stood momentarily speechless, dazed by joy arriving so suddenly. Qingran is no ordinary woman. Luigi wore an expression of deep regret. We should have approached Qingran sooner, even if it meant sacrificing face entirely, to beg her healing arts for the crown prince. Shizukai remained silent. He believed this moment was in truth the perfect one. Earlier he doubted Nan Qingran would aid strangers like them. Indeed, he was right. Had they asked, then she truly would have had none. All the way home Nan Qingran pleaded with her spirit companion. Little one, surely there's some way to accelerate. The spirit companion scowled silently, its heart aching fiercely for its master. This is saving a life. greater merit than building 70-year pagodas. A supreme act of virtue and compassion. After persistent coaxing, the spirit companion finally relented. There is a way. Little Nan sighed, feeling quite helpless to have such a beautiful and kind-hearted master. If Nan Qingran knew that her precious one held her in such high regard, she would definitely cover her face and refute. Baby, you might have misunderstood. Your master is simply overwhelmed by love. To quickly cultivate the medicinal herb ice essence, it requires a massive amount of wood-based abilities. Nan Qingran instantly relaxed. Is that all? Then, little Nan's cold words fell like a bucket of cold water. Master, don't think it's that simple. Not only does it require a large amount of abilities, but you also need to purchase high-level catalysts from the interstellar era. Nan Qingran was taken aback. Interstellar era. Little Nan nodded calmly. Yes, master. Nan Qingran's eyes twinkled as she looked at her baby, with a somewhat flattering smile. Then the mall must have it. Little Nan replied with a sound of agreement. Of course it does. Nan Qingran rubbed her hands together, her face filled with anticipation. Then, the mall indeed has everything, but master, your points. Nan Qingran scoffed. How much could that possibly be? At worst, I just won't buy the solar generator and save up a bit. 50,000 points. Nan Qingran fell silent. At that price, she truly felt unworthy. Moreover, even if master acquires the high-level catalyst and inputs wood-based abilities, ice essence will still require 2 to 3 months to fully mature for medicinal use. So master needs to ensure that person can last through those 2 to 3 months. Otherwise it will all be for naught. Nan Qingran forced a smile. Yes. Little Nan nodded. So master should consider again whether to. Nan Qingran, feeling irritated, grabbed her hair. I have made up my mind now. This thing is truly comparable to a spiritual herb. It's too precious and overly delicate. Little Nan was speechless. It seemed her words had not been heard by her master at all. But if master really wants to earn points quickly, it's not impossible. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up, and she began mumbling. I won't engage in such heinous acts as killing and arson. Nan Jie is a good youth of the new century, and she has principles. Little Nan paused. Then master, best not to do that. Nan Qingran squinted at her. Baby, you've truly gone astray. If your master commits a crime and gets sent to jail, what good will that do you? Baby wouldn't do that. Baby just wants to help master. Little Nan's innocent voice carried a noticeable hint of grievance. Nan Qingran sighed softly. I'll think of another way. After dinner at home, Nan Qingran strolled through the new house, her mood brightening as she looked at the nearly completed place. Qing Hui saw the future princess figure and hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. I have seen Miss Nan. Nan Qingran waved her hand casually. I told you not to be so polite. I'm just taking a look. You don't need to be nervous. Miss Nan is indeed a genius. Such a delicate house can be designed. It must be very convenient. Nan Qingran was lost in thought and momentarily overlooked his words. Qing Hui called out to her a few times, but she did not respond, so he tried to raise his voice. Miss Nan. Nan Qingran came to her senses and looked at him. Sorry, I spaced out. What did you just say? Qing Hui scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, revealing a bashful smile. I said your house will likely be finished in less than 10 days. I wanted to see those items you mentioned that can automatically draw water. I wanted to broaden my horizons. Nan Qingran sighed lightly. It probably won't be possible anytime soon. Oh. Qing Hui looked somewhat disappointed. Then you just take a look, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, Qing Hui was about to walk out. Nan Qingran returned to her space that night, enjoying a comfortable hot bath, her body instinctively sinking into the soft bed. With her eyes closed, one might think she had already fallen asleep, but suddenly Nan Qingran sprang up and rushed outside. She quickly scooped up her baby, her eyes sparkling as she stared at it. Baby, I've thought of a way. Little Nan's eyes were dreamy, still yawning, and spoke with a hint of complaint. Master, the space spirit also needs to rest. Nan Qingran carried her to the sofa and laid back. Baby, you said before that the way to gain funds is to treat illnesses and save people, to punish the wicked and promote the good, right? Little Nan nodded sleepily. Yes. The definition of punishing the wicked and promoting the good is to punish evildoers and spread goodwill, right. Little Nan continued to nod. That's right. Nan Qingran understood and snapped her fingers, her face revealing an excited and mischievous expression. I've got a plan. Baby, wake up. Master is taking you to punish the wicked and promote the good. Little Nan was bewildered as she was taken out of space and into the co-pilot seat of a helicopter. Master, where are we going? Nan Qingran tapped a few times on the control screen. We're going here. The destination, the capital city. 2 hours later, Nan Qingran successfully stood before the majestic and solemn Xiang residence, thanks to the navigation. Those who bully my man should be prepared to be left with nothing but their underwear. Nan Qingran roughly grasped the overall location of the Xiang residence and headed straight for the storeroom. Looking at the bewildered guards, Nan Qingran disdainfully curled her lip. Is this really the Prime Minister's residence? Mumian, go let them have a good sleep. With a flick of her fingertip, the green fireflies circled around the two men, who instantly fell to the ground, sleeping like dead pigs. Nan Qingran pushed open the storeroom door, not too surprised. Compared to her wealth and the space, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Yet Nan Jie still adhered to the principle of leaving no trace, not leaving even a hair behind. Subsequently, the kitchen, master bedroom, guest room were all swept clean by Nan Qingran. Her final target, that old man's study. She understood this game all too well. Such a person's study was either a dark prison or a secret chamber, otherwise there would be many confidential letters. Consider it a small compensation for her man, he would surely find it interesting. Thinking this, Nan Qingran pushed the door and walked in first, sweeping away the obvious items. Then she took out a metal detector from her space. The power of high technology was always formidable. Following the detector's guidance, Nan Qingran effortlessly opened the door to the secret chamber. Swish! A sharp arrow shot toward Nan Qingran. She quickly dodged, but still left a cut on her arm. Nan Qingran frowned, took out some gauze to stop the bleeding simply, and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, she instinctively halted her steps, and even she couldn't help but exclaim, "This old man must have embezzled from 2 national treasuries. This is simply like 3 mountains of gold." South Qingran gaped in shock, while tirelessly sending these treasures into her space. Only after confirming that all 4 sides were walls, and there was not a single coin or grain of food, did South Qingran return to her space and flop onto the sofa. "I'm exhausted. Robbing is quite a technical job." South Baobao thoughtfully handed a glass of juice to quench her master's thirst. South Qingran drank it all in one go, and then swiftly dashed back out. Passing by the room of that old fox and a little concubine, South Qingran looked at her readied clothes and frowned, making a decision. After leaving the Prime Minister's mansion, South Qingran went to the palace, heading straight for the National Treasury. She gazed at this so-called treasury with a complex expression, even showing a hint of anger at the way. Not willing to give up, she stepped back, glanced at the plaque again, and ultimately resignedly walked back in. Well, how should I put it? This treasury is at a level where even a mouse entering would leave something behind. It's just too poor. South Qingran complexly placed most of the spoils confiscated from the Prime Minister's mansion into the treasury and left without reinforcing the lock. She initially wanted to find that prince to grant him some abilities to extend his life. Unfortunately, time was tight, and she could only pour some diluted spiritual spring water into the royal kitchen's water tank to make. South Qingran exited the capital and came to the outskirts, releasing the helicopter for the next destination. Where to next, master? To this place, Jinzhou. South Qingran had been in this world for a while and had somewhat understood it. Jinzhou and Yuzhou were deeply inland with fertile land, while this place was coastal, and the people were relatively poorer. Therefore, South Qingran decided to establish the charity hall in this location. Moreover, the local governor was an honest and clean official who loved the people like his own children, allowing her charity to reach every citizen. "I can't do it. The citizens of a whole state can't gather 50,000 points. South Baobao said somewhat awkwardly. "Master, how can you be like this?" South Qingran unafraid confronted, "Isn't it true that punishing evil and promoting good earns points?" South Baobao nodded yes. "The Prime Minister of Baima Nation is guilty of all evils, plundering the people's wealth greedily and without conscience. Am I not punishing evil by punishing him?" South Baobao hesitated, but nodded. "That's right." South Qingran continued to brainwash herself along her thought process. "So if I use the stolen goods taken from the people to help the people, isn't that promoting good?" South Baobao nodded again, "Of course." South Qingran clapped her hands. "So, I am indeed punishing evil and promoting good to earn points. Is there a problem?" South Baobao felt something was off, but didn't know how to refute it, only managing to say, "But master, you didn't save anyone." South Qingran looked at it with a face that said, "This is where you are wrong. Baby, you're being narrow-minded. Punishing evil and promoting good doesn't necessarily have to be about saving the injured, right? How can there be so many injured people in this world? Wouldn't it be absurd to intentionally injure someone just to save them? This doesn't align with the consistent, good moral character of our marketplace." In the end, South Baobao was completely brainwashed. "Yes, master, you are absolutely right. Master sees far and wide, and I was too petty." Seeing South Baobao's somewhat guilty expression, South Qingran's heart softened. It's okay as long as our Baobao knows to correct the mistakes." Successfully exploiting the loophole in the marketplace, South Qingran placed the confiscated food and silver coins along with some clothing in front of the governor's mansion and flew back home. After a busy night, South Qingran truly had no extra energy left, so she took a good long sleep in her space. In the end, she was stirred awake by the frantic notification sound from the marketplace. The moment she saw her point balance, all her morning grumpiness vanished instantly, leaving her heart elated. This is the joy of being wealthy. Baby, I struck it rich. 70,000 points. Congratulations, master. South Qingran beamed as she pulled it close and planted a heavy kiss on it. Congratulations. South Baobao showed some disdain. Master, you're so silly. He. Baby quickly purchased the interstellar birthing agent. Yes, master. The interstellar high-grade birthing agent has arrived. Would the master like to sign for it? Sign for it. Product has been signed for deducting 50,000 points. Current point balance is 18,500. At that moment South Qingran felt a sharp pain in her heart for the first time. She was taken aback, furrowed her brow. Shouldn't it be 20,000? South Baobao replied, coldly, master, this is the handling fee. South Qingran pouted, you guys charge randomly, aren't you afraid? I'll report you to 12,315. Master, we are a legitimate marketplace with a business license subject to customer supervision at any time. South Qingran was speechless. Alright, quickly use the birthing agent on Bing Jingfan Yi, and I will continue to grant him an hour of abilities every day. Alright, master. South Qingran looked and saw that indeed it was still a bald seedling without roots. Having seen the miraculous effects of spiritual spring water, she thought the claims of rejuvenation were a bit exaggerated. However, this little master was the only one that had not sprouted after being watered for so long. South Qingran looked up and saw the extremely tiny birthing agent, feeling as if the whole world had been impacted. 800 curse words twisted in her heart, and in the end, she only asked one question. Does the dosage you sell really meet market standards? One drop costs 50,000 points. South Baobao calmly nodded. Yes, master, the concentrated ones are the purified ones. You must believe that anything produced by the marketplace is a premium product. South Qingran let out a bitter laugh. I've already boarded the ship of thieves. How can I not believe it? Achoo, achoo. South Qingran sniffled and rubbed her nose. Who's chanting my name? Jinzhou. Governor Wu looked at the supplies in front of his mansion, rubbing his eyes. After going back and forth several times, he finally burst into laughter. Heaven bless Beima, heaven bless Jinzhou. The people are blessed. Quickly distribute these to the citizens, and express gratitude to the heavens for their virtue. Nan Qingran returned from the fields, and immediately began preparations for her collaboration with Luo Huali. At the Luo residence, they provisionally set prices for basic hygiene products, toothbrushes at 10 when toothpaste, at 21 and facial cleanser at 31. Since her production incurred no cost, she saw no need to set exorbitant prices. Her aim was broad accessibility among the common people. She had surveyed the market. Rudimentary soap existed in this era, yet its quality paled beside hers, and it carried no discernible fragrance, yet still fetched 1 or 2 taels of silver. Thus she priced scented soap, shower gel, shampoo, and hair conditioner at 253 and 3 taels respectively, targeting the mid-tier market, refined young ladies, and noble matrons. As for the premium segment, she proposed curated luxury sets, comprehensive hygiene ensembles paired with an array of exquisite perfumes, each housed in dazzling glass bottles that radiated prestige. Nan Qingran observed Luo Huali's stunned silence, then gently waved her hand before her friend's eyes. Senior sister Luo, what do you think of my proposal? Luo Huali gazed entranced at the perfume bottle in her hands. Excellent. Your idea is splendid, Qingran. Her brow furrowed slightly. Yet using crystal vessels seems extravagantly lavish. Have you settled on a price? Nan Qingran nodded. In truth, the luxury sets were conceived not for profit, but as a spectacle, to draw attention. Having visited Taoyuan town repeatedly, she had gauged its consumer landscape, while daily essentials would sustain demand, whereas high-end perfumes held little practical expectation. Let us set the price at 50 taels. As she spoke, she turned to find Luo Huali watching her with a look both complex and pained. She offered a faint wry smile. That should suffice. No further discounting is possible. At this, Luo Huali lost her composure entirely, fixing Nan Qingran with a disbelieving stare. Qingran, do you truly wish to lower it further? Do you know, even at 500 taels, this perfume would spark fierce bidding. Its bouquet is rich and varied. Unlike incense, it requires no cumbersome ritual, and its vessel, crystal as rare as gold. How could such artistry be priced at merely 50 taels? Nan Qingran sensed unmistakably her friend's exasperated disappointment. I underestimated our market's affluence. So many wealthy patrons after all. Luo Huali blinked playfully and leaned close, whispering with conspiratorial delight. Precisely. Especially that young master who arrived in town just last year. He pays premium sums for curiosities. Should he learn of our perfume, he'd rush to claim it, eager to be our most devoted patron. Nan Qingran hadn't imagined the poised young lady before her possessed such a charmingly mischievous side. Yet this young master sounded oddly familiar. Shaking off the thought, Nan Qingran declared, then let us settle terms. As for quantities, 500 units of daily hygiene items, 300 of mid-tier products, and 50 of the premium line. Does that suit you? Luo Huali agreed readily. Excellent. I've already secured a shop. Just minor renovations remain before opening. She paused. Would today be convenient for you? If so, I'll dispatch servants to collect the goods from your home this very day. Nan Qingran hadn't anticipated this arrangement, but having Luo Huali's team handle logistics was ideal. May our grand opening bring auspicious fortune. Agreed. After departing the Luo residence, Nan Qingran headed toward Yinyun Pavilion. Her mother, knowing she'd visit town today, had prepared delicate sweets for her to charisma knows no age or gender. At Yinyun Pavilion, a young attendant bowed deeply. Young Madam Nan. He turned to fetch his superiors from the rear courtyard. Nan Qingran stopped him. No need. Everyone inside is still recovering. I'll go myself. You tend to the shop. As you wish, young madam. She'd taken only a few steps when she nearly collided with Feng Xian, hurrying past with urgent strides. He froze then bowed respectfully. Young Madam Nan. She nodded. You seem to be healing well. Though his expression remained stoic, his tone now carried a subtle warmth. I owe everything to you, young Madam Nan. My life holds little worth, but without your intervention my master the young general and the young duke would have perished. Nan Qingran frowned, cutting him short with great. Do not speak so. Every soul is born of parents' love. Your words would break their hearts. Life is singular, irreplaceable. No hierarchy exists among human lives. A shadow crossed her face as she added softly, live well, for your fiancé waits for you. Should you persist in devaluing your own life, you dishonor her, and deny her the future she deserves. With that she walked on, leaving Feng Xian profoundly shaken. Inside, the three men, deep in animated discussion, were likewise struck silent by Nan Qingran's words. Though always benevolent toward subordinates, they'd never considered their retainers' lives equal in weight to their own. To fall in service was the highest honor. Nan Qingran tapped lightly on the door and entered to find the three men staring at her with expressions both bewildered and unsettled. She stifled a smile and teased, What's wrong? Did a flower bloom on my face? Has it dazzled you into paralysis? Mo Jingyan was the first to rally, cheering on his girlfriend. Ran is beautiful every day. The moment he spoke, his sharp gaze swept warningly over the other two. Nan Qingran found it amusing, and chose to ignore his quiet territorial display. Shizukai discreetly averted his eyes and Lu Yizhi rolled his eyes. Qingran, must this fellow flatter so shamelessly? Can you truly tolerate it? Nan Qingran shot him a glance, placed the food basket on the table, and seated herself beside Mo Jingyan. What do you know? My boyfriend possesses exceptional emotional intelligence, and speaks with honeyed charm. She tilted Mo Jingyan's chin up playfully, her luminous deer-like eyes blinking mischievously. Isn't that right? Mo Jingyan, unaccustomed to such intimacy before others, flushed faintly at the ears, but still murmured a soft, acquiescent Nan Qingran smiled, releasing him from further teasing. The other two exchanged glances, utterly unable to watch. What were you discussing so merrily just now? Already up and about. Have your wounds fully healed? All healed. Qingran, please sit. Nan Qingran asked only ceremonially. Their injuries had been cleansed with spirit spring water, and even their porridge contained traces of it. Robust young men like them recovered swiftly. Lu Yizhi hurried to seat her, and poured her a cup of water, then launched eagerly into gossip. Qingran, news from the capital, the Grand Counselor, that wretched old man has met divine retribution for his countless sins. Nan Qingran tilted her head, regarding him with keen, amused interest. Oh, and why do you say that? That's exactly how it happened. Then, Lu Yizhi concluded with a sharp clap of his hands. If heaven hadn't intervened to punish him, how else could the Prime Minister's residence have been emptied overnight? I heard the old man emerged wearing not even a single garment to cover himself. That old man cherished his dignity above all. Now his face is utterly ruined. Mo Jingyan watched her expression without missing a beat. Nan Qingran felt his gaze upon her. She turned toward him with a gentle smile, and slipped her hand into the warm, broad palm of her boyfriend. Mo Jingyan instantly clasped her small hand tightly. While below the table they exchanged quiet intimacies, their faces remained impeccably composed and solemn. Perhaps he has layers upon layers of skin. He certainly can afford to lose a few. Lu Yizhi fanned himself lazily with his feather fan and nodded in agreement. You're absolutely right. But there's something else. You'd never imagine it. Mo Jingyan and Shizukai stared at him, baffled. What news hasn't yet reached us? You two are obsessed with state affairs, utterly devoid of charm or delight. Lu Yizhi regarded them with mild disdain. My father and that old man walked home together after court, when suddenly a fierce gust swept through, and blew off the old man's official hat. Shizukai blinked blankly. So, Nan Qingran smacked her thigh. I knew I'd forgotten something. She murmured softly, then added. And then he became a bald, toothless old monk. Lu Yizhi gazed at her with genuine admiration. Qingran, you're truly extraordinary. How did you divine that? Nan Qingran rubbed her nose sheepishly and chuckled awkwardly. She'd been injured and irritable that day, so she'd simply sought recompense from the old man, with one swift, decisive snip, leaving him utterly hairless. Nan Qingran laughed lightly, deflecting the topic. Oh, it was purely coincidence. Purely coincidence. Mo Jingyan said nothing, but his grip on her hand tightened ever so slightly. Oh, and by the way, I heard Jin Shang. Nan Qingran swiftly cut him off. Must we really indulge in so much gossip today? Let's hear about my matter first. Her words instantly drew the attention of all three men. Shizukai spoke up first. Qingran, do you need our assistance? Ahem. If Qingran requires help, I shall provide it myself. No need for my cousin to trouble himself. Shizukai stared at him wordlessly, never imagining his own younger brother would become so childishly possessive where matters of the heart were concerned. Nan Qingran stepped in to smooth things over, It's not quite a matter of needing help. It's more that I greatly appreciate your presence to lend warmth and energy to the occasion. Huh. I've partnered with the Luo family on a new venture. It opens in roughly 3 days. Mo Jingyan felt a faint sour pang at the thought of Nan Qingran collaborating with another man, yet he still forced himself to appear magnanimous. How vexing. Lu Yizhi reacted even more dramatically, fixing Nan Qingran with a wounded, betrayed look, as though she were a faithless lover. Qingran, surely I count among your closest friends. Why does every feast leave me behind? He'd long observed that any enterprise Nan Qingran launched inevitably flourished. Xianwei Fong was perpetually packed, and this new branch would likely outearn even the capital's flagship store. He grumbled under his breath, fine. Let Zisu be your fiancé, but why must Luo Huafeng leap ahead of me to partner with you? You truly, Nan Qingran recoiled, overwhelmed. His statement held precisely zero truth. First, there is no such thing as an engagement. Mo Jingyan's mood darkened visibly, and beneath the table he gently pinched Nan Qingran's slender fingers in quiet, petulant protest. Nan Qingran stifled a wry smile, but continued patiently. Second, since when have I partnered with Luo Huafeng? Your intelligence network clearly needs recalibration. Lu Yizhi frowned in confusion. Aside from Luo Huafeng, I've heard of no other Luo family in Taoyuan town. Nan Qingran sipped her tea calmly. It is that Luo family, but not Luo Huafeng. His younger sister Luo Huali. The moment Nan Qingran spoke those words, she sensed Mo Jingyan's grip relax, then shift playfully, as he began idly tracing her fingertips. Nan Qingran found herself utterly at a loss. How could anyone express jealousy so subtly, so endearingly? I want to kiss him. No wonder elder sisters adore gentle, loyal puppies. But isn't the Luo family's eldest daughter afflicted with a grave illness, so severe she's never appeared in public? How then did she enter business with you? Well, she's healed now, isn't she? The trio exchanged speechless glances. Could she truly treat curing a life-threatening ailment as casually as selecting cabbage at market? Shizukai furrowed his brow. Then why not partner with her elder brother? Surely he possesses greater capability. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a razor-sharp glare from his cousin. Were I to do that, I might as well partner with Yizhi. We know each other inside and out. Primarily, this venture targets women. Luo Jezi struck me as ideal, meticulous, empathetic, and, being a woman, naturally suited to navigate both the product and its clientele. Plus, her family's influence offers invaluable support. By the end, Nan Qingran's lips curved into a winsome, mischievous smile, the kind of grin a clever little rabbit wears after stealing its first tender carrot. Shizukai asked, might our presence prove inconvenient? Nan Qingran blinked, puzzled, then glanced sideways at Mo Jingyan. Why would it be inconvenient? Shizukai choked, realizing with quiet despair that his future sister-in-law possessed astonishingly relaxed notions of propriety between men and women. Mo Jingyan explained softly, my cousin means that as men our presence may seem inappropriate, given you're selling goods intended primarily for women. Nan Qingran slapped her forehead, so hard that Mo Jingyan winced in sympathetic pain. How could you strike so fiercely? It's already red. She rubbed her temple haphazardly and muttered, must everything be so delicate? Perhaps I phrased it poorly. I offer products suitable for all ages and genders. I mention women only because in your world household provisions are typically purchased by them. The other two nodded, comprehension dawning. Mo Jingyan's gaze lingered on Nan Qingran, deepening with quiet, complex wonder. Could it be? Qingran is a spirit from another realm. Such vivid imagination. If Nan Qingran had known, she'd have lavished him with praise. Oh, and I brought 3 samples for you to try. They're excellent. They're simple hygiene and care products. Usage instructions and dosages are clearly noted on each label. Please share your honest feedback, and don't forget 5 stars. After returning home, Nan Qingran prepared the goods and delivered them to the Luo family, then devoted her full attention to the structural renovation of her new residence. After roughly a week of intense work, she began selecting furnishings. Just as Qingyan Workshop officially opened its doors, she became a whirlwind of activities, spinning tirelessly until her family watched with heartfelt concern. Qingran, my dear, our family's livelihood is already secure. We don't need you to toil so relentlessly. Madame Feng gently stroked her granddaughter's cheek, her heart aching at the weight of sustaining the entire household resting upon shoulders still too young to have reached her comingafage ceremony. Having herself been raised as a nobleman's daughter, cherished and pampered before misfortune struck, she understood all the more the extraordinary burdens her granddaughter bore. Nan Qingran leaned into Madame Feng's palm with a soft, affectionate nuzzle. Grandmother, I'm not weary, not in the least. My family is and always will be the greatest source of my strength and resolve. Just take care of yourself. Don't overexert your body. Don't worry, I promise. Amidst her relentless schedule, Nan Qingran stole a quiet moment to meet her young suitor. Zisu, why do you seem so troubled? Mo Jingyan had been haunted for days by an astonishing, almost unthinkable notion, its gravity weighing upon him like a storm cloud. Yet this bright, carefree girl before him remained utterly oblivious to his inner turmoil. With a single graceful leap, Nan Qingran wrapped herself around Mo Jingyan and tugged playfully at his handsome face. Zisu, don't frown anymore, kiss me. Moi? Mo Jingyan gazed at the vivacious, delicate girl before him, sighed resignedly, and bestowed upon her a kiss both commanding and tender. Qingran, please, don't make me worry. She paused, lowered her eyes, and idly twisted her fingers, a flicker of hesitation shadowing her gaze. You found out. Oh, you've just confessed without even being questioned. Mo Jingyan pinched her cheek affectionately, fondness warring with exasperation. Nan Qingran lifted her lashes and flashed him a mischievous grin. So, you're not angry with me? How could I ever bear to scold you? I only fear for your safety. His arms tightened around her, as if seeking to press her essence deep into his very being. Could I possibly stand by while that old wretch torments you? Do you know how terrified and how shattered I felt when I saw you covered in wounds? Twice. That was merely a gentle reminder. Mo Jingyan brushed his thumb lightly over her nose, smiling indulgently. Your gentle reminder emptied the Prime Minister's entire estate. He deserved it. What entire estate? Those were evidences of his corruption and embezzlement. And rest assured, I kept none for myself, most went straight to your father and the common people. At this, Nan Qingran couldn't resist venting her exasperation. Zisu, how on earth is your imperial treasury so barren? I was utterly stunned. I half thought I'd wandered into the wrong. Mo Jingyan lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. The past years brought poor harvests, tax revenues dwindled accordingly, and with continuous warfare preceding this era, expenditures soared. The treasury truly stands depleted. All right then, leave it to Sister Nan. The funds I've given your father should sustain the court for quite some time. If needed, just tell me which high officials are corrupt. I'll pay them another visit or two, and every coin shall be recovered. Mo Jingyan stiffened. Having spent years locked in cunning duels with his elder brother and the wily ministers of court, he knew their strengths and weaknesses intimately. Yet such a method. Nan Qingran read his thoughts instantly. What's wrong? Do you think me immoral? Before he could answer, she gave a light, dismissive huff. A black cat or a white cat? If it catches mice, it's a good cat. Were they ever righteous when poisoning you or attempting assassination? Moreover, since you now stand opposed to them, conviction and punishment are inevitable. Will you then spare their estates? Let them keep their ill-gotten wealth. Mo Jingyan rested his forehead against her shoulder and shook his head softly. Never. Every one of them shall face confiscation and exile. None shall escape. Exactly. So those coins were never theirs, merely held in trust for the state. You may reclaim them whenever necessary. Why carry such guilt now? Mo Jingyan shook his head, only now realizing how rigid and overly scrupulous he and his elder brother truly were. Then I shall follow Qingran's counsel. As he raised his arms to embrace her more tightly, his hand accidentally brushed against a wound on her arm. Ouch! What happened? His voice sharpened with alarm. She smoothed her expression and waved dismissively. Nothing. It's just a minor scrape. Ignoring her protest, Mo Jingyan gently but firmly held her still and carefully rolled up her sleeve. A long stark wound marred the pristine whiteness of her skin. Nan Qingran pushed his hands away and pulled her sleeve back down. I told you, it's nothing. Already healing. Don't fret. It's just a small injury. Mo Jingyan stared at her, heart aching, unable to fathom how such a delicate, tender girl could call such a grievous wound minor. His Qingran was scarcely older than his own younger sister. Yet while the princess was shielded and coddled, even a tiny scratch drawing collective anguish from her entourage, his beloved bore such severe injuries and spoke of them with serene indifference. A sharp pang pierced Mo Jingyan's heart. Qingran, did you suffer greatly before I found you? I failed to protect you. She dreaded precisely this look of self-reproach, which was why she'd kept silent. You were leagues away. How could you possibly shield me? Besides, I've already repaid him in full. That bald old fox must be writhing in regret right now. Mo Jingyan's expression did not soften, instead cold fury flickered deep within his eyes. That wretched man doesn't deserve to be compared to you, even remotely. Nan Qingran nodded matter-of-factly. Of course not. Sister Nan is youthful and radiant, while he's a decrepit relic buried halfway in dust. You? Mo Jingyan's resolve settled firm and tender. Qingran, I know you possess extraordinary abilities. Heal yourself fully, so I need never ache for you again. Nan Qingran, unable to withstand his voice, so soft, so sincere, melted into his arms and murmured playfully. I know. I've simply been overwhelmed lately and haven't had a moment to tend to it. Mo Jingyan bent low and pressed a feather-like kiss to her forehead. Nothing, not a single thing, matters more than you. She nestled against him a while longer, then lifted her head, eyes sparkling with delight. I knew this woody fragrance would suit your temperament perfectly. Calm, dignified, commanding presence the moment you draw near. Mo Jingyan chuckled softly. Then I shall wear it each time I see you. It's far more convenient than burning incense. Nan Qingran shook her head with a knowing, teasing smile. No, this scent is reserved for outsiders. He frowned, puzzled. He'd always used the dragon's saliva incense gifted by his elder brother. Does fragrance truly distinguish between people? Nan Qingran nodded, eyes gleaming, and leaned close, her warm breath brushing his ear. Of course it does. When you come to see me, wear the oceanic fragrance I gave you. That one I adore. Trust me, one whiff, and you'll have me utterly captivated. Mo Jingyan heard this, and felt his ears flush as if all the heat in his body surged downwards. He bit the delicate ear of Nan Qingran lightly with resentment. Ran, don't tease me. Nan Qingran was pressed closely against him, certainly able to sense his excitement. Her face also flushed, but her words remained mischievous. How was I to know you had such little self-control? Mo Jingyan was nearly driven to exasperation by her, yet he couldn't bear to bully her, so he could only stew in his own frustration. Nan Qingran quickly soothed her boyfriend, satisfying her desire for affection, leaving him with a wet face, feeling quite satisfied. Mo Jingyan's whole body was tense as he leaned against the tree, his hand pressed to his forehead. Only after calming down did he revert to his usual dignified demeanor. But as the heat of desire gradually faded away, the chill in Mo Jingyan's eyes deepened. Feng Xian. A gust of wind swept by, and Feng Xian's respectful figure appeared. At your service. Break one of Roan Wenqian's legs to warn that old thing. If he harms Ran, even a little, he must be prepared to pay 100-fold price. Yes, I will obey. Mo Jingyan nodded, and then added casually, be careful, don't confront Li Yuan alone. Ran is right, Zhan Yu is still waiting for you, so caution is paramount. Feng Xian felt warmth in his heart. The usually cold-faced young man almost moved to tears. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Watching his master disappear, Feng Xian became even more determined to support his future princess. The capital. Fengyi Palace. Sun pays his respects to the empress. Cough, cough, cough. Mo Jingli was suffering from illness, his gentle features too gaunt, yet one could still see how extraordinary he would be without his ailment. His figure looked even more frail beneath the loose clothing, yet the air of nobility around him was unmistakable. Liar, why are you here? Did not the empress say you need not come to pay your respects? I saw that I was feeling much better today, so I thought I would accompany the empress for a chat. Si Qianqian held back tears in her eyes, her heart aching for her son. If you miss the empress, just send a palace servant to convey the message. The imperial physician has advised you to rest and recuperate. Mo Jingli's face fell slightly. Son doesn't know how much longer he will have the chance to serve the empress, so while there is still time. Smack. Si Qianqian slammed her hand on the table, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Son knows his mistakes. Mo Jingli remained composed as he prepared to kneel. Si Qianqian blocked him, pulling her son into her embrace. Liar, saying that only pierces my heart. Mo Jingli looked at her with red-rimmed eyes. Empress, it is not that I am weak or incompetent, but rather that life and death are fated. If I could, I would share the burden with Father Emperor, serve the empress, and see my siblings settle down, but it seems I may not be able to. Si Qianqian appeared gravely affected, lacking any semblance of regal composure. She was merely a mother on the verge of losing her son, which felt like a death sentence. After calming herself for a while, she wiped her tears and helped Mo Jingli to his feet. Liar, can you hold on a little longer? I beg you, Yenner is already searching for medicine. He will cure your illness. Can we wait for him to get better? Mo Jingli's tear-filled eyes shone with determination. Empress, I came to see you today to ask you to bring Jingyan back. No way. Empress, right now Mo Jinghong and that old fox Rong Yuan are stirring up trouble in the court, forcing Father Emperor to depose the crown prince. Jingyan must return at this time, or else. Or else what? The crown prince of Beima can only be you. Liar, don't worry about anything. Your father, your mother, and your younger brother will protect your position as crown prince, and the Duke of protecting the nation will always be your solid backing. So just focus on recovering, and when you're well again, you can help your father with his burdens. Mo Jingli wore a gloomy expression, wanting to say more, but was interrupted. Someone, Your Majesty, take the crown prince back and serve him well. If there is any negligence, I will not spare you. Yes, as you command, Your Majesty. Si Qianqian watched Mo Jingli's figure disappear, and suddenly felt drained. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself. Nurse Xiao hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Si Qianqian closed her eyes, her voice heavy with sorrow. Nurse, do you remember what Liar was like before? Nurse Xiao fell silent, who didn't know that the crown prince was exceptionally talented, achieving greatness at a young age, and participating in important state affairs before reaching his 20s. But who could have imagined that it was in his 20th year that he suddenly fell gravely ill? In just a few short years, the once extraordinary young man now showed not a trace of the will to live in his eyes. Your Majesty, rest assured. Once the crown prince recovers, he will return to his former self. Si Qianqian remained silent for a long while before speaking, her voice barely audible. What about the suffering my son has endured all these years? Nurse, sometimes I wonder how painful this illness truly is. It has completely shattered my son's pride. The Fengyi Palace fell into a heavy silence, and Si Qianqian felt as if even her breath had become burdensome. Nurse, do you think if I hadn't entered the palace back then would my child have grown up safely? Smack! A crisp sound drew the attention of both master and servant. Nurse Zhao hurriedly knelt to pay her respects. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Si Qianqian frowned, looking at his bloodshot eyes, her heart instantly pained, yet her expression revealed nothing. I pay my respects to His Majesty. Qianqian, do you regret it? Si Qianqian remained silent for a long time before raising her gaze to meet his. I do not know. Mo Lingxin turned and left directly, fearing that if he stayed any longer he would lose control and hurt the beloved at the core of his heart, so he could not allow himself to go mad. Si Qianqian took a few steps forward, looking at the shattered jade bracelet on the ground, picking it up and wrapping it in a cloth. Your Majesty, be careful, let me do it. Si Qianqian turned away. No need, this palace will do it myself. Nurse, he truly hasn't changed, he is just like when he was young. Nurse Zhao seemed to recall some beautiful memories, indeed. The Emperor loved to gift you various jade bracelets to make you happy back then. Si Qianqian pulled at the corners of her mouth. Yes. In truth, I never liked wearing jade, but at that time he was not favored, and these were the only things he could offer me, so I wore them for all these years. As she spoke, a tear unexpectedly fell onto her wrist. She froze for a moment, and slowly rose, murmuring, I have never regretted it. But it is not wrong to feel heartache for my son. In the Eastern Palace, Mo Jingli returned with a pale face, frightening the attending servants. His personal attendant, Xiao Gizi, handed him a bowl of medicine, worry etched across his face. Your Highness, why go such a long way? Just drink the medicine and rest quickly. Mo Jingli self-deprecatingly replied, since I don't have many days left to live, I might as well accompany my mother while I can still walk a few steps. Xiao Gizi gasped in shock and knelt down, wiping his tears. Your Highness, please stop saying such ominous things. Prince Yan is out seeking medicine for you, and will surely return soon. You will get better. Mo Jingli closed his eyes for a moment, propping himself up as Xiao Gizi hurried over to help him. Be careful. Mo Jingli sidestepped his assistants and weakly ordered. Let me catch my breath, and I will go greet father later. Xiao Gizi immediately prostrated himself in fear. If you go to the Emperor, you might not return to see us again. Mo Jingli chuckled, lightly helping him up. You have been with me since childhood, and my mother is kind. She will not implicate the innocent. If I go, just follow Jingyan. He will take care of you. Cough, cough, cough. After speaking, Mo Jingli covered his mouth and started to cough. Xiao Gizi cried, his eyes filled with tears. I won't go anywhere, I will stay with your Highness. To speak disrespectfully, if your Highness really cannot recover, I will go serve you down there. Mo Jingli laughed at his words, but his breathing became more hurried. Then fine, I won't go. You go prepare paper and pen. Yes. It took Mo Jingli a while to finish writing a letter, and then he gently called out. Honshu, come in. A sharp figure quickly pushed open the door and entered. Greetings, your Highness. Mo Jingli raised his hand weakly without looking at him. At ease. Take this letter, and be sure to deliver it personally to Prince Yan. Do you understand? Mo Jingli spoke faintly, but the meaning was unmistakably authoritative. Honshu was taken aback and instinctively said, but if I leave, then your Highness. Mo Jingli looked at him with deep black eyes, the intimidation evident. Honshu, do not overstep. Honshu felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. How could he forget that this prince was always the one to speak without contradiction? Where did he find the courage to question his... Yes, I was wrong. I will not disappoint your Highness's command. Mo Jingli lowered his gaze, hiding his emotions, and spoke softly. You may leave. Call Xiao Gizi in. Yes, I take my leave. Xiao Gizi anxiously waited outside the door, knowing that now was not the time for the prince to be troubled by writing. Honshu left and resumed his indifferent demeanor, approaching Xiao Gizi. Your Highness wants you to go in. Xiao Gizi hurriedly nodded and bowed. All right, I will go serve your Highness now, sir, please. Xiao Gizi quietly stepped inside, saying, Your Highness, let me help you undress and rest. Mo Jingli nodded without objection. As Xiao Gizi was about to leave, he casually ordered, I dislike noise, so let all those who serve me leave the main courtyard in the future. Xiao Gizi repeatedly agreed. Your Highness, do not worry. I will arrange this right away, and also ensure they are quieter while working. After speaking, Xiao Gizi softly retreated. Mo Jingli looked outside, seeing that it was completely quiet, and softly asked, Is Jin Linwei here? I am here. A powerful and deep voice echoed softly in the room. Please give your orders, your Highness. Mo Jingli had evidently exhausted too much energy today, causing his speech to be intermittent. I command you to follow Honshu and ensure Prince Yan returns to the capital safely. Mo Jingli paused, his expression turning serious as he stated, If anyone dares to obstruct, kill without mercy. Yes, I accept the order. In the next moment, Mo Jingli felt the atmosphere in the room change, as Jin Linwei lived up to its reputation. His thoughts drifted far away, recalling the first time his father took him to meet Jin Linwei when he was 15. Mo Lingxin patted his shoulder, as if entrusting him with an important responsibility. Liar, you are the crown prince, the future son of heaven, and Jin Linwei is your sharp and secretive blade. Jin Linwei never shows itself, only the emperor can command them. From now on, father will hand Jin Linwei over to you. They will only heed your commands. Yes, father. I will not disappoint father's trust. As his thoughts returned, Mo Jingli's face fell. Father, I am unfilial, and fear I will disappoint your wishes. In the Prime Minister's residence, Rong Yuan had been fuming these days over the theft at the Prime Minister's residence and his own baldness. Additionally, his dearly cherished grandson had lost a leg, turning his beard completely white. What you said is true, he asked, looking at the man with a face full of joy. The man nodded expressionlessly. I would never deceive you, Prime Minister. Rong Yuan snorted lightly. I knew you wouldn't dare. Then we must seize this opportunity. No matter what means we use, we must ensure Prince Yin dies outside the palace, and he must not be allowed to return. Rong Yuan's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, clearly in a good mood. Yes. In Taoyuan town, Nan Qingran looked at her new house. Her excitement was indescribable. She had long arranged for the electrical circuits and taken out the generator from her space for installation, but the next moment her eyes widened in shock. Baby, where's my generator? I have been looking forward to it for so long. Nan Qingran's anxious demeanor made Nan Baobao rush to respond. Master, let me explain. The shop not only installed it for you, but also provided hidden features so no one will find it strange. Moreover, this will better protect the generator from malicious damage. Nan Qingran immediately thought of her glass house, looking at her baby with praise. Not bad. The shop is quite wise. Nan Baobao awkwardly tugged at the corner of its mouth. If it hadn't seen it with its own eyes, it would never have believed that the master who had just wanted to smash the shop could change so quick. After installing the generator, Nan Qingran began her journey of soft decoration. She had prepared almost everything in her space, just needed to arrange them. Starting with the hall, it should have a proper Chinese style. With a wave of her hand, tables, chairs, carpets, and tea sets were all neatly arranged. Nan Qingran even displayed some of her previous life's collectibles as small decorations. Then she went through each room, not missing a single item: soft beds, sofas, wardrobes, table lamps, showerheads, bathtubs, washing machines. As for beddings, she had enough points, so she directly bought suitable ones from the shop. What else is there? Upon raising her gaze, she saw the transparent glass, and clapped her hands, standing up. Oh, there are curtains. Without hesitation, she could not directly replicate them from her space, so she customized different curtains according to her family's taste. Regarding the details, the two elders' rooms were mainly designed for convenience, while her parents' and uncle and aunt's rooms had an additional layer of soundproofing. Remembering the awkward incident from that night, Nan Qingran shyly touched her nose. Additionally, she created a large kitchen that combined Western and Chinese styles, giving space for her two culinary enthusiasts in the family. In her brother's room, Nan Qingran placed a set of fitness equipment. He accidentally saw the exercise equipment in her room and became infatuated with it, unable to put it down. As for Nan Qingyi's room, she opened up a small space to create a small embroidery room for her convenience. Moreover, the light in her room was the best and most eye-friendly, as embroidery is indeed a visually taxing task. Her own room was simply decorated. She felt she would spend more time in her space in the future. As for Mo Jingyan's room, she put in considerable thought, deliberately choosing a stable style that matched his temperament, yet the little details added a touch of warmth. After being busy inside and out, she also transplanted some flowers from her space into the small garden. She installed motion sensor solar lights at each path and in front of every room, charging by day and illuminating at night. How wonderful. She looked around and placed two ginkgo trees she had moved from her space at the entrance. She remembered hearing someone say that planting these trees in front of a new house is auspicious. As for who said it, she couldn't recall. It was just to seek good fortune. In the final step, Nan Qingran installed surveillance cameras in every room except for everyone's personal rooms, since one must always be cautious. Confirming that everything was truly finished, Nan Qingran walked home relaxed. After dinner, she told her family about the house move. The family was evidently excited, especially Nan Hoen, who looked at her with sparkling eyes. Sister, have we finished building our new house after just a few days of school? Nan Qingran patted his head. Yes. Hoen can move into the new house, and you will have a small study too. After saying this, Nan Qingran looked up expectantly at her family. Everyone's space has some little surprises I prepared. Let's see if you like them, and if not, we can change them. How could we not like them? Your intentions are what matter, Ran. Yes. We don't mind those things as long as we have a place to live. We will like whatever you do. Qin and Lin were clearly very supportive from the side. Although the big men didn't speak, they were just as excited as no one from their family had been to the new house yet. Our family is just waiting for the surprises Ran has prepared. Who wouldn't like them? Nan Qingran chuckled. Then shall we move tomorrow? Old man Nan was the first to oppose. That won't do. Moving is a big deal, and since it's a new house, we must entertain the villagers. Nan Qingran nodded, not forgetting to flatter him. I was neglectful. It's all thanks to Grandpa. Old man Nan laughed at her flattery. You girl, always so clever. Then let Grandpa handle this. Who to invite, and who not to, it's all up to Grandpa. Old man Nan nodded. He knew his granddaughter was always busy, and was happy to help where he could. Nan Shiyuan suggested, how about we set the date for 5 days later? Nan Qingran was a bit curious. Father, is there any significance to that? Nan Shiyuan chuckled, and explained, I took a walk in the fields today, and felt that our seeds should be sprouting soon. We can celebrate together with the villagers then. Now the whole family became restless. Second brother, are you serious? Nan Qingran added according to the instructions Ran gave it should be around this time. Nan Qingran calculated the days. It was indeed about time. It should be around now. She had been so busy that she hadn't realized it had almost been half a year since she came to this world. It was truly incredible. After settling the new house matters, Nan Qingran came to Qingyan workshop as she needed to collaborate and couldn't let others do all the work while she enjoyed herself. Luo Huali clearly didn't care about that, as if she gained confidence from her business success, eagerly pulling Nan Qingran towards the shop. Qingran, we need to restock. Nan Qingran was a bit shocked. Is it time to restock after just a week? Luo Huali looked at her with a smile. What else? Those are far from enough, and many wealthy families are buying several sets. By the way, this is 1,300 taels the profit for this week. You keep it. Nan Qingran was incredulous, mumbling quietly, how could we sell so much in a week? We didn't raise our prices, did we? Luo Huali feigned anger and hit her lightly. What do you take me for? We agreed on a price, and that's it. Nan Qingran gently shook her arm. Oh my dear sister, I was just so shocked. Luo Huali excitedly told her how Lord Lu had bought 10 sets, bringing along 2 handsome, rich young men. They each bought 10 sets. Hee. Nan Qingran's mouth twitched as she knew this person's behavior was overly familiar. Alright sister Luo, come back in a few days to pick up the goods. As for the profits, we can split them at the end of the year to avoid trouble. Nan Qingran was the kind to trust her team, believing Luo Huali wouldn't quibble over such small matters. After leaving Qingyan workshop, Nan Qingran intended to head towards Yinyan Dongyan. She was very curious about the thoughts of those 3 rich young men, and couldn't help but want to interview them. Before she could reach, she was stopped by Si Zakai, whose expression was that of facing a great enemy. Qingran Zissou received a letter this morning and returned to the capital. I'm worried. Nan Qingran's expression instantly became serious. I will bring him back. With that, she vanished from the spot. When Nan Qingran rushed to the outskirts gasping for breath, she envied the lightness of ancient people's agility for the 108th time. After resting for a moment, she took out a dirt bike from her space and drove straight up the small road on the mountain. The wind whipped her hair by her ears and her heart raced with urgency, but she still tried her best to maintain absolute clarity. She understood better than anyone that remaining completely calm was crucial during a mission. Since Zissou was so eager to return to the capital, it could only be related to his brother, making the small road on the mountain the best choice. Nan Qingran thought of a more likely, but somewhat troubling situation. Someone was trying to take advantage of him. With that thought, Nan Qingran furrowed her brows and pressed the accelerator, speeding forward. Zissou, wait for me. Indeed, it was Prince Yin Wang, not to be underestimated. The speaker's tone was laden with obvious disdain and mockery. Mo Jingyan glanced at him, without changing his expression, his gaze like that of someone looking at an insignificant ant, before shifting his attention to the person beside him. Why is it you? Honshu. Mo Jingyan's tone carried no surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome, and was merely inquiring why. Honshu lowered his head, his face devoid of color, and spoke, as if resigned. Your Highness, Yin Wang, I am unworthy of the trust from His Highness the Crown Prince, and the Lord. You truly deserve to die. Mo Jingyan spoke coldly, his words devoid of emotion, easily delivering his death sentence. Li Yuan looked at the two of them chattering away, and became enraged. Are you two done? After speaking, he turned his head and disdainfully glanced at Han Shu, warning him. Even beasts remember to wag their tails at their masters. Han Darren shouldn't forget who his master is now. Han Shu remained silent. Li Yuan had long held the top spot on the assassin's list, his martial power unfathomable, yet for some reason, he willingly pledged loyalty to Prime Minister Bei Mo, having done countless unspeakable dirty deeds for him over the years. Mo Jingyan narrowed his eyes. He truly hadn't expected Li Yuan to appear in this place. But considering that both he and Han Shu had come to him, his royal brother was somewhat less at risk. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. That old man truly has a high opinion of me. Li Yuan looked at him and snorted lightly. It is good that your Highness Yin Wang knows. If the world were to learn that the god of war, Bei Mo's prince, Yin Wang, died at my hands, it would be worth it for me. Mo Jingyan casually drew his sword, speaking softly. The dog raised by that old thief Rong Yuan doesn't even understand what self-awareness means. It truly is a dog following its master. As the sword was drawn, a sharp edge sliced through the air, dazzling onlookers, and making Mo Jingyan's all-black attire appear even more imposing. Your Highness Yin Wang speaks well. Oh, I hope you can debate with King Yin when you reach the underworld. The atmosphere was tense, and the battle was about to erupt. Li Yuan had never regarded Mo Jingyan as a serious threat. He had long known the opponent was poisoned, and even thought Rong Yuan's decision was overreacting. However, after several exchanges, it became clear to Li Yuan in a Ani against many situation that Mo Jingyan was not at a disadvantage, and he began to take things seriously. His expression hardened. Your Highness, Yin Wang indeed possesses great skills. It's just a pity you are destined to perish on this cliff. Mo Jingyan was aware that in the past he alone would have certainly been no match for so many experts, including Li Yuan. It was Nan Qingran's miraculous ability that rapidly enhanced his strength. Even so, amidst the flashing blades, Mo Jingyan was still cut, gradually falling into a disadvantage. For the first time he felt fear of death in his heart, a feeling he had never experienced even during his first. He was terrified, afraid that he would never see his Ran again. Mo Jingyan raised his hand to swing his sword, swiftly taking the heads of the two people beside him, but in a moment of carelessness he was stabbed in the ab. Ugh! Mo Jingyan dodged slightly, but due to the deep wound, he knelt on one knee, propping himself up with his sword. Oomph! The Prince of Banquets is nothing more than this. Brothers, let us take Mo Jingyan's head together today, and ask the Prime Minister for silver to buy wine to drink. Excited agreement followed. Good. Good. The ugly ones think they can get beautiful things, that's what you're all about, right? Sister, Nan usually detests bullying the weak with numbers. Today not only did I run into you, but you are also bullying my man. How should I let you fully experience the beautiful melody of death? Shh. As soon as she spoke, Mo Jingyan instantly turned around only to see his Ran, with something black over her eyes, riding a pitch-black figure and shouldering some strange. To summarize, she recognized nothing, but looked undeniably cool. Li Yuan turned his head at the sound, instantly captivated by Nan Qingran's stunning beauty. He had no other hobbies, just the universal flaw of men. Little beauty. Han Shu clearly noticed that this unusual girl was not ordinary, and cautiously frowned, retreating a bit while no one was paying attention. Li Yuan, be careful, she is extraordinary. Li Yuan snorted softly. Han Darren, are you afraid of a little girl? Coward. After the words fell, a dagger flew past Li Yuan's throat in an instant. He reacted, quickly dodging, and looking at the dagger at his feet, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, as he turned to see Mo Jingyan's murderous gaze. Li Yuan, what do you think you are daring to act recklessly against my prince's wife? Li Yuan paused for a moment. Clearly Mo Jingyan's words excited him, and he laughed out loud. So she is the woman of Prince Yan Wang. Then we brothers are truly fortunate. A lewd laughter erupted. Indeed. I wonder what it's like to be with Prince Yan Wang's woman. Nan Qingran frowned, not because of this group of rabble, but because she had just seen Mo Jingyan's actions had aggravated his wound. Don't move. For a moment, everyone was stunned as to whom this was directed at, until Nan Qingran walked beside Mo Jingyan with a pained expression. It doesn't hurt, right? Still not being obedient. Mo Jingyan took her hand and tightly grasped it in his palm. Ran, don't be afraid, I will protect you. I don't believe you can't even protect yourself. Mo Jingyan panicked and firmly promised. Ran, even if I die, I will protect you with my life until the last moment. One of the assassins sneered at their banter. There is no need for Prince Yan to be so reluctant when we brothers. Bang. Bang bang bang. Nan Qingran coldly lifted her submachine gun and shot the speaker into a sieve. Do not interrupt others while they are speaking. Has no one taught you this is basic social etiquette? What the hell is social etiquette? I want to kill you, and you're talking to me about etiquette. Li Yuan was utterly speechless, but seeing the unknown weapon in her hand, he felt a twinge of fear. This lady hero, we just want to complete our mission and report back. Please do not meddle. Nan Qingran nodded in agreement. Yes, executing a mission is something I'm familiar with. If it were in the past, you could be considered my fellow travelers, and we wouldn't make things difficult for each other. But since you have set your sights on my man, we can't let this go. Mo Jingyan smiled lightly at her words. Finally Ran was willing to give him a title. Nan Qingran raised her hand and rubbed her forehead, pretending to think. Hey, I remember you guys were quite arrogant just now. Li Yuan and the others shook their heads in unison, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. They had witnessed that brother instantly lose his breath when that thing hit him. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Nan Qingran grinned, looking at them as if they were ants, perfectly mirroring Mo Jingyan's expression. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, sister, Nan has the final say. When have you had the right to speak? Li Yuan hated those who prided themselves on being superior and inadvertently revealed their contempt. He couldn't suppress his anger and directly cursed at Nan Qingran. You little girl acting all mysterious, just wait and see how I deal with you. Brothers, we have so many heroes, are we afraid of her little tricks? Yan Wang. Yan Wang. Nan Qingran pretended to relax her lips, looking at them with a cold expression. You really have no attachment to this world for even a second. Then let me send you a one-way ticket. Nan Qingran raised her submachine gun, mercilessly spraying bullets at the human targets across from her. In an instant, everything fell silent. Nan Qingran directly placed the submachine gun in her space in front of Mo Jingyan, showing no desire to conceal it. Looking at the scene of blood pooling on the ground, Nan Qingran felt no waves in her heart, simply saying lightly, enjoy your journey. Then she pretended to be relaxed and flashed a brilliant smile at Mo Jingyan. What? Not scared? Mo Jingyan pulled her into his embrace, not caring that it touched his wound, gently stroking her hair. Ran, don't be afraid, you don't need to wear any disguise in front of me. I love you and I will protect you forever. Nan Qingran's tightly strung nerves relaxed, and her nose subconsciously felt a bit, yet she stubbornly said, you're just being sentimental. Mo Jingyan smiled indulgently, everything you say is good. Then, swish. Nan Qingran looked up and saw a rain of arrows flying toward them. Instinctively, she turned to shield Mo Jingyan behind her. Mo Jingyan reacted, and also turned to protect Nan Qingran in his arms. In a flurry of movements they dodged the flying arrows, but in a moment of carelessness, both fell off the cliff. Nan Qingran admired herself as a peculiar person at the brink of death. What filled her mind was how the TV series from her past had deceived her tears. Falling off a cliff, there was no heartbreak or tears, just a desperate gaze. The wind blew her hair into her face, obscuring her vision. It was far from beautiful. She felt as if the strong wind would make her vomit. Mo Jingyan was evidently prepared to live or die together with her, giving her a heavy kiss. Ran, we will meet again in the next life. Nan Qingran instantly snapped back from being deceived by the TV series Sadness, and led Mo Jingyan into her space. What the hell is the next life? Sister, Nan doesn't want to die halfway through this life. Meanwhile, Han Shu, who had been secretly shooting arrows, felt both excited and fearful, thankful that he had hidden away and avoided the massacre. He walked straight to the edge of the cliff, looking at the bottomless abyss. A faint smile crept across his lips, but he no longer pretended to be a pitiful figure threatened by others. Now that Prince Yan Wang has fallen off the cliff and Li Yuan is dead, it seems like even heaven wants me to be more favored by the Prime Minister. A voice full of eerie meaning rang out from behind him. Is that so? Before Han Shu could turn around to see who had spoken, a blood mark appeared on his neck, and he died on the spot. Han Shu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the sky, feeling his extreme unwillingness. Oh, unfortunately, those who betray their masters only meet. And he dealt with Han Shu and quickly looked down the cliff, but could only see a blanket of white mist. Space. Nan Qingran remembered that she had picked up a set of underwear and loose pajamas according to Mo Jingyan's size from a mall. When she returned, she saw him sitting on the sofa staring at Nan Baobao, both of them staring wide-eyed at each other. Nan Qingran placed the clothes aside, glanced at Mo Jingyan, and cleared her throat. Let me introduce you. This is Nan Baobao, your little guardian in this place. Mo Jingyan frowned slightly at her words, but did not speak. Perhaps he was too shocked to react to his situation. Baobao, this is. Nan Baobao, with an expression of I know, spoke with a clear voice. This is the little spirit that has enchanted the master, making you fall head over heels for him. This was the third time Baobao had seen him, and this time he was finally awake. Nan Qingran choked on her saliva, her eyes widening, as she looked at Mo Jingyan's pensive expression, quickly explaining. I am not. I didn't. It was talking nonsense. Mo Jingyan's expression was of someone quietly watching her refute, leaving Nan Qingran at a loss for words. She could only redirect her firepower towards Nan Baobao. Nan Baobao, this is my last warning to you. Do not read those novels about a domineering CEO falling in love with me again. Baobao lowered its head and floated away, muttering something weakly. TV dramas are not allowed either. The little guy clearly felt wronged. It wasn't wrong after all. The master is so bad. Nan Qingran did not know why, but even though this was her territory, the person on the sofa seemed more at ease than she was, making her a little nervous. Nan Qingran organized her thoughts. I will clean your wound first, then take a shower, and change into some clothes to rest well. Mo Jingyan showed no objection, obediently following Nan Qingran towards the infirmary. However, his little eyes were clearly restless, glancing around. Nan Qingran didn't mind. She led him inside, quickly and efficiently cutting off Mo Jingyan's clothes, cleaning the wound, applying medicine, and bandaging it all in one go, without giving him a chance to feel embarrassed. The two returned to the living room, and Nan Qingran looked at him seriously. Don't you have anything you want to ask? Mo Jingyan nodded seriously, saying, Indeed, I have some questions for Ran. South Qingran lightly coughed, and sat down casually on the sofa. Alright, ask away. I can answer any questions you have. Since South Qingran decided to bring him in, she no longer planned to be secretive. Moreover, Mo Jingyan had revealed his identity to her, so she felt a bit awkward hiding her thoughts from him. As South Qingran watched Mo Jingyan's increasingly serious expression, she felt a bit anxious, her eyes darting around. What if he directly figures out that she is not from this world? Should I tell him this? Won't it scare him? South Qingran was lost in thought, and didn't hear Mo Jingyan's question. Ran. South Qingran came back to her senses. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Mo Jingyan looked at her with a hint of grievance in his eyes. I asked why Ran calls other men baby. Can you not call them that? Ran doesn't even do that. South Qingran felt overwhelmed by his accusations, and quickly attempted to stop his pitiful act. Stop. Mo Jingyan pouted. You call me that? South Qingran looked up at the ceiling, lost in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. She had prepared to explain how amazing and powerful the 25th century Huahua was, yet this was what she got. You really understand how to turn the tables. Big brother, is that what you wanted to ask me? Are you serious? Don't you have any curiosity? Mo Jingyan lowered his head in silence, his gaze sweeping over everything around the soft sofa beneath him, the exceptionally bright light above the smooth floor beneath his feet. He was indeed curious about everything unknown around him, especially since South Qingran was willing to share her secrets. But it didn't matter. Prince Yin expressed that at this moment he was in love and couldn't stand seeing his wife call another man baby. South Qingran took a moment to collect herself, then noticed a major flaw: her eyes fixed tightly on Mo Jingyan. How did you know the baby was a boy? Mo Jingyan's gaze darkened slightly, his tone carrying a hint of unnoticeable grievance. You said he was a boy baby. South Qingran was left speechless. The baby calls itself baby. I saw that it liked it, so I didn't bother to give it a specific name. As for South baby, it's because my surname is Nan and it shares my surname. Zissou is impressive too. To discern gender from a little ball, I admire that. Mo Jingyan felt so embarrassed by this explanation that he wanted to find a hole to hide in, yet South Qingran intentionally teased him too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Mo Jingyan felt he might be overreacting and awkwardly changed the subject. Ran, let's hurry and go out. I received a secret message from the capital and need to return quickly. As he spoke, Mo Jingyan felt a sense of urgency and was about to get up. South Qingran stared at him for a while and lightly scoffed. Little brother, your ability to change the subject still needs 10 more years of practice. Mo Jingyan's ears turned red, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. South Qingran calmly raised her hand to press him down, and then calmly turned her hand back. It's quite heavy. No need to rush. The time in this space is different from the outside. Although we've been here for a long time, not much time has passed outside. What you need to do now is take a shower, change clothes, and get a good sleep to rest. As for your brother, he's absolutely fine. When you wake up, he'll take you back to the capital. Does Prince Yin think this arrangement is alright? Mo Jingyan nodded without objection. He knew South Qingran had a faster means to reach the capital, something no steed could compare to. South Qingran was very satisfied. Then let's go, he'll take you to shower. The clothes are on the sofa, take them yourself. Mo Jingyan glanced at the black underwear in his hand, and instantly understood its use, his calm expression abruptly blushing. Unfortunately, South Qingran didn't see it, otherwise he would have faced another round of teasing. Mo Jingyan followed South Qingran upstairs, transforming into a curious child. Ran, is this the mustard space from mythology? Is this your previous home? Everything here is unfamiliar to me, it's so magical. South Qingran was not impatient, and explained carefully to him. This space is somewhat similar to what you mentioned, consider it my personal secret base. There are many resources I've accumulated before. I'll take you for a proper tour when we have time. Mo Jingyan nodded, not asking further. South Qingran led him into the bathroom of the guest room, introducing everything to him, as if teaching a child. This is a bathtub where you can soak in hot water, it's very comfortable. Mo Jingyan nodded, sounds similar to warm water. Yes, somewhat. But who would soak in a bathtub when they can enjoy a hot spring? This is the shower. Oh, lift the handle to let water flow. The left knob is for cold water, and the right is for hot water. These are the wash and care products. You should have used them before, right? Mo Jingyan nodded knowingly. He only realized where the natural fragrance of his girlfriend came from after using the care products South Qingran sent. South Qingran introduced everything without missing a detail, and then wrapped a protective film around his wound. Alright, this should be fine. Now you can wash. We'll step outside. As South Qingran reached the bathroom door, she suddenly turned around, and Mo Jingyan, startled, instantly pulled down the hem of his clothes. I don't care to look. South Qingran pouted disdainfully, said, yet her eyes didn't blink at all. South Qingran's face was a bit red, and she hesitantly spoke. Ahem. I want to ask, will you wear those underwear? Mo Jingyan nodded quickly. I will. I can wear it. No need for Ran to help. South Qingran chuckled. Oh, she was like that. When others felt awkward, she felt none. Oh, so you're quite clever. Ran, you. Hurry up and go out. South Qingran, seeing the situation was good, left, while casting a reluctant glance at the person opposite her, fearing that if she walked too slowly he would burn up. The stuttering little prince was indeed adorable. He's mine. South Qingran walked to the precious medicinal seed and sighed for a while. Baby, now I truly understand what "there's always someone better" means. The spiritual spring water and wood-based powers barely scratched the surface. South baby still held a grudge and spoke proudly. Of course, the ice crystal yans are treasures from other realms. Their effects are much stronger than the master's wood-based powers. South Qingran frowned as she scattered a bit of energy. Baby, did that potion really work? South baby replied calmly, Master, do not doubt the products of this space. Its current state is 95 due to the potion's efficacy. South Qingran resignedly nodded, but after a while her brows furrowed tightly. What exactly kind of poison did Zissou's imperial brother get hit with that requires using ice crystal yans in the medicine? The baby doesn't know? It must be something that the master's ability can't heal. Nan Qingran choked slightly, rolling her eyes dramatically. Did you really have to bring me down like that? Ran. Nan Qingran turned to see Mo Jingyan looking somewhat awkward. But one must admit the tall and long-legged young master in that royal blue silk robe exuded an air of nobility. Mo Jingyan felt even more uneasy as Nan Qingran circled around him with her gaze, yet he still tried to maintain his composure. Nan Qingran had no intention to tease him further. You're very handsome. Your aura is amazing. No wonder you're my boyfriend. Mo Jingyan's lips curled into a faint smile, feeling more relaxed. Ran, what is this? He now wanted to ask about everything he saw in the space, as if this would bring him closer to Nan Qingran's world. This is the ice essence alchemical Ye you have been searching for. Mo Jingyan's heart jolted as he looked at Nan Qingran in disbelief. Nan Qingran nodded, so you see it now. This is the reason I said your imperial brother needs to hold on for another 2 to 3 months. It's still a seedling, and cannot be used for medicine yet. Thinking of this, Nan Qingran couldn't help but show a hint of doubt. Zissou the baby has said that the ice essence alchemical Ye is a treasure from another realm. Logically speaking, if it weren't for me, you would never have found it. Who told you about the existence of the ice essence alchemical Ye that can cure your imperial brother's illness? Could it be? Mo Jingyan shook his head firmly. No, this was told to me directly by the abbot of the Heavenly Treasure Temple. He is a person of great virtue, and would never make careless statements. Nan Qingran nodded, her words carrying evident helplessness. If it weren't for my healing ability being transformed, it wouldn't be so difficult. Mo Jingyan looked at her in confusion. Ability? Nan Qingran thought since he had already entered the space there was no need to hide anything else. Yes, my previous world was quite complicated, and there were specific groups of people who developed special abilities, among which the wood-type ability is healing and restoration. Mo Jingyan's expression turned to one of realization as he murmured, I see, I thought that was the power of magical creatures. He turned around to find Nan Qingran looking at him with a significant expression. Then, what is that? Mo Jingyan initially showed a hint of panic, but still explained honestly. Well, that's it. Nan Qingran's gaze slightly lowered, her expression inscrutable, causing Mo Jingyan to feel a bit flustered. Ran. So it's true that I sensed wood-type ability from you when we first met. Mo Jingyan nodded gloomily. Is Ran angry? Nan Qingran remained silent, unsure of her own feelings at that moment. On one hand, she felt uncomfortable with Mo Jingyan hiding things from her, but on the other hand, it did conform to reason. If she had known back, then she might have really eliminated him to prevent future troubles. However, she felt that there was someone who had always known about the identity she carefully maintained. Yet he never intended to harm her, respected her, and kept her secret safe, which made her heart soften involuntarily. Nan Qingran said seriously, I need to think about it before I can tell you whether I am angry or not. Mo Jingyan felt inexplicably that she was being quite adorable, and he leaned in to give her a kiss. Ran is so cute. Nan Qingran turned around, trying to suppress her rising smile. What cuteness! This is called rational wisdom and maturity. Mo Jingyan, completely enraptured by his affection for her, exclaimed, What Ran said is right. Nan Qingran smiled brightly, wanting to lean in for a sweet kiss. Suddenly thinking of something, she came to an abrupt stop. Mo Jingyan closed his eyes, waiting for the anticipated kiss, but when he opened his eyes he found Nan Qingran looking at him with another significant expression. He instinctively shivered a bit, feeling that he had developed a bit of PTSD regarding this side of Nan Qingran. The power of magical creatures. So you thought of me as an old monster all along. Mo Jingyan raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, frantically making amends. No, Ran must be a fairy. Huh, men. Mo Jingyan looked dejected. Aren't you going to kiss me? Nan Qingran rolled her eyes at him. Kiss you? Get out of here. Meanwhile, the little spirit witnessed this annual emotional drama, watching Nan Qingran leave feeling a bit unsatisfied. This was far more entertaining than the novels and television dramas. But as the master's little spirit, it had to protect its owner. It floated directly in front of Mo Jingyan, feigning a You must not bully the master's baby. If it weren't for you, the master wouldn't waste so much energy and ability every day to nurture the ice essence alchemical Ye. Mo Jingyan, momentarily disregarding the name issue, frowned and asked, What do you mean? What I mean is the master spent a lot of effort to earn enough points to buy the interstellar nurturing agent, and has been using her ability to nurture the ice essence alchemical Ye every day, ensuring it can grow into a usable medicine in 2 to 3 months. This takes a lot of effort. Mo Jingyan nodded heavily. I understand now, thank you. The little spirit smiled. It also liked its male master. Spirits follow their owners. They were at the level of hardcore members of the Beauty Control Association. Male master, you're welcome. Mo Jingyan took a step forward, but after just a couple of steps he stopped and looked up at the little spirit. Isn't this our first meeting? Of course your master brought you here when you were injured before. Mo Jingyan silently noted this, and upon entering the house, he saw Nan Qingran busily working in the kitchen. Ran, can I help you with anything? Nan Qingran shook her head, casually grabbing a spoon. No need, you should rest on the sofa. She didn't do much, just made some simple porridge. There wasn't much else you could eat. But if you're willing I can teach you how to use these things, and if you have time you can cook for me. Mo Jingyan nodded without a hint of hesitation, wanting to share a bit of the burden for Ran. Nan Qingran was more than happy with this. A boyfriend needs to be trained. First comes attitude, then action. Why couldn't he become a perfect boyfriend? Mo Jingyan brought the porridge and small dishes to the table. As they sat down, Mo Jingyan asked a question he had been wanting to ask. How does Ran know that the imperial brother is definitely fine now? Nan Qingran raised her eyebrows and took out a delicate little object, placing it in front of Mo Jingyan. Of course it's because the mountain man has his own clever plans. Oomph. The weak prince is not a quiet person. He still wants to summon Lord Yin back to the capital to compete for the position of the crown prince. It's simply a dream. You should change this letter into a message urging Lord Yin to return to the capital for the last journey of the crown prince. He will come back. At that time let Li Yuan go with you. His martial prowess is exceptional. Furthermore, since Lord Yin has already been poisoned, this trip will ensure that he meets his end quietly on the way back to the capital. At this moment Han Shu's low and respectful voice sounded. However, Lord Yan's Tingyu has always been by the crown prince's side. If it weren't for the letter he transmitted, Lord Yin probably wouldn't believe it. Prime Minister Rome chuckled lightly, as if holding all the cards. Rest assured, if it is in the Emperor's own handwriting, Lord Yin will definitely believe it. Moreover, don't forget you are the most capable guard by the crown prince's side. Even if you go, Lord Yin won't suspect anything at such a critical moment. Yes, Han Shu accepted the order and vowed not to disappoint the Prime Minister's expectations. Good, if you handle this well, I will definitely reward you greatly. Nan Qingran pressed the pause button and rolled her eyes as she didn't want to listen to this old man's delusions anymore. Since Mo Jingyan heard the conspiracy between Rong Yuan and Han Shu coming from this small black box, his eyes widened in shock, as if he couldn't believe it. Ran, how can this box contain a person's voice? This is called a listening device. It can record a person's voice, making it an essential tool for catching such treacherous people. Truly marvelous. Mo Jingyan seemed to be addicted to playing with it, turning it on and off repeatedly. Nan Qingran smiled happily at his childlike demeanor. If you like it, I'll give it to you. After all, it doesn't serve much purpose here with me. Mo Jingyan was taken aback, but still placed the listening device on the table. No need, this is something from Ran's world. Using it means one less item. You should keep it as a memento. When we are old, we can take it out and look at it together. Thinking of this, Mo Jingyan couldn't help but recall her precious glassware, and said, you shouldn't take things from your space out in the future. I have plenty of money, so there's no need for you to exchange items from that world for cash. Nan Qingran's heart shook. Without saying a word, she walked towards Mo Jingyan and directly threw herself into his arms, but she didn't press on his injury at all. Warm breaths brushed against Mo Jingyan's ear, creating a subtle ripple. Is Lord Yin trying to support me? Mo Jingyan shook his head, not responding to her, teasing, his tone serious and earnest. I will marry Ran in the future. The household affairs should be managed by the princess, so it's not a problem to hand them over to Ran now. You're not afraid that he'll run away with all your possessions? Nan Qingran said, taken aback. At that time you'll be left as a poor man. Oh, which young lady would still want to be with you then? Mo Jingyan took advantage of the situation to wrap his arms tighter around Nan Qingran's slim waist. I only want Ran and no one else will do. Nan Qingran was stirred by his words, her emotions inexplicably becoming a bit excited. She cupped his handsome face, her tones slightly awkward. Close your eyes. Mo Jingyan, though curious, obediently closed his eyes. The next moment he felt a warm sensation land on his forehead and instinctively opened his eyes. Ran. Nan Qingran straightened up, retreating slightly, but still did not leave the small space in Mo Jingyan's embrace. She awkwardly tidied her hair on both sides and cleared her throat. Ahem. Well, the kiss we just missed, here it is. Saying this, she tried to rise from his embrace, but Mo Jingyan pulled her back in one swift motion. Without saying a word, he accurately targeted Nan Qingran's soft lips, and she, concerned about his injury, didn't resist much, simply going along with it. After a long while, the two finally separated, both panting heavily. Nan Qingran was clearly breathing harder than Mo Jingyan, and she couldn't help but admire him. Zisu, your lung capacity is quite impressive. If I had your lung capacity in my past life, I probably wouldn't have failed the physical assessment. Mo Jingyan was a bit speechless. Even though he didn't know what lung capacity or physical assessment meant, he could tell that it had nothing to do with flirtatious banter between lovers. However, looking at the little girl in front of him, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, he felt that this sensation wasn't too bad. Ran, it seems like this is innate. I don't know how to teach you. Nan Qingran wore a nonchalant expression, confident and proud. It's fine, I'm already this outstanding. What does a mere lung capacity test matter? Mo Jingyan's lips curled up. He loved seeing her carefree and confident demeanor. He hoped she would always remain this way, unrestrained and free. Ran, would you like to tell me more about your past? Nan Qingran rose from Mo Jingyan's embrace and returned to the table across from him. Of course, but we need to eat first. You need to rest later. Mo Jingyan couldn't hide his loneliness as he responded, oh. Nan Qingran paused in her action of reaching for a bowl, then a gentle smile appeared on her face as she spoke. We still have plenty of time, I'll tell you slowly. Hearing this, the clouds in Mo Jingyan's heart were instantly dispelled by the little sun in front of him. Yes, we have a long time ahead. The two of them shared their first meal alone. Although it was just plain porridge with side dishes, both enjoyed it thoroughly. After finishing their meal, Nan Qingran began the first step in training her boyfriend. This is called a dishwasher. You put the used dishes in it, add detergent, set the time, and it will wash the dishes automatically. Mo Jingyan tried hard not to reveal his astonished expression. In such a short time his feelings of shock had multiplied compared to his entire previous life. He earnestly watched Nan Qingran's steps, memorizing them after just one demonstration. Ran, I remember. Next time I will wash the dishes. Nan Qingran nodded satisfactorily. Good. But you need to wait until your injury is healed. Right now you need to rest well, or it will be difficult for you after we set out. This is the guest room. The bedding inside is all new. You can sleep here while I stay next door. Call me if you need anything. Mo Jingyan nodded and gently touched Nan Qingran's hair. You should also rest well. Nan Qingran rubbed against his palm. Will take a nap and gather my energy before we set out. As Nan Qingran closed the door for him, she went back to her room. Just as she changed into her pajamas and was about to get into bed, she heard a knock on the door. She wondered, is there trouble even in my sleep? When Nan Qingran opened the door, she saw Mo Jingyan's expression darken instantly. A fair arm, slender calves, and a slight curve in a certain place suddenly appeared before Mo Jingyan, with overwhelming impact. Ran. The voice was deep and hoarse, causing a peculiar itch of anticipation in Nan Qingran's ears. Nan Qingran raised her hand to rub her ear, and as she lifted her arm her collar lowered slightly, revealing a fair curve. Mo Jingyan's blood surged instantly, and he didn't know where to look. Seeing him becoming increasingly flustered, Nan Qingran directly placed her hand on Mo Jingyan's forehead, then withdrew it to compare with her own. You're not running a fever. Why is your face so red? Is the wound infected? That shouldn't be. As she spoke, Nan Qingran planned to check his abdominal wound. Mo Jingyan flinched and retreated, saying no, it's not infected. Nan Qingran squinted slightly, realizing something seemed off as she watched his shy and evasive demeanor. Following his gaze, which was subtly resting on her, she finally understood the reason. Nan Qingran found it both amusing and exasperating. Her sleepwear was not revealing at all, merely a regular nightgown, perhaps a bit too striking for someone from ancient times. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, Nan Qingran closed the door, leaving Mo Jingyan staring blankly at it. Alright. Nan Qingran quickly changed into a set of pajamas, long-sleeved and long-legged, leaving only her neck exposed, and it even had a big yellow duck design. Nan Qingran glanced in the mirror and nodded in satisfaction. This looks dignified enough now. She opened the door and walked out directly. Zissou, what's the matter? Mo Jingyan was clearly captivated by the big yellow duck on her outfit, but he was no longer so hurried. At least he dared to let his gaze rest on her. The candlelight is too bright and distracting for sleep. Nan Qingran patiently explained, this lamp is smart controlled. You just need to say turn off the light or turn on the light. And the curtains can also be voice controlled. If you find it too bright you can pull them closed. Mo Jingyan nodded understanding. Nan Qingran looked at him, then, can I leave now? Call me if you need anything. Okay. Ran, go rest. Before Nan Qingran took 2 steps, Mo Jingyan called out to her. Ran. She turned back, looking bewildered. What's the matter? Mo Jingyan glanced away, clearly wanting to say something, but feeling shy. Nan Qingran thought he was just feeling awkward and smiled reassuringly at him. It's fine, just say it directly, no need to be shy. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, Mo Jingyan finally spoke hesitantly. Ran looks really good in this outfit. Nan Qingran looked confused. Oh, what did he mean? Yeah, it makes Ran look lively and warm. Right? Just like that. After saying this, Mo Jingyan nodded in self-approval. He actually felt this outfit wasn't too great, the fabric too thin, allowing glimpses of the smooth skin underneath. However, Prince Yin knew well the wisdom of knowing when to stop. Nan Qingran then understood what he was trying to imply. She chuckled softly, her eyes narrowing in delight. Both this outfit and the previous one are pajamas. Oh, I only wear them for sleep, and won't wear them out at any other time. Mo Jingyan was momentarily stunned, taking a while to realize she was explaining it to him, feeling sweet inside. Then, that's pretty good. Nan Qingran smirked, mischievously leaning closer to Mo Jingyan and pushing him against the wall without getting any closer. She stood on her tiptoes, igniting a spark near his ear. So only you have the chance to see it. After saying this, Nan Qingran nonchalantly returned to her room, ignoring his reaction. Leaving Mo Jingyan a pure-hearted young man in a fluster, but before long, he became engrossed in the high-tech marvels of the future world. Turn off the lights. The lights went out. Turn on the lights. The lights came back on. Turn off the lights. The lights turned off again. Mo Jingyan was having the time of his life, exploring these new things, not realizing when he had fallen asleep on the soft bed. After a fierce battle and suffering injuries, he was indeed too exhausted. He slept for an unknown duration. But when he woke up, Mo Jingyan felt refreshed and walked towards the sounds coming from outside. Pushing open the big door, he saw Nan Qingran with her long hair styled up, dressed in clothes suitable for concealment, standing heroically beside a massive object. Ran, what is this? Prince Yan's classroom of curious inquiries was back in session. Nan Qingran smiled. This is our mount to the capital. Oh, Mo Jingyan responded, still unsure how such a large thing would carry them along. I've also prepared a camouflage outfit for you. Oh, let's change and go. Mo Jingyan returned to the room to change into the camouflage outfit, and at the instant Nan Qingran saw him, her infatuation traits kicked in again. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. It suits me. Mo Jingyan had never worn such tight clothing before, so he was naturally a bit uncomfortable. However, seeing Nan Qingran almost drooling at him, he felt utterly satisfied, and all discomfort faded away. It wasn't until the moment the plane took off that Mo Jingyan realized he had underestimated the situation. Turns out Ran had a magical artifact that could fly in the sky without falling. Mo Jingyan excitedly looked here and there, utterly at a loss on how to express his overwhelming emotions. How is it? Isn't the view from up here amazing? Mo Jingyan nodded vigorously, his eyes bright with wonder. Yes, Ran's world is truly magical. If only I could have the chance to see it. Nan Qingran smirked slightly. She wasn't too attached to that world, and turned to look at Mo Jingyan. If Zissou wants, we can also develop Baima Kingdom into such a place. Mo Jingyan was taken aback, then looked at her in sheer delight, his voice trembling slightly. No ruler would miss the opportunity to make their country stronger, and Mo Jingyan was no exception. Although he wouldn't inherit that position, he still hoped for a better life for his people. Is that possible? Nan Qingran understood his feelings. They were of the same kind, possessing their own pride and ambitions. Of course it is. Even if we can't achieve it, our descendants and their descendants will carry on the historical progress steadily, and as long as we keep working hard, one day it will come true. And I will help you. Nan Qingran turned to look at Mo Jingyan, speaking earnestly. Mo Jingyan murmured, Ran. I seem to have yet to tell you how I ended up in this world, right? Mo Jingyan nodded slightly. Nan Qingran forced a faint smile. You really can keep your composure, but if you don't ask, you won't be told. Mo Jingyan smiled gently. I promise to respect you. I am willing to wait until you truly open your heart to me. The long road ahead takes 2 hours to fly. Let me tell you a story. I come from another world, a world that is prosperous and powerful, perhaps a scene you could never imagine. My space is just a small reflection of that world. Nan Qingran turned to glance at him, and couldn't help but smile. You are right, oh, everything in my space truly serves as proof of my past in that world. Mo Jingyan reached out and held her hand. So Ranyan, you must cherish this. Everything in the Yan Wangfu belongs to you. Nan Qingran smiled faintly. It's still just a start. Am I really going to occupy your family business? Mo Jingyan didn't like this statement and adopted a rare hard attitude. Ranyan will definitely be my princess in the future. This is a settled matter. Nan Qingran's smile faded as she looked at Mo Jingyan silently and spoke calmly. Zissou, I do have feelings for you and want to be with you, but I believe my life must be governed by me. Do you understand what I mean? Nan Qingran felt that such extreme thoughts should not exist. Growing up in the open and free environment of the 25th century, she could not accept any form of constraint. She did not reject, but even looked forward to a love that would grow equally. But if this relationship kept binding and erasing her, she would not hesitate to give it up. Mo Jingyan had always known how opinionated she was, but it was at this moment that he truly recognized it. He desired to possess this person before him, to brand her with his mark, yet he forgot that what he admired was Nan Qingran's brilliance, which was unlike any other young lady. Ranyan, it was my impatience. Mo Jingyan clearly realized at this moment that dealing with this young girl required a slow approach, gradually invading her heart. Mo Jingyan gazed at the night sky, watching the twinkling stars, and his mindset changed. His Ranyan should be like this, shining like the stars. Ranyan, please continue. I want to know more about you. Nan Qingran sensed his awkward topic shift, as she didn't want to bicker with her boyfriend over such matters, so she followed his lead. What I want to say is that my space actually has a copying function. Everything I brought from that world can be infinitely copied, so there's no need to worry. Mo Jingyan stared blankly, nodding in a daze, pretending to accept yet another wave of shock from her words. A sudden feeling of frustration arose in his heart. Ranyan is really richer than I am. Would she think I'm useless? Nan Qingran was unaware of the strange, chaotic thoughts in his mind, and continued speaking. That world was technologically advanced, but with that came devastating disasters. Due to environmental destruction, viruses ravaged, and a zombie crisis ensued. The peaceful world fell into chaos, but in the end we, the superpowered beings, formed a superpower team, constantly fighting against the zombies, eventually succeeding in exterminating them. And I died in a plane crash while touring after the award ceremony. I don't know whether to call it lucky or unfortunate. Mo Jingyan listened seriously. From her few words, he could sense that those days were certainly not as simple as she described. But he didn't want to reopen the wounds in her heart. He gently held her hand and pecked her softly. Of course it's lucky. Nan Qingran laughed softly, raising an eyebrow at Mo Jingyan. Actually, I really didn't expect you to accept my identity so well, as if you were not shocked at all. Mo Jingyan remained silent. The first time he met her was just like that, and he later naturally looked into her identity, which was vastly different from the previous Nan Qingran. Perhaps it was because I was mentally prepared. Although I didn't expect it to be like this, Nan Qingran teased him. I was prepared for you to be an old monster, but turned out I was just a person. Mo Jingyan coughed lightly, changing the subject. Renyan, fly the plane well, and be safe. Nan Qingran switched the plane to autopilot, thinking he was worried about safety. Don't worry, it won't crash this time. Mo Jingyan frowned, not only thinking of the fact that this young girl had experienced a painful death, but it felt like countless needles were poking at his heart. Instinctively, he took Nan Qingran's left hand and gently placed a tender kiss on her soft palm. Nan Qingran's heart tightened, and her other hand on the steering wheel involuntarily recoiled. Her brow furrowed slightly as she quietly looked at Mo Jingyan. Zisu, are you worried about me? Mo Jingyan was taken aback and slowly shook his head. No, it's gratitude. He lifted his gaze to Nan Qingran, his eyes full of deep affection. Thank you for coming to my side. You remember what you said, I cherish it well. Beijing City. Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan landed the plane in the outskirts from their last visit. Nan Qingran secured the plane and turned to ask Mo Jingyan. Should we go to the palace first? Mo Jingyan gazed into the distance towards the palace, a strong emotion surging in his heart, but he still shook his head. No, let's go see my royal brother first. Nan Qingran looked at him in confusion. Isn't your royal brother in the palace? Mo Jingyan did not expect her to be unaware of this and patiently explained. Since he turned 15, he has taken charge of the East Palace, so of course he isn't in the palace. Nan Qingran nodded disappointingly. Oh, so that's how it is. Mo Jingyan felt her emotions were somewhat inexplicable. What's wrong? I thought your royal brother was in the palace. Last time I came I was busy and poured some spiritual spring water into the imperial kitchen's well, so it seems he might not have used it. Mo Jingyan patted her little head and comforted her. It should be fine. Nan Qingran suddenly raised her head. If you know he's fine, why risk returning to the capital? Mo Jingyan frowned, staring ahead. My royal brother, and I knew early on that someone was rebelling. I didn't expect it to be Han Shu. Taking this opportunity aside from him, my royal brother can have an additional layer of protection. As he spoke, Mo Jingyan lowered his head in a bit of dejection. I didn't expect Li Yuan to come in the end. I still had to let Renyan rescue me. Nan Qingran patted his shoulder and comforted him. You are my boyfriend, there's nothing to feel embarrassed about. Just one thing, you mustn't put yourself in danger like this again. Now that you have such a treasure like me, dealing with them is just a matter of minutes. Mo Jingyan smiled shyly, but clearly went all out to enjoy this bowl of soft rice. Prince Yan expressed him. Truly delicious. Mo Jingyan used lightness skill to bring Nan Qingran directly into the inner courtyard. Looking at the sparkling eyes of Nan Qingran, he couldn't help but smile gently. They'll teach you when I have time. Nan Qingran nodded excitedly, and the two landed steadily in the courtyard where Nan Qingran whispered, should we go in directly? Mo Jingyan hesitated for a moment and shook his head. My royal brother called me back, certainly because of the position of the crown prince. This is not a good time. Nan Qingran instantly understood his meaning and nodded. Then I'll go give him some extraordinary abilities. At the very least, I need to ensure he makes it through the next 3 months. Looking at Mo Jingyan's unsure expression of gratitude, Nan Qingran spoke straightforwardly. No need to be polite. After all, we might become a family in the future. After saying that, Nan Qingran headed toward the main courtyard and poked a small hole in the window of Mo Jingli's room. Seeing Mo Jingli's face, which bore a striking resemblance to her boyfriend, she instinctively froze in place, even lightening her movements, fearing to startle this celestial being. Compared to Mo Jingyan, he perhaps lacked a bit of ruggedness, but had a perfect touch of gentleness. She couldn't help but exclaim, a person on the road is as exquisite as jade to a gentleman like no other in the world, is just like this. After speaking, she summoned the shimmering light from her fingertips and rushed toward Mo Jingli. Meanwhile, Mo Jingyan remained in place, reflecting on the words, a family, only returning to his senses when he caught sight of Nan Qingran. After a while, seeing the beads of sweat on Nan Qingran's face and feeling a twinge of heartache for her fatigue, he pulled her into his arms. Just as Nan Qingran was about to say something, they heard footsteps from a distance, instantly transporting Mo Jingyan back to the space. He lay back on the sofa, wiping the sweat from his forehead. My physical condition is truly not as good as it used to be. Mo Jingyan, ever observant, poured a glass of warm water and placed it in front of Nan Qingran. Ran, drink some water. Nan Qingran gulped it down in one go, then waved her hand. Honey, I need to rest for a bit, don't rush me. Once I wake up, I'll take you to do something great. Nan Qingran, utterly exhausted, entered the room and collapsed into sleep, while Mo Jingyan went to seek advice from Nan Baobao with a sincere expression. After a nap, Nan Qingran appeared much more spirited and walked into the living room, instinctively drawn by a delicious aroma. She saw a gentleman in ancient attire busy in the kitchen wearing a strawberry bear apron. Nan Qingran inexplicably felt a sense of harmony. Hearing the sound, Mo Jingyan turned to look at Nan Qingran, who was clad in a bright yellow duck onesie, and consciously stepped back slightly, saying, Ran, I learned to cook and made some porridge. Ooh, I don't know how it tastes. Nan Qingran was evidently delighted by her boyfriend's high level of awareness and cheered him on. It must taste good. Just by using it once, do you think I would know how to use these things? Mo Jingyan nodded. Yes, I asked Baobao about some things I didn't understand. Nan Qingran grinned widely. and took a 3-step run before jumping onto Mo Jingyan, her legs tightly wrapping around his waist. Mo Jingyan instinctively caught Nan Qingran's bottom to prevent her from falling, while he himself stiffened like a wooden statue. Nan Qingran didn't think much of it as she hugged Mo Jingyan's neck and gave him several quick kisses before swiftly jumping down to scoop the porridge in the kitchen. After a few steps, she turned around and winked at him with a smile. Zissou, your compatibility with the strawberry bear is incredibly high. Although Mo Jingyan wasn't very hungry, he accompanied Nan Qingran in drinking another bowl of porridge. The rice in the space was of particularly high quality. Even just making porridge filled the air with a rich aroma, prompting him to ask, "Ran, is the new grain grown in Taoyuan Village like this too?" Nan Qingran nodded. Yes, those seeds were soaked in spiritual spring water, so they should be quite similar to what's in the space. Thinking of this, she warned, if it's promoted nationwide, it won't be possible. After all, not everyone can soak them in spiritual spring water. Mo Jingyan nodded. Indeed. Nan Qingran then asked, just right in 2 or 3 months the grain will be ripe, and the ice crystal flame will have matured by then. Should you be leaving around that time? Mo Jingyan seemingly helpless nodded. Yes, the capital indeed needs me. Nan Qingran expressed her full understanding. As for leaving, that was a matter for 2 or 3 hours. Why look for that unpleasantness now? After they finished their meal, they exited the space into a dark night. What does Ran want to do? Nan Qingran huffed. Go teach that old thing a lesson again. Mo Jingyan smiled happily, feeling no issue with relying on his girlfriend for venting frustration. Oh, on the contrary, he felt quite proud. Ran is truly wonderful. Nan Qingran ruffled her hair in annoyance and said, you said he has no money and no hair. How can he still have the energy to find trouble with you? Thinking of this, Nan Qingran couldn't help but remember that the old man's hair was still in her space. She felt a wave of disgust as she needed to make sure to have Bao deal with it quickly. Mo Jingyan took her hand and covered it. The Chancellor has probably scraped together an enormous amount of the people's wealth over the years. He's a cunning old fox with many hideouts, so he likely still has money, sir. And Mo Jinghong and his wife are both sources of his reserve funds. This term Mo Jingyan learned from Nan Qingran. Nan Qingran knew Mo Jinghong as someone who would wish for nothing more than for Mo Jingli and Mo Jingyan to die quickly, so he could inherit the position of crown prince. A truly good brother. After hearing what he said, Nan Qingran's mind lit up, and she looked at Mo Jingyan excitedly. Zissou, since we visited the elder brother, isn't it only right to pay a visit to the third brother as well? Mo Jingyan, knowing her little mind well, gently rubbed her nose. Whatever you say. Zissou is so good to me. Mo Jingyan felt that this address was somewhat inappropriate, and corrected her. Call me a yen. Nan Qingran nodded, and called out cheerfully. A yen. Mo Jingyan nodded in satisfaction, clearly in a very good mood. A yen. Hearing this indeed feels much closer. In the third prince's residence, Mo Jingyan quietly brought Nan Qingran into the inner courtyard, immediately seeking the direction of the storeroom. You can't deny his place as a prince is quite impressive. Mo Jingyan did not respond, as she probably had no idea how extravagant her residence and the East Palace were. Nan Qingran, as if having a radar, walked straight to the storeroom door, her hands on her chin, revealing a lecherous expression. Little money, I'm here to take you back home. Mo Jingyan. Nan Qingran entered the storeroom without a word, focusing intently on collecting treasures, while Mo Jingyan followed her, struggling to regain his composure. He was still curious about how the theft at the Prime Minister's residence was accomplished, but now it all made sense. With just a wave of her hand, she could empty the entire storeroom. Not to mention a Prime Minister's residence, even the whole palace would be no challenge. Nan Qingran firmly adhered to the principle of leaving no trace behind, clearing out the entire storeroom with ease. As she clapped her hands and began to leave, she called out to the dazed Mo Jingyan. Again, let's go. There's another location to visit. It's going to be dawn soon. If we delay, it will be too late. Mo Jingyan turned to follow Nan Qingran towards the study, taking out the metal detector again, but unfortunately, it malfunctioned this time. Nan Qingran's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. Doesn't even a prince have a secret chamber? Poor rating. Mo Jingyan curiously took the small item from her hand. What is this? This is a high-tech metal detector. As long as there is metal in this room, it can detect it. I relied on this little gadget to empty that old fox's secret chamber. Mo Jingyan's expression turned understanding. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, for there truly is no secret chamber in the Mo Jinghong residence. Mo Jingyan's subordinates were in the third prince's residence, so he naturally— Nan Qingran was indeed a bit disappointed. Oh, is that so? Then today's haul is a bit lacking. As she spoke, she took out another listening device from her space and hid it in a discreet place. After securing it, Nan Qingran stood up and casually clapped her hands. Hey, since we took something from him, we should naturally return something. Mo Jingyan, with an expression of do as you wish, made Nan Qingran feel very comfortable. The two quietly left the third prince's residence without alerting anyone. Aren't you going back to see your parents? Mo Jingyan looked at her with some confusion, to which Nan Qingran explained, it's what my father and mother want. Mo Jingyan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. He had been out seeking medicine for his brother since returning from the front, so he naturally worried about the Emperor and Empress. No, if I appear in the capital now it would be hard to explain. Nan Qingran looked at him warmly, reaching her hand into his warm palm. Are you worried my identity would raise suspicion? Mo Jingyan nodded, firmly promising. If it weren't for your own wishes I would definitely protect your identity and not let anyone know. Nan Qingran felt a surge of inexplicable emotions, a sense of how fortunate to have such a husband, swelling within her, and she smiled sweetly. Then let's leave a letter. Don't let your father and mother worry about you. Mo Jingyan hurriedly wrote a letter for Ting Yu at his residence, while Nan Qingran took the opportunity to send the emptied storeroom's contents to the palace treasury. Once they were done, the two set out together. Nan Qingran flew the aircraft to a certain altitude, activated the autopilot, and turned to look at the weary Mo Jingyan. Let's go back to the space and take a nap. He'll wake you when we arrive. Mo Jingyan shook his head. I want to stay outside with you, Ran. After saying this, he remembered Nan Qingran had already been with him for a day and a night, and he regretfully added, Ran, you've been out for so long, won't your family worry? It's fine. Nan Qingran reassured him. I told my cousin to send a message saying I'm staying at the Luo residence when I left. I'm busy with matters concerning Qingyan workshop, and my family is all aware. Mo Jingyan finally nodded, feeling relieved. That's good. After that he glanced outside, and was stunned by the sight before him. The boundless sky was layered with ethereal clouds, and a dazzling glow of dawn rose gently from the east. He couldn't help but murmur, seeing the sunrise from above is truly a breathtaking moment. Nan Qingran followed his gaze, and also paused for a while before speaking. I haven't seen such a beautiful sunrise in a long time. Mo Jingyan was somewhat incredulous. Ran, you haven't seen it either. Nan Qingran chuckled lightly, expressing her sentiments. No, during peacetime I was always racing against death, without such leisurely moments. Later during the chaotic times, just living became the greatest luxury. Who had the mood to watch the sunrise? From now on I'll accompany you to watch the sunrise. You must keep your word. The journey, slightly tiring yet filled with warmth, passed quickly. After Nan Qingran stored the aircraft, she turned to glance at Mo Jingyan. Then I'll head home first, and you should rest well. Mo Jingyan nodded, watching Nan Qingran's figure, showing no intention of leaving before her. After taking a few steps, Nan Qingran suddenly remembered something. By the way, my family is hosting a housewarming party in a few days. Don't forget to come with young Master Lu and the others. Mo Jingyan nodded in acknowledgement, leaving only after Nan Qingran's figure disappeared from view. The palace. Your Majesty, your Majesty. Eunuch Fu rushed in a fluster, only to be scolded by the irritable emperor. At your age, still so unstable, should I consider giving you a beating? Eunuch Fu grinned. He knew the emperor was joking. In his first year in the palace, he was bullied by several young eunuchs, and had the current empress help him, so the emperor had always kept him by his side since. He ran in breathlessly. Your Majesty, there has been another. Mo Lingxin's brows furrowed deeply, exuding an air of authority. Another what? He couldn't articulate clearly. Eunuch Fu knew his emperor was facing obstacles with the empress again, feeling rather agitated. Your Majesty, just now a guard reported that the treasury has gained more items, including jewelry, silver, and grain. Mo Lingxin focused, intently gazing at him with an inscrutable expression as he casually twirled the ring on his finger. Is what you say true? Eunuch Fu immediately knelt down, exclaiming, How dare I deceive your Majesty? I feared those rascals might have made a mistake, so I personally went to check. It indeed resembles the last time. The treasury has become more abundant. Mo Lingxin didn't know how to respond, but he had no reason to refuse the newfound treasures in his treasury. Continue investigating the Prime Minister's people. Last time the Prime Minister's residence was robbed, yet the treasury ended up with a large heap of gold and silver. He had no choice but to connect these two events. Taoyuan Village. Mom and Dad, am back. Lin Shi joyfully took Nan Qingran's hand, teasing her. Ran, if you hadn't returned sooner, your father might have gone to town to look for you. Nan Qingran turned to look at her father, sweetly acting spoiled. I knew Dad was the most concerned about me. I'm Dad's little cotton-padded jacket. Nan Ziyuan's face flushed with happiness. Ran, it's good to return safely. Nan Qingran smiled, knowing her father wasn't good with words, but he was always the first to protect her in times of danger. Dad, why do you seem so happy today? Nan Ziyuan chuckled at her words, becoming more talkative. Ran, you've said it well. These past days have been warmer than usual, and the crops are growing remarkably well. They'll probably be ready for harvest in a month or two. Nan Qingran nodded excitedly. This was her first real experience with farming. Though aided by external factors, she couldn't deny her efforts. However, the thought that Mo Jingyan would leave in a month or two made her less cheerful, and her smile faded somewhat. Moreover, your grandfather has set the date for our housewarming party. It's in 5 days. Nan Qingran nodded. 5 days was enough, as she had to do another thing before moving. Nan Qingran, concerned about the crops specifically, went to check on them, confirming they were growing robustly, and nodding in relief. You all must grow well. When the time comes, it will be up to you to take revenge on the bad guys. Nan Qingran had been busy these days, but she hadn't forgotten about the Qin family, as she would settle the score soon. The next day, Nan Qingran and her sister Nan Qingyi walked towards town together. Along the way she felt her cousin was glowing. Nan Qingran exclaimed, "My sister, you're amazing." She knew her cousin had been in seclusion since receiving the inheritance, and she felt a bit regretful that this might lead to isolation. But she was overthinking it. This double-sided embroidery was something she had only seen in museums in her past life, with some pieces fetching prices she could never understand in this life. Nan Qingyi, hearing her praise, only smiled lightly, gently ruffling Nan Qingran's hair. This double dragons playing with pearls and 100 birds paying homage indeed took a lot of effort. "Sister, why don't we just not sell it? After all, our family isn't short on money right now." Nan Qingyi nodded. She had indeed saved up quite a bit from working with the embroidery workshop, and she wasn't planning to sell this piece. The two sisters arrived in town, and went their separate ways to handle their own matters. Nan Qingyi looked up at the signboard, and walked straight in. The shopkeeper was overjoyed, eagerly watching the graceful beauty before him. "Miss Nan, why have you come on your own this time? It must be that the people below have not done their job well." Nan Qingyi shook her head directly and decisively, taking out the embroidery she had in hand. "Please take a look, shopkeeper." The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he gazed at the exquisite piece before him, nodding enthusiastically in praise. Miss Nan indeed has a delicate heart and skill. After she spoke, a shrewd look crossed her face. "I wonder what price you plan to set for this embroidery." Nan Qingyi calmly shook her head. "Please take a look at the back." The man flipped it over, standing there dumbfounded for quite a while before he could react, his excitement rendering him almost speechless. "Miss Nan, this exquisite piece. They'll offer you 10,000 taels." Nan Qingyi still calmly shook her head, directly stating her intentions. "I would like to invest in the embroidery workshop with this piece. Such quality embroidery deserves 4 pieces a year, not counting ordinary samples." Hearing her explanation, the shopkeeper revealed a difficult expression. "Miss Nan, this isn't something I can decide. It depends on the owner's wishes." Nan Qingyi was not the type to make things difficult. Apologizing softly, she turned to leave, but unexpectedly bumped into a sturdy chest, and was pulled back just in time to avoid falling. Nan Qingyi abruptly looked up, slightly stunned. "Young Master C." Shizukai felt a bit uneasy from the faint fragrance wafting from her, slightly distancing himself, but not wanting to move too far away. "Miss Nan, be careful." Nan Qingyi regained her composure and offered a slight bow. "Thank you, young Master C. Are you here to sell embroidery?" At this moment the shopkeeper stepped forward to speak, knowing that his employer had a good relationship with this young master, so he shared the news. Shizukai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the gentle girl before him to have ambitions to achieve something significant, which made him admire her even more. "Miss Nan, may I take a look? I can help introduce you to Yi." Nan Qingyi naturally did not refuse, as she didn't want to miss this opportunity. "Young Master C, please." Shizukai looked at the embroidery featuring double dragons playing with pearls. The intricate details of the dragon whiskers and the luster on the pearls were so vividly depicted that he was utterly amazed. "Miss Nan, you truly have a gifted hand and remarkable talent." The shopkeeper laughed heartily. "Young Master C, you haven't seen the back yet. This is already an unparalleled double-sided embroidery technique." Shizukai, upon seeing the 100 birds paying homage on the back, remained expressionless, but thoughts of poaching began to form in his mind. Silently apologizing to his brother in his heart, he then looked at Nan Qingyi with sincere admiration. "May I invite Miss Nan to the tea house across the street for further discussion?" "All right, young master, please." Nan Qingyi gracefully set down the teacup in her hand, and looked at Shizukai earnestly. "So, young Master C, are you inviting me to collaborate with you?" Shizukai nodded without a hint of embarrassment. He had already apologized, and felt no guilt. Nan Qingyi expressed some doubt. "But young Master C, you also mentioned that your embroidery workshop is located in the capital, which might pose some difficulties." Shizukai smiled. "There is no need for Miss Nan to worry. Such a timeless skill is something I do not wish to miss. It would be my honor to collaborate with you. If Miss Nan is willing, I can offer you a 30% share of the profits. As for the distance, that won't be an issue." Shizukai acknowledged that his words were somewhat grandiose. The C family's embroidery workshop had been declining for years, and without Nan Qingyi, they would likely have to close down. "Moreover, I believe the capital is the ultimate destination for Miss Nan." Nan Qingyi looked at him with some confusion. "What do you mean by that? Such a precious skill as yours surely deserves to be shared with more people. The capital is the hub of prosperity. It would be the best choice." Shizukai's words sounded noble, but the ulterior motives behind them were known only to him. Nan Qingyi nodded, and she had to admit that his words resonated with her. She had to thank Ranran for this opportunity, but sometimes felt a sense of unease. If she could pass on such a treasure of skill to future generations, it would be a modest way to repay her debts. After finalizing their agreement, they walked out, while at this moment Luigi was still unaware that he had missed another opportunity for wealth. Nan Qingran tugged at Imo Jingyan's sleeve. "Again, I don't quite understand it. Please help me keep an eye on things." Ranran, don't worry." The two had a clear purpose and walked directly towards the place where the buyer was. Imo Jingyan looked at the furrowed brows of Nan Qingran and comforted her. does Ranyan feel a bit conflicted. Nan Qingran nodded vigorously as if his words struck a chord with her, unconsciously gripping the hem of Mo Jingyan's clothes with her fingers. She murmured softly with an involuntary hint of childishness. Human trafficking is illegal. Isn't this making me break the law? If you get caught, you won't have a sweet and soft girlfriend anymore. Mo Jingyan quietly led her inside, explaining. In Baima country, buying and selling servants is not illegal. Nan Qingran tugged at the corners of her mouth. I know that. But I grew up in an era of equality, so I naturally can't adapt to a society that treats people as commodities. To be honest, I was thinking of not buying anyone and just getting a few household robots, but upon reflection, that doesn't seem quite right. Mo Jingyan, upon hearing this, tightly grasped Nan Qingran's hand, unusually not agreeing with her idea, and firmly made a decision for her. Ranyan needs to adapt. After all, showing even a hint of abnormality would be safer for Nan Qingran. He had seen such robots in the space, their appearance different from humans, and besides that they could communicate and work better than most people. Once they hit the market, they would surely attract a lot of attention, and now was not the best time. Nan Qingran, feeling helpless and dejected, lowered her head and gave a self-deprecating smile. I was being overly sentimental. Since I've come, it proves that I've made up my mind, yet I insist on saying these seemingly contradictory words to seek your comfort. After speaking, Nan Qingran furrowed her brows slightly, as she truly felt that this side of herself was quite annoying. No matter how powerful she was, she had to adapt to some rules of this society that she could not accept, but had to. She could foresee that this would not be her last compromise to the backward feudal system. Thinking of this, her self-loathing emotions instinctively reached their peak, and she felt a pent-up frustration that she could not vent. In contrast, Mo Jingyan did not comfort her in a way that reduced her guilt. Instead, he gently held her palm, his voice low and tender. Ranyan, you shouldn't be like this. Nan Qingran looked at him in confusion. Then what should I be like? If you dislike it, you can change its nature. You ought to be a strong person who does not need to conform to a backward system. Your soul and thoughts should not be bound. You don't have to define your actions as participating in the unacceptable trait of people. What you truly despise is the disrespect towards individuals and human trafficking, the dismissive and even casual killings that occur. But you can treat them differently, simply hire them to do your work. Mo Jingyan spoke slowly but with unwavering conviction, striking deep into Nan Qingran's confused heart, illuminating her with newfound clarity. Thinking of Mo Jingyan's words, Nan Qingran reflected on her half-year in this place. Indeed, there were still many aspects she could not adapt to. She had thought of trying her best to adapt to this era. She arrived in halfway, like a stumbling child appearing clumsy and lost. She had also considered just seeking comfort and freedom, yet she never made a final decision, causing her to be constantly entangled in frustration, even forgetting her inherently free-spirited and unruly. She untangled the knot in her heart and looked at Mo Jingyan, smiling comfortably. This smile was as radiant as the sun, instantly illuminating Mo Jingyan's heart. Ayin, you are right. Ay, Nan Qingran should not be like this. I will strive to change the things I find unreasonable. I believe my arrival in this world is definitely not meant for a mundane life. Oh, I must thrive and showcase the brilliance of Nan Qingran in this dynasty. Mo Jingyan watched Nan Qingran, who was shining with enthusiasm amidst the noisy environment filled with street vendors shouting. At that moment, he wished to throw off all the constraints of etiquette and hold the girl in front of him tightly, as it would make him feel like he possessed the whole world. The fervent emotions surged within him, but he only softly said, I believe in you. They both heard it. Nan Qingran visibly became lighter on her feet, looking up at a beam of sunlight illuminating Mo Jingyan's face. She suddenly realized that the man before her was a man, not the shy little boy she had always imagined he was her soulmate. She felt fortunate, grateful for coming to this world and meeting Mo Jingyan, who had dazzled her life. Nan Qingran walked to the door of the shop selling teeth, watching as the tooth seller's whip was about to strike a small child. She hurriedly called out to stop it. I want to choose someone and don't hit him. The tooth seller, seeing business coming, immediately put down the whip, changing her expression to one of ingratiation towards Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan. What kind of people do this young lady and young man want to choose? I have all sorts of goods. Nan Qingran didn't even look at her, shifting her gaze to the people inside. I want 3 maids, just need them to have some basic cooking skills and be able to clean the house. A girl around 13 or 14 years old and a boy of about the same age. And 1 housekeeper, a few errand boys will do. The tooth seller laughed so hard her teeth showed. This is a big order. I'll go pick out some good ones for you. Please wait a moment. Soon after, Nan Qingran saw the tooth seller come back, with several people all looking ragged. Nan Qingran simply asked if they could read and what jobs they had done before, quickly selected a few and pointed at them. These are the ones I want. All right. One girl, slightly pretty, expressed her displeasure at not being chosen and voiced it immediately. Why wasn't I chosen? Besides, your young master didn't say anything. How can a girl speak up? After saying this, she posed in a self-pitying manner, trying to catch Mo Jingyan's attention, only to find he was completely oblivious. Mo Jingyan was focused on thinking about how to help his Ranyan in areas she might overlook, asking the tooth seller, completely unaware of the woman posing in front of him. Are they all from reputable families? Where did they work before? The tooth seller did not dare to hide anything in front of Mo Jingyan's imposing presence. Rest assured, young master, these few are all together. They are good servants from reputable families. Their masters moved to the south and couldn't take them along, so they left them here with me. The girl, seeing that Mo Jingyan hadn't glanced her way at all, was immediately filled with shame and anger, wanting to run inside. Nan Qingran's casual remark pinned her firmly in place. Tooth seller, I see this girl has such high aspirations, she probably won't be able to serve anyone well. That gaze is even more seductive than the top courtesan in Yihong courtyard. The woman trembled all over. Indeed, she had come from a brothel. Before she could be sold by the matchmaker, she had already seduced the son of a client and decided to stay living quite well. Today she was tempted to entice someone like Mo Jingyan, an exceptional talent. The girl spoke rightly. This unworthy woman is restless. Nan Qingran chose not to respond, as Mo Jingyan had not even noticed her, and there was no need for her to lower her own worth. Her attention shifted elsewhere, not noticing the satisfied and proud gaze of Mo Jingyan, who thought to himself, yes, this is how it should be. This is the aura that the princess of banquet should possess. Considering the brother and sister in the corner, these people will do. The matchmaker was initially pleased, but did not dare to pull any tricks with the young master beside her. To be honest, that boy is weak and sickly. He may not be able to do any work once bought. Nan Qingran intended for him to accompany her brother for his studies, and that brother and sister were quite suitable in her eyes. The matchmaker, seeing Nan Qingran's insistence, stopped persuading her and calculated the cost cheerfully. Miss, the housekeeper you chose can read. It will cost 18 taels of silver. And for the other 3, it will be 30 taels more, and Nan Qingran interrupted her, just give me the total amount. The matchmaker was not annoyed and simply stated the total. For all these people, it will be 75 taels. Nan Qingran readily paid the money, took the contract, and left with Mo Jingyan. The matchmaker turned and glared fiercely at the woman, whipping her with a lash. You worthless creature, now that you belong to my son, how dare you think of straying? Don't you know if you're worthy of it? The whip fell relentlessly, screams echoing, but those who had left heard nothing at all. Nan Qingran told them the address to go directly back to Taoyuan Village. Mo Jingyan accompanied Nan Qingran to Xianwei Pavilion and booked a private room. Ran, eat something first, you must be hungry after all morning. Nan Qingran took a bite of the chopped pepper fish, had her face lighting up with enjoyment as she gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Again, your restaurant's chef is truly remarkable. I'm glad you like it. If it weren't for you, who would know that this stinky fish could be made so tasty? Nan Qingran chuckled. You have a point. Suddenly she thought of something, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. They'll treat you to something good in a few days. Qingran, how can you be so ungrateful? How can you treat only Zissou to a feast? Nan Qingran heard a knock on the door, and it slowly opened, revealing the enchanting face of Lu Yizhi. Seeing this wickedly handsome face, Nan Qingran inexplicably thought of a phrase: 3 parts coldness, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts indifference. Lu Yizhi, the true domineering CEO, indeed had a face that matched the male lead of a novel. Seeing Nan Qingran staring at him, Lu Yizhi shifted awkwardly, and then glared at her resentfully. Qingran, you must not enjoy the feast alone with Zissou. Smack. Nan Qingran withdrew her gaze, instantly feeling the domineering filter shatter, revealing a typical foodie image. Mo Jingyan looked at him impatiently, as their little world was once again disrupted. What are you doing here? Lu Yizhi was irritated at the subject and began to complain incessantly. How can a brother act like this? He intercepted my silver. That shiny silver. Nan Qingran shifted her body slightly, finding Lu Yizhi's demeanor hard to. You, a young master from a duke's house, can't possibly be lacking in silver, can you? Lu Yizhi looked at her with a gaze that conveyed, you're tarnishing my noble ambitions. Qingran, making money is the most challenging thing I've ever encountered in my life. What is there to be proud of in being a young master? It's only for me alone. If I don't work hard to earn money, someone will intercept it. Lu Yizhi said through gritted teeth. Nan Qingran felt a bit speechless. Oh, wasn't this just a typical case of showing off? Nan Qingran could understand. Oh, after all, every piece of work by her cousin seemed like divine skill worth a fortune in her eyes. Don't worry, there will be opportunities. Lu Yizhi sneered coldly. Humph. There are indeed opportunities. They've come knocking at my door. I've been undermined right at my doorstep. Nan Qingran imagined herself in such a situation and felt she would also be infuriated. She comforted him a few words. Don't be sad, and next time when I eat something good, I'll take you along. After saying this, she was greeted by a large resentful glance from Mo Jingyan. Nan Qingran laughed awkwardly. It's getting late, my cousin, and I need to go home. Hey, race, an invitation. I'll remember to come. After tossing the invitation aside, Nan Qingran chose to leave this place of gossip. Lu Yizhi watched her hurried departure and muttered, what's the rush? We haven't even finished our meal. Mo Jingyan looked at the oblivious third wheel in front of him, feeling suddenly irritated, and stood up to leave. Lu Yizhi was even more confused. Why aren't you eating? Nan Qingran walked to the smoky cloud to fetch her cousin, but saw a handsome man and a beautiful woman chatting happily, unable to help but exclaim. I dodged 1/3 wheel, and now I've become one myself. Nan Qingran was still hesitating whether to squeeze in when her cousin spotted her. Cousin. Nan Qingyi realized it was getting late, and turned to say goodbye to Shizukai. Goodbye, young Master C. Shizukai nodded reluctantly, not expecting time to pass, so quickly unsure of when they might meet again. The more he interacted with the girl before him, the more he realized how exceptional she was. Miss Nan, please take care, and may you have a safe journey. After returning home, Nan Qingran found that everyone had been settled by her family, and at least they had all had a full meal. My family will be moving into a new house in a few days and needs help managing it. The family also requires care, which is why I brought you all home. However, I will lay down some conditions. I will give you a month for a trial period. This is also a process for both sides to choose each other. If you do not wish to continue, you can take the contract back, but you must return the purchase price. If you are willing, there is just one condition: loyalty. As soon as Nan Qingran finished speaking, the young girl and her brother knelt down. I am willing to stay and serve my master for life. If it weren't for you, my brother would probably. Nan Qingran helped her up, saying, a girl's knees also have their worth in gold. You don't need to kneel from now on. The others exchanged glances, and all bowed in unison. We have met our master. We will certainly be loyal to you. Nan Qingran nodded in satisfaction at their attitude. Since that's the case, let me assign you some tasks. We will follow the master's arrangements. Nan Qingran sighed. You don't need to call me master, just address me according to etiquette. She added, and there's no need to refer to yourselves as servants. The steward, who was quite opinionated, was clearly the backbone of the group. Then I shall address you as Miss. Nan Qingran shook her head and introduced her family relations to them. My family is simple, unlike those complex noble households. Besides my elders, you've all met the rest. I have an older brother and sister, as well as a younger brother. The steward nodded in agreement, attentively listening. Once we've discussed the titles, let's assign some work. Then Nan Qingran paused. By the way, I haven't asked if you have names yet. The steward replied, my surname is Hong, and those three ladies are Zhang Mama, Li Mama, and Sun Mama. The other boys are Li Tian, Zhao Yong, Zhang Qi, and Wang Goxing. Nan Qingran couldn't help but laugh, finding it hard to maintain composure. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Nan Qingran felt that laughing at others like this was rather inappropriate, just as those who give nicknames are often disliked. Wang Goxing suddenly knelt down, saying, Miss Second, you flatter me. It is an honor for me to bring you joy. Nan Qingran furrowed her brow. I've said it before, if there's no need to kneel. Wang Goxing noticed that this new master wasn't angry, and got up, scratching his head with a silly grin. Thank you, Miss Second. Nan Qingran nodded, turning to see the girl's disappointed expression and her brother's timid demeanor. She understood this emotion and spoke softly. Do you siblings not have names? The girl thought for a moment and nodded decisively. Please bestow names upon me and my brother. Nan Qingran pondered for a while, resting her chin on her hand. Then let's call you Xia Qiao and Nan Shan. Thank you for the names, miss. Nan Qingran turned to Wang Goxing. Do you wish to change your name? If not, that's fine too. Although Nan Qingran felt that the name sounded a bit ridiculous and out of place, it was still their own name, and they might not want to change it. But Wang Goxing looked excited, as if he had been waiting for her to ask this. He hurriedly said, this name was given by the previous master. Please bestow a name upon me. Nan Qingran nodded and blurted out, then let's call you Wang Tai. Wang Goxing. No. Wang Tai looked at Nan Qingran with a joyful expression. Thank you, Miss Second. Thank you, Miss Second. Nan Qingran found it quite amusing. Now that you have names, let's get back to business. Steward Hong will still be in charge of steward duties. Steward Hong bowed in respect. Yes, Miss Second. As for Zhang Mama, Li Mama, and Sun Mama, they will assist my grandmother, elder aunt, and mother respectively. They won't need to do any hard labor, just help with cooking and cleaning. The three nodded in agreement. We will obey, Miss Second. Xia Qiao, you will follow my cousin and listen to her orders. Xia Qiao nodded respectfully. Yes. Your brother will follow my brother. They seem to be about the same age and can look out for each other at school. Xia Qiao looked at Nan Qingran in shock, not expecting her brother to have a chance to attend school. Nan Shan looked at Nan Qingran with starry eyes. Miss Second, can I go to school? Nan Qingran smiled gently and nodded. The adorable little girl was impossible not to like. Yes, Nan Shan, you must study hard. Yes, Miss Second. Tears welled up in Xia Qiao's eyes as she looked at Nan Qingran with immense gratitude. Thank you, Miss Second. Nan Qingran smiled warmly. It's nothing. I originally planned to do this. You should be grateful for seizing this opportunity yourself. After saying this, she turned and stopped looking at her. Wang Tai, you will follow my brother. The others will be responsible for daily tasks, which will be arranged uniformly by the steward. Wang Tai looked overjoyed. Thank you, Miss Second. Nan Qingran felt he was somewhat clever and thought that following her rather thick and honest brother would surely be beneficial. Next, let's discuss salaries. The steward will receive 10 taels of silver a month. The three mamas will receive 7 taels each, and the others will receive 5 taels a month. If they perform well, there will be extra bonuses. This good news stunned everyone. They were all servants bought to serve their masters. If they encountered a kind master they might receive some rewards, but never had they heard of such a salary distribution. Steward Hong hesitated, and opened his mouth to say something. Miss Second. Nan Qingran understood his meaning, and waved her hand. I don't care about the rules of other households, this is my family's rule. After a month if you stay work diligently, and you won't be treated unfairly. If you decide not to continue I will return your contracts once you've saved enough money as a way to fulfill our bond. Nan Qingran had no intention of forcing anyone in this matter, it was unnecessary. As for the servants they were all filled with joy and none of them wanted to leave. Even if they gained their freedom without money, they would still be servants without a way out. It was better to follow a kind master. After Nan Qingran finished her arrangements, she grabbed 2 steamed buns from the kitchen and was about to rush out. Mom and Dad, I'm not having dinner today, I'm going to check out the new house. Then she looked at the few people standing outside. You all come with me. Lin Shi hurriedly packed a box of pastries and handed it to Xia Qiao. Take this to Miss Second, don't let her go hungry. Yes, Second Madam. Nan Qingran had prepared her family in advance about buying people. Her family were all hard-working farmers, and no one agreed to the idea of buying someone to serve them. In the end, only after seeing the new house did they realize that their family might indeed be overwhelmed, so they consented. Her mother-in-law was from a prominent family, and during this time, she had trained both of her daughters-in-law. In the new house, my family is a bit different, there are some things you might not understand. In a few days we will hold a housewarming feast. Your task is to learn how to operate all the facilities in this house to ensure the smooth progress of the feast. The group looked at the house they had never seen before, their eyes wide with amazement. The glass windows were 100 times brighter than candles, and there was a kitchen that could cook without a fire. Everyone was dazzled, and after Nan Qingran's demonstration, they remembered most of it. After all, modern facilities are generally very convenient. Your living quarters are in the backyard. Remember the tasks for this period. I will inspect your work the day before the housewarming banquet. Although Nan Qingran does not intend to be a capitalist who exploits employees, she has paid her money, so the work must be done well. I will not disappoint the second miss instructions. During this time, Nan Qingran also replenished supplies for Xianwei Workshop and Xingyan Workshop. Besides a large sum of silver exchanged for items in her space, these 2 shops have become her main sources of income. These 2 shops have become necessities for every household in the town, especially the simple toiletries. Affordable and effective, a must-have in every home with no one seen using bristles to brush their teeth anymore. Xianwei Workshop offers flavorful dishes, not to mention releasing different new products every month, resulting in a constant flow of customers. After placing the order, Nan Qingran waited a while before seeing the delivery men from both shops arriving together, both covered in mud. One of them complained, Second Miss, Nan, you have no idea how difficult the road into the village is. It rained again last night, and I'm worried we won't be able to bring the goods back. Nan Qingran followed their gaze, and saw that the wheels of the cart were indeed muddy. The road must have been hard to travel, but it shouldn't be impassable. You 2 have worked hard. This small amount of money is just to treat you both to some tea. The 2 men gratefully accepted the silver, subconsciously weighing it in their hands. Thank you, Second Miss Nan. After saying that, the 2 men began to work hard to move the goods. Watching the cart wobble and stumble, they felt that their complaints were indeed justified. The road was indeed quite terrible, and her eyes lit up. If the road is difficult to travel, I can repair it. Saying that, she entered her space to search for road repair materials. Nan Qingran enthusiastically found the materials, purchased the raw ingredients from the mall, and mixed them according to the instructions to create a small experimental cement area. Taking a deep breath, Nan Qingran stood up and clapped her hands. I hope it works. If the road is fixed, it will benefit thousands of families. After all, wanting to get rich by fixing the roads is not a rumor. She wondered if there were materials for making cement in this world, and thought she should ask Ah Yin when she had the time. After several busy days, when Nan Qingran went to the new house, she saw everyone diligently doing their tasks, clearly having adapted well during these days. Butler Hong followed behind, Nan Qingran reporting, Second Miss, the old gentleman's intention is to invite everyone from the village to join in the festivities. 10 people per table, about 20 tables. We just need your guests to finalize everything, and the old gentleman asked me to check with you. Nan Qingran squinted her eyes, and calculated, well, let's do it as grandfather said. As for my guests, let's not arrange them with the villagers. Just setting up 2 more tables in the courtyard will be enough. Butler Hong nodded. He had realized during these days that this main family not only had many unique items, but also entrusted the authority of the household to a girl who hadn't even reached adulthood. But this was not something a mere butler should comment on. After thinking for a moment, Nan Qingran instructed, by the way, hire a few more guards. There will be many people that day, and we don't want any unscrupulous individuals to take advantage of the situation. Nan Qingran might have been too busy during this time to notice what the Qin family was plotting. However, she did not believe that family had genuinely reformed. It was always wise to be cautious. In the blink of an eye, a day or 2 passed, and the whole village became lively because of the Nan family's housewarming banquet. The girl Nan Qingran truly has great fortune. In such a short time, she has earned a lot of money and built such a luxurious house. Yes. I saw it last time. It's made of glazed glass. It's even used for windows. She has the ability. What does it have to do with you? That old woman, always gossiping, could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy as she saw someone who used to be like them suddenly living a superior life. She just didn't plant vegetables with the girl Qingran and missed out on making money. The old woman glanced at the scene and dared not speak out, but in her heart she was determined to work with Nan Qingran next time. Hey, don't say that the grain that the girl planted for us really sprouted. I've seen it growing quite well these days. Once this was said, everyone echoed in agreement. Indeed, this year is likely to be a bumper harvest year. The girl Qingran definitely won't deceive us. Let's follow what the girl Qingran does. That must be right. Of course, our girl Qingran is the blessing of Taoyuan Village. She is acting under the decree of the immortal. Now those who didn't buy the new grain seeds regretted even more. Mo Jingyan strolled slowly, and occasionally a few compliments about Nan Qingran reached his ears, revealing a trace of pride. Luigi rolled his eyes disdainfully at him. It's not about praising you. Mo Jingyan, in a good mood, did not bother to argue about such trivial matters. He quickened his pace. It had been a while since he last saw his girlfriend, and he was Luigi, unable to bear it, wanted to turn back and chat with Shizukai, but he saw that Shizukai was also quickening his pace, as if he were about to run. Why are you walking so fast? Don't you want to see Qingran? Oh, I get it now, Luigi replied to himself casually. Shizukai's pace faltered, and his palms began to sweat. Shizukai feigned calm and looked at him with a blank expression. What do you know? Are you craving Aunt Lin's cooking? Lu Yixi's tone, as if he had discovered a little secret, made Shizukai feel relieved. He casually responded, yeah. Let's hurry. The Nan family had started preparing since last night. Although there were 3 maids and a chef, the 3 tables of food in the courtyard were personally prepared by Lin and Qin. Nan Qingyi had a hard time stopping her closed-door cultivation to come out and help. Although she was the head of the household, her elders were welcoming guests outside, leaving her as the only one with nothing to do. Holding a cup of milk tea, she occasionally glanced outside, as if waiting for someone. Qingran. Nan Qingran abruptly turned around, and at the moment she saw Mo Jingyan, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, one she wasn't even aware of. You all came. Luigi, being the talkative one, immediately chimed in. Of course. Qingran, you truly are a person who doesn't reveal her true self. In just a few short steps, he saw many marvelous items, smooth tiles and poles of unknown material lining the road, and most importantly, a whole wall of glazed windows. Nan Qingran smiled. You guys stay a little longer, and I'll give you a tour, and by the way, warm up my house. Mo Jingyan was completely absorbed in exchanging glances with his girlfriend, unable to get enough of her, while Lu Yixi's attention was entirely on the fresh items in the room. In the end, it was Shizukai who brought up the prepared gifts. A token of my sincerity, don't mind it, Qingran. Nan Qingran graciously accepted the gift, saying, why would I mind? I'm delighted. She quickly glanced at Mo Jingyan and spoke. The banquet hasn't started, yet let me show you around. Sure. Luigi was the first to clap in agreement, excitement flashing in his eyes. He was very curious about the house. The group walked into the living room, observing everything around them, and even the usually composed Shizukai couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Qingran, this countertop is so pristine it feels even more comfortable than one made of gold. Nan Qingran thought for a moment that if she had decorated it in a flashy gold style, she might feel embarrassed. Luigi turned on the faucet, watching the continuous flow of water with a curious expression. Qingran can flow water directly. Nan Qingran patiently explained, yes, I installed the drainage in advance at home, so wastewater can be drained directly. As Nan Qingran followed them around, she spoke like a professional guide, becoming slightly dry in the mouth. When Mo Jingyan saw her lick her lips, his gaze darkened, and he turned to fetch her a cup of water. Ran, drink some water. He then gave a look to Luigi and Shizukai, signaling them not to ask too many questions. Luigi, oblivious, looked at him in confusion. Isn't he curious at all? Mo Jingyan had already figured out the principles of the things in front of him while staying in the space, so there was no way he would show such innocent foolishness. He casually replied to Luigi, not curious, and quietly took Nan Qingran's sleeve, intending to leave. She paused, turned, and called Wang Tai over. You continue showing the 2 young masters around, and if they have any questions, explain them well. Wang Tai respectfully nodded. Yes, second miss. Luigi showed no reaction to their abrupt departure, watching Wang Tai with interest. Come introduce these fascinating things to me. Yes, Master Lu. This way, young masters, is the restroom where you can relieve yourselves. You just press this button to flush away waste. And this is a light fixture. You just press it, and the entire room will be bright, not to mention. Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan had walked a bit far and could no longer hear the ensuing explanations. What's wrong? Are you unhappy to see your girlfriend? Noticing Mo Jingyan's somewhat dejected expression, Nan Qingran transformed her voice into a cute tone, stopping him in his tracks. Mo Jingyan turned around and pulled Nan Qingran into his embrace, quietly resting his head on her shoulder, without speaking. Nan Qingran pretended to be annoyed and lightly punched him, saying, "You men are all big pigs trotters, just love this cute voice, right?" In the past, Mo Jingyan would have indulged her little tantrum, but this time, he couldn't help but defend himself. Clearly it's Ran who was too focused on others forgetting I am here. Ran is the real big pig trotter. Nan Qingran pushed Mo Jingyan away in disbelief, her hands cupping his handsome face, which was both infuriating and charming. Mo Jingyan, let me tell you, don't think just because you're handsome I want dare to. How can you describe your cute, beautiful, stunningly gorgeous girlfriend? This part omits 1,000 of Sister Nan's self-praises as a big pig trotter. Nan Qingran's logical reprimand surprisingly made Mo Jingyan feel a bit guilty. Then Ran has been talking to them since we entered, implying you didn't even pay attention to me. Prince Yin expressed his dissatisfaction. Nan Qingran found it amusing, saying, "That's because they kept asking me questions. I had to explain to them. How could I leave my guests hanging?" Mo Jingyan still wouldn't let it go, "But you didn't even tell me." Nan Qingran gently rubbed his handsome face, her sweet words flowing like water. "Isn't our Prince Yin exceptionally intelligent? Knows everything. Moreover, you saw it all in the space already. You can use it." Nan Qingran smiled brightly, "So don't be angry." Under her praise, Mo Jingyan gradually lost himself, feeling blissful inside. Yet he still pretended to be aloof, his tone betraying a hint of arrogance. Ahem. Then this prince understands. Nan Qingran began to doubt whether her insightful boyfriend was really this aloof brat in front of her. However, none of that mattered now. Nan Qingran was immensely grateful for the article she had come across titled, "100 Ways to Soothe a Jealous Boyfriend." Indeed, learning more is always beneficial, and she would follow that blogger when she returned. Nan Qingran was lost in thought until Mo Jingyan's soft lips gently brushed against her cheek, bringing her back to the present. Seeing him look a bit uncomfortable made her smile, and instantly, she felt her mood lift, as if the sky had turned exceptionally blue. With a swift motion, she pulled Mo Jingyan closer, standing on her toes to plant a kiss on his lips, not giving him a chance to take the lead, and continued to drag him outside. "I'm taking you to a nice place." The two arrived at a quiet courtyard, and Mo Jingyan looked up at the plaque, his eyes brightening as he murmured, "Jingle Tank." Nan Qingran looked at him with a face full of expectation. "How is it? Sister Nan's literary talent isn't bad, right?" "Mo Jingyan, you better give me some face. This name took me several days to come up with, exhausting the little creativity I have. You must like it. This is proof of Sister Nan's love for you. Don't ever say I didn't give you a name again." Nan Qingran looked at Mo Jingyan, her brows furrowing, her own forehead creased even tighter as she spoke somewhat irritably. "What's wrong? You don't like it? You better say you do." Mo Jingyan shook his head at her. "I really like it. It sounds like a refined place, but..." Nan Qingran raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "But what?" "But it only has my name and not Ran's, which is a bit of a pity." Nan Qingran relaxed her brow, her good mood returning. "I live here, so why would I need my name? Besides, our names together." Nan Qingran frowned and thought, Jingran, Mo Ran, or Qingyan. These all sound too cliché. Mo Jingyan. He wanted to say they were a bit cliché, but the meaning was complete. However, seeing Nan Qingran's expression of, "If you give my place such a non-mainstream name, it'll break off relations with you," he dismissed the thought. Nan Qingran glanced at him. Do you like it?" Mo Jingyan followed her wishes and shook his head. "Ran's name is better." "That's right. My boyfriend must not be so tasteless." She didn't think much of it, and casually voiced her concerns. Nan Qingran, in a moment of careless words, turned to see Mo Jingyan looking at her with a profound expression. He moved closer, cornering her, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "So it seems that Ran has already thought about having children with me. I didn't realize it is I, your fiancé, who has been remiss." Nan Qingran's current mood could be summed up in 2 words, "I want to die." Why couldn't she just keep her mouth shut? Now trouble had come from her words. Nan Qingran desperately wanted to explain, but her words made no sense whatsoever. That's not what I meant actually. It's just that." Mo Jingyan raised a slender finger to her red lips, his voice deep and sensual. "Ran doesn't need to explain who I understand everything." Nan Qingran was utterly shocked. "What do you understand? I don't even know what nonsensical words I've been stumbling." Mo Jingyan seemed unfazed by her agitation, continuing to speak his mind. "It's my fault for making Ran wait, but since I promised her I will wait until she turns 18 before marrying her into my household." Nan Qingran was in shock and confusion. "What are you talking about, big brother?" Mo Jingyan continued on his own train of thought. "But the child should come a bit later. It would be better for Ran's health. Actually, what I mean is, Ran doesn't need to say any more. I understand." Nan Qingran was left feeling hopeless. "What do you understand?" Mo Jingyan gave her a look that suggested she should figure it out herself, then released her and walked towards the courtyard. Before Nan Qingran could respond, she heard Mo Jingyan turn back and say, "As for our future children, I will personally teach them. Ran doesn't need to worry about their education." Nan Qingran was speechless, nearly suffocated by the pent-up frustration in her chest. She glanced at the tall and handsome figure of the man in front of her and snorted. I've learned something new. You really excel at one-sided teasing. Walking ahead, Jingyan wore a warm smile. No wonder Ran was so eager to tease him. It turned out this feeling was quite delightful. Nan Qingran glared at Jingyan's back with resentment, mumbling something under her breath, but in the end she still walked into the Jingluo hall. Jingyan entered politely, not looking around haphazardly, only staring at the unfamiliar flowers by the window. Nan Qingran approached and nudged his arm casually. Aren't you going to take a look around? You're already here, do you expect me to ask you to come in? Jingyan showed a hint of hesitation, but a smile still crept onto his face. This is Ran's own courtyard, her boudoir. It shouldn't be like before without any rules. Nan Qingran rolled her eyes at him. At this moment you suddenly became reserved. You've entered the space, teased her, and now you're pretending to be a gentleman. Alright, your highness, please. Do take a good look around. There's even a room for you. Jingyan was taken aback at her words. Nan Qingran glanced at him teasingly, saying, Your highness, I've invited you in. Why aren't you moving your feet? I didn't expect Ran would have my room built in your courtyard. Nan Qingran looked at him with curiosity. Then where else could it be? Wouldn't it be more inappropriate to build it in my brother and sister's courtyard? Or do you want to sleep in the guest room? Jingyan remained silent, seemingly agreeing with Nan Qingran's reason. His gaze shifted back to the pot of unknown flowers. Ran, what kind of flower is that? Does it have a name? Nan Qingran turned to glance at it. Oh, that's a bellflower. It's named for its shape, resembling a wind chime. Nan Qingran looked at him with curiosity. I didn't expect a yen to be a flower lover. Jingyan's face flashed a hint of disappointment. I'm not a flower enthusiast, it's just that my mother and elder brother. This flower is something I've never seen before. I just found it interesting and looked at it a bit longer. Nan Qingran nodded and comforted him. If auntie and your brother like them, I'll choose more flowers for you to take back later. Next time we can go to the big garden in my space to choose. There are even more flowers there. Last time I didn't get to show you around properly. Let's find some free time next time, and I'll take you for a good stroll. Jingyan nodded eagerly, then asked with a puzzled expression, Annie. Nan Qingran twirled her finger, lowering her head to explain. In our era, we refer to some women of the maternal generation as auntie. Logically the mother of a boyfriend should be addressed this way. But you don't do it like that. Jingyan silently agreed. Indeed, there was no need to call her that, as simply referring to her as mother would suffice. Nan Qingran. Then let's go. Let's take a look at your room. I wonder if you'll like it. Since Ran decorated it with care, how could I not like it? Nan Qingran glanced at him, smooth talker. Though she said so, the joy on her face was undeniable. For safety, Nan Qingran installed a password lock on the door of the new room, registering Jingyan's fingerprint and iris before leading him inside. The pristine smooth marble floor with a simple and neat decoration style, and the black and white color scheme exuded a sense of sophistication clearly different from the guest room he had stayed in before, indicating the owner had put thought into it. Jingyan immediately took a liking to it, and turned to look at Nan Qingran. Thank you, Ran, I really like it. Seeing Jingyan's affectionate expression, Nan Qingran inexplicably felt a bit shy. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I didn't put in much effort, just decorated it simply. Looking at Jingyan's indulgent expression, to be more precise, it was like he was saying, I won't expose your little fibs. Nan Qingran chose to remain silent. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the sound of the housekeeper outside. Second young mistress, the two young masters, and young mistress of the Luo family have arrived. Elder master requests your presence to greet them. Very well, I understand. Nan Qingran responded, then lifted her gaze toward Jingyan. Shall we go? Jingyan nodded. Upon seeing the two emerge together from the chamber, Chief Steward Hong's expression flickered with surprise, until a single glance at Jingyan's commanding oppressive gaze sent him bowing his head instantly. After you, second young mistress. Front courtyard. Spotting Luo Huali's figure, Nan Qingran warmly stepped forward to welcome her. Elder sister Luo, you've come. Indeed. I must attend your housewarming banquet naturally. Having spoken, Nan Qingran turned slightly to glance at Luo Huafeng beside her, and gave a polite acknowledging nod. Young Master Luo, greetings. Luo Huafeng remained impassive as he nodded, yet his eyes swept over her with quiet, meticulous scrutiny. Knowing his younger sister intended to enter business with this young miracle physician, he indulged her whims, viewing it in part as repayment for the Luo family's long-standing benevolence toward them. Hearing her claim that profits would rival half of the Luo family's annual revenue, he dismissed her as hopelessly overconfident. A mere girlish fantasy, nothing more. Yet now, observing Qingyan workshop, their joint enterprise, he found even he, a man of discernment, could not resist its offerings. In that moment, he recognized the narrowness of his own assumptions. Outwardly composed, Luo Huafeng inwardly schemed how best to cultivate closeness with this young miracle physician. After all, merchants pursue profit, and before him stood a living mountain of gold impossible to ignore. So lost was he in thought that he failed to notice the glares of lethal intent repeatedly cast upon him from nearby. Instead, a faint self-satisfied smile played upon his lips. Since contracting that humiliating affliction, Luo Huali had not stepped beyond her family's gates. Now surrounded by so many guests, she felt flustered and ill at ease. Nan Qingran sensed her discomfort immediately and gently guided the group inward. The banquet begins shortly. Young Master Luo, elder sister Luo, please follow me inside. She turned toward Imo Jingyan and added casually, Ah Yan, would you escort them inside for me? I must remain outside to greet our village neighbors. Imo Jingyan nodded without hesitation, and even wore a subtle pleased smile. How dearly he cherished moments when Qingran treated him not as an outsider, but as one of her own. Imo Jingyan raised his arm slightly, then glanced once at the sibling pair. This way, please. With that he strode confidently ahead. After all, save for Nan Qingran, few possessed the standing to warrant his deference. As more guests arrived, Nan Qingran had long planned to set extra large tables in the outer courtyard for villagers, while those within were indisputably nobles of the highest rank. Esteemed neighbors, thank you all for gracing my family's housewarming banquet today. Eat heartily, drink freely, meat aplenty, wine unbounded. Fill your bellies without restraint. Her words ignited the villagers' enthusiasm instantly. Then we shan't hold back. Nan Qingran beamed, her tone warm and sincere. No need for formalities, none at all. My word, our Nan family's daughter has risen in fortune, yet never forgotten Peach Spring Village. Her presence is Peach Spring Village's greatest blessing. Indeed, where else have you seen a housewarming banquet serve only rich savory dishes, and hand out steamed buns so generously large they satisfy a man's hunger in one bite? My old mouth waters already. It rivals even New Year feasts. A gentle curve brightened Nan Qingran's lips, her mood unmistakably buoyant, as she spoke again. That elder is quite right. I host this banquet with purpose. An eager voice called out, could it be tied to grain? Nan Qingran nodded. Precisely. My uncle and father observed that seedlings have already emerged across the fields, lush and vigorous. Harvest should arrive within 1 or 2 months. Therefore please tend your plots regularly these coming days. Soon my father and uncle will instruct you on key cultivation practices. No need to fret even if this is your first time growing these new crops. Then harvest may come as early as June or July, yet traditionally grain ripens only by late August. Nan Qingran showed no impatience, replying with patient clarity. These superior seeds were sown a full month earlier, thus harvest arrives sooner. Moreover, light rains are forecast within the fortnight. Their gentle nourishment will surely enhance growth. She had already consulted the weather forecast panel within her spatial realm. Its projection confirmed ideal conditions for crop development over the coming month. Heavens, Qingran must possess divine power to summon rain. She bears heaven's mandate, descended to save us all. True, Qingran is a living bodhisattva. At the forefront, Nan Qingran nearly dug her toes into the earth in mortified embarrassment. She swore. Absolutely swore. She harbored no intention of indoctrination. How then had matters veered so wildly astray? She forced a strained smile, chuckling awkwardly twice. Haha, well then, neighbors, please eat and drink your fill. I must now attend to our distinguished guests inside. No sooner had Nan Qingran entered the outer courtyard than she met a line of handsome men and elegant women, staring at her with expressions rather peculiar, enough to make her cheeks flush. Lu Yizhi lazily fanned himself and drawled, so our Qingran is in fact a little bodhisattva after all. Nan Qingran felt herself socially obliterated on the spot. Even her own cousin stood nearby, cradling a cup of milk tea, eyes gleaming with teasing delight. Luo Huali and Luo Huafeng, however, were captivated, not by divinity, but by these so-called superior strains. Qingran, what novel crop does your family call? Yes, dishes prepared from this new grain await you at the banquet, elder sister Luo. Do try them. Luo Huali nodded eagerly, her eyes alight with wonder. Having rarely left home, everything around her shimmered with fresh fascination. Nan Qingyi, ever gentle in temperament, approached her warmly to exchange greetings, and soon the two young women conversed with easy familiarity. Enough. Let us begin the feast. Nan Qingran looked almost desperate. She could not bear another round of teasing. Seating proceeded smoothly. Rising to her feet, Nan Qingran raised her cup, her gaze sweeping across the estate. Today I am profoundly honored by your presence in our humble abode. May you feast well, drink well, and revel fully. And tonight please consider yourselves our honored guests. Stay as long as you wish. Excellent. Lu Yizhi was the first to cheer. So enamored was he with the newly built residence that, having heard its features described, he'd nearly resolved to replicate it exactly in his own estate. Nan Qingran silently thanked her foresight. She'd revised the architectural plans ahead of time, and added several auxiliary courtyards, each housing guest chambers. Once Nan Qingran concluded her toast, elder master Nan offered a few gracious remarks. Thereafter, excepting the Luo siblings, all fell silent, turning wholeheartedly to savor the feast. Even Nan family members devoured their meals with ravenous delight, a rarity given they'd recently hired servants, meaning the two daughters-in-law, would likely cook far less frequently hence. The spectacle left the Luo siblings genuinely bewildered. Perhaps the Nan's fervor was understandable. But why did those three exquisitely dressed young masters across the table behave as though they hadn't eaten in days? As the siblings were about to lift their chopsticks to savor the delicious food, a tall, burly man rushed in with an anxious expression. "Second miss, there's trouble outside, you should go take a look." Nan Qingran let out a sarcastic snicker. "I knew that old hag wouldn't be a piece of cake." The man was somewhat puzzled, but still answered truthfully. "Second miss, it's not an old lady, but a young woman." Nan Qingran was taken aback and couldn't think of where she had provoked a biting dog again. "Then I'll go take a look." She then turned to the others present. "You all eat first. There's been a little accident, and he'll be back soon." Lin was afraid of a repeat of the last incident and hurriedly urged Nan Hezhou. "Big brother, go check on her quickly. Don't let your sister get hurt." Nan Hezhou stood up and walked outside, where he saw a figure dart past like the wind. "Ran, wait for me." As Nan Qingran stepped out the door, she was indeed somewhat surprised to see the woman outside. "It's you." Qin Melian took a step back in obvious fear upon seeing her. How can it be you?" Since returning to the Zhao family, she had been taken away and severely tormented by her original family's relatives, and when she was released, she was barely hanging on. The Zhao family had moved away from Taoyuan town, leaving her with no choice but to shamelessly return to her mother's house. Unfortunately, old lady Qin had never thought highly of girls. If it weren't for her pleading and volunteering to work while eating less, she might not have survived. However, she simply couldn't endure the hunger anymore, and hearing that there was a banquet in the village, she came to take advantage of it without any inquiry, as she had been skilled at this since before her marriage. To her surprise, fate had intertwined their paths. It was indeed her family that was hosting the banquet. Why should she go hungry while this little brat could hold such a grand feast? If it weren't for her, she would still be the esteemed young mistress of the Zhao family. Oh, all of this was because of that lowly girl. Just thinking about this, she couldn't hide the hatred in her gaze towards Nan Qingran. Nan Qingran didn't care at all as something that could be crushed under a finger, but seeing her live such a miserable life was somewhat satisfying for the original owner of this body. "Oh, it's me," she continued, "so why are you making a scene in front of my house?" Qin Melian's shamelessness mirrored that of the Qin family, showing no shame, as if the whole world owed them something. "How dare you little brat, question me? I came to attend the banquet, and your clueless servant dared to stop a guest." Zhao Yong lowered his head at these words, fearing he had offended the noble guest, and was about to kneel to apologize. Nan Qingran pulled him back, first frowning as she spoke. "No need to kneel, no need to kneel. How many times have I emphasized this? Where have the rules gone?" Zhao Yong sensed that his master was not angry, and felt a sense of relief. "Yes, second miss, I understand." Qin Melian, used to being in charge, felt that Nan Qingran's action was an insult to her. Indeed, the kind of master one has reflects the kind of servant they are. How lowly. But she didn't forget her purpose of taking advantage of the banquet. She could already smell the aroma. "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Nan Qingran was amused, as she really didn't understand how there could be someone who could so thoroughly embody the meaning of the word foolish. Clearly, she wasn't facing just one, but a whole nest of them. She lifted the corners of her lips, slightly speaking patiently, as if afraid they wouldn't understand. "Qin Melian, you might not fully grasp it since you just returned to your mother's house, so let me explain it clearly to you today." This was to avoid anyone later claiming that she was bullying and being rude. "Your entire Qin family is filled with deceitful individuals, either shrews or green tea bitches, so my family simply cannot afford to offend you." Nan Qingran paused and spoke nonchalantly. "So you better remember one thing in this Taoyuan village: anyone or anything related to my Nan family, you Qin people better stay far away." Nan Qingran forcefully lifted her chin and met her gaze. "Don't come near, or I find you disgusting, understand?" Qin Melian trembled all over, as if she once again saw the contempt and disdain in Nan Qingran's expression, as if she could easily crush her. The tremor of her soul made her unconsciously nod her head, even feeling weak all over. I understand." Nan Qingran smiled lightly, the corners of her mouth forming a "Very good." After saying this, Nan Qingran straightened up and released her chin, letting her fall to the ground. She turned to Zhao Yong with an impassive gaze. "Teach her how to behave properly. Calling someone a slut and a servant like that lacking in manners is really too detrimental to our Taoyuan village's efforts to build a civilized and beautiful community." Zhao Yong scratched his head. He didn't quite understand Nan Qingran's meaning, but he roughly grasped the essence. "Yes, second miss, you should head back. To avoid dirtying your eyes." Nan Qingran waved her hand, her expression cold. "The ears are already polluted. Oh, what's next, the eyes? Let her have it. I hope 30 slaps will teach her how to speak properly and how to be a polite person." Nan Qingran frowned slightly. Using such foul language is really too uncouth. Qin Melian retreated in fright, realizing that Nan Qingran had never intended to let her off. Don't hit me. Slap." Zhao Yong was merciless. Although he was a servant, the master had never treated him like that. Who could be happy about being bitten by a madwoman? Behind Nan Qingran, Nan Huzhou glanced at Qin Malian's swollen face and his sister's calm demeanor, rolling his throat with a complex expression while looking up at the sky. How could his adorable little sister be so violent? What if she couldn't get married later? The son-in-law they brought home must be gentle. If Nan Qingran knew about her brother's strange thought process, she would probably be left speechless. Nan Huzhou was focused on finding a suitable brother-in-law, while the proper brother-in-law looked at Nan Qingran with a doting gaze. As expected of my Ran. She's just a bit too soft-hearted. Looking at Qin Malian's pig-like face, filled with frost, how should one punish her for disrespecting the royal consort of this dynasty? Nan Huzhou and Mo Jingyan exchanged glances, unconsciously lightening their footsteps as they walked back. At this moment Nan Qingran also let out a sigh of relief. She had sensed their gazes long ago, and felt embarrassed to be so violent in front of her family and boyfriend. Fortunately, they had left, and Nan Qingran stood up to walk back, not even sparing a glance at Qin Malian, instead looking at Zhao Yong. You all should go eat once you're done. I've left some food for you in the kitchen. After walking a few steps she turned and added, oh, by the way, wash your hands thoroughly, and it's best to disinfect with alcohol. Yes, second young miss. Zhao Yong realized after just a day in the Nan family that the Nan family, especially the second young miss, treated them nothing like the other noble families who would beat and scold their servants. On the contrary, they remembered everything about their lives as servants. With such a master they were immensely satisfied and devoted themselves wholeheartedly to serving. With the troubles resolved, the banquet was lively, and Nan Qingran was evidently in high spirits. Let's go. I'll have someone show you to your quarters. After settling Luo Huali and Luo Huafeng, Nan Qingran led Mo Jingyan and the others towards her courtyard. Shizukai stopped in front of the courtyard gate, murmuring to himself, Jingluo Hall. What a wonderful name. Before Nan Qingran could boast, Mo Jingyan with an air of pride accepted the compliment without any modesty. Of course, Qingran is naturally talented, unmatched by anyone. Nan Qingran's face flushed, and she discreetly tugged at Mo Jingyan's sleeve, leaning in to speak. Stop it. My little knowledge cannot withstand your flaunting, she said. Also, your eagerness to show off makes it seem like you're afraid no one realizes your name is here. That's not good. Learn from me. One must be humble. Mo Jingyan remained unfazed, but didn't speak further, having already flaunted with these two bachelors. His goal had been achieved. Lu Yizhi and Shizukai, both martial artists, naturally heard Nan Qingran's self-satisfied murmurs. They exchanged glances, then simultaneously cast disdainful looks at Mo Jingyan. Mo Jingyan felt no shame for his actions. Instead, he shot back a look that seemed to say, even if you glare at me, I have no girlfriend. Nan Qingran didn't want to acknowledge her boyfriend's embarrassing behavior, but she awkwardly interrupted their deep gaze. Can we not go in? She said. It's quite cold out here. Mo Jingyan was the first to retract his gaze and stepped inside towards his room. She hadn't even seen her own boudoir, so how could she let these two men in? Shizukai nodded and followed Mo Jingyan inside, and even the usually carefree Lu Yizhi acted quite respectfully and didn't look around. Entering the room, Lu Yizhi found it a bit strange and asked curiously, Qingran, do you like this kind of room? It doesn't look like a girl's boudoir at all. Nan Qingran took out a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet and standing up looked at him with a half smile. What's wrong? Have you been in many girls' boudoirs, young Master Lu? Seeing Lu Yizi's suddenly nervous expression, Nan Qingran couldn't help but tease him. How else could you come to such a profound conclusion? Lu Yizhi immediately flared up, saying, I am not. I haven't. I am a good gentleman's son, Qingran, don't tarnish my reputation. He turned to push Shizukai, urgently saying, Zakai, help me explain. Otherwise, what good family's daughter would want to marry me in the future? Shizukai ignored him, following the example of Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan, changing into slippers and walking inside. There are no other girls here. Does your reputation matter right now? Lu Yizhi looked dejected, but he clearly felt comforted, and he followed along with a determined attitude. He felt a bit awkward about wearing slippers, but everyone else was doing it without hesitation, so if he acted too shy, it would seem ungentlemanly. However, when his feet touched the soft soles, his eyes widened in surprise. This is so comfortable and soft. Shizukai showed no visible reaction, but inwardly he agreed with his words. Mo Jingyan went to the small kitchen, fetched a few cups of water, and placed them on the table, particularly warming Nan Qingran. Now seeing Mo Jingyan's familiarity with the surroundings, both of them fully understood that this was the room prepared for him by Nan Qingran. Relaxed, they began to explore around, growing more envious. They thought their accommodations were good, but it really couldn't compare to this room at all. Shizukai felt nothing unusual. The relationship between siblings was close, which was a great thing for him. Meanwhile, Lu Yizhi was seriously pondering when these two had gotten together. He was incredibly curious. The three of them sat on the sofa watching as Nan Qingran took out a small handful of something that looked like dirt and a piece that was smooth yet hard. Do you know if this material exists in Baimu Kingdom? Shizukai picked up a small handful and examined it closely. Isn't this lime? Then he showed it to Lu Yizhi and Mo Jingyan, indicating for them to take a look. They both nodded, and Lu Yizhi disdainfully wiped his hands with a handkerchief. Indeed, it is lime. But why is Qingran interested in this? It's dirty and useless, and there's quite a bit of it. The court even sends people every year to clean it, which is costly and labor-intensive. Nan Qingran looked at him with a "you missed out on 100 billion" expression and chuckled awkwardly. Hee. Indeed, it's costly and labor-intensive. Mo Jingyan and Shizukai clearly picked up on her underlying meaning and looked at her with serious expressions. Could it be that lime can have other uses? Nan Qingran didn't respond to his question, instead picking up a small block of cement she had made and pushing it onto the table. Take a look at this. Mo Jingyan took it and examined it closely. This stone is exceptionally smooth and very hard. After speaking, he passed the item to Shizukai and Lu Yizhi in turn. They looked at Nan Qingran in confusion. What is this stone used for? Nan Qingran no longer kept them guessing and spoke directly. For paving roads. Paving roads. Nan Qingran nodded, explaining to them. The roads in this village are just too poor. Transporting anything to the town is incredibly difficult. Even taking a horse-drawn cart to send Xiaowen to school takes half an hour, which is terribly inefficient. Now all three understood the use of the lime. So you mean for us to help you find lime? Nan Qingran shook her head. If it's just to pave the road in Taoyuan Village, the materials I have are enough. One village indeed can't make a great impact, but have you ever thought if every village had such smooth and hard cement roads, and every town, every state, even the entire Baimu Kingdom, had such roads? Nan Qingran left her words hanging, understanding that the ruling class of these countries had a broader perspective on national development than she did. She was willing to offer them an opportunity, but whether they could seize it was up to Nan Qingran did not give them much time to ponder decisively, stating her purpose. Therefore, I want to build a cement factory, and hope you can invest in it. Lu Yizhi was the first to respond, almost jumping 3 feet high. Qingran, you have no idea how long I've been looking forward to doing business with you again. Lu Yizhi could already imagine how much wealth would fill his pockets in the future. However, Nan Qingran ruthlessly interrupted his daydream. I don't intend to make a profit from this business. Mo Jingyan immediately understood her thoughts, his heart softening. He always remembered the promises and visions they had made together. Developing the Baimu Kingdom so that the people can lead better lives. She was gradually doing just that, and she couldn't afford to hold her back. Ranran, I am willing to invest 100,000 taels of silver. Nan Qingran looked at him in shock, murmuring, are you really that wealthy? Shizukai also nodded, saying, I am willing to invest 50,000 taels of silver. Lu Yizhi followed suit with another 50,000, and Nan Qingran instantly felt that her judgment and principles in choosing friends were highly aligned. Everything revolves around money. Nan Qingran smiled with satisfaction, explaining to the three of them. Cement production will be essential for the people's lives in the future, so the price mustn't be too high, otherwise it would be meaningless. Lu Yizhi shook his feather fan, saying, Qingran, do you really think I'm someone who is blinded by money? Nan Qingran sincerely looked back at him. Isn't that the case? Lu Yizhi was momentarily speechless. Nan Qingran adhered to the principle of giving something in return for a favor. But it cannot be a loss-making deal. While the price cannot be too high, if the sales are sufficient, we can still earn money. Moreover, I have other plans. Nan Qingran looked at the curious expressions of the three and felt her vanity being greatly satisfied, instinctively striking a pose. I plan to train a group of specialized road workers. Building roads requires a lot of skills, such as how to reasonably match materials. This is all knowledge. Once there are more counties and states building roads, we will naturally reap the benefits. Although cement roads are durable, they will eventually wear out with time, leading to repair costs later on. Nan Qingran couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in her words. These are all small amounts of money. Long-term investment projects have great prospects. The three nodded. Even without these gains they would agree. After all, if every inch of land in the Baimu Kingdom were as smooth, and even as the land owned by Qingran's family, the benefits would be immeasurable. How could they not understand such a simple truth? Actually, money isn't the most important thing. I also need you to invest in another form. The three were puzzled, asking what? Nan Qingran's eyes lit up, not hiding her intentions. Your identities. If this business grows, we may encounter some troublemakers. Having your identities and titles should be the most effective guarantee. A mere farmer's daughter is easy to bully, but Prince Yin, young Master Lu, and the little general of the protecting nation shouldn't be easy to bully. After finishing her words, Nan Qingran's gaze softened, and she couldn't help but smile. This is indeed a good strategy. If in the future my industry can persuade them to invest casually, it would mean I have a strong backing. Nan Qingran secretly felt pleased, even as two people left without her realizing. It wasn't until someone hugged her from behind that she came back to her senses, pretending to push Mo Jingyan away. Don't hug me, there are people here. They have all left. Nan Qingran looked around, her voice a bit weak. Why didn't they say goodbye before leaving? Hey, they didn't even mention whether they would name my cement factory. Mo Jingyan asked unhappily. Name it. Oh, it means borrowing their name. Oh. Nan Qingran detected his melancholic tone and turned to lift his chiseled face gently. What's wrong? Didn't we get along well just now? You are not an unknown farmer. You are the future princess, Yin, the most noble woman in the world, second only to the empress, and the future crown princess. Nan Qingran was taken aback. She didn't expect Mo Jingyan to be so hung up on this. I was just saying that casually. Mo Jingyan still looked a bit gloomy and nodded. Don't say that in the future. After a busy morning, Nan Qingran felt a bit tired, and allowed herself to lean against Mo Jingyan, looking up at him. I have every reason to suspect that you are painting a grand picture for me, Nan Qingran explained as she saw the confused expression in Mo Jingyan's eyes, but the more she spoke the more aggrieved he looked. By the end, Nan Qingran fell silent as she found it hard to bear the accusatory gaze from Mo Jingyan, fearing he might burst into tears. However, Mo Jingyan did not cry, instead his gaze turned mysterious. He gently brought her to the sofa, lifting her neck, and placing a soft pillow for her comfort. Just as Nan Qingran was about to praise his thoughtfulness, she was met with a deep kiss from Mo Jingyan, filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Ah Yan. Mo Jingyan gave her no chance to speak, desperately capturing the sweet warm breath from her lips, unwilling to let even the slightest moment slip away. Only when she was breathless did he slightly release her, propping her up. Looking at Nan Qingran's accusatory eyes, Mo Jingyan calmly wiped the moisture from her lips. Mo Jingyan. You. Huff. Ran, don't rush, catch your breath before speaking. Nan Qingran was furious, having ample evidence to believe that Mo Jingyan was provoking her. However, being kissed to the point of breathlessness was indeed a bit embarrassing. Huff. So annoying. Mo Jingyan clearly wasn't going to placate her this time. This issue was serious, and had severely hurt Prince Yan's sensitive little heart. If so, I will immediately propose to Grandfather Nan and the elders to prevent Ran from putting such a big hat on me. Now it was Nan Qingran's turn to be at a loss for words, as she looked at her handsome boyfriend, with a somewhat ingratiating gaze, her doe-like eyes blinking. Yin, about this matter. It's a long story. Didn't I promise you that we would discuss marriage when I turn 18? Mo Jingyan chuckled lightly, evidently resisting her enchanting beauty, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "This behavior of yours is much like painting a grand picture for me. And it's a grand picture that's several years away. It seems you are afraid I might go hungry." Nan Qingran was momentarily speechless, staring wide-eyed at him, silently contemplating. In the end, she had truly shot herself in the foot. Nan Qingran forced a few smiles, lowering her head and avoiding his gaze. Well, you've been busy all morning, so you should take a good rest for a while. Tonight we will have a grand feast, she said. I won't disturb your rest any longer. By the end, Nan Qingran's figure had already rushed out the door, shutting it mercilessly, as if something terrifying was chasing her from behind. Mo Jingyan came to his senses, leaning against the sofa and gazing at Nan Qingran's room, clenching his fists under his chin, clearly holding back laughter. Ran is truly a cute little coward. In the space, Nan Baobao looked at her with curiosity. Master, were you chased by a dog? Nan Qingran took a sip of water and nearly choked on these words. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't that right? Nan Qingran felt her moral conscience was insufficient to support her in telling the truth. I almost couldn't make it back, otherwise that little pup would have chewed me into a sausage mouth. Nan Baobao clearly believed her master's nonsense, turning into a red ball of fluff. Master, tell Baobao who dares to bully you. Baobao will take revenge for you. Listening to Nan Baobao's soft yet indignant words, Nan Qingran felt much more at ease. She pulled Nan Baobao into her arms, stroking it. Baobao, no one can bully your master. Rest assured. Alright, I need to get busy. Remind me around the afternoon, okay? As she spoke, Nan Qingran took out a large pile of barbecue ingredients and skewers. Okay, master. Do you need Baobao's help? Nan Qingran shook her head. No master can handle it on her own. Nan Qingran was bent over, panting, as she skewered some meat, too tired to straighten her back. Hey, doesn't this count as self-inflicted suffering? If I hadn't made a snide remark, at least a yen could have helped me out. That would save me from puffing and panting while skewers so many. Nan Qingran mumbled to herself, not noticing Nan Baobao floating closer. I'm so exhausted. Master, if you want to eat barbecue, just go to the store and get it. Why go through all this trouble skewering? Nan Baobao didn't quite understand. And you're doing it so slowly. PFF. The most lethal critique came from her own kind. Nan Qingran felt she had been right all along. It's just a white and black fluffball. But Nan Qingran clearly didn't care about its critique, looking at Nan Baobao with eager anticipation. Baobao, what did you just say? Oh. Baobao said you're skewering so slowly. Nan Qingran's mouth twitched, but she still managed a stiff smile. I meant the first half. Nan Baobao pondered for a moment. Oh. Baobao said you can just go to the store. After all, food never spoils. It can even be copied. Where? What store? How come I didn't know about it? Nan Baobao's face darkened instantly, bringing Nan Qingran before the self-service food city. It's right here. Didn't master remember? Nan Qingran looked at the food city in front of her, and remembered that it was where she had stored food when she first acquired the space, too scared of hunger to care, and had gathered a food city that hadn't been ravaged by zombies. However, after joining the special operations team, Nan Qingran didn't encounter any food shortages. Plus, since this food city was a bit far from her manor, she gradually forgot this treasure after not visiting for a long time. Nan Qingran grinned at Nan Baobao with a flattering expression. My dear Baobao, could you help your master move this food city into the manor? This is really important to me. During these days, Nan Qingran's space manor had been managed by Nan Baobao, making it clean, tidy, and orderly. Nan Qingran never faced a situation where she couldn't find supplies again. Mainly because it was all thanks to her little Baobao helping her find things. But unfortunately, Nan Baobao firmly and proudly shook its head, refusing its master's request. Master, that's not allowed. These foods are still unhealthy. If you put the food city in the manor, the kitchen will probably gather dust. Nan Qingran looked at it speechlessly, wondering if it had to understand her, so while turning around to mumble to herself in a fit of madness. I recall those years, what a cute and obedient little baby that was. Now it only knows how to mock and doesn't listen to its master's commands. Oh dear, why am I so unfortunate? Quickly return to me the obedient and well-behaved baby from before. Nan Baobao was utterly speechless, reaching the peak of exasperation, but it rediscovered its master's new skills. It's a master of Inyang. No, a master of Inyang dumplings. Firstly, master, there's no need to reminisce about the past. Baobao has only been around for less than half a year. That's a misstatement. Now it was Nan Qingran's turn to be speechless, thinking, what the heck does a misstatement matter? Is that the point? Nan Baobao insisted on its health-conscious brainwashing speech to its master. Secondly, master, if you keep eating fast food, it will be bad for your health. You're still a child. If you don't develop well, you will only end up with this little bun in front of you. Nan Qingran looked at it in disbelief, glancing down at her slightly protruding chest, nearly choking on anger. You call your master's good figure a little bun? Nan Baobao looked down again, comparing it to the female protagonist in anime in her mind, and sincerely nodded, while looking into Nan Qingran's eyes. As a spirit, sincerity is our main trait. I can't hit you, you're my own. What can I do with this troublesome fluffball? Then moving it outside the manor is fine. Just a little closer to me. Otherwise I might forget it again. Nan Qingran took a step back, looking at Nan Baobao with a pitiful expression. Nan Baobao reluctantly nodded. All right. Baobao will supervise, master. Nan Qingran tugged at her lips, rolling her eyes almost to the heavens. Thank you. You're welcome. Nan Qingran looked at the time and stopped bickering with Nan Baobao, entering the food city and heading straight for a barbecue shop. For the meat dishes, bring me various kinds of skewers, ribs, chicken wings, chicken legs, chicken steaks. Let's have 100 of each. Nan Qingran took a few more steps forward, her eyes sparkling. Dungeness crabs, crayfish, oysters, scallops. Sister Nan misses you all so much. I also need some vegetables to balance it out. As she strolled around, Nan Qingran was afraid of missing something. Prepare more dipping sauces, after all there will be so many people. Walking to the beverage area, she prepared a few dozen ice beers. Barbecue without beer is soulless. Considering there would also be women and children, Nan Qingran prepared some juices and drinks as well. Looking at the fully laden long table in front of her, she rubbed her chin, her face beaming with joy. Dear guests, a barbecue feast awaits you, so stay tuned. Nan Qingran seized the opportunity while everyone was resting indoors, and began to roast skewers vigorously by the pavilion in the back garden. As the familiar enticing aroma filled the air, her motivation to cook increased exponentially. Qingran, what is this? It smells so good. Luigi, still a bit dazed, was not used to taking afternoon naps. However, the soft, cozy bed in the guest room was just too comfortable, and he inadvertently fell asleep. Upon waking, he was greeted by a fragrance he had never encountered before, instantly driving away all remnants of sleep. He secretly resolved that he would follow Qingran from now on, as surely there would always. Nan Qingran wiped her somewhat dirty little face with her sleeve, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I didn't expect you to arrive first. Luigi no longer had the demeanor of a graceful young man. He placed the fan on the table and squatted down to watch Nan Qingran's movements as she roasted the skewers, eager to learn. Nan Qingran looked at him with a gaze that suggested a child worth teaching. Yes, flip it over, don't burn it. Add a bit more seasoning, otherwise it won't be flavorful enough. After roasting for a while, Luigi found a bit of a rhythm, but having never done anything like this before, he soon found himself drenched in sweat from the heat. Qingran, let's find someone to help us roast. It's so hot. Nan Qingran shot him a glare. If someone else does the roasting, won't they be hot too? If you want to eat, then roast well, otherwise you won't. Luigi, feeling a bit aggrieved, fell silent. Nan Qingran sighed and handed him a skewer that looked quite good from what he had roasted. Give it a try, it should taste pretty good. Luigi perked up and hurriedly put it in his mouth. Ouch, it's so hot. Nan Qingran looked at him with the eyes of someone watching a fool. Luigi was now completely focused on the food, oblivious to the disdainful look on Nan Qingran's face. But it's really delicious. Of course, Sister Nan's food is plentiful. You'll definitely get enough. After a while, several maids walked over and greeted Nan Qingran. Second Miss, the old master, and old madam, along with the two elder couples, said they won't be coming. They want you young people to enjoy yourselves without feeling restrained. Nan Qingran thought for a moment and nodded. That's indeed a bit chaotic, but it's fine if they don't come. I've prepared some dishes suitable for the elderly, and placed them in the kitchen. You all can take them over. By the way, there's still your portion on the kitchen table. It should still be warm, so eat it while it's hot. Yes. Thank you, second miss. Luigi chewed on a chicken wing while watching them. Qingran, you're really good to the servants at home. Nan Qingran remained silent, as she knew she couldn't change the ingrained thoughts of people from ancient. One by one a group of people was drawn in by the alluring aroma. Nan Qingran set aside her work and spoke a few words. Now everyone is my good friends, there are no outsiders here, so let's all enjoy this barbecue feast. It smells so good. It's so delicious, though I've never smelled such a fragrance before. Everyone abandoned their reservations as they knew that if they held back someone else would snatch the food away. Even Nan Qingyi and Luo Huali joined, let alone the few big men. They were devouring the food as if it would never be enough. Luo Huafeng pointed at the neglected seafood nearby, feeling a bit tempted, but having never seen it before. Miss Nan, what is this? Nan Qingran chuckled. This is seafood, and it's even better than roasted meat. A few were skeptical, but seeing Lu Yizhi eat without even lifting his head, they began to waver. It's indeed delicious. This is a heavenly delicacy. Qingran, you're amazing. If you open a restaurant, I'll be the first to support you. Nan Qingran was momentarily taken aback by the words, then smiled brightly. Of course, none of you here can escape. Each one of you must come and bring me silver. That's for sure. Everyone burst into laughter, and Nan Qingran felt a sense of relaxation and joy for the first time in this era. She turned to glance at Mo Jingyan. Their eyes met, filled with an unbreakable attachment and affection. She looked up at the sky where the bright moon hung high and felt fortunate. With a loved one by her side, family nearby, and friends celebrating with wine. There was no better state than this. Someone started to say, this wine has a unique flavor. Nan Qingran smiled, and explained, this is wine brewed from the new crops my family planted. If everyone likes it, I'll bring some back for you, but you must return the bottles. Among these people, relatively speaking, they were all those whom Nan Qingran had befriended. Her family and Mo Jingyan knew her secret, and Lu Yizhi and the others probably had a rough idea, but only the Luo siblings were not familiar. Today Luo Huafeng had pulled some wisdom from the food. The unprecedented delicacy, the seafood that could only be found in the sea, and even the containers for the wine were of such a special material. The world is often ignorant. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. Most extraordinary people often hide their uniqueness, but this one, such a lack of concealment in her actions, must either indicate extreme foolishness or an overwhelming confidence. Luo Huafeng lifted his gaze to meet Nan Qingran's seemingly playful eyes, and thought to himself, this person clearly belongs to the latter. Luo Huafeng replied with a gentlemanly smile, then thank you Miss Nan for your generous gift. Nan Qingran raised a comforting smile. It's just a few bottles of wine. Young Master Luo doesn't need to take it to heart. I'll have someone personally deliver it to your residence. Nan Qingran wanted to say something more, but felt a slight pain in her finger and turned to look at her boyfriend. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, are you jealous again? Mo Jingyan didn't look at her, but his two slightly clenched fists clearly indicated that he was not in a good mood. Nan Qingran pondered how to appease him, and said, let's go back to our space tonight. You can't compete with them, you haven't eaten much, and there are other delicious foods in the space. However, it was clear that he wasn't the only one who looked like a refined gentleman who hadn't had enough to eat. Shizukai glared at the skewers that Lu Yizhi had ravaged, feeling furious to the extreme. Young Master C. Shizukai turned around, and saw Nan Qingyi dressed in a misty blue dress, and his anger seemed to dissipate, as if he felt much better. He stood up and looked at her, subconsciously brushing off his sleeves. Miss Nan, did you need something from me? Nan Qingyi nodded. Follow me. Shizukai hesitated, looking up at the moon hanging in the sky. It was quite late to be alone with a young lady. Nan Qingyi noticed he hadn't followed, and turned to look at him curiously. What's wrong? Shizukai looked at Nan Qingyi's natural and candid gaze, feeling somewhat bashful himself. There are too many people here, and I'm afraid it might affect Miss Nan's reputation if we go too far. Otherwise. Shizukai's words were cut short by the enchanting smile of the girl. Shizukai lowered his head and averted his eyes. He had never seen Nan Qingyi smile so playfully. Usually he could only catch a faint hint of a smile from her serene face. You needn't worry too much, young Master C. Besides, as a woman, I am not afraid of any repercussions. Why do you have such concerns? Nan Qingyi turned and continued walking forward, glancing at the high-hanging moonlight, feeling a bit nostalgic. If it were 6 months ago, she wouldn't have had this courage. Now, reflecting on her ability to earn her own living and often read books to enhance her experiences under Nan Qingran's influence, she felt her state of mind becoming increasingly serene. Young Master C, hurry up. It might be gone soon. Shizukai was momentarily stunned watching Nan Qingyi's retreating figure, and subconsciously quickened his pace only to sense a hint of resistance. I'll say don't go. If you leave, I'll have to sleep on the streets. At worst, I won't hold it against you for trying to steal my opportunity. Shizukai frowned at these words, ruthlessly yanking away the robe, held by Lu Yizhi coldly, leaving a remark. Find someone to take this drunkard back. After saying this, he vanished from sight. Shizukai took a few steps to catch up with Nan Qingran standing beside her, feeling an inexplicable sense of nervousness, and could not help but tug at his sleeve. "Miss Nan, where are we going?" Nan Qingran glanced at him, and replied, "Soon, we're almost there." Shizukai did not ask further, quietly following along, afraid that the person before him would notice his discomfort. "We're here." Shizukai looked up and murmured, "Cheongi Courtyard." Nan Qingran nodded. "Yes, that's it, come in." Shizukai instinctively reacted to her natural movements, his face turning crimson, not daring to step any further. "Nan, Miss Nan, how can you bring me to your—" Shizukai stumbled over his words, unable to complete his sentence, as if it were too hot to handle. Seeing him like this, Nan Qingran looked at him with some curiosity. "What's wrong with you?" As soon as she said this, Shizukai's rugged face turned even redder. Nan Qingran raised an eyebrow, finding it amusing, and smiled. "What is young Master C thinking? Your face is all red. Today my actions are abrupt, and I ask Miss Nan not to take it this way. Oh, I shall Shizukai hurriedly bid farewell, turning to leave. "Wait." Shizukai halted his departing steps, but showed no intention of moving forward. Nan Qingran sighed softly, as she did not know when she became so mischievous, perhaps influenced by Qingran. "Nan Qingran. Since young Master C is such a gentleman, then please wait for me here." Shizukai looked at Nan Qingran's silhouette, feeling inexplicably teased. He raised his head, staring at the street lamp at the entrance of Cheongi Courtyard, astonished for a moment. Qingran's home is probably even better than living in the Imperial Palace. Before long, he saw Nan Qingran approaching with a food box, handing it to him. "These are some little snacks I made myself. I noticed you didn't eat enough at the banquet, and you might feel unwell at night. My cooking skills may not compare to my second aunt's, but these little snacks can help fill your stomach." Shizukai was stunned for a moment before reaching out to take it. "Thank you, Miss Nan." Nan Qingran nodded and turned to leave, but glanced back at him, opening her mouth as if to say something. "Young Master C has indeed misunderstood me. It's just that the elders in the main house have already retired, so I brought young Master C to my kitchen to have a look." After saying this, Nan Qingran returned to the courtyard and casually locked the door. Shizukai regrettably thumped his head. "Shizukai, have you read your upbringing to the dogs? How could you think that way about Miss Nan?" The more he thought about it, the more he felt guilty, and a sense of loss inexplicably engulfed all his thoughts. He stood in place, confessing his feelings for a while, ensuring that no one would come out, and carefully took the food box in his hand, stepping out step by step. After walking for a while, Shizukai thought of his roommate, who was like a drunkard, and he immediately stopped. He decisively opened the food box, and quickly finished off a plate of pastries, finally licking his lips with Lin. He pondered for a moment. "Liar. This is clearly as delicious as what Aunt Lin makes." Nan Qingran watched everyone either drunk or stuffed, and had them all sent back. Looking at the messy battlefield, Nan Qingran waved her hand, and took the trash and Mo Jingyan into her space. "Why are you bringing trash into the space?" Mo Jingyan instinctively stepped back a little, distancing himself from the chaotic pile. Nan Qingran looked at him with a "you wouldn't understand" expression. "In the space, there's an automatic eternal garbage purifier. One button takes care of everything." Mo Jingyan watched as the mess on the ground vanished. In an instant, his curiosity about that world reignited. Nan Qingran didn't give him much time to ponder the garbage processor, and led Mo Jingyan toward the edge of the manor. "Look, surprising, isn't it?" Mo Jingyan looked up at the three incomplete characters and managed to recognize them. "Delicious. Food City." Nan Qingran was filled with excitement. "Come on, you haven't eaten any barbecue. You probably don't like eating, right? Now I'm taking you to find food." After saying this, Nan Qingran felt a bit guilty. Earlier at the banquet, Mo Jingyan hadn't eaten much, but had been busy peeling crabs and shrimp for himself. Nan Qingran looked up at him, feeling a bit embarrassed. "In the future, you don't have to worry about me when eating. I'm perfectly capable of serving myself." Mo Jingyan wrapped an arm around her shoulder, leisurely walking around. "I want to take care of you. You don't need to feel burdened." Nan Qingran leaned against him, murmuring something. "Then I feel sorry for you." Mo Jingyan's lips curled slightly, looking at the dazzling array of dishes he had never seen before, feeling intrigued. "Then can you stay with me to eat a little, eh?" Before Nan Qingran could respond, a small figure suddenly popped out, glaring at Mo Jingyan with an unhappy expression. "These are all unhealthy foods. How can you let the master eat these every meal?" Mo Jingyan was taken aback, and under the education of Nan Baobao became a staunch advocate for healthy eating, turning to look at Nan Qingran. The little one didn't give him a chance to meet her gaze, instantly looking up at the sky. "Oh dear. Today is just such a lovely day. Not bad, not bad." Nan Baobao was exasperated. The space had no weather changes, and this was such an old trick to change the subject. They didn't even need it in the elf realm. Mo Jingyan, however, was amused by her adorable demeanor, reaching out to gently touch her nose. He then turned to Nan Baobao and solemnly promised, "In the future, I will watch over Qingran, ensuring she doesn't indulge in unhealthy foods. You needn't worry." Nan Qingran rolled her eyes dramatically at this, clearly not going to argue against the two of them. 1 against 2. Only a fool would do that. Nan Baobao's fondness for Mo Jingyan rose sharply, but shyly hid behind Nan Qingran. How had it not noticed that this human's voice was so pleasant before? It leaned in and whispered into Nan Qingran's ear. Master, the male lead's voice sounds just like the male lead in the idol drama I've been watching. Nan Qingran's forehead twitched as she looked at it with an exasperated gaze. My dear, what kind of strange things have you been watching all this time? Nan Baobao looked at her with a wronged expression. I've already listened to the master's advice and stopped watching romance novels and dramas about domineering CEOs falling in love with me. So why take away my last bit of fun? Though it couldn't finish its sentence, Nan Qingran could already imagine it pointing at its finger filled with accusations. Nan Qingran sighed in confusion. Baobao, I really don't understand why a little sprite like you loves watching cliched domineering CEO literature so much. In reality, it doesn't exist. Mo Jingyan also looked curiously at the little pink ball before him, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. He wouldn't tell it that the term male lead secretly pleased him. He wouldn't say that the phrase male master had greatly satisfied his hidden desires. Nan Baobao looked at them innocently. Of course I know, but it's just so good to watch. The feeling of being both earthy and thrilling makes the little sprite inexplicably enchanted. Mo Jingyan struggled to suppress his laughter as he listened to what they said. He roughly understood that the novel was probably a type of story he didn't quite get. Nan Qingran forced a smile, feeling speechless. In the end, she could only helplessly sigh. Huh, then you are quite clear-headed in your obsession. Despite this, Nan Qingran felt a sense of duty to speak out for other little sprites. Nan Baobao looked at her with a puzzled expression. Have you ever seen other little sprites? How do you know they don't like watching? Where did you get this conclusion from? This relentless inquiry left Nan Qingran speechless. She finally realized that her eloquent tongue, capable of turning white into black, had no room to maneuver in front of her baby. Nan Qingran sighed deeply, helplessly exclaiming, this damn sense of fate. Baobao, let's go. Her little baby with its two innocent and pure eyes shining seemed eager to return and listen to dramas. Nan Qingran helpless waved her hand. Let's go, let's go. Nan Baobao seemed to have been waiting for this phrase, its figure flashing and disappearing completely. Hey. Mo Jingyan chuckled and pulled Nan Qingran into his arms. Don't worry, I will take good care of our baby in the future, and I won't let Qingran be troubled. Nan Qingran was too exhausted to correct his self-righteous thoughts, merely replying coldly. You better make sure you can do it. It wasn't that Nan Qingran looked down on him, but the mischievous abilities of the little rascal were genuinely astonishing. Mo Jingyan's handsome face broke into an unusually sincere and somewhat silly smile. Nan Qingran felt a shiver run through her, directly reaching out to pinch his handsome face, playfully messing with him. Don't ruin this handsome face of yours, alright? Isn't it better to be normal? Mo Jingyan adored Nan Qingran's unruly demeanor, and without speaking still wore a smile as he led her into a restaurant. Qingran, teach me how to eat this today. Nan Qingran looked up. It was an upscale Western restaurant, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at him. You really have a good eye. Mo Jingyan appeared puzzled. What do you mean by that? Nan Qingran walked straight and reaching up to turn on the light on the wall. This restaurant is the most expensive in this food city. I couldn't even afford to eat here back then. Mo Jingyan sat down, mimicking her, and upon hearing this he recalled her past life and felt a pang of sympathy. Then he'll eat with Qingran. Nan Qingran waved her hand, then looked at him with her misty deer-like eyes. Mo Jingyan's alarm bells went off. He hadn't forgotten Nan Baobao's earlier warning. If the master looks at you with a well-behaved expression and blinks at you, that definitely means something is up. Don't ask how Baobao knows, it's from Baobao's personal experience. Nan Qingran was completely oblivious, continuously expressing her desires. I want to eat, but I want to have ice cream. Mo Jingyan frowned. He remembered Baobao said she loved ice cream, showing no restraint, and relied on her good health, without concern, only to suffer from severe cramps during her period. It's still cool outside, and it's getting late. Don't eat, Qingran. If you don't want to eat anymore, then just keep me company. Nan Qingran instantly revealed her true self, standing up abruptly with an expression that seemed to say, have you lost your mind? You want me to stand aside while you eat? No, don't wrong me. Qingran can also sit down. Nan Qingran took a deep breath, fearing she might punch him in her excitement. I won't teach you how to eat. After saying this, Nan Qingran turned and walked to another table, but still managed to find a video on dining etiquette and threw it in front of him. Nan Qingran suddenly regained her senses, stood up, and walked towards Mo Jingyan. Under his slightly surprised gaze, she reached out to lift his chin, and a deep kiss that was neither intimate nor not intimate, neither biting nor not biting, fell upon his thin. Desire surged in Mo Jingyan's eyes as he set down his knife and fork, preparing to embrace her from behind to reclaim control. Unfortunately, Nan Qingran did not give him that chance, seizing the moment to push him away. She ignored the resentful look of unfulfilled desire on Mo Jingyan's face, panting slightly, yet pretending to be a seasoned hand accustomed to grand scenes. Her delicate fingers wandered from Mo Jingyan's chiseled face to his lips, which were slightly reddened from the kiss. The rich darkness in the man's eyes, her slender and fair fingers, and their disheveled lips created a striking contrast in the extremely quiet environment. If it weren't for Nan Qingran's teasing remark afterward, man, you are truly sinfully sweet. The atmosphere instantly shattered, and Mo Jingyan swiftly withdrew from his overwhelming desire, looking at Nan Qingran with a complex expression of helplessness. He really wanted to retort, "Can't we do without such flowery, crazy literature?" But Nan Qingran clearly lacked this awareness. She was reveling in her superior kissing skills. Mo Jingyan looked at her, seemingly unable to articulate his thoughts, and thus began to walk out. Seeing this, Nan Qingran shouted, "Hey, we haven't finished eating yet, are you leaving? You were the one who encouraged me to let loose." Men, truly fickle creatures. You turn your back faster than you can flip a book." Mo Jingyan paused in his steps, then walked out with even more determination. Unwilling to concede, Nan Qingran caught up, and taking advantage of his unpreparedness, came down on him like a mountain. Mo Jingyan sensed her approach and slowed down, but he didn't expect Nan Qingran to be so mischievous. He lifted her small backside with both hands, and she climbed up him, wrapping him completely. He earnestly advised her, "Ran, this is very dangerous." "I'm not." Nan Qingran impatiently nuzzled at the back of his neck, her tone full of a sulky charm. I know. Mo Jingyan sighed softly, deciding not to say more. After all, it was futile. It was better to just stay close and look after her. Nan Qingran played for a while, then leaned forward slightly to plant a light kiss on Mo Jingyan's face, which sounded rather clingy in his ears. I won't ruin the atmosphere again in the future." Mo Jingyan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled indulgently. "Good. This is the garden, isn't it beautiful?" Nan Qingran proudly introduced her secret base to her boyfriend, her face full of happiness. Mo Jingyan was indeed somewhat surprised. Although he had heard Nan Qingran mention it before, he didn't expect there to be so many different flowers here. The colors were vibrant, most of which he had never seen before. He pointed to a branch in front of him. "What kind of flower is this?" Nan Qingran glanced at it, and told him, "This is a rose. In our world, it is the flower given to loved ones, and it comes in all colors, but the most common is this red one in Mo Jingyan nodded thoughtfully. Nan Qingran did not stop her steps. She didn't particularly like the variety of red roses, and planted some mainly for bath use. Ran. Huh. Nan Qingran turned at the sound to see Mo Jingyan awkwardly holding out a rose to her. In that moment, she found the red rose much more pleasing to the eye. Seeing that she didn't take it, disappointment flickered across Mo Jingyan's face. "You don't like it, then?" Nan Qingran didn't wait for him to finish, and took the rose, teasing him with a smile. "Your Highness, Prince, in presenting me with my own flower seems rather insincere." Mo Jingyan looked a bit awkward and uneasy after hearing this. He had picked a branch without much thought when he heard the implied meaning, now realizing his faux pas. After thinking for a while, he came up with what seemed like a barely acceptable solution. "How about I take care of the flowers in this garden from now on? That way you can save some effort, Ran." Nan Qingran wanted to say that even if she didn't do it, the baby would take care of the garden, but seeing the expectant look on Mo Jingyan's face, she couldn't help but nod. Good. Next, Nan Qingran took Mo Jingyan to the sports field behind the estate. She didn't understand why he, as an ancient person, could learn to play basketball so quickly, a modern competitive sport. Is this what genius is? She was puzzled. After Mo Jingyan made a perfect three-pointer, he walked towards Nan Qingran. Nan Qingran handed him a towel and water unabashedly, praising her boyfriend. "You're amazing." Mo Jingyan displayed a heroic smile. "This basketball is indeed fun. It can also exercise the body." Nan Qingran's eyes brightened. "Come on, since you like basketball, you should also like the next place." Mo Jingyan looked at the swimming pool before him, feeling at a loss, and casting a somewhat self-deprecating glance at Nan Qingran. Ran, I can't swim." Nan Qingran was taken aback. She hadn't expected this result, but quickly recovered. "It's okay if you can't swim, we can watch others." Mo Jingyan puzzled, Open the display screen. As soon as Nan Qingran's words fell, a monitor rose in front of them, starting to play a video of a swimming competition. "This is what I downloaded when I learned to swim. These people swim quite well, don't they? They are all professional swimmers. Those who bring glory to the nation." Nan Qingran had just finished speaking when she noticed the screen go dark, and the sound of Mo Jingyan's hesitant voice rang in her ear. "Ran, why are they so indecent swimming in broad daylight without covering themselves?" Nan Qingran was startled, realizing that Mo Jingyan, as an ancient person, might have difficulty accepting such attire, but she felt it was her duty to explain. She looked at him seriously and said, I must tell you, this attire is the uniform of swimming athletes. It helps to minimize resistance during competitions, and is not indecent clothing." Mo Jingyan pondered over her words that challenged his rigid worldview, and realized he had been disrespectful. Although he didn't know what athlete competitions were, he understood how noble it was to bring glory to the country. After thinking for a moment, he cupped his fists and slightly bowed towards the monitor. "Esteemed gentlemen, I Zisu apologize for my rudeness. Please do not take offense." He looked at Nan Qingran in confusion, not understanding why she was laughing. "These are video recordings preserved in this form from a long time ago, so they can't hear your apology at all." Mo Jingyan took a moment to accept this, realizing that he had already ascended to the heavens. What else was there to be surprised about? But they will surely forgive you. Mo Jingyan didn't know how she reached this conclusion, but he felt inexplicably less guilty. Since Mo Jingyan couldn't swim, it became pointless to stay there. Next, Nan Qingran took Mo Jingyan to the place he hadn't had a chance to visit last time, having shown him almost everything except the underground arms cache. She even taught him how to use the home theater and play AR immersive games, but Mo Jingyan was clearly more interested in the pile of iron weights in the gym, showing a somewhat infatuated, "Alright, you should go take a shower and rest a bit. There will be more opportunities in the future. Ran, you should rest early too. I need to give Bing Jingfan some abilities. This little guy has grown quite a bit recently." Mo Jingyan turned back his steps to catch up with Nan Qingran. "He'll accompany you." While walking, Nan Qingran suddenly realized she had been careless and overlooked an issue. Why did you let Qingwei leave in such a hurry? He worked hard to build the house, but didn't even get a meal before being sent off. Isn't that unreasonable? Moreover, I even reserved a guest room for him as a token of gratitude. Mo Jingyan frowned slightly, and only said there is no need for such courtesy. It's his duty. Nan Qingran shot him a glance. It's his duty to work for you, but what about me? Furthermore, even if it is his duty, you shouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it. He didn't even get a decent meal before being dismissed. Mo Jingyan sighed lightly. In fact, he felt that Nan Qingran was too good to the people her family bought, far beyond what he had imagined. He had grown up in the deep palace where he was pampered, but he had heard of instances where servants bullied their masters in various households. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes, hoping these people would not betray Ran. "Did you hear that?" Nan Qingran saw him lost in thought, and patted his shoulder. What?" Nan Qingran sighed. "I said, don't forget to give Qingwei a bonus later. He'll pay for it, and you must not try to take it from me." Mo Jingyan smiled. Compared to specifically inviting him for a meal or reserving a guest room, he found it more comforting to simply give him money. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have become somewhat like those he had previously looked down upon, developing a jealousy akin to that of a concubine in the inner court. But now it seemed Prince Yin felt there was nothing wrong with this. After all, being able to capture his wife's attention and play some tricks was not a bad thing. "Qinghui, very well, you have something to flaunt." Nan Qingran finished giving abilities and as usual performed a bribery method on the medicinal materials that were taking shape before her. "Little ye grow up quickly, and it'll give you the best growth agents, and even prepare a separate sunny room for you." After she finished speaking, she stood up and saw Mo Jingyan looking at her with a strange expression. Ran, does this method really work?" Nan Qingran immediately shook her head. "Who knows? But anyway, making promises doesn't cost money, so it's fine to just say it. Once it grows up, it can be used as medicine, and it won't find out that I've tricked it. Moreover, growth agents are super expensive. I don't have enough points." Mo Jingyan gave her a thumbs up with a guilty conscience. "Ran, good strategy." Hee. Nan Qingran flashed a perfect set of big white teeth, which inexplicably amused Mo Jingyan. "Being the great wrong, Jingfan. You are both so noble." The two of them went back to wash up and slept soundly. The first thing Nan Qingran did upon opening her eyes was exclaim, "Indeed, sleeping in space is the most comfortable." She got up to walk outside and made eye contact with Mo Jingyan, who was busy in the kitchen. "You woke up so early." Mo Jingyan no longer felt so awkward looking at her in that big yellow duck outfit, and reached out to ruffle her little head. "Go wash up. We'll be able to eat soon." The two of them enjoyed a leisurely breakfast before exiting the space. Nan Qingran accompanied her family to send off the guests. Seeing Mo Jingyan's displeased expression, she felt a bit empty inside, wishing they could continue that kind of life forever. As this thought flashed through Nan Qingran's mind, she suddenly shivered and admonished herself, "Nan Qingran, you must not indulge in the beautiful trap of love. You must strive. You must work hard. Shine for the development of Baimon Nation. Let's go." Without further ado, Nan Qingran discussed road construction with her family after sending off the guests. Old Master Nan was the first to agree. Ran, this is a great thing that will benefit the entire village. Everyone will surely be willing." Nan Qingran nodded. Her goals extended far beyond this. Old Master Nan stroked his graying beard with a calm air, plainly in full agreement with Village Chief Liu's words. Nan Qingran was feverishly occupied with selecting the site for the cement factory, making frequent inspections of the fields he spun about all day like a whirring top. Nan Qingran marked a tentative symbol on the site plan, folded the papers, and began walking back. As he went, he suddenly sneezed and pinched his nose. "Who is murmuring my name? The capital. Is that true?" A Jinlin guard clasped his hands and lowered his voice. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I saw it with my own eyes. My words are not false." Mo Jingli suppressed his excitement and nodded. "Good. Very good. That brat actually showed affection toward a woman. Then Bei Mo will not lack successors in the future." The leader of the Jinlin guard, usually expressionless, betrayed a flicker of concern, but awkwardly offered consolation. "Your Highness' condition has greatly improved. Surely his recovery is not far off." Mo Jingli smiled gently. Even Master Ding and the abbot said that without a miraculous medicine, everything else would be in vain. Where in the world does such a remedy exist? Only that foolish boy would go searching. Now this frail body of mine can only offer a final fleeting light. There was both resignation and disappointment in his words. The Jinlin guard lowered his head further and dared not speak. After a while, Mo Jingli's slightly weak voice sounded again. If heaven smiles upon us, and I live to see a yin marry, then our brotherhood in this life will not have been in vain. After saying this, Mo Jingli lowered his gaze to conceal his disappointment, then looked up at the Jinlin guard. In that case, if my body can hold on for a few more days, I will not trouble him. This will be the last thing I, as his imperial elder brother, can do for him. Keep watch over the Chancellor's side. If anything unusual occurs, report quickly. I suspect that old fox will not hold out much longer. Yes, Your Highness. But Your Highness, do you know of another matter? Upon hearing this, Mo Jingli grew pensive. He lifted his head slightly, and a shadow crossed his eyes. Oh, is there some other tidbit I am unaware of? The third prince's residence was burgled. Perhaps word spread that the crown prince would be resting, and so no one dared disturb him. The leader of the Jinlin guard broke into a cold sweat. He had not expected that his lord had not heard of the affair that had shaken the entire capital. Mo Jingli was silent for a long moment before speaking coldly, his voice even and unreadable. What unparalleled treasure did my third brother lose that has set the whole capital alight? The Jinlin guard strove to steady his voice, and said yes. The entire residence was looted, just like the Chancellor's. Your Highness, restrain your anger. A bead of cold sweat formed on the Jinlin guard's brow. They had followed their lord since youth, and likely knew him better than anyone. The aura of the heir apparent, though his body was frail and bedbound, was not something others could casually provoke. If anyone harbored treacherous designs behind his back, they would be scarcely far from meeting Yama, the king of the underworld. Mo Jingli stared at the shards of the teacup on the floor, closed his eyes, and finally spoke with chilling calm. Then deal with those who would not dare speak before their master. Yes, we will obey Your Highness' command. Mo Jingli's voice carried a quickened breath. It was plain he had been angered. After a while, he unexpectedly burst into a strange laugh. Do people outside now think that I, the crown prince, am dying on my bed? Your Highness is blessed with great fortune. You do not speak such morbid words. Then tell me why those lackeys dare to pay lip service while secretly defying me and ignore my status. Your Highness, do not trouble yourself over such petty people. I will go deal with them at once. Mo Jingli was silent for a moment before replying. But we must make the capital understand, for as long as I live, I am the heir apparent of Bei Mo. If one day I die, then Bei Mo will belong to the Empress' own son, His Grace, Yin Wang, my imperial brother. Make sure those who shift with the wind are taught a stern lesson lest they stray and meet an unmarked pitiless end. We will obey. Enough withdraw. The Jinlin guard stepped back a few paces and paused. Your Highness, is there anything else? Han Shu is dead. Mo Jingli showed little reaction, not even lifting an eyelid. His voice was flat. I did not expect it to be him. I suppose a yin did not foresee it either. One more thing, Your Highness. Li Yuan has disappeared. Mo Jingli raised an eyelid and asked with mild interest, Oh. Yes. When I arrived, Yin Wang, that young lady, and Li Yuan were nowhere to be seen. After I dealt with Han Shu, I kept watch at the young dukes and the young generals' places, and it was only the next day that I saw Yin Wang return. Mo Jingli nodded. As long as his brother was unharmed, others were unworthy of his concern. Li Yuan would not rashly leave that old fox. Since he has not returned from that journey, he likely will not return at all. After the Jinlin guard departed, Mo Jingli called out, Xiao Gizi. The door opened, and Xiao Gizi looked at his lord with nervousness, as if fearful some demon had drained his vitality. Your Highness. Mo Jingli found his expression slightly amusing. Come and help me change. I am going to pay respects to Mother the Empress. Yes, Your Highness. This time Xiao Gizi did not try to dissuade him. He knew it would be futile, and besides he truly felt his lord had seemed much livelier in recent days. From the palace. As Mo Jingli reached the palace gate, he heard a sharp cacophonous voice from within. His face darkened, and he strode in furious. Si Qianqian sat in the main seat wearing a dignified, splendid phoenix robe, her expression indifferent as she regarded the gaudily adorned women below her. She saw the approaching figure, a smile curved at her lips, then she turned and coldly cut off the woman's clamorous words. Concubine Li, I recall that the Emperor specially exempted you from paying respects to me. Step down. Concubine Li's face stiffened. Those seeming words of favor sounded bitterly ironic when applied to her. Both women knew full well there was no special pardon or affection. Clearly the Emperor did not wish his beloved Empress, who enjoyed countless charms, to be troubled by her presence. He would not soil the Emperor's sight with her. A flash of resentment and malice crossed Concubine Li's eyes, as she could not understand why the Emperor would spare her no glance, yet cling warmly to the Empress who had spurned him for over a decade. She drew a deep breath and forced a dazzling smile. Very well. I cannot keep the Empress entertained any longer. Hong said he will come and accompany me for dinner shortly. Having spoken, she deliberately glanced at Si Qianqian's expression, seeing that cold indifference only exhilarated her, as if she had finally found one small victory over her. The conversation grew increasingly unrestrained. Your Highness, we are no longer as young as we used to be. We still need children by our side. She raised her hand to touch the jewels in her hair, looking at Si Qianqian with a face full of good advice. Your Highness, you are even more so. After all, the crown prince might leave at any moment, and then you won't even have the chance to see him. With that, Si Qianqian slightly rose expressionless as she approached her. Li Fei instinctively took a step back, her heart tinged with panic as she suddenly recalled the first day she entered the palace. That was a day she would never forget. She felt a surge of excitement, grateful to have finally entered this resplendent palace, obtaining a noble status, becoming someone all the women in the capital envy. At that time she thought she would surely rise to the high position and become the most esteemed woman. Yet it was also on that very day that she faced the darkest moment of her life. On that day, Si Qianqian looked at her with the same indifference. Si Qianqian approached her, not even giving her a chance to bow, and fiercely struck her with the long whip she drew from her waist. Crack, crack, crack. The whip struck her with such force that she, a girl raised with pampering, could hardly bear it. She rolled on the ground, pleading with Si Qianqian to stop, but there was no mercy shown until she was left battered and bruised. Just as she was about to faint, she vaguely saw a figure in bright yellow approaching her. In that moment, she felt as if she had seen a savior, and cried out loudly for help. Your Majesty, please save me. The Empress wants to kill me. I am still pregnant with our child. Please save our child. Upon hearing this, Si Qianqian paused for a moment, but the last lash still fell heavily upon her. Looking at Imo Lingxin frowning as he slowly walked towards her, he only stopped beside that cruel woman. He gently lifted Si Qianqian's hand, his eyes filled with both pain and annoyance, but even more with deep affection. However, the words he spoke made her feel suffocated. Qianqian, my failure to handle this properly is my mistake. Don't let this trivial matter upset you, it's not worth it. Li Fei was stunned watching this ridiculous scene, even forgetting the pain on her body. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the tender, yet heartless man before her. Your Majesty, I have been so humiliated by the Empress, how can I still live on? Imo Lingxin seemed to completely disregard her, his focus solely on Si Qianqian's hand, which had a hint of red, completely ignoring her battered figure. Qianqian, she stared intensely at the two in front of her, as if inflicting self-harm. She only heard Si Qianqian say softly, it will never happen again. She watched as the elegantly dressed woman withdrew from the grasp of that supreme man, step by step exiting her palace doors. At that time, she did not understand the meaning of those words. Seeing Imo Lingxin's expression of utter despair, she mistakenly thought she had a chance, only to be ruthlessly cast into hell. Someone take Li Fei to the cold palace. The indifferent monarch left her with these words, yet did not glance at her even once. Had it not been for her father being the prime minister, and the fact that she was pregnant, she would likely still be in the cold palace now. As over a decade passed, she came to understand what that phrase, it will never happen again. She had tried every means to provoke and mock Si Qianqian, yet she never received even a glance in return. All she could do was retaliate fiercely against her prime minister's residence, as if she were nothing but a trivial plaything in her eyes. In the years that followed, that supreme ruler had never once warmed the heart of this empress. Li Fei's thoughts returned, feeling the heat on her face. A twisted excitement unexpectedly flickered in her heart. Si Qianqian, you won't always maintain that aloof and disdainful demeanor towards the world. She raised her eyes, covering her face with tears, looking at her. Your Majesty, I am only doing this for your own. How can you betray my sincere intentions? Oof. A light voice struck Li Fei's ears, sending chills down her spine. What do you think you are? Your sincere intentions mean nothing before my mother. Get back to your palace. Don't dirty my mother's eyes. With a sharp reprimand, Imo Jingli could not help but cough a few times. Liar, sit down and rest for a bit. Si Qianqian, with a face full of concern, helped Imo Jingli sit down. Aren't you supposed to take good care of yourself? Imo Jingli gave her a reassuring look, then glared sharply at Li Fei. Li Fei's back broke out in a cold sweat. She dared to provocatively challenge Si Qianqian, because she knew Si Qianqian would not hold it against her. Except for that one time, it had always been like this for over a decade. And this person was truly a master of killing without shedding blood. He looked down on her, a mere woman of the inner palace, and toyed with his own son. Heaven knows how delighted she was when she learned that this cold-hearted person had an incurable disease and little time left. Yet at this moment, she could only swallow her anger and smile brightly. Since the crown prince is here to accompany the empress, I will take my leave now. After saying this, she quickly walked outside. Looking at the bright midday sunlight, she took a deep breath. One of her maidservants spoke up for her. The crown prince truly is too much. You are the royal concubine and his stepmother, yet he treats you with such disrespect. Li Fei cast a cold glance at her, and that little maid hurriedly lowered her head. It was laughable to think that she entered the palace as a concubine, yet had nothing. The palace was built with her dowry, and the only maid she had was one she brought from her own family. Even the birth of her child relied on. It seems no concubine in history has ever experienced what she did. But it doesn't matter. Oh, once my hunger ascends to the throne, I will take my revenge. Why does the Empress have to let her disturb your peace? Si Qianqian handed him a cup of tea. Li Fei is always foolish as she comes to my palace every time because her family has made a move trying to fish for information. Mo Jingli raised Si Qianqian's hand, frowning as he looked at her. Zhao Momo, bring a cold cloth for the Empress. Yes, old servant will go right away. Si Qianqian comforted her with a warm smile. Empress, don't worry, it's nothing. There's no need to lower yourself to her level and get into a fight. It's quite all right, liar. Don't dwell on such trivial matters. What matters most is your full recovery. Si Qianqian raised her hand to gently smooth a stray lock of hair beside Mo Jingli's ear, her concern shining unmistakably in her eyes. Mo Jingli murmured a soft acknowledgement. Rarely visiting the imperial palace, he had no desire to entangle himself further with his mother over that woman's affairs. My health has improved somewhat lately, so I no longer wish to remain confined to my bed. I simply wish to see you more often, mother. As he spoke, he recalled Lady Li's insolent remarks and quietly veiled the guilt flickering in his gaze. Si Qianqian let out a light, tender laugh. Liar, paying no heed to her words. You and your brother each bear extraordinary destinies, one the crown prince who commands statecraft from the imperial court, the other the war god, who conquers distant frontiers. Neither of you should be bound by these narrow palace walls. You must shoulder your father's burdens. Northmo's future rests upon your shoulders. Your mother takes immense pride in you, never does she find it arduous. Mo Jingli's eyes stung. Lifting his gaze to his mother, he saw, beneath the regal composure, the subtle traces of time, strands of silver, threading through her once youthful hair, the quiet erosion of her former bold, unbridled spirit. He could scarcely fathom the devastation his death would bring upon her. Si Qianqian patted his hand gently. Since you've come, stay and dine with me today? Very well. They rose and stepped outward, just as a hurried figure rushed inward. The man dropped to his knees in formal obeisance, yet his voice trembled with barely suppressed elation. Your Majesty the Empress, your Highness the Crown Prince. Rise. Ting Yu stood unable to contain his excitement as he gazed upon the Crown Prince before him. Your Highness has received a letter from the young master. Si Qianqian, leaning lightly on elder nurse Zhao's arm, descended the steps, her expression taut with anxious anticipation. Is it from Yinshi? Has word arrived from him? Indeed, it is the young master's own letter. Please your Majesty peruse it at your leisure. Mo Jingli swiftly took the letter, a faint involuntary smile playing upon his lips at the thought of its contents, and handed it reverently to Si Qianqian. Mother, do not fret. This surely bears glad tidings. Si Qianqian fumbled slightly as she tore open the envelope, her eyes lingering uncertainly over the page before finally focusing. After reading for some time, a single tear fell, dampening the inked characters upon the parchment. Mo Jingli's brows furrowed sharply. This was no reaction to news of Yinshi having found a beloved. As he reached to take the letter, Si Qianqian seized his forearm tightly, her emotions surging beyond restraint. Liar. Liar, look. Does this mean what I think it means? Mo Jingli accepted the letter, and his eyes widened with unmistakable astonishment. This was no secret missive. Respected mother. Though far from home, I know both your Majesty and elder brother cherish tending flowers. Thus I have procured seeds of a bloom called the moon rose, symbolizing peace and robust health. Pray nurture them with care. Within 3 months I shall surely return home. Yen? Liar, is it? Si Qianqian's expression now mirrored that of a soul clutching the last lifeline cast into churning waters. Mo Jingli's thoughts drifted. No one knew how long he had wrestled with acceptance, how deeply he had mourned his own premature departure from life at the zenith of his vigor. Hope had long since faded. He lived only to shield his mother and siblings for as long as breath remained in his body. Yet now this letter kindled a new fragile flame within him. He knew better than anyone if his younger brother had not secured the antidote, he would never indulge in such domestic light-hearted musings. That he did so meant recovery was certain, his return assured. His heart surged violently, as though after years of stillness it had finally remembered how to beat. His gaze returned transfixed to those 4 words inked upon the page, peace and robust health. Mother, I believe in Yinshi. Yes, yes, your mother believes in him too. We shall wait together side by side until Yinshi comes home. Si Qianqian lifted a hand to wipe away a tear, her voice resonating with quiet, unshakable resolve. Send for the banquet. Prepare all the dishes the crown prince loves most. At the dining table, mother and son shared easy, warm rapport. So much so that Mo Jingli instinctively lowered his guard, only to be suddenly embraced around the thighs by a small, soft figure. Elder brother Crown Prince Yunla hasn't seen you in ages. I've missed you terribly. Mo Jingli stiffened momentarily, then turned, his stern features melting instantly into a tender, intoxicating smile as he beheld the little girl beside him. Elder brother misses you too, dear Yunla. Come, let elder brother hold you. Si Qianqian watched this harmonious sibling moment without interruption, her eyes crinkling warmly with affection. Liar, your constitution remains so frail. You gasp thrice after every step. Do not even entertain such notions now. Sikiankian seemed utterly unaware she'd placed her son in an awkward predicament, instead turning her gaze toward her daughter. Yunli, you are nearly 11. Soon enough upon reaching your GG ceremony marriage negotiations will begin. You must no longer behave so freely with your elder brother. The Princess Yunla, spoiled beyond measure by her father and two elder brothers, loathed nothing more than talk of betrothals or matrimony. Yet within the palace, the most powerful man, all three, indulged her without restraint. Sikiankian's gentle admonishments stood no chance against their united indulgence. Yunla scrunched her brow, her delicate little nose wrinkling upward. Mother Yunla refuses to marry. Sikiankian ceased pressing the matter, setting down her teacup with quiet contemplation, and glancing meaningfully between the siblings. Very well, then your mother shall no longer shield you from truth. Mo Jingli shivered inwardly. He sensed his mother was about to utter something he would rather not hear. One of you frail as she's sure herself, devoid of strength even to lift a finger, the other voracious in appetite, already round as a pearl despite your tender years. This imperial consort fears you may stumble or collide within my chambers, and should servants rush in to rescue you, the crown prince and the eldest princess shall lose face, utterly, irretrievably. A faint soft smile curved Mo Jingli's lips, like snow melting beneath early spring sun. A memory surfaced. He had been but a child then. Yinshur and Yunla had not yet been born, and the palace held neither concubines nor the third prince. From his earliest recollections he knew his mother possessed a spirited, playful nature, and among all in the palace she delighted most in teasing him. Whenever teased too cruelly, he would run straight to his father for justice. And that august, formidable sovereign before mother and son alike transformed unfailingly into a devoted, tender husband and father. Yet ever since learning of his limited days, his mother had never again worn such carefree joy. Princess Yunla, however, flushed crimson with indignation. What young girl does not prize beauty, especially one constantly praised for hers? Mother lies. Everyone says Yunla is the most beautiful and adorable princess. Is it not precisely because of your exalted station that others flatter you? Only your mother truly loves you, and thus speaks truth to you. Cherish it well. Beyond the wall. Qianqian remains as charming and vivacious as ever, unchanged across 10 years. Mo Lingxin too had just received his youngest son's letter, and hastened immediately toward Fengyi Palace. Gazing upon the warm, joyful scene unfolding within, Mo Lingxin instinctively halted his steps. He refused to disturb this precious tableau, or dim Qianqian's happiness. He lifted his eyes to the vast azure sky, and as he had countless times before whispered softly to himself, as though marveling anew at heaven's rare mercy. This is enough. This is truly enough. Behind him, court eunuch Fu watched his sovereign's quiet gesture, and felt a pang of sorrow pierce his heart, mingling with profound tenderness. Since the arrival of consort Li into the palace, the emperor has spent far more time outside the walls of Fengyi Palace than inside, not wanting to cause sadness for the empress. Yet fate plays its tricks. The moment the empress sees him, she is filled with sorrow. Eunuch Fu's thoughts flashed back over a decade. Back then there was no Fengyi Palace, and the whole world knew of the deep affection between the emperor and empress who resided together in Longfeng Palace. In fact, there was no Longfeng Palace at that time, as the name sounded too rustic and clashed with the grandeur of the imperial palace. However, the emperor insisted on changing the plaque from Longyin Palace to Longfeng Palace. Unfortunately, overnight a majestic Fengyi Palace appeared, while Longfeng Palace lost its lady. Even during the night watch, the empress had never stayed overnight in Longfeng Palace. How time flies. It's been more than 10 years. Mo Lingxin listened to the laughter and joy from within, gazing at the person he longed for, unable to resist stealing another glance. And that one glance caught attention. The young guard, seeing the man in bright yellow, immediately knelt down to pay his respects, possibly too excited, his voice booming and startling those inside. Long live the emperor. Long live. Long live. Si Qianqian's hand froze mid-motion before she resumed her calm demeanor. Mo Jingli turned to look at his mother, a twinge of heartache flashing through him. Unlike his siblings, he had truly witnessed the deep affection between his father and mother. He naturally understood that his mother was putting on a brave face, who only the emperor could elicit such an expression from her. Upon hearing that his father had arrived, Yunlu dashed out, without a second thought, running to cuddle with her father. Father, Yunlu misses you so much. Mo Lingxin lifted his little princess, his eyes filled with tenderness as he looked at her, just like he did when Qianqian was little, so adorably that it softened the heart. As he hesitated about what to do, he noticed Granny Zhao approaching with a smile. Old servant pays respects to the emperor. The emperor's crown prince and princess are having their meal. Please join them, your majesty. Mo Lingxin was taken aback and quickly walked inside. He could hardly wait, as it had been since the 15th of last month that he had dined with Qianqian. Entering while still holding Yun Lu, Mo Jingli bowed. Son pays respects to father. Mo Lingxin assisted him, saying rise. Then he turned his gaze to see Qianqian, appearing utterly infatuated in Mo Jingli's eyes. Qianqian. Si Qianqian furrowed her brow at the person in his arms, and was about to bow. Not surprisingly, she was stopped. Mo Lingxin never allowed her to bow to him. Si Qianqian did not insist, and did not look up at him. She knew what kind of expression he would have now with eyes that seemed pitiful and wronged which she could not withstand. After a while she finally glanced at him. Your Majesty, I feel that Yunlu is already quite big. It is not good for you to keep carrying her. If the censors see, they might have much to say. Yunlu expressed her resistance through action, burying her head into Mo Lingxin's shoulder. Mo Lingxin felt a bit conflicted. He did not care about the censors, but since Qianqian had spoken up, in the end he still set Yunlu down and gently rubbed her little head. From now on, father will hold your hand as we walk. Yunlu pouted and turned back to eat her rice. Oh, she forgot that in the palace father was indeed the one who spoiled her the most, but that was under the condition that mother did not voice her opinion. This meal was quite harmonious, at least it appeared so on the surface. Mo Lingxin's gaze had not stopped drifting towards Si Qianqian, while the woman across from him remained unmoved like a mountain. Mo Jingli felt the awkwardness of the situation and thought to lighten the atmosphere. Father, mother, have you heard about Yan's recent movements? Upon hearing this, Mo Lingxin put down his chopsticks, his expression tense, as he looked at Mo Jingli. Hasn't Yan already mentioned it in his letter? Seeing his mother also becoming anxious, he quickly spoke to reassure her. Yan is fine, it's just what? Just that I heard he already has a beloved girl. Mo Lingxin relaxed his mind, and said casually. Oh, isn't that just a sweetheart? What's so? What? Mo Lingxin's sudden movement attracted a bewildered look from Si Qianqian, and he rubbed his nose, and sat back down. However, Si Qianqian's gaze clearly showed her curiosity. Mo Jingli cleared his throat a few times, feeling somewhat guilty about his younger brother, but still conveyed the truth. Not only my hidden guards, but Qinghui returned to the capital from that girl's home after finishing building her house. Mo Lingxin frowned slightly at his description. That identity is indeed a bit low. Si Qianqian frowned at him upon hearing this, then turned to Mo Jingli and instructed. You should return to the palace. Also send Yunlu back to the palace. Mo Lingxin was taken aback and reluctantly put down his chopsticks. He was still not full. Not being full was secondary. The most important thing was that he wanted to stay with Qianqian a little longer. Qianqian, then I. Si Qianqian looked at him directly, her eyes devoid of any affection. Your Majesty should stay? The meal is not finished yet. Mo Lingxin took a moment to realize that for so many years, besides during the births of Yin'er and Yunlu, she had never asked him to stay before. He felt somewhat giddy, unable to remember how he finished his meal, only occasionally looking up to catch a glimpse of Si Qianqian, fearing he was dreaming. The moment Mo Lingxin set down his chopsticks, they both moved simultaneously. Mo Lingxin wanted to reach out to touch her, but Si Qianqian suddenly knelt down. Mo Lingxin, flustered, rushed to help her. Qianqian, what are you doing? Get up. Si Qianqian shook her head. I have a request. Speak, I will agree to you. Now get up. I know you are somewhat dissatisfied with the identity of Yin'er's beloved. I ask you not to obstruct it, to allow our son to be with the one he loves. Mo Lingxin nodded, and helped her up, leaning in closer. Qianqian, I agree with you. I also wish for our son to be happy. Si Qianqian reassuringly murmured her consent, already envisioning her son Yan's return, bearing not only the life-saving medicine for her daughter-in-law Lier, but also the young woman herself. A genuine heartfelt smile spontaneously graced her lips. That single smile left Mo Lingxin utterly entranced. He gently brushed his fingers over Si Qianqian's delicate hand, silent, and still wishing only that this fleeting moment might stretch and he longed for it, ached for it. This vivid living presence of Qianqian, her voice, her expression, her radiant smile. He had not seen her like this in far too long. Instinctively, Si Qianqian lifted her gaze, and met the unfathomable depth of longing and nostalgia shimmering in Mo Lingxin's eyes. Her heart jolted. Without thought she recoiled swiftly, withdrawing her hand from his. She watched unmistakably as his expression dimmed, his joy collapsing into quiet desolation. Flustered and adrift, she found herself paralyzed beneath his hopeful, unblinking stare, while his fallen hand remained motionless at his side. Disappointment flickered across Mo Lingxin's face as he softly spoke. Qianqian, I shall take my leave now. I still have memorials awaiting review. As he turned to go, Si Qianqian instinctively opened her mouth, desperate to call him back. Axin. In an instant he whirled around, stunned, his eyes blazing with raw, overwhelming emotion. Si Qianqian frowned faintly. Even she had not anticipated uttering that intimate name again. Your Majesty, this humble consort has yet to finish speaking. At her words the storm within his gaze receded, leaving behind only a quiet, wistful melancholy. What else does Qianqian wish to say? Her countenance grew cool and distant, her brow lightly furrowed. This humble consort has heard rumors that certain ministers in the outer court intend to select a consort for the crown prince. What is your Majesty's imperial decree on this matter? A subtle crease appeared between Mo Lingxin's brows. He well understood the restless ambitions behind those whispers. Yin will soon return. Once Li Er recovers fully, none shall dare presume to manipulate her fate. I intend to retain them. For these past years Li Er has taken little part in state affairs while convalescing. Let these wayward souls serve as instruments for Yin to assert his authority. Si Qianqian paused, startled. She had not expected him to confide such matters to her. Lowering her gaze, she composed herself, and spoke with measured calm. Your Majesty, the inner court must not interfere in governance. This humble consort merely seeks to know your Majesty's thoughts regarding Li Er's marriage. Mo Lingxin gazed at her with that same familiar look, wounded beyond measure, yet fiercely restraining himself, unable to summon even a trace of resentment toward her. Si Qianqian held his gaze with practiced composure, betraying no flicker of inner turmoil. Mo Lingxin sighed softly, then offered a self-deprecating smile. His Qianqian remained just as brilliant as ever, achieving her ends without uttering a word. Rest assured, Qianqian, no one shall meddle in Li Er's marriage. Seeing her relax into a gentle, relieved smile, Mo Lingxin suddenly burned with impatience. Without hesitation, he closed the distance and swept her into his arms. Si Qianqian instinctively struggled, but Mo Lingxin held her fast, unyielding. After a brief, futile resistance, she stilled, surrendering quietly to his embrace. Qianqian, how can you trust me so little? I vowed only moments ago that our child would find true happiness. And yet you turn away, convinced I would sacrifice Li Er's marital destiny. He voiced his grievance with wounded sincerity. Is this truly how you see me? Si Qianqian remained silent, head bowed. She knew precisely who he was, yet reassurance, however small, anchored her heart. She had not foreseen his raw vulnerability. Actually, enough Qianqian, I understand. You need not explain. I simply feel slighted. Si Qianqian raised her eyes, startled. Such open vulnerability was no stranger in his gaze, yet she never imagined he would speak it aloud. She yearned to clarify she bore no such suspicion. Your Majesty, this humble consort. Mo Lingxin tightened his grip, displeased. Call me Axa. You just did. Do you think I didn't hear? Her thoughts scattered, her expression conflicted, yet she obeyed, Axa. Behind her, Mo Lingxin's handsome profile curved into a sly, triumphant smile. Any trace of grievance vanished. Wise enough to seize victory while it lasted, he reluctantly released her. Rest well, Qianqian. I shall return to my memorials, though I shall visit you again soon. Watching him walk away, Si Qianqian noted his bearing remained unchanged from youth, a posture that even now evoked within her an inexplicable sense of safety. Yet, just now, she had glimpsed strands of silver threading through his dark hair. The words of Consort Li echoed unbidden, we are no longer young. Your Majesty. He turned his eyes tender and warm. Si Qianqian studied him for a long moment before speaking, her voice calm and steady. From now on, may your Majesty take your meals in Fengyi Palace. Mo Lingxin blurted out, stunned. What? Though flustered, Si Qianqian maintained a composed facade. Yes, this humble consort has learned that Yunla frequently seeks your Majesty's attention. To safeguard state affairs, perhaps your Majesty might join us daily for dinner, and grant her a few moments' company, thus sparing her from constant interruptions. Her tone remained serene, yet inwardly, she wondered what absurdity she had just uttered. Mo Lingxin paused, thoughtful, then slowly, irrepressibly, a radiant smile spread across his face. Though the pretext was transparent, he chose not to expose it. Agreed. I shall come every day. Watching his figure fade into the distance, Si Qianqian stood momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Lady Zhao, her attendant, watched the scene with breathless excitement. Reconciliation between Emperor and Empress was cause for profound celebration. Your Highness, at last. Before she could finish, Si Qianqian fixed her with a stern, sober gaze. Lady Zhao, has His Majesty recently associated with any unusual individuals? The old lady, stiffened, terrified this fragile truce might be undone. Your Highness, His Majesty's heart and mind hold only you. There is no one else. Si Qianqian faltered, realizing she'd been misunderstood, and waved her hand dismissively. Lady Zhao, you may withdraw. As you command, Your Highness. Alone, Si Qianqian murmured in quiet bewilderment. If he has not been influenced by others, where then did he learn such coquettish, girlish mannerisms? Even Yunla abandoned such affectations long ago. I did not. I do not believe you. Eunuch Fu paced anxiously outside, and upon seeing the Emperor's relaxed, luminous expression as he strode forth, he knew the Empress had granted no cold reception. Relieved, he hurried forward with an ingratiating smile. His Majesty appears in excellent spirits today. Mo Lingxin said nothing, but his joy was unmistakable. After a few paces, he halted and regarded Eunuch Fu with solemn gravity. Return to that shop, purchase more novels. Indeed, emulating the heroines within them moved Qianqian to compassion. Select volumes that rekindle affection gradually, step by step. Eunuch Fu choked silently. Never had he imagined that after decades of reverent, devoted guardianship, his sovereign's sole deficiency lay in literary courtship techniques. Did you hear me? Bowing deeply, Eunuch Fu replied, Your Majesty, rest assured. The old servant shall handle this personally. After all, the Emperor's contentment ensured stability for all who served beneath him, and the Emperor's happiness above all depended upon the Empress. Mo Jingli spent the day playing with his royal sister until the late hours, when he finally returned to his residence, and the servants left after assisting him in loosening his clothes. As Jean Linwei entered, he saw his master with a celestial demeanor, squinting his eyes. He dared not look longer. I have seen Your Highness. Is everything taken care of? Yes, but if you leave traces, won't that be? No matter. Those people in our residence can also make use of it. I am dull, please enlighten me, your highness. Mo Jingli raised his eyes to look at him, and spoke lightly. Just say that the crown prince's condition has worsened, his temperament has become furious, and his time. After saying this, Mo Jingli couldn't help but chuckle softly. I believe that my good third brother won't mind the lives of a few servants from this Sunnity crown prince. He has always been so kind-hearted, how can I as the elder brother not provide him with a stage to perform? Yes, I take my leave, your highness. After a while, Mo Jingli's light remark came again. Those people in the residence have also been dealt with right. However, we must return that person to the third brother. After all, she was given to us as a gift. And he had to admit it was best not to provoke the crown prince. He was truly a master at hitting where it hurts. That person was actually an orphan brought back by the third prince from the common folk, who went to great lengths, even falling out with the prime minister to stay in the residence. As a result, the prime minister discovered that she was a cunning courtesan, yet she had enchanted the third prince to the point that he couldn't even avert his gaze. Ultimately, that old fox found an opportunity to send her into the Eastern Palace, and Mo Jingli took the chance to accept her. The prime minister was somewhat disdainful. Wasn't the crown prince who had such a glorious appearance just a mere mortal who liked beauty? At that time, this matter was not considered significant, but the next day the crown prince's words delivered a resounding slap to both the prime minister and the third prince. Miss Yen Fei is extraordinarily gifted. It is best for her to return to her old profession of receiving clients. After that sentence, this lady never returned to the Eastern Palace again. If she were to be sent back to the third prince now. And he pondered this chaos, observing the playful smile at the corner of his master's mouth. He had a premonition that the man who stirred up the court and caused a storm would return. I will obey. Taoyuan Village. Nan Qingran looked at the sign of the cement factory, and for the first time, she felt a strong sense of fulfillment in her heart. She wanted to carve out her own new world in this realm. However, this process was evidently not easy. She had to consider the source of materials and the importance of not polluting the water source. She had already passed on many locations just for site selection, not to mention other trouble. Finally, the great achievement was accomplished. The cement factory was successfully built and put into operation. With the village chief's mobilization, the opening ceremony today was quite impressive. As firecrackers rang out, it was lively and joyous. After Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan cut the ribbon together, they began the recruitment meeting. Nan Qingran had prepared a large loudspeaker, fearing that someone might not hear. Hey, hey! The voice suddenly grew louder, and those around her were obviously startled, pondering what kind of treasure was in her hands. Can everyone hear me? Responses came in waves. Yes. Is this girl from the Nan family receiving a treasure from the immortals? Otherwise, why is it so loud? It must be a gift from the immortals to Miss Ran. Nan Qingran listened to the discussions below, thanking her non-existent immortal master for the 100860H time in her heart. Everyone, please be quiet. I have something to tell you. I have established a cement factory, and the cement produced has various uses, the most important being for the upcoming major project in Taoyuan Village, paving road. Now we are recruiting workers. I believe everyone has heard from the village chief that if you are not busy with farming, you can come work at our factory. The monthly salary is 501, and there are bonuses for good performance, plus 2 meals provided for breakfast and lunch. What? 501? Is that much money in a month? It can't be true, can it? This person was from another village, and as soon as he spoke, he was besieged by the villagers of Taoyuan. What do you know? Miss Ran wouldn't deceive us. The girl from the Nan family has brought us a lot of silver. Don't speak nonsense. That person immediately fell silent, quietly listening. Nan Qingran noticed the crowd had quieted down and continued speaking. You may think the salary is high, but I cannot hide it from you. This job is very tiring and may pose some health risks. However, rest assured we will provide the safest protective equipment for the employees. Therefore, whether to work or not is entirely voluntary. Yes, Miss Ran, we will follow you. My mother said you can help Taoyuan Village earn big money and live a good life. Nan Qingran smiled softly, making a solemn promise. Thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. I will briefly introduce today, those who intend to sign up will receive an employee handbook and training guide. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I have already addressed the salary, and next is the working hours and holidays. The working hours are from the hour of Chun to the hour of Yu, with a break every 7 days. Nan Qingran was unable to conceal her excitement about the recruitment drive, not noticing a warm and deep gaze observing her from beside. Mo Jingyan nodded secretly in his heart. This was the most beautiful side of Ran Ran. That's about it. To think it over carefully. Those willing to join should report 3 days later, and after the training period, they will start working. However, the salary during the training period is only half. I want to sign up. Me too. Hey, don't rush. And me, the old woman over here. Miss Ran, can I cook for your factory? Even if the pay is a bit less, that's fine. Nan Qingran nodded. She had almost forgotten about recruiting for the logistics part. All right, Annie. After a while, Nan Qingran didn't expect a little boy from the neighboring village to walk up to her. He was only about 14 or 15 years old still, just a middle school student in her eyes. Miss Nan Qingran from the other village. Work here. He seemed afraid of being rejected and hurriedly said I don't need pay, just food is fine. I can do any work. I can handle any amount of work. Nan Qingran did not immediately refuse, but also did not agree right away. She bent down to look him in the eye. Can you tell me why you want to come work for our village chief? The little boy hesitated for a moment before speaking. My mother wants to sell my sister as she thinks she eats too much. If I can work and have food, I can save my part for my sister. Nan Qingran's heart trembled slightly, as she never expected to encounter such a situation again in this world. Standing beside her, Mo Jingyan felt a tightening in his heart upon hearing the child's words. Years of war had left the national treasury empty, yet the emperor did not impose harsh laws to oppress the people, not expecting that some would resort to cannibalism. At that moment, Nan Qingran felt suddenly fortunate that she had not chosen to lie flat and live a life of ease, fortunate that she now had the ability to help him and his poor sister, and fortunate that she would not have to witness the tragic fate of that mother and daughter once more. She wanted to reach out and stroke the boy's hair, but her height became an obstacle, so she simply patted his shoulder. Alright, I promise you, not only will I provide food, but there will also be a salary, and if you do well there will be bonuses. The boy was taken aback looking at Nan Qingran's gentle smile, and glancing at his dusty sleeves he felt a bit self-conscious, and lowered his head, yet he craved such warmth. He had a mother, but that woman only ever barked orders at him and his sister. Yet in front of this seemingly younger girl he felt a warmth he had never experienced before. He softly and sincerely said, "Thank you." Looking at the boy's retreating figure, Nan Qingran turned to exchange a glance with Mo Jingyan, both sharing a sentiment of the road ahead is long and burdensome. Mo Jingyan knew that the person beside him was always kind, yet he was still curious. Why did you agree so readily, Ran? Mo Jingyan did not realize the hint of jealousy in his words. Nan Qingran looked at him and chuckled lightly, not calling him out, though she felt inexplicably a bit down. Let me tell you a story. A somewhat sad story. Nan Qingran recounted the tale of the mother and daughter, and as Mo Jingyan listened to the latter part his expression darkened, and he could not help but curse angrily. Such a man is utterly unworthy of being human. If he were in Baima, he would surely be sentenced to dismemberment. Nan Qingran smiled with satisfaction. As expected of her lover, they shared the same. That tragic incident had a profound impact on me. I have witnessed even bloodier massacres since, yet I still find that scene more terrifying. Mo Jingyan could not think of a better way to comfort her, but his heart ached for her. It seemed that Ran had always blamed herself for not being able to save that mother and daughter in time. He could not change the past, nor could he promise the future. However, he believed that his father was a wise ruler, and that his brother was a capable heir, and under their leadership Baima would surely grow strong. Ran, such things will become less and less frequent. Everything will be alright in the future. Nan Qingran smiled. Yes, it will definitely be alright. In the Prime Minister's residence, Rong Yuan sat in the main seat looking at his furious grandson, below, a sense of disappointment rising in his heart. Honger, are you blaming your grandfather because of that courtesan? Mo Jinghong choked up, unable to meet his gaze, but indeed felt a grievance. He had fallen in love with Yan Fei at first sight, and had planned to bring her back as at least a concubine, only to be handed over to the crown prince by his own grandfather. That person had actually sent Yan Fei to be toyed with by those high-ranking officials, and in the end, even returned her to his residence. He felt disgusted to the point of wanting to vomit. Had it not been for his grandfather, he would have long since embraced the beauty. Now he didn't know how to face Yan Fei. It seemed he still liked her, but he truly felt disdain. Yet he could not bear to just arrange for her to live in the back courtyard. Rong Yuan coldly snorted at his grandson's angry, yet silent demeanor. Do you still dare to blame me? Do you know you have become the laughingstock of the entire capital? Can't you hear what they say about you? From my perspective, knowing that woman is the real way to eliminate a disaster. Mo Jinghong scoffed. No matter how they talk, they can only gossip behind my back. Who dares to speak out in front of this prince? Rong Yuan's forehead twitched. He loved and hated his grandson's foolishness. Mo Jinghong shrank back slightly at Rong Yuan's furious expression. He was more afraid of this grandfather than of his own mother. In the end, it's still all that sickly prince's fault. Thinking of Mo Jinghong's eyes filled with intense hatred. Rong Yuan took a sip of tea and remarked indifferently, the prince is gravely ill, but certain he will die soon. You should focus on Prince Yan's affairs now. If he returns to the capital smoothly, don't even think about that position. Mo Jinghong nodded and complained, if it weren't for my father's favoritism, how could I not have a chance to achieve merit? Rong Yuan glanced at him, sneering internally. With his capabilities, he dared compare himself to Mo Jingyan and Mo Jingli. It was simply absurd. But then again, that was fine. Overly intelligent people are hard to control. Mo Jinghong suddenly looked up at him. Grandfather, hasn't Li Yuan returned yet? Rong Yuan frowned, feeling a surge of irritation. Losing Li Yuan was indeed like losing an arm. He won't be coming back. Mo Jinghong looked bewildered. Mo Jingyan is heavily poisoned. How could Li Yuan possibly not defeat him? Besides, isn't there still Han Shu as an insider? Rong Yuan's face showed a contemplative expression. This was indeed something he could not comprehend. Besides Li Yuan and Han Shu, there was a group of assassins, yet no one survived. Mo Jinghong exclaimed in surprise. Could it be that Mo Jingyan has been hiding his strength all along? Rong Yuan glanced at him and said nonchalantly, perhaps. Rong Yuan raised his teacup to sip again, then turned to the restless Mo Jinghong, adopting an air of understanding as he spoke. Speak up. What's the matter? Mo Jinghong gave a flattering smile, finally revealing his true intention for today. Grandfather, you know that my residence was robbed, so recently I've been somewhat. Rong Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. You were robbed, but am I not? Mo Jinghong, disheartened, slumped back against the chair. What kind of thief is so powerful that not even a single hair was left for me? If this prince catches him, he will surely give him a good beating. Rong Yuan listened to his words and couldn't help but look at his head, pondering. Could it be that Hong'er has become bald too? Thinking of this, he felt a strange sense of balance within himself. Hong'er need not mind, those are mere possessions. You should learn from your grandfather not to be pleased by material gain. Mo Jinghong nodded respectfully, but internally, he was rolling his eyes. This old fox had no idea how much wealth he possessed. Losing a storeroom was hardly significant. Mo Jinghong indeed felt fortunate that he had quietly sought a confidant who had heeded his advice and stored away some gold and silver. If this old fox did not support him, he would truly end up on the streets. Rong Yuan naturally knew his thoughts, but he understood that one must feed a horse to make it run. He pulled out a key from his pocket and placed it on the table. This is the key to a manor in the southern part of the city. It should last you for some time. Mo Jinghong's face lit up with excitement as he quickly took the key. Thank you, grandfather. Hong'er is immensely grateful. Rong Yuan pretended to stroke his beard. It's good that Hong'er understands the old man's good intentions. I understand. Mo Jinghong chuckled and then retreated. Rong Yuan quietly watched his departing figure, lost in thought. Nan Qingran had been visiting the cement factory from time to time these days, feeling the urge to live there directly. As the training period began, more workers showed up than she had expected, making her inexplicably grateful for her earlier decision. She gathered everyone together to discuss some important points. Now that I'm done, I want to introduce a factory manager to you. For any questions regarding the cement factory, you can ask him. Of course, you must also obey his management. Nan Yixing, come on out. The person called stepped forward from behind and naturally took the microphone from Nan Qingran. Hello, everyone. My name is Nan Yixing, and starting today, I will be the manager of the cement factory. I hope we can work well together. No one in the audience responded. They were simply too shocked. The person on stage was unexpectedly beautiful. Though he was a man, he overshadowed even Nan Qingran, who radiated a halo. Nan Qingran felt a bit embarrassed. She had anticipated this moment, as no one understood Nan Yixing's captivating beauty better than she did. However, there were a few discordant voices from the audience. Can someone who looks so frail manage a cement factory? Nan Qingran lowered her head, feeling awkward. Frail. That wasn't entirely wrong, as she had indeed liked this type back then. Nan Yixing, hearing the doubts from the audience, did not refute them. He walked up to a large rock and gently patted it. Boom. Does this prove my capability? Are there any objections? He fixed his gaze on the few who had voiced doubts. That's fine. No one dared to question anymore. However, Nan Yixing's somewhat exaggerated display of strength did indeed help maintain order and promote harmony in the cement factory. Satisfied, Nan Yixing nodded, clapped his hands, and smiled friendly. Of course, I also hope everyone will fully cooperate with my work, allowing Miss Ran to feel at ease with us. Yes, we'll make sure to work hard for Miss Ran. Let's do our best. By then our village will be the only one in the entire Baima Kingdom to have cement roads. This remark inexplicably ignited everyone's sense of collective honor, and their enthusiasm soared. Nan Qingran watched the scene below, giving Nan Yixing a thumbs up in admiration. This guy probably had even more talent for brainwashing than she did. The crowd trembled. What brainwashing? Clearly, it's the terrifying display of strength radiating dazzling brilliance. After a busy day, Nan Qingran enjoyed a warm rose bath, washing away her fatigue, feeling utterly delighted. She chose a winered silk nightgown and admired her stunning beauty in front of the mirror for quite a while. Sighed. It's this skinny frame. When will I be able to return to my previous figure? Thinking that this body was only 13 or 14, she sighed lightly. The road ahead is long and challenging. After lamenting for a while, Nan Qingran went out to see her little Nan baby wandering around, pulling the dumpling into her arms. She buried her head in and took a deep breath, exclaiming, healing. Nan baby nestled in her arms for a while, saying, aren't I great? Hearing this, Nan Qingran raised her head and gave it a big kiss. Baby, you are truly my most wonderful little cutie. Nan baby proudly said, of course. If it weren't for me, wouldn't the master still be worrying about the cement factory? Nan Qingran chuckled, baby, you're amazing. To think of using a robotic assistant to input commands and get everything done. I almost forgot. Nan baby looked at Nan Qingran with confusion. I'm also curious, why can't the master remember to use the robot? She ordered herself. And it looks so good. Nan Qingran instinctively ignored her little baby's natural complaint, narcissistically replying, "Isn't it good looking? I specifically spent a lot of money to customize such a humanized robot." Now thinking about that price, Nan Qingran felt a pang of pain, but it proved she was quite foresight. Sigh. If only it had more than one appearance, otherwise so many replica robots could be extremely useful. Nan Baby spoke, "The master can purchase a transformation technique in the space." Nan Qingran was a bit shocked. "Is that available too?" MHM. Nan Qingran was still a bit skeptical. "Can robots use it?" Nan Baby looked at her puzzled. "Why not?" Nan Qingran was momentarily speechless. Her golden finger had been challenging her cognitive limits all along. Nan Qingran rubbed her hands and asked then, "How much does it cost?" 5,000 points. Nan Qingran fell silent, thinking that the soft little dumpling spoke those 5 words with such indifference, as if it were a brutal reality. Well, it was indeed cruel. Looking at her points balance, she wasn't unable to afford it, but if she bought it she would truly be left with nothing. "Then I'll not buy it for now." Nan Qingran said this reluctantly, as she did think it was a bit expensive, but it was not unworthy of the price. If she used this skill to change the robot's face with just one command, she couldn't imagine how much trouble it would save, especially since they were all high-tech talents in an intelligent society. "No worries, no worries. There's not much need for that many people at the cement factory right now. Oh, I'll just save up for a bit." Nan Qingran comforted herself, and as she was about to head to her bedroom, she heard the alarm from the control room. She frowned, her expression turning serious as she planned to head out. Nan Baby quickly called out to her, "Master, the positioning shows that the intruder is in your yard. No one has entered anyone else's yard." Nan Qingran paused, her steps relaxing a bit, and in a flash appeared in her own room. She activated the soundproof system in the yard, ready to unleash her pent-up frustrations. However, upon opening the door, she saw Mo Jingyan looking aggrieved, his head drooping, as if he were a scorned lover. Ran. "Oh my." Hearing that made it even more apparent. Though the weather had warmed slightly, a lingering chill remained. Nan Qingran pulled her coat tighter and led Mo Jingyan indoors. "Why have you come at this hour?" She didn't voice the second half. "As if I'd betrayed you." Mo Jingyan followed her inside without resistance. Once inside, Nan Qingran ushered him into her spatial realm. She rarely lingered in the outer dwelling. It felt cold, whereas within the space time flowed freely, allowing them more precious moments to. Nan Qingran strode toward the kitchen, filled a glass with lukewarm water from the dispenser, and was instantly drawn backward into Mo Jingyan's embrace from behind. "Up. Let go." Before she could set the glass on the countertop, Mo Jingyan swept her off her feet with a firm, graceful turn. Mo Jingyan gazed upon Nan Qingran's snow-pale skin and delicate clavicle, his eyes darkening like ink spilled across still water. Recalling those vexing rumors, emotion surged. He seized her lips in a fierce, desperate kiss. A soft, breathless moan escaped her. They had never kissed with such intensity before. Until now, his kisses had been gentle as spring rain, tender, patient, always attuned to her rhythm. This time, however, fury overrode restraint. He kissed her until her lips bore faint traces of bruising, then released her, breath ragged, chest heaving. Nan Qingran had just endured an arduous test of pulmonary endurance. Even after parting, her quiet, shallow breaths were audible. Her eyelids flushed, rose-pink lashes trembling like dew-kissed petals, vulnerable, achingly tender. After a moment's pause, she lifted her gaze from his chest and spoke. "Well, have you vented all your bad mood?" At her soothing, almost maternal tone, Mo Jingyan's heart clenched sharply. He instantly recognized his own emotional collapse. His arms softened instantly. Feather-like kisses rained upon her blushing temple and cheek, tender, reverent, each one laced with profound remorse and devotion. "Ran, I'm sorry. I was wrong." Nan Qingran lifted a hand to gently ruffle his hair and murmured, "It's all right. We're lovers. When you're unhappy, it's my duty, and my privilege, to lift your spirits within my capacity." Mo Jingyan buried his face against her shoulder and neck, nuzzling quietly, like a loyal hound seeking comfort from its master. Nan Qingran quirked a playful smile and teased, so easily consoled. "Then I'll grant you extra kisses in the future." Mo Jingyan's cheeks flared crimson at her teasing, but he stubbornly maintained an air of dignified composure. Ran, don't jest. I know," she interjected lightly. "You simply wish for your girlfriend's kisses. No need to be formal. The devoted girlfriend has duly noted your request and placed it under serious consideration." Gazing at her, mischievous, warm, and wholly devoted, Mo Jingyan's resentment and jealousy dissolved entirely. A quiet, genuine smile curved his lips. "Now may I ask what troubled you?" She guided him back to the living room, pressed the water glass into his hands, and watched him intently. "Drink first, warm yourself." Mo Jingyan fell silent, uncertain how to reply. Nan Qingran sighed inwardly. Her mission to nurture her boyfriend remained long and arduous. "And I hope we harbor no misunderstandings. As your partner, I'll soothe your sorrows, but I cherish honesty between us even more. Remember what I told you. In any intimate bond, open communication is the bridge that binds hearts together." Though outwardly impassive, Mo Jingyan secretly agreed. Yet he had long borne burdens alone, and certainly viewed jealousy as irrational, unworthy of acknowledgement. To confess such insecurity would only confirm his immaturity in her eyes. In daily life, he witnessed firsthand how his brilliant, vivacious girlfriend concealed an indomitable spirit beneath her cheerful exterior. He commanded legions on battlefields, his name feared across the land. Yet before Nan Qingran, he faltered, humbled by her brilliance. He felt inadequate, even unworthy, in the presence of the one he loved. This incident was but a catalyst. The wound ran far deeper. Hearing Mo Jingyan's inner turmoil, Nan Qingran's expression grew complex. Yet her first instinct was piercing tenderness, as though tiny needles pricked her heart. In that instant she confronted an undeniable truth: her affection for him remained sincere, but paled beside the depth of his devotion to her. She struggled to fathom how a man born to imperial grace, raised high above mortal reach, could so humbly lay bare his vulnerabilities before her. Warm amber light bathed Mo Jingyan's profile, accentuating his quiet desolation, and stirred within Nan Qingran the primal, treacherous whisper of human instinct. Look, this exalted sovereign loves you utterly, so deeply that a single whispered, "I love you," would transform him into your most faithful disciple, ready to charge into fire or death for your sin. Speak up, just soothe him, and you'll hold this man forever effortlessly in the palm of your hand. Nan Qingran squeezed her eyes shut, as if locked in mortal combat, then snapped them open, locking her gaze fiercely onto Mo Jingyan. Ran. He'd never seen that look in her eyes, sharp, unyielding, and recoiled slightly. "Come with me." Without waiting, she turned and strode inward. Mo Jingyan lowered his lashes, shadows deepening in his gaze. Is Ran displeased? Or does she find me too childish? Her steps halted. Turning swiftly, she seized his wrist and dragged him into the elevator. Mo Jingyan had never ridden an elevator. He hadn't even known this villa housed such a marvel given its deceptively modest two-story facade. Watching his wide-eyed curiosity, carefully restrained, not daring to glance about, Nan Qingran found him unexpectedly endearing. Her lips began to curve, then froze mid-motion. She rolled her eyes inwardly, mercilessly mocking herself, hopelessly love-struck. I'm doomed to forage wild greens for life. That thought dampened her amusement. Guess where I'm taking you? I don't know. The elevator chimed. Nan Qingran stepped out without glancing back. I'm showing you my greatest trump card. Nan Qingran guided Mo Jingyan through a simulated demonstration of every high-tech weapon housed in her underground armory. By the finale, Mo Jingyan stood speechless, stunned into silence. Nan Qingran studied his expression with quiet satisfaction. Any thoughts? He glanced at her, paused in contemplation, then met her eyes earnestly. Ran, if you ever unify this continent, may North Mo survive. I'll serve as envoy of peace, and become your imperial consort. He frowned slightly, adding as if clinging to final dignity, but the inner court shall hold only me. Nan Qingran choked. Had she been drinking, she'd have sprayed water straight onto his unfairly perfect face. Humph. Your imagination runs remarkably far, and quite oddly. You've already leapt centuries ahead. She twitched a wry smile. Of course, a true strategist plans for contingencies. She nearly retorted, your father would surely weep with pride at your filial devotion. Then checked herself, what if I wasn't praising you, but mocking you? Mo Jingyan fell silent once more. Nan Qingran sighed, the 108th sigh of the evening, and led him to the sofa. Yet I don't understand why I make you feel so insecure. Before our world knew peace, I devoured romance novels, idle dramas, countless fictional pairings. I was at the very least a seasoned cloud lover. Mo Jingyan listened bewildered, but nodded attentively. Nan Qingran smiled faintly, and continued. Yet I possess no real romantic experience. I'm unsure how to nurture a lover. Perhaps my bluntness unintentionally wounded you. For that I sincerely apologize. Mo Jingyan panicked instantly, but before he could speak, Nan Qingran shifted roles, becoming the poised, demanding interrogator. All right, I've owned my flaws. Now it's your turn to apologize. Mo Jingyan's anxiety subsided. He grasped her meaning and replied slowly. I shouldn't hoard doubts and suppress emotions. He glanced up at her as she responded with a satisfied, expectant look, nor should I withhold communication from Ran. Only then did Nan Qingran nod, visibly pleased. Mo Jingyan's suspended heart finally settled back into place. Nan Qingran regarded her hard-won domain, her slender fingers tapping softly against the sofa cushion. Do you know why I brought you here? Mo Jingyan lifted her hand and gently traced her fingertips. I understand now. She nodded. Until today I intended no soul beyond myself to ever learn of this armory's existence. Mo Jingyan nodded, now fully comprehending her intent. As she'd said, though inexperienced in love, she offered security not through words, but through raw, unflinching action. Mo Jingyan, I love you. I trust you. And I lay bare my final sanctuary before you. Ran, I swear I. Nan Qingran's faint smile faded, her slender finger touched his lips, silencing him with a gentle, knowing shake of her head. Yet I require no vow from you. Haven't you heard? A man's promises are notoriously unreliable. Seeing his confusion, she added with bold, unapologetic candor. I reveal my deepest secret, not because I trust hollow oaths, but because I trust my own strength. In love, and with my beloved, I give freely without reservation, because I possess both the power and resolve to bear the consequences should betrayal ever arise. Do you understand? His soul trembled. Captivated utterly, he realized. He was irrevocably destined to fall for this singular, extraordinary woman. Nan Qingran watched the fierce adoration blazing in his eyes, her inner volatility surging barely contained. Would you like to know how I deal with those who betray me? She leaned, close breath grazing his ear, intimate tinder like lovers lost in whispered confessions. Her palm glided along his sharp, sculpted jawline, her warm breath fluttered against his throat, stirring faint electric ripples. Mo Jingyan's breath hitched. He seized her wrist and pulled her firmly against his chest. I don't wish to know, and I'll never allow you to tell me. With that he surrendered to temptation and claimed her lips once more. Ran, my Ran. I am yours. Her eyes crinkled at the corners, a soft, intoxicating smile bloomed as she returned his fervent kiss. I am yours too. Even then part of her mind observed his words, responding inwardly with quiet certainty. You'd better never give me cause. Sensing her distraction, Mo Jingyan gently bit her lower lip. Nan Qingran stilled, sinking wholly into the bliss her lover bestowed. Their kiss stretched endlessly, unleashing torrents of mutual passion. Only such raw physical communion could express the profound, unguarded honesty they'd forged. Knock. Mo Jingyan opened the door to find Nan Qingran leaning against the frame, a sly smile playing on her lips, his hand already rising to draw her close. She sidestepped gracefully, evading his grasp. Come, I'll take you somewhere. Where? To meet your rivals. Nan Qingran strode ahead, expecting no delay. Rivals? Mo Jingyan's brow furrowed, a shadow flickered in his eyes. Then he followed without hesitation. Nan Qingran found Mo Jingyan's stunned silence before the breathtaking spectacle utterly delightful. Let's strike a bargain. No more jealousy. Otherwise you'll drown in vinegar for eternity, and never swim free. Mo Jingyan stared perplexed. How can there be so many Nan Yixings? Oh, impressive crisis awareness. You've already learned their names. Mo Jingyan looked at her, helpless tinder, and resolved not to burden her with constant reassurance. He must learn initiative, even if his words came out stiff and plain. Yes, I'm utterly terrified. He winced at his own awkwardness, then added lamely, the kind that drowns you in a vat of pickling brine. Nan Qingran burst into laughter. Yin, how are you so adorable? Mo Jingyan's face flushed slightly, awkwardly changing the subject. Ran, how can there be so many identical people? Nan Qingran stroked her chin, looking at a row of high-tech products in front of her, blinking as she spoke. Who said they are people? They are artificial intelligences from my world, a kind of high technology. Almost every family has one. I couldn't resist the temptation when I saw that it looked a lot like my two-dimensional husband, so I customized one privately. After finishing her sentence, Nan Qingran felt the air pressure beside her drop immediately. She turned slightly, regretting her words, and whispered to herself. Your mouth. Is Ran feeling guilty? Nan Qingran turned around, looking at him with a playful expression. Hey, well, let's talk about it properly. Mo Jingyan curved his lips. Sure. But Ran, if you keep stepping back you'll bump into Nan Yixing. Nan Qingran stopped in her tracks, unsure why she was retreating. Could it be that this person had the inexplicable pressure that all ancient princes possess, which she activated? Nan Qingran cautiously looked up at Mo Jingyan, whose mischievous smile was fixed on her. She couldn't help but swallow hard. Could you please stop smiling like that? I find it a bit eerie. It felt like at any moment he would leap forward and cook her a delicate little white rabbit. Nan Qingran shivered, immediately scolding herself for such lewd thoughts. Upon hearing her words, Mo Jingyan's expression darkened, but recalling their previous conversation, he directly stated his thoughts plainly. I'm waiting for Ran to explain. Does Ran have other husbands? As he said this, Mo Jingyan glanced at the group of Nan Yixing, and had to admit that this appearance could indeed be called breathtaking. He couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy, and teased Nan Qingran a bit. For someone who cares so much about money, Ran is willing to spend a lot on such a substitute, so it must be true love. After saying this, Mo Jingyan realized his heart felt even more sour. His irritated demeanor made Nan Qingran inexplicably find him a bit cute. You said for me to explain, yet you didn't give me a chance. She quickly glanced at his face and retorted softly. You've always been the one talking. Mo Jingyan choked, realizing he had angered himself. Then you should speak up. Nan Qingran laughed lightly in resignation, but was genuinely pleased with how Mo Jingyan, after some training, was openly expressing his thoughts. I don't have any other husbands, and definitely no true love. As for the custom order, Nan Qingran cleverly chose to skip that question. Mo Jingyan just wanted Nan Qingran to comfort him, so he decided to let it go. Then what is this two-dimensional thing? Nan Qingran was momentarily stunned, but eventually took his hand and led him inside. But seeing is believing. Let me take you to see. Two-dimensional refers to things that do not exist in the real world. In my eyes, they are a perfect and ideal form of escapism. I think I understand. Mo Jingyan nodded. When I was young, I used to draw pictures of Yin hoping that the people in reality could live that kind of life. Nan Qingran replied with an sort of. Everyone has their own interpretation. Nan Qingran brought him close to a door. Turn on the lights. Bright lights turned on, and Mo Jingyan saw that the room was filled with men who looked exactly like Nan Yixing, on the table, on the bed, on the walls. But they really didn't look like real people. Of course, there's always a barrier between the two-dimensional and three-dimensional worlds. Mo Jingyan nodded mainly because he discovered another more important issue. This man was just too beautiful. Ranran's personality should not be the type to compete with her boyfriend. Nan Qingran noticed he had not been speaking and tugged at him. Don't mind it. Oh, once I buy the face-changing technique, I can change their looks. Mo Jingyan looked confused. Face-changing technique. Is it similar to disguise? Nan Qingran nodded. But the baby said it would be much better than disguised. It can completely transform into another person. You can also choose the time for the face change. Oh, anyway, it's really amazing, and the products from this space are trustworthy. Mo Jingyan still nodded in surprise. Then let's go to sleep. After Nan Qingran spoke, she tiptoed and placed a light kiss on his forehead. Mo Jingyan reciprocated with a gentle, "Good night, Ranran." Nan Qingran watched as Mo Jingyan entered the room, her gaze becoming resolute and calm. Nan Baobao appeared beside her with a complex expression. "Master, are you sure you want to do this? What else can I do?" Nan Qingran looked at it with a troubled expression, pulling it into her arms, wanting to comfort it. "Don't worry, Master, I will. But what if Master changes her mind and regrets it? When the ex and the current partner gather, it will definitely be a scene of slaughter." Nan Qingran looked at Nan Baobao's sincere suggestion and mercilessly tossed the whole creature out. She really wanted to ask if she looked like someone who would cheat before even getting married. With a complex expression, she finally could only weakly emphasize, "I cannot watch those dramas and novels anymore, or I will really get angry." She could not accept that a pure, adorable little spirit like Nan Baobao turned into this current, overbearing persona in minutes. Oh, Nan Baobao seemed to have really quieted down the expression of, "I've already warned you," showing as it left reluctantly. Nan Qingran turned and gritted her teeth as she entered the master bedroom, needing to take a moment to think things through. This time, Nan Qingran woke up groggily attracted by a fragrant smell, thinking that Mo Jingyan was in the kitchen. She glanced at Nan Baobao beside her. "Where's a yin?" Nan Baobao, whether still sulking or not, only glanced up. Nan Qingran casually picked up the prepared sandwich on the table and walked towards the gym upstairs, mumbling to herself. A Yan's culinary skills are quite talented. Nan Qingran pushed the door open and saw an impactful scene: fair skin and well-defined muscle lines. Nan Qingran swallowed the last bite of her sandwich, clapped her hands, and walked towards her dear boyfriend. Gulps. Nan Qingran clearly heard her uncontrollable salivation, but still couldn't help but step forward. The allure of male beauty was irresistible. Mo Jingyan, unusually unaware of the footsteps behind him, perhaps subconsciously felt that the space was the safest place, so he wasn't very alert. He was entirely focused on the projection in front of him, initially frowning at the bare-chested coach. Only after he followed the movements did he realize that wearing clothes was indeed not easy to operate, so he simply bared his firm chest, giving Nan Qingran a feast for her eyes. As Nan Qingran got closer, she noticed that his movements were still a bit off, but he had adapted quite well. She reached out her mischievous little hand and lightly brushed his back, causing Mo Jingyan to straighten up. Nan Qingran found it somewhat amusing and didn't ask him to turn around, but her slender fingers kept playfully teasing the person in front of her. Mo Jingyan's back grew increasingly tense, seeing that the person behind him had no intention of stopping. He turned around and grabbed her hand, looking at her with some complaint. In her fluster, Nan Qingran's gaze accidentally caught sight of an indescribable area, and she quickly averted her eyes as if burned. Ahem. Do you want to go take a shower or something? Nan Qingran's voice grew smaller towards the end, making her sound a bit guilty. Mo Jingyan's early morning excitement was extinguished by Nan Qingran's timid demeanor. His irritation dissipated. Yes, I need to. Nan Qingran looked at him and nodded vigorously, exuding a vibe of hurry up and go. Go. He'll wait for you to come out to eat. Mo Jingyan raised his eyebrows at the sight, leisurely tying a knot with the sleepwear he picked up. Nan Qingran slightly turned her body and rolled her eyes, constantly complaining in her heart. Who are you trying to seduce? Don't you know that someone has a weak will? Nan Qingran watched as Mo Jingyan walked to the door, and suddenly he turned around. Ranran, actually I took a shower as soon as I got up. Nan Qingran was dumbfounded. Mo Jingyan walked out with a cheerful smile, enjoying the feeling of teasing Ranran. What the heck? This is so random. Nan Qingran turned off the gym's projector and went downstairs to sit on the sofa, waiting for Mo Jingyan to come out for breakfast. When she raised her hand to grab a cup, she froze for a moment, suddenly blushing fiercely, the heat spreading to her ears and neck, turning her whole face pink. This person could really be this way. I truly do not understand some men's inexplicable competitive spirit and their need to justify themselves. It's too hot, too hot. Bao Bao, turn up the air conditioning. Nan Qingran waved her hand in front of her face, feeling a bit warm today. Nan Bao Bao hurried over, looking at her strangely. Master, the space manor is always at a constant temperature. It won't get hot or cold. Nan Qingran paused her action of fanning herself, awkwardly looking at Nan Bao Bao. Ah, really? Then maybe I misjudged. After speaking, Nan Qingran headed to the kitchen. Mo Jingyan had prepared breakfast, and though she didn't want to do much else, heating up some milk was no problem. Nan Bao Bao continued to stare at her back with a puzzled expression. Can humans really feel hot or cold? Could it be a malfunction in their temperature perception? Hearing its muttering, Nan Qingran stumbled, wondering if it could read the room and give its master some dignity. Mo Jingyan walked out wearing a deep blue bathrobe after washing off the sweat and fulfilling his needs. He raised his eyes and saw Nan Qingran supporting herself on the table, looking obediently at him, completely unlike the troublesome person from the morning. Her cuteness sparked an impulse to discipline her right there. However, seeing her so obedient, all his frustration melted away, and he only wanted to cherish her tenderly. With this thought, Mo Jingyan crossed the table and gently tapped her forehead. Ranran, good morning kiss. Nan Qingran was still a bit entranced by the hazy beauty of a person coming out of the bath, and a soft kiss fell on her. But Nan Qingran did not feel particularly happy. As she leaned closer, she realized the so-called beauty emerging from the bath was nothing but a joke. This person was covered up so tightly it felt like he was guarding against wolves. Drip. Water dripped down Mo Jingyan's hair onto Nan Qingran's face, and she raised her hand to casually wipe it away. Why don't you dry your hair before coming out? Mo Jingyan sat down in the opposite seat, took a sip of milk, and said, I was afraid you'd be waiting. Nan Qingran was instantly healed by this sentence, finding it even sweeter than a love confession. Then I'll go get the hairdryer. Mo Jingyan stopped her. No need, I can do it myself. After saying this, he raised his hand to dry his hair with internal force, and in no time it was dry. More efficient than a hairdryer. Nan Qingran looked at him with a bit of envy. That's so convenient. If I were. She didn't finish her sentence, closing her mouth under Mo Jingyan's teasing gaze. People should recognize reality. How could one have it all? Mo Jingyan indeed taught her that internal force and lightness were not to be held back, but Nan Qingran admitted she had no talent for it. However, thinking about her own special abilities and advanced weapons, realizing that lightness couldn't compare to flying in a plane, Nan Qingran felt surprisingly liberated. She looked at Mo Jingyan confidently, not feeling guilty at all. I'm already so capable. If fate favored me even more, I might suspect I'm the illegitimate daughter of the heavens. Mo Jingyan listened to her nonsensical talk and affectionately stroked her hair. Ranran is already so intelligent. If you become even more exceptional, I might feel insecure. Then I'll just force myself to be a modest woman who supports you in the outside world. Mo Jingyan paused, gently pulling her into his embrace. Ranran, if I need you to hide your brilliance and carefully maintain my self-esteem, then I don't deserve to be with you. You can do whatever you want, and I will always be behind you. Nan Qingran was taken aback. She didn't expect that a casual remark she made would resonate with him. Oh, then I'll work hard to be a strong woman who supports the family, while you, Prince Yin, take care of your beautiful looks at home. And make sure to keep the bed warm. Mo Jingyan was a bit taken aback, but quickly returned to a smile. All right. From now on, Ranran will take charge of the household. Mo Jingyan and Nan Qingran playfully tidied up the kitchen. In fact, it was made even messier, at least in Nan Bao's eyes. It looked at the two holding hands and walking outside with dissatisfaction. So nauseating. It's even more nauseating than in novels. Nan Qingran slumped on the sofa, leaning against Mo Jingyan, as if all her bones had turned soft. Do you want to watch a movie? Mo Jingyan shook his head, unusually rejecting her suggestion. Ranran, I have something I want to discuss with you. Seeing his serious expression, Nan Qingran planned to sit up straight. Mo Jingyan frowned, pressing her down unhappily. Where are you going? Nan Qingran blinked her big eyes at him. Nowhere. Oh, then just stay in my arms. Nan Qingran saw he still wasn't speaking, and asked, weren't you going to talk about something? Ranran, if you want to develop the cement factory, the demand for lime will definitely be huge. Even though these things are considered useless in the eyes of the world, and are ownerless, large-scale mining will indeed cause... Nan Qingran nodded. She had thought about this long ago. To say the least, everything she planned to bring to this world would cause a tremendous stir. If this wasn't resolved, it would indeed be a bit troublesome. Who says those limes are ownerless? Mo Jingyan gently caressed her cheek. If no one has bought them, then they are naturally ownerless. After he said that, he noticed his girlfriend looking at him with an expression that said he was mistaken. Where did I go wrong? Nan Qingran countered, aren't those limes from Baima country? Mo Jingyan nodded without hesitation. Of course they are. Nan Qingran clapped her hands. Then that's settled. Since they belong to Baima, and no one wants them, they are naturally state property, and your family, the Mo family, are their masters. Mo Jingyan's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. Even so, if my father suddenly issues such a decree, it will definitely be obstructed by the Prime Minister. Nan Qingran didn't understand what is he compared to the Emperor, and you. Mo Jingyan patted her back to comfort her. He is naturally no match for you, but as Prime Minister, if he employs some underhanded methods in other aspects, it will surely delay the promotion of the cement factory. After all, a decree without basis is indeed very difficult to implement. Although he felt a bit jealous during that time, he indeed noticed that the cement factory had only just been established and was already on the right track under Nan Yixing's leadership. At this speed, large-scale operations were just around the corner, and if progress was delayed in this matter, it really wouldn't be worth it. Meanwhile, Nan Qingran furrowed her brows even more, her eyes filled with this. I know this kind of person. They can't harm you, but they can annoy you to death by always being in front of you. Mo Jingyan nodded. Her description was spot on. A dark glint flashed in Mo Jingyan's eyes. Furthermore, if it weren't for my father, I have a solution. Mo Jingyan retracted his thoughts and looked at the hesitant Nan Qingran, raising his hand to comfort her. It's okay, if you really can't think of a good way, I will help you. Although dealing with that old thing might take some time, making the person in front of him happy was obviously more important. Nan Qingran chuckled and glanced at him. So having a boyfriend is really good. Mo Jingyan smiled silently and said to her, of course, I also hope to do something for Ran. You won't have a chance this time, I'll wait for the next time. Mo Jingyan looked up at her. Does Ran have a good idea? A decree without reason is indeed insufficient for the entire Baima country's lime to be privately owned by the emperor. But what if your father could bring benefits to the country? Mo Jingyan shook his head in disagreement, not caring about his father's reputation. Ran, you really miscalculated this time. My father's private treasury only has some valuable bracelets made of fine jade and nothing else. Mo Jingyan frowned as if he didn't know how to describe it, and finally could only say awkwardly, you might as well think of a way to deal with me and the emperor's older brother. Nan Qingran was taken aback. She had never seen such a clean and honest emperor. So impoverished and unadorned. Nan Qingran came to her senses and glared at him. What I mean is that I can collaborate with your father. Mo Jingyan was taken aback, then realized, does Ran want to do business with my father? Nan Qingran nodded. Your father wouldn't refuse, right? After all, where would there be? Mo Jingyan interrupted her, speaking lightly. My father wouldn't refuse. He was almost too poor to provide for the Empress Jade. Now whoever could send him money would be treated like a beloved daughter. Nan Qingran. Mo Lingxin. You bet you don't hesitate to sell out your father. Nan Qingran decided to skip this topic and patted Mo Jingyan's shoulder. Well, you should discuss it well with your father. We are not in a hurry, we just need to settle it within 3 months. Why 3 months? Nan Qingran's eyes flashed with a determined light. Because within 3 months, I want the cement factory in Yuzhou to be in full production. Alright, I believe in Ran. Nan Qingran smiled and rubbed against his shoulder. Don't worry. Although the cement industry isn't particularly profitable, I still have plenty of things in hand. If your father is willing, I will definitely make him the richest emperor. After saying that, Nan Qingran realized she had overlooked a major opportunity. If your brother is willing to invest, I welcome that too. The more the better. Mo Jingyan could clearly see her little thoughts and reached out to tease her nose. Sure, the older brother would definitely be willing. Even if he isn't, he'll make him willing. Mo Jingyan smiled and said, you little rascal. By the way, is your brother doing well lately? Mo Jingyan's face showed a layer of smile. Yes, I sent a letter to the Empress. They should understand my meaning. No news has come from the capital, so I believe everything should be fine with my brother. Nan Qingran nodded. How could it not be fine? The time when her abilities depleted, her energy left her exhausted, and she hadn't fully recovered, but it could easily last for another 3 or 4 months. As long as everything is fine. The two of them quietly nestled together, enjoying their tranquil moments. Until Mo Jingyan glanced at the time converter, he gently lifted Nan Qingran's head. It's almost the hour of Eid. I can go out now without being discovered. Nan Qingran looked at him in surprise, and as if she had made up her mind, spoke. I want to give you a gift. Mo Jingyan was initially taken aback, then broke into a clear smile. Great. I can't wait for the gift Ran is giving me. Nan Qingran led Mo Jingyan for a while, arriving at a rather desolate place that was not as modern as the vicinity of the manor. After walking for a while, Nan Qingran stopped at a stone tablet, focusing on it for a moment. She turned and pulled Mo Jingyan's finger, a soft glow transforming into a blade that sliced through Mo Jingyan's fingertip. Mo Jingyan looked at her with slight curiosity, showing no intention of stopping her. After all, he felt no pain from such a small injury. As he thought that he saw Nan Qingran also cut her own hand. Ran you. Nan Qingran ignored his reaction and pressed their bleeding fingertips together, causing their blood to blend and drop onto the ancient stone tablet. Mo Jingyan instantly felt an inexplicable new sensation. He couldn't quite describe it, but he clearly felt a bit lighter. He looked at Nan Qingran in surprise. Ran, this is the sense of security I give you. I hope you can understand. Mo Jingyan was taken aback. He thought that Nan Qingran was already showing extreme trust by willing to reveal her past and her trump card. Damn. Unexpectedly. Then this is... Nan Bao rushed over, looking at him with a reluctant, yet unavoidable expression. From now on you will be another master of this space. I can barely call you the male master. But remember, in this space the master is still the biggest. You can't bully. Nan Bao was expressing its disdain when it turned around to see the two humanoids gazing at each other affectionately, completely ignoring it. Humph. If Nan Bao had a humanoid form, it would definitely be stomping its feet in anger, showing its disdain for them before turning to leave. Ranran Mo Jingyan felt as if he were floating on a cloud akin to his first experience on an airplane. Do you feel safe now? Nan Qingran stared at him earnestly, as if she would immediately think of another way if he said he didn't. Mo Jingyan's heart felt like it was soaking in warm water, and he rarely found himself feeling a bit sentimental. Does Ranran like me this much? Nan Qingran firmly nodded without any hesitation, as she was willing to express her feelings to her beloved. Moreover, she didn't feel embarrassed or devalued. Instead, she thought that openly expressing love was a courage that most people lacked. Ranran, I love you. Nan Qingran felt Mo Jingyan's breath slowly encircle her, enveloping her in a way that made her not want to break free. I know. The two embraced for a long time, and finally Nan Qingran slightly raised her head and reminded him a couple of times. From now on you can come and go in this space as you please. You can freely control everything in this space, but there is a limitation. This skill of being able to enter the space freely can only be realized if you are within 100 miles of me. After Nan Qingran said this, she immediately noticed Mo Jingyan's expression dropping. What? Not satisfied. Mo Jingyan shook his head, stroking Nan Qingran's hair absent-mindedly, subconsciously wanting to snuggle closer. Although the two were now using the same bathing products, he still preferred the scent on Nan Qingran. No, I was just thinking that with such a magical item, I could also see you after returning to the capital. Nan Qingran sighed. She was a bit disappointed, but she couldn't be too greedy. It's fine, we can find another opportunity to contact each other later. Mo Jingyan stroked her smooth hair, nodding reluctantly. Ranran, don't worry, I will often have someone come back to deliver messages. Nan Qingran nodded, and suddenly, as if she thought of something, she lifted her head from Mo Jingyan's embrace, looking at him with starry eyes. I have a way. Right, look, just point this, and you can make a call. You will be able to see my face. Mo Jingyan looked curious, fiddling with it. Ranran, this phone is truly magical. Nan Qingran nodded proudly. Of course, the power of technology is great. This is actually a product from decades ago in our world. We usually contact each other directly using light brains. People started using phones 400 or 500 years ago, but this one is a later model, more advanced, yet still not as convenient as a light brain. Mo Jingyan admired her more as he listened, nodding with satisfaction. Then I can contact Ranran when I return to the capital. Of course. This phone is quite convenient, powered directly by solar energy, no need for any charger. As for the network, Nan Qingran thought for a moment while resting her head. I will bring you a few portable networks, that should be enough. Mo Jingyan was quick-witted and learned quickly. After Nan Qingran taught him for a while, he had mastered it, and began playing on his own. While Nan Qingran was watching a movie, she heard Mo Jingyan call her. Ranran, what is this? It's so vivid. Nan Qingran smiled knowingly, and took the phone from his hand. It should be a camera. It can reproduce a person one tune, and if the photos are developed, they can be preserved for a long time. Mo Jingyan nodded. Great. Let's take more pictures. Nan Qingran looked speechlessly at his manly photography angle, but when she saw the final images, she was struck silent. Indeed, being good-looking can really save a bad photo through sheer strength. Seeing Mo Jingyan getting more and more addicted, she snatched the phone back. No indulging in electronic products. Otherwise your 5.0 vision will be forever lost to you. Mo Jingyan was a bit reluctant, but still put the phone away. Ranran, am leaving. Nan Qingran nodded without any reluctance. Okay. Go ahead. Mo Jingyan. By the way, wait a moment, I forgot to give you something. Nan Qingran returned with something, and saw Mo Jingyan looking at her expectantly. This is for you. What is this? It's a communication wristband. You can give these to Qing Hui and Feng Xian, and although it has fewer functions than the phone, it's sufficient for calls and messages. Mo Jingyan paused, looking up at her. Ranran, thank you. You're welcome, my boyfriend. After sending him off, Nan Qingran went to bed feeling very peaceful, perhaps because the matter she had been worried about had been resolved. As Nan Qingran rose early in the morning, she saw a crowd gathered at the door, and her aunt and mother were clearly struggling to protect her cousin behind them. Nan Qingran's good mood was instantly shattered as she witnessed Nan Qingyi nearly being pushed over amidst the shoving, igniting her fury and extinguishing any goodwill. What are you doing? What is all this? Are you bullying people right at my doorstep? She pulled her cousin behind her, realizing that the confrontation was clearly directed at Nan Qingyi. She could hardly fathom how her gentle cousin had provoked this group. The women, seeing Nan Qingran's fierce demeanor, immediately wilted and started to force smiles. Miss Naner, you must have misunderstood us. We came here to discuss a happy occasion with Miss Nan. Nan Qingran rolled her eyes without holding back, sneering. Do you really think I am so naive at my young age? I've never seen a family that wants to propose marriage while blocking the doors and pushing people around. The matchmakers exchanged glances, realizing they had heard rumors about a second miss of the Nan family, and it was clear now that it wasn't just hearsay. One of the women, her eyes gleaming with scheming intent, quickly scanned the room and seized the moment to stand out. Miss Nan, I am Lee, the matchmaker from town, here to propose to the young master of the Zhuang family. As soon as she spoke, the crowd became restless, pushing and shoving again. Someone even tugged at Lee's hair, exclaiming, "Bah, you shameless old hag, dare to steal my business." "I am Zhang. I was sent by the young master of the Zhuang family." "I am." "No, I am." Nan Qingran's eyes grew darker, and Nan Qingran, with a frosty expression, stepped aside and pressed the alarm button. Before long, Wang Tai arrived with several servants. Upon seeing the chaotic scene, he was momentarily stunned and hastily apologized. "Miss Eyre, we failed to manage the situation while causing distress to the first and second madam and the young lady. Please punish us." Nan Qingran knew this was not their fault. These few had followed her uncle and father to the fields daily. There were also some assisting her elder brother in supervising the mining of the mountains, so busy that one person was doing the work of two. How could she blame them? "I know you didn't fail in your duties. It's my plans that have some issues. In the next few days, find some strong men to come back. They should be able to handle two at once, and we cannot let any disorderly people come here." As Nan Qingran spoke, her gaze was fixed on the group of matchmakers, making them too afraid to look up. "Yes, Miss Eyre. We will take care of it right away. Yan's culinary skills are quite talented." Nan Qingran pushed the door open and saw an impactful scene: fair skin and well-defined muscle. Moreover, it was clear that the other party wasn't sincere, who would send so many matchmakers to propose if they genuinely wished to court a girl. Once everyone realized this, they dispersed on their own. "Cousin, do you know that Zhuang young master?" Nan Qingyi thought carefully, but ultimately shook her head. "I have never heard of him." Nan Qingyi felt a bit irritated, but the two elders in the family were genuinely furious. "Which little brat dares to bully my daughter? This is clearly going to affect her future marriage prospect." Qin spoke angrily, and even Lin, who usually had a good temper, joined in the scolding. In contrast to them, Nan Qingyi remained composed. Having spent time with Nan Qingran, she had unknowingly adopted the independent thoughts of modern women. After all, she was now wealthy, free, and skilled. Getting married was no longer a necessity for her. Perhaps being married would be worse than being single. What would be the point of that? Nan Qingran clearly shared this sentiment, but the thought of a toad insulting her gentle little fairy made her feel like a firecracker ready to explode. Nan Qingyi gently comforted Nan Qingran, saying, "Ran, don't bother with others. It's not worth it to tire yourself out." Nan Qingran nodded along with her cousin's words, but kept it in her heart. In Taoyuan town, Nan Qingyi was now quite familiar with delivering goods to the town. Standing at the entrance of the Xianwei workshop, she couldn't help but feel emotional. This kind of life was something she had never dared to dream of. Nan Qingyi gently pushed open the door of a private room and walked in, only to see Shizukai dressed in black patterned attire, standing by the window. Hearing the sound, Shizukai turned his head, immediately revealing a smile. "Miss Nan." Nan Qingyi nodded politely, but couldn't help but seem a bit distant. "I apologize for making you wait, young Master C." Shizukai felt inexplicably gloomy, but still gently poured a cup of warm tea and placed it in front of Nan Qingyi. "Miss Nan, please don't be too polite. The weather is chilly, and don't catch a cold." After saying that, Shizukai looked at Nan Qingyi's slightly flushed face from the cold and muttered in confusion, "Why did you have to come today?" Nan Qingyi detected that he wasn't truly angry and smiled slightly. "Ran had business in the town today, so I came along. Since I have finished early, I thought I would deliver it, to avoid delaying young Master Sis' delivery to the capital." Shizukai, upon hearing this, felt even more irritated. "Next time I'll just send someone to fetch it." "Miss Nan, you shouldn't go through all this trouble." Nan Qingyi gently shook her head in refusal. "No, these embroidered items are precious. I feel more at ease delivering them myself, and it's not—" Shizukai lowered his head and fell silent, unsure whether he should be happy or not. "Then please be careful, Miss Nan." Nan Qingyi lowered her head and took a sip of tea, her expression somewhat ambiguous. "Young Master C, there's no need to be so polite. You can just call me Qingyi from now on." Shizukai was momentarily stunned, not quite processing her words, but he was unaware that his face had already turned a deep shade of red. In contrast, Nan Qingyi remained calm, making Shizukai appear somewhat shy. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Nan Qingyi looked at him directly, asking, "What's inappropriate about it? Aren't you calling Ran by the same name? Why is it inappropriate when it comes to me?" Shizukai tentatively raised his head to look at her, confirming that she genuinely seemed to not understand, which both reassured him. He thought to himself that Qingran was different, as she was to be his future sister-in-law family. He suddenly had a bright idea and glanced at Nan Qingyi. Could it be that Qingyi also wanted to be family with him? Nan Qingyi. With this thought, a faint blush crept onto Shizukai's face, and he felt an inexplicable joy. Nan Qingyi looked at him with some confusion and pushed a cup of tea towards him. "Young Master C, have some water? That might be a bit hot in this weather." Shizukai nodded blankly, saying something completely opposite. "It's not hot at all." His somewhat silly demeanor inexplicably hit Nan Qingyi's funny bone, and she couldn't help but want to tease him. "Then why is young Master C blushing so much?" Upon hearing this, Shizukai lowered his head and said in a sulky tone, "That's because you smiled at me." Nan Qingran didn't catch that clearly, so she leaned in closer. She lowered her head and didn't notice that Sizakai's blush deepened the moment she came closer. I mean, don't call me young master anymore, oh, just call me Zakai. Sizakai never expected that one day his own name would feel so hot to say. It felt hotter in his mouth. Nan Qingran was no better at being the one to tease, didn't feel odd, but now it was truly a bit embarrassing. Then Zakai. The two of them didn't realize that as soon as the words left their mouths, a pink bubble enveloped the two slightly blushing individuals oblivious to the feeling. Sizakai adjusted his breathing and looked at Nan Qingran. He was actually quite shy. However, he didn't want to miss this brief moment of interaction as he didn't know when they would meet again. He turned to the food box Nan Qingran had brought, curious and wanting to change the subject. Qingran, what's in this food box? Nan Qingran laughed lightly, opening the food box. I noticed you seem to like pastries, so I made some for you. They aren't as good as what Aunt Air makes, so don't mind them. Sizakai took a gentle bite, the texture soft and the sweetness just right. He thought to himself that if Qingran weren't here, he might not have cared about manners and would have stuffed the delicious little cakes into his mouth. Delicious. Qingran, you make them really well. I thought I wouldn't get to eat these again. Nan Qingran instinctively recalled that incident, feeling a bit annoyed, but she wasn't that petty. Seeing him enjoying the pastries so much, Nan Qingran felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She quietly observed, subconsciously reminded of another reason for her visit to the town today. Zakai, do you know the Zhuang young master? Zakai put down the dessert, looking at her, not having noticed the hint of jealousy in his tone. I haven't heard of him. Does Qingran need to find him for something? Nan Qingran didn't mention the issue, simply glossing over it. Yes, I do have something to ask. The young general's face darkened again. Oh, then I can help, Qingran inquired thoroughly. To see who exactly was disturbing Kinji's peace. Nan Qingran nodded, not being polite with him. Thank you, Zakai. You don't have to be so polite with me. Of course you don't need to be polite with me. Nan Qingran didn't understand why he emphasized this, but still nodded in agreement. It seemed she had caught on to the fact that he was somewhat unhappy, though not directed at her. Then I'll take my leave now. Ranran might be waiting for me. Oh. Sizakai's mood visibly dropped further. How could time pass so quickly? Then let me escort Qingran. Staying a little longer was still better. As he was about to step out, a knock echoed. Knock knock. Sizakai halted, having instructed not to let anyone disturb them. Come in. The waiter entered, immediately fixing his gaze on Nan Qingran before reporting to Sizakai. I've come to see Miss Nan. Nan Qingran was visibly taken aback herself. She turned to look at Sizakai, who gently shook his head. Sizakai gave her a knowing look. Please go back. Miss Nan is not seeing anyone. As Sizakai finished speaking, a woman barged in, roughly tugging a man by the ear. She merely nodded slightly to Sizakai before focusing her attention entirely on Nan Qingran, instantly revealing an expression of astonishment. Sizakai moved in front of Nan Qingran, guarding her like a looming enemy, staring at the woman on the opposite side. The woman likely realized her excessive attention was inappropriate, retracting her gaze and smiling apologetically. Please don't mind me, young master. I am eager to apologize today, so I hope Miss Nan will grace me with it. Nan Qingran had been in a good mood lately, occasionally glancing at the lush crops beside her. Truly focusing on one's career is the best way for a girl to maintain her beautiful spirit. However, looking at the fields full of crops gave her a headache. At this time, every household has finished harvesting. Where can I hire people? After pondering for a while, without coming up with a good solution, Nan Qingran decided to give up. There must be a way when we reach the mountain. If all else fails, let's pull out a few harvesters. They come quickly. After making a round, Nan Qingran went straight home, as she had complete trust in Nan Yixing regarding the cement factory. Thus, Nan Qingran's resolve to buy a facial transformation technique grew stronger. She spotted a hurried figure flashing by and quickly caught hold of him. Big brother, where are you going? Nan Hezhou wiped the sweat from his sleeve and chuckled foolishly. Tomorrow people from the town will come to collect vegetables, so I need to go harvest for the villagers to— Nan Qingran frowned, as she had indeed been too busy lately leaving the tasks of mining the wasteland and delivering vegetables to her big brother, which made her somewhat regretful. Big brother, you've been too tired lately. Let's put the wasteland mining on hold for now. Nan Hezhou frowned and shook his head, firmly rejecting her suggestion. The weather is warming up, we need to mine as quickly as possible to build the fruit orchard and tea garden this spring. Nan Qingran felt helpless. Her big brother was a stubborn person who, once committed, would not back down until it was done. Nan Qingran realized this trait in her brother only after spending a long time with him. Initially, she didn't think he was a perfectionist Virgo. Alright then, but let's hand off the vegetable planting business. Nan Hezhou was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. Hand off. Nan Qingran nodded. Yes, this business was originally to support the villagers. Now that our family's industries are getting a bit overwhelming, big brother finds someone responsible to take over the business. Who do you think would be suitable? This has always been handled by you, big brother. You definitely know better than I do, so just decide on someone you think would be good. Nan Qingran wanted to cultivate his ability to make decisions, as she couldn't be with him forever. After thinking for a while, Nan Hezhou spoke up. How about Lu Dage? The eldest son of the village chief has helped me quite a bit with this. Nan Qingran nodded in agreement. If Big Brother thinks he's good then, that's great. Seeing a hint of melancholy in his expression, Nan Qingran comforted him. Big Brother, I believe this year the villagers will save seeds, and with their experience things will definitely get better. Unbeknownst to her, her words would prove prophetic. Years later, Taoyuan Village indeed became the largest vegetable planting base in the Bema Kingdom. Nan Huzhou nodded. All right. I'll listen to you, Qingran. Don't worry, Brother Gao will surely manage the mining well. After saying that, Nan Huzhou strode forward, likely heading to the village chief's house. Nan Qingran chuckled lightly, as she truly felt that her accumulated blessings from her past life allowed her to have a family that treated her sincerely in this life. She wouldn't let her big brother work for free. He had to get at least 40% of the shares. After all, managing this in the future would likely take time and effort, so she considered it a form of early bribery. Nan Qingran suppressed the slight guilt in her heart. As the days passed, Nan Qingran was extremely busy, yet she was quite satisfied with the efficiency at the cement factory. She was more than satisfied with her decision, made in a moment of infatuation, or otherwise she would be the one burdened like a donkey in the production team now. Nan Qingran pressed down the corners of her mouth, suddenly feeling a sense of identification as a ruthless capitalist. Having capable skills, and not needing to worry about anything, most importantly not having to pay wages, was simply too wonderful. Hey, what's got you so happy, girl? This remark was not well received by an ant nearby, who nudged the person next to her. She must be thinking about something big. What's it called again? Oh, right. Striving to make Taoyuan Village a model rural area through hard work. Nan Qingran twitched her mouth. It was the first time she hoped her hearing wasn't so. She didn't understand why she had such potential for promoting a pyramid scheme. She had just held a few mobilization meetings. Back when she was a corporate slave working from dawn until night at the hospital, nothing could distract her except for her off-duty days. She was lost in thought for a moment when she noticed the uncle they were talking about nodding in guilt. It was my lack of foresight. Nan Qingran felt quite embarrassed. She coughed a few times and picked up a nearby megaphone to get to the point. Everyone has come together today. It's a big day for Taoyuan Village. How can we not show up? Yes, even though we couldn't get into the factory, we still have to do our part. Village Chief Lu also laughed along. Qingran, Taoyuan Village is home to all of us, and we should all contribute. Nan Qingran nodded. What he said was indeed true. She glanced around and noted that except for the quirky Qin family, every household seemed to have shown up. Nan Qingran grew increasingly confident in Taoyuan Village. A united organization is invincible. However, thinking of the Qin family, she couldn't help but notice that they hadn't appeared for quite some time. This thought flashed through her mind, but she didn't take it seriously, and certainly didn't think of the things Mo Jingyan was doing behind her back. Moreover, she was unaware that the entire village knew about the animosity between the Qin family and her secretly keeping an eye on that family to prevent them from bothering her. In fact, Nan Qingran was looking forward to seeing the Qin family realize she had cultivated superior seeds and fulfill their agreement to leave Taoyuan Village in shame. Thinking of the unwilling expressions on their faces, Nan Qingran narrowed her eyes. The more they hate me but can't get rid of me, the more satisfying it feels. Anyway, she remembered that bet well. At this moment, anyone who wanted to drive the Qin family away would likely face her wrath. In fact, it was mainly because she hadn't adjusted to her new environment and was somewhat idle when she first arrived. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let them linger for so long. She regained her focus and picked up the megaphone. Since everyone knows, I won't dwell on it any longer. Under the leadership of Director Nan Yixing, our Taoyuan Village's first cement factory is paving the first batch of cement roads in Bema Kingdom. Moreover, our training for the paving workers has been completed, and starting tomorrow the cement road paving plan for Taoyuan Village will be implemented with an estimated completion within 20 days. We kindly ask everyone to understand if there are any inconveniences during the construction process. Don't worry, Qingran, our villagers will definitely not cause you any trouble. Nan Qingran smiled in satisfaction after receiving the village chief's assurance. Then I'll trouble Uncle Chief Lu to supervise. All right. Nan Qingran encouraged the villagers. Let's all look forward to the birth of the first cement road in Bema Kingdom. Great, great, great. As Nan Qingran watched the crowd disperse, she intended to go into the factory to check on that little boy. After taking a few steps, she was stopped by Village Chief Lu. Qingran. Nan Qingran turned around and paused. Uncle Chief, is there anything else? He looked at Nan Qingran with a flustered expression. Qingran, yesterday Huzhou came and said that my eldest son would be responsible for the vegetable supply for our village in the future. How can that be? Nan Qingran thought it was something serious. Uncle, don't worry. The vegetable supply is indeed currently managed by my brother, but he has other matters to attend to and is too busy, so he is handing it over to Lu Day. You don't need to be concerned. Village Chief Lu clearly did not feel reassured. My eldest son has always been farming at home. How can he manage a business? Moreover, this pertains to the livelihoods of so many families in the village. We can't let him mess things up. Nan Qingran inexplicably felt sympathy for Lu Dage. It seemed he had grown up under a suppressive educational style. Uncle, that's not how it works. My brother used to only know how to farm, but now he's managing the business very well. I even plan to let him train at the factory for a while soon. Eventually he will take over the work at the cement factory. Village Chief Lu was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Nan Qingran to say this directly. Though it was up to the factory owner to decide who to employ, he couldn't help but nag a bit, thinking of the somewhat thin young man. Qingran, that young man working under Director Nan, isn't very talkative and seems a bit cold, but his work is excellent. No one in the factory is unsatisfied with him. Nan Qingran was taken aback. She didn't quite understand Village Chief Lu's meaning, but continued the conversation. Uncle, how do you know he's so well-liked? Village Chief Lu chuckled. My second son works at the factory too. He just finished that training thing today. If it weren't for my eldest needing to look after the fields, I would have sent him there too. Nan Qingran nodded in understanding and encouraged him. Uncle, don't worry, if Lu Urge works hard, he will definitely not lose out. Village Chief Lu smiled and nodded. That's good. Then you absolutely can't let him go. That young man is really capable. Nan Qingran was taken aback and felt somewhat amused. Uncle, don't worry. As long as Director Nan doesn't want to leave, I will definitely not let him go. What a joke. It's nearly impossible to find another person like him now. Why would I let him go? Village Chief Lu scratched his head in confusion. Are there going to be two people in charge of one factory? Nan Qingran's mind lit up, finally understanding why Village Chief Lu had said that. It's not like that. Director Nan is being assigned to do some more important tasks, and he's letting me and my brother gain some experience. Oh, so that's how it is. I misunderstood. Nan Qingran nodded and, seeing him leave, walked straight into the cement factory. She walked around, but didn't see the little boy. Instead, she took the opportunity to do a surprise inspection, and the cafeteria's hygiene and workshop safety were quite good. However, after a while she realized a flaw. At that time she hadn't imagined that Nan Yixing would be there, nor did she think the production would happen so quickly, so she hadn't considered the need to hire more workers. Miss Nan, are you here to inspect? Nan Qingran turned around and immediately recognized who it was behind her. After all, her established protocol allowed her to interact normally with any human. Yes, I'm looking for someone and inspecting a bit. Is there anything you're not satisfied with? Nan Qingran nodded. I hadn't considered hiring more workers. For those who live far away, it might be inconvenient to go home, but we haven't built employee dormitories. Nan Yixing kindly suggested. Miss Nan, we could take this opportunity to introduce the cement houses to everyone. With dormitories and publicity, it's a win-win. Nan Qingran's eyes lit up as she excitedly patted Nan Yixing on the shoulder. Nan Qingran was unaware that her gesture sparked jealousy, as if someone was being pickled in vinegar. In contrast, Nan Yixing frowned and took a few steps back. Miss Nan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Nan Qingran was in a good mood and completely overlooked his small actions. All right, then you go ahead and busy yourself. Once the employee dormitories are built, you can set off. Sure, Miss Nan. Nan Qingran didn't find the little boy and didn't plan to leave. She chatted with some of the workers who were changing shifts. To develop well, one must engage deeply with the grassroots community. By the way, have you seen that little boy from outside the village? Yes, we've seen him. He hasn't started working yet. He usually helps out in the cafeteria. Nan Qingran frowned. All right, then you all carry on. I'll go check. She walked straight to the cafeteria, feeling a bit worried. Although the cement factory was under Nan Yixing's leadership, the workers had a heavy workload. In such a situation, if he went to help in the cafeteria, Nan Qingran felt he might struggle a bit. Sure enough, when Nan Qingran arrived, she saw the little boy in the same patched clothes from before, tending to the fire. She frowned and approached. The boy noticed her first and jumped up, almost tripping. Be careful. Nan Qingran brought the boy to a nearby open area. What are you doing here? If you're changing shifts, you should be resting. As she spoke, Nan Qingran felt that building an employee dormitory was becoming increasingly necessary. Hearing her words, the boy lowered his head, and soon a woman ran out. Qingran, if you're angry, blame it on me. I'm the one who let this child help out. I give him a couple of buns every day. This child is truly pitiful. The boy raised his head, his bright black eyes showing a hint of timidity, but he bravely stood in front of the woman. Miss Nan, it's my fault. I broke the rules. Please don't expel Grandma's son. He had undergone training to work at the factory, and with the good treatment Nan Qingran provided, the corresponding requirements were strict. Severe violations of regulations could lead to expulsion. Nan Qingran couldn't help but feel a bit amused, as she hadn't said anything yet, so why was she being treated as a malicious villain? Aunt Sun clearly didn't want to leave, but since the host had spoken, she had no choice. Alright. Can you tell me why you're still here helping in the cafeteria? Nan Qingran had also heard that the villagers regarded him as the youngest, and usually assigned him lighter tasks. However, for a 13 or 14-year-old boy, those tasks weren't exactly light. After working so hard, he still had to come to the cafeteria to help. The boy had tried several times to say something, but swallowed his words, his two thin black fingers entwined, clearly showing his inner conflict. If you have any difficulties, feel free to tell me. If I have the strength, I might be able to help you. Seeing his troubled expression, Nan Qingran added, of course, if you don't want to share, you don't have to, but you absolutely can't keep running around like this. Your body won't be able to take it. I have an obligation to take care of my employees. The little boy remained silent for a long time before finally speaking in a voice that Nan Qingran could barely hear. Mother said if I found work I wouldn't need to eat, eh? She said if my sister starves then so be it. She wants to make sure her brother in her belly gets the nutrients. Nan Qingran fell silent, unsure of what to say. The bias against girls still existed, even in her advanced era. However, treating girls with indifference and coldness, could someone who would kill their own daughter over a mouthful of food even be called a mother? Is she really your biological mother? That's just too much. After saying this, she saw the boy gently shake his head, his words lacking any emotional fluctuation. No, my sister's mother died, and my father married another woman, but he was beaten to death by debt collectors after drinking too much recently. After speaking, the boy looked up at Nan Qingran with pleading eyes. I want to bring some food back home for my sister, otherwise she really will. The boy's words trailed off as a tear fell to the ground. A man does not easily shed tears only because he has not reached the point of heartbreak. Nan Qingran glanced at him before making a decision that even surprised herself. Would you like to follow me from now on? You can bring your sister along, at the very least she will be guaranteed food and shelter. The boy suddenly looked up, hardly daring to believe what he heard. He wiped his tears with his head down and spoke firmly, I would like to. He had to seize this opportunity. After all, a young man like him wouldn't starve no matter where he went, but his mother even took his 3-year-old sister to bed. He had tried to run away with his sister once, but she found out. She didn't hit him, but tied herself up instead, yet she dealt a harsh slap to his little sister who didn't understand. Hearing the childish voice until it was hoarse, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. From that moment on, he resigned himself to taking care of that mother in exchange for his sister's safety. Nan Qingran clenched her fists, filled with rage, with nowhere to vent. A scum like that truly existed in every world. She turned to the little boy and said, Don't worry, I will help you bring your sister out. The boy immediately knelt down and bowed. I've met my master. Nan Qingran dodged a bit, having finally managed to train her family, and now here was another one. She waved her hand. No, get up quickly. I'm afraid I'll lose years off my life. We're not master and servant. The boy seemed a bit confused. Then what is it? Nan Qingran thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything. Well, if I had to say anything it would be employment. Employment? Yes, I might need your help with some things in the future, but it's still undecided. The boy nodded, though he was puzzled. All right, master. Nan Qingran. Just call me whatever you like as long as you don't kneel. Nan Qingran slapped her forehead, realizing she hadn't even asked his name yet. My name is Su Tan. Nan Qingran's eyes brightened. That's a nice name. Su Tan's eyes showed a hint of a smile, and his tone softened. It was given by my mother. My sister's name is Su Ku. Nan Qingran felt a pang of guilt, having mentioned something that saddened him. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Su Tan's expression was normal. She took out a small token-like object from her space. When your sister comes back, just take this home after work, and someone will have arrangements made for you and your sister. Su Tan held the token and squeezed it, realizing it wasn't soft. He was afraid this was just a beautiful dream. In his daze, Nan Qingran turned to glance at him. By the way, you can just ask around the village to find out where my home is. After saying this, Nan Qingran left, looking for an opportunity to enter the space where there were no people. She had long sensed that Mo Jingyan had arrived. Again, Nan Qingran called a few times, but received no response, so she stepped into a nearby food court and grabbed a hamburger. She was a bit hungry. While eating, Nan Qingran seemed to think of something and walked straight in a certain direction, mumbling as she went. There should be a factory base around here, right? Isn't it this way? The more Nan Qingran searched, the more excited she became, completely forgetting about the jealous boyfriend waiting for her to coax him. Mo Jingyan had actually only been jealous for a short while. He had to admit that Nan Qingran now truly made him feel an overwhelming sense of security. After waiting for a while, without seeing her enter, he started wandering around in the space and accidentally stumbled into the shooting range. Although he didn't understand it, luckily each functional room had a screen for operation. It didn't take long for him to figure out the rules and become immersed in the world of shooting, having a great time. After leaving the shooting range, he went to the swimming pool that Nan Qingran had taken him to last time. From what Nan Qingran said, most people in her world should know how to swim. Following the video tutorial, Mo Jingyan swam a few laps, not perfectly, but he had improved. After coming out of the water, he looked at the clock and realized he had already learned how to tell time from Nan Baobao. Hasn't Ranran come in yet? Could it be that I misjudged the time? Mo Jingyan casually took a shower and used his inner strength to dry his hair. When he came out, he ran into Nan Baobao, who was spinning around. Where's Ranran? Nan Baobao shook her head in confusion. I don't know. Maybe she's looking for something strange again. Nan Baobao had already gotten used to her master's absent-minded behavior when she couldn't find something. However, Mo Jingyan clearly couldn't get used to it. He had been dealing with affairs in the capital for some time and hadn't seen his girlfriend in many days. As he thought about how the day of his departure was getting closer, Mo Jingyan grew increasingly anxious, wishing he could turn her into a little dot and carry her away. Since leaving had become a fact, he wanted to spend as much time with his wife as possible before he left. Following Nan Baobao, Mo Jingyan couldn't help but frown as the surroundings grew more desolate. Why would Ran come to play here? She must have come to find something important, otherwise the master wouldn't bother to walk such a long way. Mo Jingyan. Ran, do you really know how your baby is planning for you? Nan Qingran. Thank you, now I know. As they got closer, Mo Jingyan saw her munching on something resembling a bun. In the next moment, a terrifying giant object charged towards Nan Qingran, as if to crush her. Bang! Mo Jingyan swiftly intervened, leaving no chance for the other party to harm Nan Qingran watched as her hard-earned harvester was smashed to ashes by her boyfriend's powerful strike, still slightly in shock. Mo Jingyan looked at her stunned, and walked over to her side. He gently embraced her, occasionally patting Nan Qingran's thin back to comfort her. Ran, don't be afraid. I'm here, I won't let that monster hurt you. Nan Qingran couldn't hold back, and pushed him away, looking at the damaged harvester with a complex expression, silently mourning for a few minutes. Again, that's not a monster. It's a grain harvester. Mo Jingyan showed a puzzled expression. Grain harvester. Next came Nan Qingran's mini classroom session. Yes, it's a product of our era. It can harvest grain without human labor, greatly improving efficiency. There are also other agricultural machines like threshers, which are very common production tools in our world. Just like the sunroom at my home, it also has an automatic irrigation and pest control system, very convenient. Mo Jingyan nodded in understanding, but when he looked at the harvester he had shattered with his palm, he couldn't help but feel more apprehensive and lost. Ran then. Nan Qingran patted his head and comforted him. It's all right. It's something that can be replicated. I also want to thank Yin for protecting me so much. Mo Jingyan affectionately tapped her little nose. If I don't protect you, who else will I protect? Nan Baobao, who was nearby, did not want to watch these two being affectionate, so she ran into the farm base to explore. Master, there's actually such a large agricultural machinery factory here. Why did you decide to take this place? Nan Qingran felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed her nose. Well, this is a bit awkward to explain. Back when I didn't have my abilities in space, I was afraid of being hungry. I saw food being harvested and thought that if the stock ran out I could use tools to grow my own food and not have to worry about starving. Coincidentally, the mission at that time was to destroy the zombie tribe's den, which was in a machinery factory. I collected these machines that hadn't been damaged. Nan Qingran stroked her chin and felt a bit regretful, but later I didn't use them and forgot about them over time. She reminisced about her glorious past, unaware that Mo Jingyan's gaze was becoming darker, filled with growing concern. He had always known that Ran had a hard time in that world, but he never realized that she had experienced times when she couldn't even have a full meal. Each time he caught a glimpse of Ran's past, it felt like a wave of intense heartache and helplessness washed over him. When Nan Qingran turned to look at him, she noticed something was off with his emotions, and thought he was still feeling guilty. Yin, really, it's fine. After all, it can be replicated. Let's go. Sister Nan will teach you how to drive the harvester. Mo Jingyan nodded, hiding his emotions and smiling at the girl in front of him. Alright, Ran, teach me. Ran is amazing, she can even drive such a complicated machine. Nan Qingran was momentarily stunned, feeling like she had played before. She suddenly realized that she actually hadn't mastered the skill of driving a harvester yet. 10 minutes later, Nan Qingran and Mo Jingyan sat seriously on the sofa, watching an agricultural technology video, preparing to learn how to drive the harvester. This was already the third repeat, and Sister Nan secretly vowed that if she still couldn't learn this time, then she wouldn't study it anymore. She would just send a command to Nan Yisheng to teach her father and uncle later. Great, when the fourth playthrough finished, Sister Nan lived up to expectations and didn't learn it. Nan Qingran slapped her thigh. Yin, how about we? Ran, I got it. Nan Qingran instinctively nodded. It's fine, no need to pressure yourself, we can live without relying on driving the harvester. What did you say? As she spoke, Nan Qingran realized something was off, and looked at Mo Jingyan in surprise. The latter nodded firmly. Ran, I watched very attentively, and understood some of it. I should be able to do it. Let me take you to try. Nan Qingran didn't react in time, and was pulled by Mo Jingyan sitting in the driver's seat of the harvester. Just as Mo Jingyan was about to shift gears, Nan Qingran raised her hand to stop him. Yin, let's not rush. It's fine if the vehicle breaks, but if we flip it over it would be a loss. Don't worry, Ran. Nan Qingran forced a stiff smile, and checked her seatbelt once more. Yes, I'm at ease. Mo Jingyan's gaze was resolute as he thought of the operations in the video, moving forward step by step, and the vehicle gradually drove steadily. Nan Qingran was tense for a while, but when she realized nothing unexpected happened, she relaxed completely. After both of them safely got out of the vehicle, Nan Qingran hugged Mo Jingyan tightly. Yin, you're so amazing. Mo Jingyan's eyes lifted, gazing into Nan Qingran's with a warmth that made one's heart flutter. Nan Qingran instinctively lost herself in his deep eyes, gently raising her hand to his eye corner, delicately stroking it. Yin, your eyes are really beautiful. Mo Jingyan's breathing quickened. He instinctively leaned closer to Nan Qingran, but still seriously responded to her words. Because my eyes are filled with Ran. Yin, you're so good at sweet-talking. Then I'll reward you with a kiss.